Cheng Hao believed that he would one day be the husband of Jiang Yirou. Thus he tended to her every need and indulged her whims. However, a mere statement of arranged by the family obliterated all his efforts. Given this, in his new life, he resolved to renounce the engagement. Yet, why had the young lady begun to behave so oddly? She clung to him insistently, demanding dinner invitations, and even presenting him with lollipops, and even the engagement. Chapter 1. I Withdraw. Jiang City. The Jusei Private Club. Late at night, Cheng Hao received a call from Jiang Yirou and promptly took a taxi to her location. Tonight, the Jusei was unusually lively, a celebration thrown to welcome Jiang Yirou home. Originally, he intended to join her, but Jiang Yirou mentioned that the gathering consisted of people Cheng Hao did not know. Fearing he would be bored, she did not invite him. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, Jiang Yirou called, requesting him to come and escort her home. Room 201. This was the place. The door to the private room was slightly ajar, and he immediately spotted Jiang Yirou, the center of attention amidst a throng of high-caliber socialites. Even among the assembly of esteemed gentlemen and ladies, Jiang Yirou stood out as the most exceptional, capturing one's gaze effortlessly. Just as he was about to push the door open, he overheard a conversation within. Yirou, are you truly going to marry Cheng Hao upon your return? What about Xiao Xiao? He followed you all the way from her homeland to abroad, and as soon as you returned, he immediately resumed his studies here. Cheng Hao heard Jiang Yirou respond with an air of indifference. It's arranged by the family. Arranged by the family? Cheng Hao's complexion paled. Thus, in Jiang Yirou's heart, their engagement was merely a familial arrangement. Yirou, I must say, in this day and age, why cling to such archaic customs of betrothal? Cheng Hao, being an orphan, will never be able to assist your Jiang family. Xiao Jikai has a prestigious lineage in return from studying abroad with you. He appears to be the more suitable choice. What do you think, Xiao Xiao? All eyes turned towards the affable Xiao Jikai, who sat beside Jiang Yirou. With an air of magnanimity, Xiao Jikai replied, Please do not speak this way. Cheng Hao is quite remarkable as well. Moreover, he is exceedingly obedient. Whenever Yirou calls him, he comes rushing over, even at the latest hours, more loyal than a dog. Jiang Yirou did not contest this assertion. Cheng Hao's fingers gripped the doorknob tightly, his knuckles turning white. Since the passing of his parents, he had been grateful for the Cheng family's hospitality. Thus, he was wholly compliant with Jiang Yirou's wishes. If she commanded him to go east, he would not dare venture west. He never anticipated that his tender attentiveness would be perceived by others as akin to that of a dog. Please, who doesn't know that Cheng Hao merely follows Yirou around like a sycophant? You can't even drive him away. You underestimate him. Cheng Hao is more like a wolf dog. How so? Look, Xiao Xiao was willing to abandon his family business to accompany Yirou abroad. And what did Cheng Hao do? He outright rejected the Jiang family's offer to study abroad, choosing instead to remain and manage Jiang's business. His intentions are clear. Exactly. He claims to help manage, but I see it as a covetous eye on the Jiang family's assets. Cheng Hao's chest heaved with indignation. Jiang Yirou, disregarding her family's pleas, insisted on going abroad. Naturally, he wished to accompany her. However, Jiang's father and mother were already advanced in years when Jiang Yirou was born. Now they were struggling to manage Jiang Group. That, if he were to leave, it would only burden them further. Therefore, he chose to stay and assist with the business. He never imagined that his goodwill would be misconstrued as ulterior ambition. Unable to bear listening any longer, Cheng Hao pushed the door open, disregarding the awkward stares of the gathered crowd, and strode directly towards Jiang Yirou. Miss, you're here? Jiang Yirou sighed in relief, rising to her feet. I'll head back now. Let's gather another day. With that, she grasped Cheng Hao's hand and made her way outside. Yirou? Yirou. Xiao Jikai's voice faded as the door closed behind them. Cheng Hao followed Jiang Yirou in her car. He refrained from questioning why she had summoned him despite having a driver. It simply no longer mattered. He had resolved to confront Jiang Yirou and annul their engagement. The journey was quiet, and Jiang Yirou showed no intention of explaining herself. Indeed, who was he to warrant an explanation from the esteemed Jiang Yirou? He was merely an orphan entrusted to the Jiang family by his parents before their demise, and he was grateful for their upbringing. How could he dare to hope that Jiang Yirou would regard him favorably? The cityscape outside the window blurred past, as Cheng Hao's thoughts drifted back to his initial arrival at the Jiang household. Having lost his parents in a covert mission, he was taken in by the Jiang family, led by Jiang Laozhong, a mentor to Cheng's parents at the tender age of 7. Cheng Hao, though outwardly composed, would retreat to corners to weep at night. On one such evening, he found himself curled up in the back garden, silently sobbing while clutching the pendant left to him by his mother. A handkerchief imbued with the scent of gardenias appeared before him. Here, wipe your tears. A soft, melodic voice belonged to a young girl. Cheng Hao startled upright, gazing fearfully at the girl before him. He recognized her. The young lady of the Jiang family, Jiang Yirou. He had seen her on his first day at the Jiang residence, though she had not spoken to him and appeared quite unapproachable. Take it. Though Jiang Yirou's expression suggested impatience, Cheng Hao felt a flicker of warmth. This was Jiang Yirou's first gesture of kindness towards him. Did this not indicate that she viewed him as part of the family? Here, for you. She suddenly produced a lollipop from somewhere and extended it to Cheng Hao. When you're feeling down, a bit of candy helps. Cheng Hao accepted the lollipop, bringing it to his nose to inhale its fragrance, orange-flavored, deliciously sweet. Later, as he adjusted to life within the Jiang household, they enrolled him in Jiang Yirou in the same prestigious school that he was in the first grade, and Jiang Yirou was in second. Upon entering the school, he was bullied. A group of boys intent on ganging up on him. At a critical moment, Jiang Yirou appeared. With remarkable prowess, she single-handedly subdued the group of boys. Cheng Hao would forever remember the moment when Jiang Yirou made a commanding turn, her high ponytail swaying gracefully behind her, her cherubic face radiating an air of haughtiness as she gazed upon him. Can you keep up with the second-grade lessons? That brilliantly illuminated face made him feel as though he were beholding an angel. Cheng Hao nodded in response that, in truth, he had already completed the elementary school curriculum long ago. Then follow me. Without a second thought for whether Cheng Hao could keep pace, she turned on her heel and strode away. Thus, Cheng Hao became Jiang Yirou's devoted shadow, a position by her side that remained exclusively his. He vowed to care for Jiang Yirou for a lifetime. When did Jiang Yirou begin to drift away from him? Perhaps it was when old Master Jiang insisted on the engagement between her and him. Cheng Hao let out a bitter smile. He had believed that while Jiang Yirou might not openly express her affection for him, she at least harbored no aversion. To his astonishment, she had no desire to marry him at all. After the engagement, she grew increasingly close to Xiao Jiekai, even embarking on a journey abroad for further studies together. Her resistance to marriage had become glaringly evident, yet he remained foolishly occupied with managing the Jiang family affairs, eagerly awaiting her return. Miss, let us annul our engagement, Cheng Hao spoke calmly. Why? Jiang Yirou looked at him in confusion. Our engagement was merely to appease the old master. Now that he has passed, you are free. Moreover, do you not have feelings for Xiao Shao? I shall withdraw. Xiao Jiekai? What does he? Just as Jiang Yirou was about to articulate her thoughts, the vehicle suddenly veered sharply, and she felt as if she might be thrown from her seat. Then, a tremendous force struck her in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yirou felt Cheng Hao enveloping her protectively in his embrace. Blood splattered across Jiang Yirou's face. No. As darkness descended, she slipped into unconsciousness. Chapter 2. Who loves whom? Cheng Hao? Cheng Hao? Ha ha quack quack quack. To our astonishment, we have been assigned to the same class for this exam. Ha ha. Do you think it's because I've made progress or you've regressed? The person beside him, laughing like a goose, bore an uncanny resemblance to the foolish He Yuan. But hadn't he already met his demise at the hands of scoundrels, betrayed by his wife? Cheng Hao stared in bewilderment at the school bulletin board. A notice for the second monthly exam class allocation? What on earth is happening? Wasn't he crushed by a truck? How did he find himself back in high school? Cheng Hao pinched himself hard. Ouch, that hurts. Cheng Hao, what are you doing? Does it hurt? Of course it does. If you don't believe me, go ahead and pinch me. Then it's definitely not a dream. Indeed, it's not a dream. He Yuan patted Cheng Hao's shoulder, offering comfort. Cheng Hao, winning or losing is part of the game. Don't be disheartened. Although you're not in the same class as Miss Jiang, at least we're together, my good brother. Finally, we can join forces in our mischief. Cheng Hao brushed off He Yuan's hand from his shoulder. You may be mischievous, but don't drag me into it. Turning away, he headed to his own classroom, his mind in a state of disarray, yearning for solitude. The familiar large characters of the Senior 3 experimental class came into view, relying on his memory. Cheng Hao settled into his seat. As he touched the stack of exam papers on the desk, a myriad of emotions surged within him. He had truly been reborn. Reborn to Senior 3, before his engagement with Jiang Yirou. This was the second class allocation exam, and it was the first time he and Jiang Yirou were not in the same class. Back then, he had requested Jiang's grandfather to intervene, citing his inability to care for Jiang Yirou, to be transferred back to the experimental class, only to be ridiculed by Xiao Jiekai. This time, however, it was a matter of who would end up where. He aimed to distance himself from Jiang Yirou and Xiao Jiekai. Oh, a defeated foe still dares to occupy a seat here? Xiao Jiekai strutted into the classroom. Hey, your class is not here. It's downstairs in class 15. Class 15 was notorious for being the worst in the school, mostly comprising students who were either slacking off or exiled by their families, known for its chaos. The school had a tradition. Every exam resulted in a reshuffle, and this time, Cheng Hao had plummeted from the experimental class to class 15. Cheng Hao didn't believe it was due to his poor performance. With his abilities, he could easily control his scores. A mere monthly exam was insufficient to justify his descent into class 15. He was convinced that Xiao Jiekai had meddled with the results. In his previous life, Cheng Hao would have confronted Xiao Jiekai for his smugness, but in this life, he merely smiled silently, organizing his belongings into his backpack. After all, in his past life, one punch had brought the entire Xiao family down on him. To protect himself, Jiang's grandfather had insisted on the engagement between Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao, using the Jiang family name to quell the Xiao family's wrath. Thus, avoiding the engagement meant steering clear of both Xiao Jiekai and Jiang Yirou. The wisest course of action. With the college entrance examination looming, his grades were more than sufficient for a top university. By the time Jiang Yirou went abroad, he could remain in the country, earning a degree and building a career free from the Jiang family's grip. He was determined never to tread the path of his past life again, reflecting on the sacrifices he made for the Jiang family. Waking up early and working late without reaping any benefits while attracting endless gossip, he couldn't help but feel a surge of self-loathing. You foolish saint. You deserve it. Having died once, in this life, he vowed to live for himself. Cheng Hao, in high spirits, slung his backpack over his shoulder and made to exit the classroom. Unexpectedly, he was blocked at the door by none other than Jiang Yirou. He moved left, she moved right. He moved right, she moved left. Finally, Cheng Hao sidestepped, granting her passage. Miss, please. Yet Jiang Yirou stood immobile at the doorway, her pure, spring-like gaze fixed upon him, as if separated by an eternity. For reasons unknown, she felt as though she had just awoken from a distant dream. In this dream, she had always treated Cheng Hao coldly, believing he would never leave her side. Thus, she had acted whimsically, rebelling against her family's plans, even studying abroad. Despite the misunderstandings between them, she refused to explain, ultimately pushing them further apart until death had not allowed for clarification. Hey, you are blocking Yirou's way. Can't you be more considerate and use the back door? Xiao Jiekai shouted. Cheng Hao responded with a simple, "Oh," and turned to head toward the back of the classroom. However, his hand was seized. Why? Why are you leaving? Why did you end up in class 15? Is it because you don't want to be in the same class as me? Jiang Yirou had a multitude of questions swirling in her mind, her thoughts muddled, unable to recall the dream clearly. Yet one conviction remained. She must keep Cheng Hao by her side. Cheng Hao looked utterly confused. Hadn't he moved aside? Yirou is asking you why you intentionally blocked her. Is it to draw her attention so she would plead with the teacher to keep you in the experimental class? Xiao Jiekai, with audacious flattery, turned to Jiang Yirou. Yirou, I'm right, aren't I? Right my foot. Jiang Yirou felt a growing irritation, her demeanor remaining icy. What if I can't find the words to respond? I'm on the edge here, quite anxious. Could you let go of my hand? It's a bit painful. Upon hearing Cheng Hao's plea, Jiang Yirou quickly released her grip, revealing a faint red mark on his wrist. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Class is about to start. He had no intention of getting involved in their melodrama. His primary goal was to survive high school, hastily prepare for university, and distance himself from this group of lunatics. Jiang Yirou stood in shock, taken aback by his abrupt departure, leaving without a backward glance. She felt disoriented. Throughout their lives, Cheng Hao had trailed her like a devoted shadow. No matter where she went, he had never strayed. Jiang Yirou had never worried about him leaving. With just a turn, Cheng Hao was always at her side. But now, he had actually walked away. Though merely a floor apart, his demeanor and actions felt so distant. She had never seen such a strange look in Cheng Hao's eyes. Her heart ached, as if something precious was slipping away. No, she could not allow this. Cheng Hao belonged to her. Yirou, where are you going? Class is starting. Indifferent to Xiao Jiekai's calls, Jiang Yirou exited the classroom. Finding a secluded corner, she dialed her grandfather's number. Grandfather, I agree to the engagement with Cheng Hao. On the other end, Jiang's grandfather was overjoyed. Wonderful, wonderful. Ha. Yirou, trust your grandfather. Cheng Hao is undoubtedly your best choice. Though he is an orphan, I have watched him grow, and he is absolutely trustworthy. The Jiang family does not lack wealth. There is no need for you to engage in any political marriage. As long as you are happy for life, your grandfather will be at ease. Understood, grandfather. Ending the call, Jiang Yirou cast her gaze towards class 15, her resolve unwavering. Cheng Hao, you cannot escape. As Cheng Hao stepped into the classroom, a sudden chill ran down his spine, causing his hair to stand on end. This classroom is indeed frigid. He glanced around, noting how the tall trees outside the window obscured much of the sunlight, and rubbed his arms for warmth. Surveying the room, he couldn't help but affirm that class 15 was indeed notorious throughout the school. Some were engrossed in gaming, others in makeup, some munching on snacks, and a few playing cards, everything imaginable, except for studying. Chapter 3, Jiang Yirou. Cheng Hao, over here. He Yuan, by the window, waved excitedly at him. I've cleared a desk for you. What do you think? Quite the bro, right? Navigating through the bustling crowd, Cheng Hao made his way to the seat beside He Yuan. He cast a disdainful glance at the desk, marred with chaotic scribbles, before placing his bag on the chair. Pulling out a pack of wet wipes and some alcohol swabs from his bag, he began to clean. I cleaned it earlier. Those stains won't come off. Upon witnessing Cheng Hao scrubbing away at the long-standing blemishes, He Yuan fell silent. Had he not seen the desk's original state, he might have suspected it was freshly retrieved from the homeroom teacher. He Yuan silently gave Cheng Hao a thumbs up. After finishing with the desk, Cheng Hao retrieved a workbook, evidently preparing to study. Studying, huh? Count me in. If I put my mind to it, I can be frighteningly capable. I'll definitely score high enough to join class 14 next exam. He Yuan leaned in to peek at Cheng Hao's work. Derivatives and differential multivariable functions? Which lesson is that from? Cheng Hao replied without turning. Advanced mathematics, which you 1T need. Ouch, that stings. Why on earth are you studying that? It's not on the college entrance exam. I'm participating in the math competition next week. Cheng Hao casually tossed a comic book into He Yuan's arms. Be a good boy and play over there. Don't disturb me while I study. Taking advantage of the time spent cleaning the desk, Cheng Hao pondered deeply. Time waits for no one. He could hardly wait for the college entrance examination. The fastest route to university was through the national math competition, which could lead to direct admission. The sooner he left, the better to avoid that little brat, Xiao Jiekai, and his antics. In high school, Xiao Jiekai had made his life quite difficult. Now that he had a second chance, he had no time to indulge in such games. A snicker erupted from the front right. Cheng Hao recognized the voice. Fangzhou, Xiao Jiekai's most devoted lackey. Listen up, everyone. Someone here claims they want to participate in next week's math competition. Haha, you've already flunked into class 15. And you still think you can join the math competition? Is it even possible for a slacker like you? The classroom erupted in laughter. He wants to join the math competition? Haha, has he lost his mind? Cheng Hao, however, did not laugh. Instead, he turned to Fangzhou with a serious expression. Classmate, are you suggesting that we, the students of class 15, are unworthy of dreams? If others deem class 15 the disgrace of the school, do you share that sentiment? A profound silence enveloped the class, all eyes now glaring at Fangzhou. Indeed, Fangzhou, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that is how you perceive us? How audacious of you to belittle us in our presence. Just because you've become Xiao Jiekai's sidekick doesn't elevate you to the status of the experimental class. We may be slackers, but aren't you one too? Fangzhou began to panic. I didn't mean it like that. I was referring to Cheng Hao, rising to his feet. Cheng Hao's eyes sparkled with determination. Fangzhou, I've never believed that entering class 15 means we should resign ourselves to mediocrity. We too have the right to aspire for progress. Classmates, my desire to participate in next week's math competition is to prove that with effort and courage, we can achieve anything. Though we may be overlooked, we must not abandon ourselves. No one else is responsible for our lives but us. Yes, even a fish out of water can have dreams. The classmates felt a wave of empathy, recalling their own experiences of being neglected and cast aside within their families. Fangzhou ground his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. This kid has roused the entire class. Cheng Hao, don't speak so eloquently. With only a week until the math competition, I doubt you'll even qualify to participate. Everyone knows there's only one spot left for the competition. Jiang Yirou has already been practically guaranteed a place, and the last slot will likely go to Xiao Jiekai. Cheng Hao merely smiled faintly. Then you may continue to watch. In his previous life, he had refrained from showcasing his true abilities to spare Jiang Yirou's pride during exams. Now, having resolved to sever ties with the Jiang family, he had no intention of concealing his capabilities any longer. You, Fangzhou, infuriated, was about to unleash another round of mockery when a gasp echoed from the doorway. Ah, it's Jiang Yirou, the Jiang Yirou from the experimental class. No way. How could she come to our class? Wow, she's even more stunning in person. She's prettier than her photos. How can such a perfect girl exist? Academically gifted, beautiful, and from a good family. Let us not forget. Our school is funded by the Jiang family. She's looking this way. At that moment, Xiao Jiekai in the experimental class was anxiously waiting for Jiang Yirou to return. His initial excitement had morphed into unease. Why hasn't Yirou returned yet? Don't you know? Miss Jiang just requested to transfer to class 15. A classmate sitting beside Xiao Jiekai kindly informed him. What? You mean Yirou applied to join class 15? Xiao Jiekai's voice cracked in shock. Xiao Jiekai, class has started. Yet you're still making a scene? Get back to the lesson. The teacher, who had been writing on the board, turned around with a disapproving glare at Xiao Jiekai. Today, as students are increasingly difficult to manage. When Jiang Yirou entered class 15, a collective gasp filled the room. Her chestnut hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, accentuating her petite, delicate face. Her skin, as pale as snow, seemed to radiate light amidst the crowd, and even clad in a school uniform, her noble aura remained unmasked. A mere glance from her mesmerizing eyes could send hearts fluttering. As the students pondered why Jiang Yirou had ventured into class 15, the homeroom teacher strode into the classroom with an air of excitement. Students, I have significant news to announce. Jiang Yirou will officially transfer to our class 15 today. Let us give her a warm welcome. What? Jiang Yirou is joining our class? Good heavens, am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. Isn't Jiang Yirou the top scorer in the recent exam? How could she possibly come to class 15? This must be a prank. Cheng Hao's astonishment matched that of his classmates. What is happening? Why would Jiang Yirou transfer to class 15? It wasn't he like this in his previous life. Hello everyone. My name is Jiang Yirou. Her voice, as clear as a spring, resonated softly. Jiang, please choose a seat. The homeroom teacher, reluctant to fawn over her, nevertheless seemed to forget that being the top student entitles her to sit wherever she pleases. He remarked how the magpies were chirping when he stepped out today, and indeed, good fortune was in the air. With Jiang Yirou by his side, he mused on who would dare to look down upon class 15. Now, dear classmates, pay attention in class. I shall take my leave. Chapter 4. Do attend to her. Jiang Yirou nodded, and as the homeroom teacher departed, She made her way to the back of the classroom. She was coming. She was coming. Surely, she wished to sit beside me. How naive. She was clearly aiming for Cheng Hao. How could you all take it so seriously? Look. Indeed, Jiang Yirou halted next to Cheng Hao, casting her gaze upon He Yuan. Hello, classmate, could we possibly swap seats? Huh. Yes, yes. He Yuan, flustered, sprang to his feet and hastily shoved his belongings into the vacant seat behind him. Jiang Yirou noticed that He Yuan's desk was adorned with a plethora of stickers and scribbles, causing her to furrow her brow in dismay. She looked reproachfully at Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, her voice, soft and delicate, made the other students wish they could lick the table clean. Yet, Cheng Hao appeared oblivious. His focus unwavering on his work. He Yuan prodded him from behind, whispering urgently, Cheng Hao, you must attend to her. Cheng Hao turned slightly, glancing at him. Done. I've attended to it. He Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. No, I didn't mean for you to attend to me. Seeing Cheng Hao's indifferent back, He Yuan ultimately surrendered. Sighing as he resignedly retrieved the wet wipes and alcohol wipes from Cheng Hao's drawer, mimicking his earlier actions to assist the young lady. Jiang Yirou bit her lip, feeling a pang of injustice. She had already made the first gesture, so why was he still ignoring her? Was he upset because she had been close to Xiao Jiekai recently? But that wasn't her fault. It was Xiao Jiekai who persistently pursued her, like an overly clingy puppy. And her own ineptitude left her unsure of how to refuse. After all, they were from families that had known each other for years. Tearing the facade would create a rift between their families. Realizing he truly had no intention of acknowledging her, Jiang Yirou reluctantly took a seat. She extracted her textbooks from her pink bag, placing the necessary ones on top and stowing the others in the drawer. Previously, Cheng Hao had always helped her with these tasks. This thought filled her with a sense of grievance. Scoundrel. For a fleeting moment, Cheng Hao almost instinctively reached out to assist Jiang Yirou in organizing her items, but he managed to restrain himself at the crucial moment. Damn it. Having cared for Jiang Yirou for nearly 2 decades, the habit was ingrained in him, and he nearly succumbed. Huh. Cheng Hao heard Jiang Yirou exclaim softly. Rummaging through her bag, her delicate brows furrowed, and as she lowered her head, a strand of hair gracefully fell, which she deftly tucked behind her ear, revealing her exquisite and charming earlobes. Shift. Even in this new life, upon seeing Jiang Yirou, he could not help but admire her beauty. Yet, that was where it stopped. He would no longer be ensnared by her allure. Cheng Hao, Jiang Yirou called softly, her once cool voice now softened to a tender, almost endearing tone that stirred one's heart. However, this tactic held no sway over him. Cheng Hao maintained a serious demeanor, his gaze fixed ahead as he listened to the teacher's lecture. After a while, he felt a gentle tug on the hem of his shirt. Cheng Hao, I dropped my exam paper in the experimental class. Could you? Her voice quivered as if she might cry. Cheng Hao had never witnessed this side of Jiang Yirou, feeling as if he were the perpetrator. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his hands acted faster than his mind, uniting their desks. Look, he could only maintain a stoic expression, placing the exam paper between them. Thank you, Jiang Yirou murmured, her head bowed in gratitude. She knew Cheng Hao would not neglect her. Just as she leaned closer to share the exam paper with him, a shocking scene unfolded. Cheng Hao actually shifted away, pulling out another competition paper to work on. Jiang Yirou's mouth fell open in disbelief, her eyes widening. She leaned in closer, only to be evaded. Cheng Hao was too disinterested to indulge in Jiang Yirou's complex feelings. Admiring her beauty was a natural inclination for any man. Yet, it did not mean he would waver in his decisions. Participating in the math competition, securing a recommendation, and choosing a university far from Jiang City were all paths he would steadfastly pursue. In his previous life, he had chosen to attend a mediocre university in Jiang City to remain close to Jiang's parents, deliberately adopting a lackluster persona. This time, he saw no need for such sacrifices. He would strive with all his might to gain admission to his dream institution, the finest university in Huagua, Huqing University. Cheng Hao, would you care to solve this problem? The math teacher called upon him. This left Jiang Yirou in a state of anxious distress. Cheng Hao had been engrossed in his own exercises and had hardly listened to the teacher's explanation. Cheng Hao, Jiang Yirou whispered, discreetly passing him the answer. To her astonishment, Cheng Hao barely glanced at it. He simply declared a number. 3. The math teacher checked the answer, which was 4, and shook his head in disappointment. So close. No worries, just be more precise next time. I have 3 methods of solving it. Teacher, would you like me to write them all out? Huh. 3 methods? Indeed. Teacher, this problem can be approached using auxiliary lines. See, like this. Cheng Hao strode confidently to the blackboard, swiftly illustrating his thought process. These 2 methods can be resolved using what we've covered in class. The third one is slightly advanced, but it's not overly challenging, he explained, inscribing a series of symbols on the board that appeared like hieroglyphics to his peers. In reality, if the conditions were altered slightly, the problem could be made even more profound and engaging. Cheng Hao casually modified a given condition. Teacher, what do you think? Brilliant. Simply brilliant. The math teacher exclaimed, seizing his phone to capture the entire blackboard solution. Everyone, take a cue from Cheng Hao. Observe how he not only solves problems, but also contemplates alternative methods. This is the essence of learning. Applause erupted from the students below. Although they understood none of it, it did not hinder them from gazing at Cheng Hao with adoration. Cheng Hao, you're amazing. Cheng Hao, you're incredible. May we add you on WeChat? Jiang Yirou watched as Cheng Hao basked in the limelight, feeling a pang of unfamiliarity. Was he still the Cheng Hao who had once seemed so inconspicuous behind her? It turned out he could shine so brightly, while others were captivated by the spectacle. She happened to grasp the knowledge he had imparted. Cheng Hao's modifications were not merely a change of conditions. They required a deep understanding of mathematics and a solid foundation. Observing Cheng Hao's casual demeanor, it was evident that this posed no challenge for him. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of jealousy towards the classmates surrounding him, bombarding him with questions. Why did he choose to engage with them and not her? Chapter 5. I'm heading to the cafeteria today. Teacher. Jiang Yirou's cool voice resonated through the air. What's the matter, classmate Jiang? It's too noisy. Yes. I will ensure they quiet down immediately. Everyone, return to your seats. We must continue with the lesson. As Cheng Hao made his way back to his seat, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Yirou's visibly impatient expression. A wave of self-deprecation washed over him. What was he hoping for? Did he expect Jiang Yirou to idolize him due to his performance? How naive. He and she were ultimately from different worlds. How had he failed to see the chasm that lay between them before? He had foolishly believed that his careful attentions might earn him a modicum of her regard. In truth, she must have been mocking such meager offerings in her heart. The smile that had previously graced Cheng Hao's lips, buoyed by the praise of teachers and classmates, suddenly flattened into a straight line. Jiang Yirou was perplexed. Why had Cheng Hao, who had seemed so cheerful moments ago, turned cold upon sitting beside her? This stark contrast in treatment left her feeling a tightness in her chest. What must she do for him to smile at her again, to show her kindness as he once did? At noon, as the class concluded, Cheng Hao stood up, intending to grab a quick meal at the cafeteria. Cheng Hao, upon hearing Jiang Yirou call his name, He Yuan, who had been approaching, retreated. He silently gestured to Cheng Hao, indicating that he would go get the food for him, then discreetly slipped away. What is it, miss? Cheng Hao stood before Jiang Yirou, arms crossed over his chest. Though only 18, his height nearly reached 185 centimeters, necessitating that Jiang Yirou look up to address him. Could you sit down? It's rather tiring to speak this way. It was only now that she understood why Cheng Hao used to lean slightly forward to listen to her. Standing upright, he made her neck ache. Everyday nuances flashed before Jiang Yirou's eyes. Cheng Hao sighed softly and took a seat. Speak, what is it? Jiang Yirou's hands twisted nervously together, betraying her tension as her fingertips turned red. Why have you been ignoring me? I haven't been ignoring you. Am I not addressing you now? Cheng Hao was bewildered by her behavior. In the past, she had always been indifferent, speaking only when necessary. Why was she acting so strangely today? It wasn't like this. You used to prepare everything for me. Jiang Yirou struggled to articulate her feelings. Cheng Hao suddenly realized. Oh, so that's what you meant. I understand, Mississippi. I will continue to take care of you meticulously. Today was my oversight. Please forgive me. You needn't come to class 15 for such trivial matters. I will attend to you right after class. It dawned on him that her presence in class 15 was merely due to her discomfort without her close attendant. He had mistakenly thought she truly cared for him and followed him here. Nothing had changed. He had merely overthought it. I'm not. Jiang Yirou intended to express her reliance and concern for him, yet her words had morphed into accusations. Miss, is there anything else? If not, I shall head to the cafeteria for my meal. With that, Cheng Hao nodded at Jiang Yirou and exited the classroom. Jiang Yirou watched his retreating figure, gritting her teeth before following him. Miss, food. The attendant, carrying a lunchbox, hurried after Jiang Yirou. I'm not eating. I'm going to the cafeteria today. With that, Jiang Yirou dashed away, leaving the attendant dumbfounded with the large food container in hand. The cafeteria? When has the young lady ever been accustomed to the cafeteria's meals? The attendant scratched his head, utterly perplexed, as he walked back. Today, the young lady is truly strange. She didn't see anyone in the experimental class and actually transferred to class 15, and now she wants to eat cafeteria food? I must inform the master. As Cheng Hao arrived at the cafeteria, He Yuan waved him over. Cheng Hao, over here. We're about to queue. As Cheng Hao stepped in front of He Yuan, the students behind him expressed their displeasure. Hey, why are you cutting in line? He Yuan raised his fist threateningly. Is this enough reason? Upon realizing He Yuan was from class 15, the student fell silent. Who didn't know that the school bullies were from class 15? Cheng Hao sighed helplessly. You speak nicely. One day you'll find yourself on the receiving end of a lesson. In a past life, He Yuan had met his demise at the hands of his wife's lover, so he needed to be particularly cautious this time around. You are far too accommodating, which is why everyone feels entitled to step on you, especially that Su Jikai. He is utterly shameless. The moment you left the experimental class, he seized your spot. Who doesn't he know his intentions? I can't wait to see his face when he realizes Jiang Yirou transferred to class 15 for you. Ha. It must be quite the sight. Su Jikai, standing a few spots behind them in line, wore a dark expression. His sycophant, Feng Zhou, could no longer contain himself. He Yuan, who are you calling shameless? I think you lot are the shameless ones. Jiang Yirou transferred to class 15 for Cheng Hao? How laughable. What an inflated sense of self. Oh, did Jiang Yirou personally tell you that? Laughter erupted among the queue as they eavesdropped on the gossip. Fangzhou, are you still addicted to being a sycophant? If you want to know if Jiang Yirou said it herself, why don't you just ask her? He Yuan remarked. A smirk on his face. Oh, I forgot. Jiang Yirou is sitting next to Cheng Hao now. After class, she even kept him behind for a chat. Your master Su Jiekai probably didn't get a glimpse of her. You, Fangzhou exclaimed. Everyone should strive for harmony. Su Jiekai concealed the malice in his eyes. Smiling as he added, we see each other often. When the Jiang and Su families unite in marriage, we will be inviting them to join us. What? The Jiang and Su families are to be united in marriage? So Su Jiekai and Jiang Yirou are getting engaged? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Oh dear. The goddess has ultimately fallen into Su Xiao's hands. What of Cheng Hao? What is he? What is he? He is merely Jiang Yirou's shadow. Surely, they can't be considered a couple. But Jiang Yirou's transfer to class 15 was undeniably for Cheng Hao. What else could it be? Su Jiekai reveled in the discussions around him, a smug smile on his face. He cast a provocative glance at Cheng Hao, who, to his surprise, wore an expression devoid of any feeling. Su Jiekai snorted derisively, humph. Playing dead. At that moment, Jiang Yirou's figure appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. The cacophony of noise made her frown, but upon spotting Cheng Hao in the queue, a smile graced her lips. She strode directly towards him. Cheng Hao, her clear voice, though soft, stood out amidst the crowd. After all, it was Jiang Yirou, the school's little princess. How could she possibly come to the cafeteria? Chapter 6. Could you treat me to a meal? All eyes converged upon Jiang Yirou. She seemed to have rushed over, her hair slightly disheveled. Yet it added a touch of warmth to her ethereal presence, like a sprite that had descended into the mortal realm. Yirou. Su Jiekai rushed towards her. But Jiang Yirou simply bypassed him, heading straight for Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, I don't have a meal card. Could you treat me to a meal? What had they just heard? The young lady of the Jiang family had proactively requested Cheng Hao to treat her to a meal? What's keeping you, Cheng Hao? This is an extraordinary opportunity, and yet you hesitate? The expression on Su Jiekai's face was grim, but his thick skin remained intact. Yirou, I have a meal card. Allow me to treat you. What do you wish to eat? Let us choose together. Jiang Yirou, however, paid him no heed, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Cheng Hao. At this juncture, the other students could no longer suppress their whispers. Hadn't Su Jiekai just proclaimed that Jiang Yirou was his fiancée? TSK. The esteemed Miss Jiang didn't even spare him a glance. Was it possible he had been boasting? The embarrassment of being exposed. I'll help him find a 3-bedroom apartment. Cheng Hao sighed at Jiang Yirou's relentless pursuit of her objective. You won't be accustomed to the cafeteria food. Typically, Jiang Yirou dined on meals prepared in her family's kitchen, each dish meticulously arranged by a nutritionist to ensure a well-rounded diet. I've already sent the servants away. I wish to eat what you usually have. Then find yourself a seat. I shall fetch your meal and join you shortly. All right. Jiang Yirou beamed with a smile, obediently turning to find a place to sit. He Yuan nudged Cheng Hao. Well done. You've managed to have the young lady chase after you. Now, tell me, what is going on between you two? Between us, there is nothing. Do not let your imagination run wild. When it was Cheng Hao's turn, he endeavored to select dishes that Jiang Yirou might find palatable. Considering her taste preferences, he filled an extra plate. As he approached her with the meal, he found Jiang Yirou resting her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily out the glass window. The sunlight outside bathed her in a gentle glow, rendering her as enchanting as a still life painting. The food is here. Let's eat. Jiang Yirou looked at the unappetizing fare before her. Is this what you typically eat? Yes, it's quite decent compared to other schools. Though it may not suit your palate. You could still call back your servants. It's not too late. Cheng Hao did not wait for Jiang Yirou to respond. Helping himself to his meal. Whether she chose to eat or not was of no concern to him. Jiang Yirou bit her lip and ultimately picked up her bowl, her chopsticks reaching for the seemingly innocuous greens. One bite in, and the bitterness overwhelmed her. She frowned, chewing for what felt like an eternity before managing to swallow. Is this really a vegetable? It tastes so different from what I usually have. You eat organic vegetables. This is greenhouse produce, hence the difference. Cheng Hao had anticipated her discomfort. The esteemed Jiang family only consumed the finest ingredients, carefully selected not only for their organic quality, but also for their superior taste and nutrition. The cafeteria, by contrast, lacked such standards, making her struggle to adapt entirely understandable. Cheng Hao did not object to Jiang Yirou accompanying him for lunch. He merely hoped she would recognize the challenge and retreat. After all, how could she endure such meals daily? He had no interest in becoming a litmus test for her relationship with Su Jiekai. Although unaware of the discord between Jiang Yirou and Su Jiekai, he certainly wouldn't be used to provoke him. Cheng Hao devoured his food as if each dish were a delectable delight. Out of curiosity, Jiang Yirou took a bite, her face immediately contorting in distaste. Greasy and heavy. How could Cheng Hao possibly enjoy this? Cheng Hao, starting tomorrow, let us dine together. This is inedible. Surely, he couldn't possibly be eating this unappetizing fare by choice. Cheng Hao looked up at her. Miss Jiang, if you find it unpalatable, you need not eat. However, I find the cafeteria food quite satisfactory. With that, He polished off the remainder of his meal and rose to leave. He Yuan, having just collected his own food, noticed Cheng Hao exiting the dining hall. Cheng Hao? Cheng Hao? He Yuan scratched his head in confusion. What is going on? Why leave so soon? Turning, he saw Jiang Yirou biting her lip, her head bowed. Her grip on the spoon turning white. Miss, it seems Cheng Hao might be in a foul mood today. Do not take offense. It's fine. It's my fault. Was I too delicate? Why can Cheng Hao eat, yet I cannot? He must think I am being overly sensitive. As Jiang Yirou departed, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. What was happening? He Yuan was utterly bewildered. What had transpired between these two? To traverse from the cafeteria to Class 15's classroom required passing through the schoolyard, where a row of pomelo trees stood. As Jiang Yirou hurried after him, she spotted a group of girls holding a bedsheet beneath one of the pomelo trees. Cheng Hao, a bit to the left. Higher. A laugh erupted from the girl directing Cheng Hao beneath the tree. Kai Xiaoyao from the Kai family, with whom Jiang Yirou had never seen eye to eye. With her long, dyed curls cascading and adorned with an ostentatious hairpin, she was a striking figure, her school uniform failing to conceal her youthful exuberance. Jiang Yirou noticed the other boys were captivated by her appearance. Cheng Hao, holding a long bamboo pole, was attempting to knock down the pomelos. Suddenly, a pomelo fell, plummeting toward Kai Xiaoya. With a startled cry, she lunged toward Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, save me. Instead, she collided with an unexpectedly solid figure. This doesn't feel right. She reached out to pinch, surprised by the firmness of Cheng Hao's chest. Can I let go now? A cool voice interrupted. Well. Jiang Yirou, what brings you here? Kai Xiaoyao exclaimed, flustered, patting herself down as if to brush off bad luck. What a misfortune. How did Jiang Yirou appear here? Jiang Yirou crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips as she glanced at the pomelos overhead. Why shouldn't I be here? Helping classmates is a noble endeavor. I saw you nearly get hit by a pomelo, and I simply lent a hand. No need for gratitude. Kai Xiaoya glanced from Cheng Hao behind Jiang Yirou to Jiang Yirou herself, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Such a golden opportunity, thwarted by Jiang Yirou. When had she become so altruistic? I have always been quite helpful. You simply weren't aware. For instance, I've never mentioned how I witnessed you going on a date with one boy only to rush off to share your feelings with another. What? Kai Xiaoya has a boyfriend? I thought she was perpetually single. Wow, 2 of them. Is Kai Xiaoya really that impressive? Who knew which boy was oblivious to her charms? His hair resembling a grassy meadow? Kai Xiaoya's face flushed crimson. You're talking nonsense. Chapter 7. You want to eat? I'll get it for you. Why accuse me of nonsense? You wish to eat? I'll get it for you. Jiang Yirou's tongue was as sharp as her wit, showing no sign of the shyness she had exhibited before Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou, my hearing is excellent. There's no need to shout. Jiang Yirou turned and strode back toward the classroom. After reveling in the satisfaction of besting her rival, Jiang Yirou covered her flushed cheeks. Oh dear, how could I have behaved so undignified? What must Cheng Hao think of me? Does he see me as vulgar? Not at all like the refined Jiang family heiress? Jiang Yirou, chagrined, made her way to the classroom. Who would have thought that her years of portraying the perfect lady would be undone in a single encounter with Kai Xiaoya? Very well, Kai Xiaoya. I shall remember this. Cheng Hao was indeed taken aback by Jiang Yirou's boldness. However, he was not entirely surprised. It was as if he had always expected her to exhibit such spirited energy. Cheng Hao couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed he had discovered that Jiang Yirou was not as obedient as she appeared. Cheng Hao, don't listen to Jiang Yirou. She is merely attempting to slander me. Kai Xiaoya hurriedly clarified. She had long harbored feelings for Cheng Hao, and upon hearing that he had fallen out with Jiang Yirou, she felt a sense of triumph, an opportunity bestowed by fate. Cheng Hao, with an expression of indifference, replied, I have no interest in your personal affairs. Now that the pomelo has been picked, unless there's anything else, I shall take my leave. In truth, he had no desire to engage with Kai Xiaoya at all. It was she who had insisted he assist in picking the pomelo. However, upon seeing Jiang Yirou chasing after him, he inexplicably agreed. Cheng Hao? Cheng Hao? Kai Xiaoya called out twice, but Cheng Hao turned a deaf ear as he entered the teaching building. Cursed Jiang Yirou, you've thwarted my plans. Just you wait. As Cheng Hao passed by the classroom of Class 15, he did not enter directly, but instead headed towards the teacher's office. Jiang Yirou, curious, followed him out of the classroom. Are you going to participate in next week's math competition? Yes, teacher, Cheng Hao replied. However, the homeroom teacher wore an expression of distress. In fact, the math teacher had already approached him earlier, stating that Cheng Hao's mathematical talent was exceptional and that they wished to secure a spot for him in the competition. Yet, the homeroom teacher naturally wanted his own students to participate. Unfortunately, the higher-ups had already essentially decided to send Xiu Jiekai to compete. Class 15 was at the bottom of the ranking and had little authority. Even if the homeroom teacher were to request it, the leaders above would likely not acquiesce. Cheng Hao, perhaps we should focus on improving your grades first. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. If competition affects your studies, it would be counterproductive. Teacher, do you believe the school would deny my participation in the competition? Cheng Hao did not beat around the bush. The homeroom teacher awkwardly chuckled. Huh? You know our class's level. The school's resources are indeed hard to come by. Teacher, I don't wish to put you in a difficult position. How about this? Isn't there a provision that allows for an examination if there are disputes regarding competition spots? I believe the school would certainly prefer to send someone more capable to increase their chances of winning. An examination? The homeroom teacher was taken aback, not expecting Cheng Hao to propose such a suggestion. Yes, an examination. Well, I can apply for that, but the outcome is uncertain. Cheng Hao was well aware of the limitations of the Class 15 homeroom teacher's authority, thus did not press further. All right, thank you, teacher. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yirou understood everything. He wants to participate in the competition? No wonder he was solving problems all morning. It seems I need to have a word with the principal. With this thought, Jiang Yirou turned on her heel and headed toward the principal's office. Meanwhile, the experimental class was filled with joy. The reason was, of course, that Xiao Jiekai had secured the qualification to compete. Xiao Xiao, congratulations. It seems only Xiao Xiao could stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Yirou. Xiao Xiao? If you win a prize, don't forget to treat us. Xiao Jiekai wore a proud expression. Haha, of course. When I win first prize, I'll treat everyone to a few days at my private island. Wow, Xiao Xiao is truly affluent. He even has a private island? How enviable. Without some ability, how could Xiao Xiao even dream of marrying Miss Jiang? Yes, indeed. If you become engaged to Miss Jiang, remember to invite us to the wedding feast. Xiao Jiekai thoroughly enjoyed being the center of attention. Cheng Hao, let us see what you have to compare with me. Xiao Jiekai, come out for a moment. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom and called Xiao Jiekai outside. Why is the teacher calling Xiao Jiekai? Surely to discuss next week's competition. That is right. After all, he is the only one from our class participating. Jiang Yirou's decision to transfer to Class 15 seemed inexplicable. They had unwittingly gained a spot. Indeed, Class 15 is currently basking in their good fortune. Let them enjoy it for a while. Once Xiao Xiao wins first place, they realize that even with a boost, they cannot surpass our experimental class. The homeroom teacher brought Xiao Jiekai to the office. Teacher, what do you need from me? Oh, it's nothing major. Just that for the math competition, you need to take an exam. An exam? But wasn't he already confirmed that it's me? Originally, yes. But Cheng Hao has expressed his discontent, and this has been escalated to the principal. The homeroom teacher reassured Xiao Jiekai. No worries, it's merely a formality. How could Cheng Hao possibly outperform you? Just consider it a face-saving gesture for him. Cheng Hao again. I thought once he entered Class 15, he would understand his limitations. I never expected him to stir up trouble. Fine, I'll ensure he loses decisively. Exactly. Cheng Hao could never surpass you. So, the exam this afternoon, is that all right? No problem. A hint of malice flickered in Xiao Jiekai's eyes. The same tactic could be employed a second time, for effectiveness matters more than quantity. Cheng Hao. The homeroom teacher from Class 15 rushed into the classroom, brimming with excitement. Good news. The higher-ups have approved your examination. Examination? What examination, Cheng Hao? The classmates inquired curiously. Nothing much, just that for the math competition next week, there's only one spot, and I'll participate in the school selection. Cheng Hao replied with a calm demeanor. Wow, you really intend to compete? Go for it, Cheng Hao. Fangzhou scoffed disdainfully. Who knows if he'll even get to participate? Fangzhou. Cheng Hao is fighting for the honor of our class. Such remarks are unwarranted. The homeroom teacher admonished Fang Zhou before turning to Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao. The exam is this afternoon. The math teacher asked if you need any extra lessons. Cheng Hao shook his head. Teacher, I'm ready. I can go at any time. Very well. I'll take you to the examination room shortly. The homeroom teacher exited with delight, competing for a spot against the experimental class. This was a boast he could relish for a year. Chapter 8. Why are you sitting down? Cheng Hao was rather surprised that the principal had agreed so swiftly. He had intended to seek an audience with the principal again. Cheng Hao, aren't you happy? Jiang Yirou asked cautiously from the side. Wasn't he eager to participate in the competition? Why was he not elated upon receiving the opportunity? Was it due to uncertainty? Had she known earlier, she would have coerced the principal into directly granting the spot to Cheng Hao. Not at all. Soon we'll be able to compete together. Jiang Yirou felt a surge of delight within. You have so much faith in me. Cheng Hao raised an eyebrow at her. Of course, your abilities. I dare not say you can win against me. Competing against Xiao Jiekai, your chances of winning are slim. Cheng Hao was taken aback by her unexpected support. Don't you want Xiao Jiekai to compete alongside you? Why would I want him to compete with me? Jiang Yirou gently scrunched her adorably petite nose. Cheng Hao's words hovered at the tip of his tongue before he swallowed them back. It was nothing. Jiang Yirou's relationship with Xiao Jiekai was of no concern to him. Jiang Yirou was puzzled by his abrupt silence. As she observed him diligently working on his problems, she refrained from disturbing him, recognizing that he was soon to take an examination, and she did not wish to disrupt his concentration. In truth, Jiang Yirou could not quite comprehend why she felt such a profound concern for Cheng Hao. It was merely instinctive. She sensed that if she did not take the initiative, Cheng Hao might drift further away from her. This upcoming mathematics competition presented an excellent opportunity, a chance to bridge the gap between them. Should they both achieve outstanding results, they would be granted direct admission to Huqing University. She had no desire to be separated from Cheng Hao. Meanwhile, Jiang Laozu, having just received a report from his subordinates, was grinning from ear to ear. Huh, did Yirou really say that? She followed Cheng Hao to the cafeteria? Indeed, old sir. Absolutely true. Huh, it seems Yirou has truly awakened. I once thought she was perpetually aloof towards Cheng Hao, and that they would never become close. Old sir, you should have seen Mrs. Anxious' expression towards Master Cheng. I've never seen her lose her composure like that. Huh, excellent. I have always had my eye on this boy. Cheng Hao? He is sincere, and once he commits to someone, he will cherish her for a lifetime. In a family like ours, encountering someone who truly cares for you is a rarity. Ah, old sir. By the way, the principal called and mentioned that Miss personally visited his office, requesting a fair and just examination for the qualification of next week's mathematics competition this afternoon. She specifically named Cheng Hao to participate. Jiang Laozu stroked his beard, a knowing smile on his lips. It appeared that Yirou harbored deeper feelings for Cheng Hao than she herself realized. Since her childhood, she had always been strong-willed and never relied on the Jiang family for privileges. This was the first time she had personally approached the principal for assistance. Old sir, what about the exam this afternoon? We shall see how it unfolds. If that Su kid wins, you know what to do. Understood, old sir. At that moment, Su Jiekai had just finished instructing the examiners and strode confidently into the examination hall. Cheng Hao, are you certain you wish to compete against me? Admitting defeat now would spare you some embarrassment. Cheng Hao took a seat diagonally across from him, a smile playing on his lips. Did you think that by securing the examiners, victory was assured? Su Jiekai, is that all you are capable of? Su Jiekai's expression darkened. How dare you speak like that? You are slandering me. Huh, clearly, you were not raised properly. Cheng Hao's demeanor suddenly turned icy. Before he could respond, Jiang Yirou entered. Her gaze icy as she glared at Su Jiekai. Su Jiekai, are you implying that the Jiang family does not know how to educate people? I did not. Cheng Hao was raised in our Jiang household, under the direct care of Jiang Laozu. Are you questioning my grandfather? I am not. Jiang Yirou paid no heed to his feeble defense as she walked directly to the center of the examination hall and seated herself. Yirou, why have you sat down? Cheng Hao shared Su Jiekai's confusion but refrained from voicing it. Just then, the principal entered. Students, to ensure fairness, Jiang Yirou has voluntarily requested to participate in this examination. I will serve as the chief examiner and will announce the results on site. Is there any objection? Cheng Hao cast a surprised glance at Jiang Yirou. Had she not already confirmed her participation? Feeling Cheng Hao's gaze upon her, Jiang Yirou stiffened. He surely would not suspect that she had a hand in orchestrating this, would he? There was no need to inform Cheng Hao about Su Jiekai's underhanded dealings with the examiners. She would protect him in her own way. Su Jiekai wanted a spot. Did he? Then he should rely on his true abilities to compete. She shot a meaningful glance at Su Jiekai. Indeed, he now appeared quite displeased, wanting to protest. But given that Jiang Yirou was adhering to the regulations, he had no grounds to argue. Once the exam papers were distributed, the principal declared, commence the examination. Soon, the classroom was filled solely with the sound of scribbling pens. The atmosphere was hushed, while outside on the playground, it was quite lively. Students from the experimental class and class 15 were clearly divided into two factions. Our class has Su Jiekai winning. Our class has Cheng Hao winning. If Cheng Hao can surpass Su Xiao, I'll wash my hair upside down. Washing hair upside down is nothing. The losers should run around the playground in their underwear. Miss Jiang is participating in this examination for our Su Xiao. Victory is assured for Su Xiao. How hilarious. Did Miss Jiang tell you that? She is doing it for Cheng Hao. Otherwise, why would she transfer from the experimental class to class 15? Our Su Xiao is set to be engaged to Miss Jiang. You lot from class 15, at the bottom of the food chain, know nothing. Just wait for your humiliation. As long as the Jiang family does not acknowledge it. These are merely malicious rumors you spread. Just wait for the day you are proven wrong. The results were soon announced. Who would be the turtle among them would become evident swiftly. Beware, both spots might be snatched by our class 15. That would be the ultimate joke. Cheng Hao merely glanced at the questions on the paper, and the solutions instantly crystallized in his mind. Thus, throughout the process, his pen never faltered. Even Jiang Yirou would pause to contemplate the steps, but Cheng Hao's answering was remarkably fluid, as though he had known the answers in advance. This scene naturally caught the principal's attention. He was well aware of Cheng Hao, who had always been in Jiang Yirou's shadow. Though he had not made a significant impression in the past, he consistently managed to maintain his grades within the experimental class. He deliberately strolled past Cheng Hao, pausing to observe his responses. The paper was neat, the thought process clear, and he even took a novel approach, showcasing Cheng Hao's flexibility in problem-solving, solid foundational knowledge, and an impressive grasp of advanced concepts. This child seemed to have been perpetually underestimated. Chapter 9. He was the worst among the three. The principal then moved to Jiang Yirou and Su Jiekai's side. Their answers were quite conventional, while they did not contain major errors. After viewing Cheng Hao's paper, they appeared rather ordinary in comparison. Now this was intriguing. Teacher, I have finished. Cheng Hao raised his hand. Jiang Yirou looked at him in astonishment. You're done already? Su Jiekai scoffed openly. You realize the exam is challenging, right? It's nothing like the monthly tests. I warned you to give up. Did you fill out all the questions? If not, I could lend you a few to copy. Cheng Hao chuckled lightly. No need. I fear it might lower my score. You. Having said that, he walked straight out of the examination hall. Su Jiekai was about to hurl another insult when the principal's stern expression halted him. Su Jiekai, if you continue to disrupt the examination, I will revoke your qualification to compete. Teacher, I'm done too. Seeing Cheng Hao exit, Jiang Yirou hastened to complete her answers. Upon leaving the classroom, she spotted Cheng Hao standing beneath the phoenix tree. Cheng Hao. She approached him. Have you finished your questions? Is there something you need? Cheng Hao was puzzled. Had Jiang Yirou not always been cold and indifferent towards him? Since his rebirth, she seemed like a completely different person. Jiang Yirou recognized her own peculiarity, yet she found herself unable to restrain her feelings. It was as if another version of herself resided within, urging her to draw near him, to not let him slip away. If you desire the competition spot, I can. Thank you, but no need. As long as the principal isn't in collusion with Xiao Jiekai, it doesn't matter whether he chooses him or not. The exam papers will reveal everything. Of course, if there were indeed some underhanded dealings, he would find other means to secure a spot. After school, Jiang Yirou was about to ask if he wanted to ride home in her car when a commotion erupted over by the examination hall. The head teachers of the experimental class and class 15 had gathered together. Is there a result? Who won? Behind the principal stood Xiao Jiekai, who had just submitted his paper, exuding confidence. So what if he submitted it slowly? The examination is judged by results, not speed. The results are out. Ha. Truly. The world is full of talents. Our school has birthed another dark horse. The principal, beaming with delight, held the paper aloft. The head teacher of the experimental class approached proudly. You flatter us, principal. Our Xiao Jiekai is indeed exceptional, but calling him a dark horse is an exaggeration. The principal looked at the head teacher of the experimental class with curiosity. I never mentioned Xiao Jiekai. He actually performed the worst among the three. What? Both Xiao Jiekai and his head teacher exclaimed in unison. Impossible. Xiao Jiekai stepped forward to snatch the paper from the principal, discovering he had only made one mistake. Principal, I only got one question wrong. How can I be the worst among the three? Even if Jiang Yirou got them all right. How could Cheng Hao possibly get them all right too? What? Are you questioning my integrity? The principal retrieved Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou's papers as well. Very well. Let us see if you can accept defeat gracefully. Everyone gathered to examine the papers. Jiang Yirou maintained her usual steady performance. Full marks. To achieve full marks on such a difficult paper is quite remarkable. Cheng Hao also achieved full marks. No, wait, his problem-solving methods. Brilliant. Truly ingenious. He had at least 2 approaches for each question. Xiao Jiekai could hardly believe his eyes. Impossible. It can't be. He must have cheated. The principal was displeased. Cheated? From whom? Yours? Yes, Cheng Hao's methods are distinct from others. Who could he have copied from? With his problem-solving strategies, no one else in our school could replicate them. Be confident. Remove the word should. Xiao Jiekai's complexion darkened, and his head teacher shared his dismay. He thought that losing Jiang Yirou would at least leave him with Xiao Jiekai. But now both spots were claimed by class 15. This news would circulate throughout the school within a minute. Xiao Jiekai returned. Seeing that Xiao Jiekai still wanted to make a scene, the head teacher of the experimental class hurriedly pulled him away. Today truly tarnished their reputation for the entire year. Congratulations. Jiang Yirou turned to Cheng Hao, her face barely concealing her delight. Indeed. Cheng Hao nodded calmly and headed straight for the classroom. Then we can go to the competition together. Before Jiang Yirou could finish her sentence, Cheng Hao had already left. Her bright eyes dimmed in an instant. Did he truly not want to acknowledge her? What could she do to win him back? For the first time, the typically smooth-sailing Jiang Yirou found herself lost in thought. Bang! Bang! As soon as Cheng Hao entered the classroom, a fanfare erupted on either side. Colorful ribbons fell like rain. Welcome back, our academic champion. Congratulations to Cheng Hao for securing a competition spot. Ha! Let those brats in the experimental class gloat. Both spots belong to us. He Yuan, holding a bouquet, rushed forward for a bear hug. Brother, you truly brought glory to class 15. Cheng Hao looked disdainfully at the roses in his arms. Can I refuse? Ahem. Well, they were bought last minute. The flower shop only had roses left, so just make do with them. It's the thought that counts. I prefer gifts from beautiful women. Cheng Hao reluctantly accepted the roses. Cheng Hao, Kai Xiaoya, holding a bouquet, appeared at the entrance of class 15. Someone whistled. Speak of a beauty, and she appears. Cheng Hao is quite fortunate. Kai Xiaoya approached Cheng Hao, blushing as she presented a bouquet of roses. Cheng Hao, congratulations. Upon hearing the results, she rushed over. The flowers had been prepared well in advance, so regardless of whether Xiao Jiekai or Cheng Hao won, nothing went to waste. As AC King, one must cast a wide net. Kai Xiaoya, take your flowers and get out of our class. Jiang Yirou, holding a bouquet made of lollipops, appeared in the classroom and knocked Kai Xiaoya's flowers to the ground. I don't know who you prepared those for, but they certainly aren't meant for Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou. You. Kai Xiaoya glared at the fallen roses, almost wanting to bite her. How dare you say anything? Look at your shabby bouquet. You don't actually think you can give those lollipops to Cheng Hao, do you? Ridiculous. Before Kai Xiaoya could finish, she was stunned to see Cheng Hao reaching out to take the lollipop bouquet from Jiang Yirou, his expression softening. Thank you, Miss Jiang. I really like it. And no need to mention it. To everyone's amazement, the typically composed Jiang Yirou blushed in front of so many people. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. What is happening? The school beauty and class flower are vying for Cheng Hao? Cheng Hao is truly enjoying the best of both worlds. Oh my goodness. Jiang Yirou personally presented flowers to Cheng Hao. Has he saved the galaxy in a past life? Extra. Extra. Jiang Yirou has feelings for Cheng Hao. Chapter 10. This feels a bit embarrassing. Cheng Hao accepted Jiang Yirou's bouquet, but not Kai Xiaoya's, leading others to believe he had chosen Jiang Yirou. Only Jiang Yirou understood that she had cleverly maneuvered her way into his heart. When Cheng Hao was younger, Jiang Yirou would use lollipops to gradually draw him closer. Whenever Cheng Hao was upset, receiving a lollipop would bring him joy. Thus, she had the habit of keeping a few lollipops in her pocket. In truth, she hadn't resorted to this tactic since middle school. It felt somewhat shameful. When Kai Xiaoya mentioned that she was playing with children, Jiang Yirou genuinely feared Cheng Hao would refuse her. Thankfully, he accepted. Seeing Cheng Hao's long-lost smile filled her with joy. He had finally stopped resisting her approach as he once did. Kai Xiaoya, in a fit of anger, stormed away, and others, seeing the lack of entertainment, returned to their seats. Cheng Hao also sat down, casually placing the gaudy roses on He Yuan's desk. He then began to unwrap the lollipops from Jiang Yirou. Hey, Cheng Hao, can I have one too? He Yuan sidled up to him, grinning. Huh. Cheng Hao flicked his forehead. Have a chestnut instead. Ouch. You sneak attacked me. He Yuan, unfazed by the flick, glanced at Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou with a knowing look. Hey, with so many lollipops, can I have one? Not a chance. Cheng Hao carefully placed the unwrapped lollipops into his backpack, leaving only an orange-flavored one, peeling off the wrapper and popping it into his mouth. Cheng Hao, with a lollipop in his mouth, appeared somewhat childlike. Watching him like this, Jiang Yirou couldn't help but smile, her lips curling into a gentle arc. He had once been just like this. A simple lollipop could brighten his mood. He was so easily satisfied. When did he begin to treat himself with increasing politeness and obediently comply with others' wishes? Witnessing such a selfless version of him infuriated Jiang Yirou. Consequently, she too commenced a day of silence. If politeness is the game, so be it. Thus, their interactions transformed into a mutual respect akin to that of esteemed guests. Do you desire this as well? Seeing Jiang Yirou fixated on his lollipop, Cheng Hao assumed she craved one for herself. He promptly retrieved a strawberry-flavored one from his bag and offered it to her. Here, enjoy. This flavor happened to be her favorite. Thank you. Jiang Yirou bit her lip lightly, accepting the lollipop. TSK. After so much pleading with someone who wouldn't even relinquish one, here was someone who personally presented it. Indeed, the disparity between love and indifference was glaringly evident. Feeling bashful, Jiang Yirou's cheeks flushed crimson at He Yuan's remarks. She could only feign engrossment in her book, nearly burying her face within its pages. Cheng Hao shot He Yuan an exasperated glance. He Yuan, why are you so idle? Did Wang Yuan not seek you out today? Wang Yuan, the woman who, in He Yuan's past life, had betrayed him and led to his demise. Yuan mentioned that there were matters at her workplace today, so she couldn't accompany me home. However, tomorrow is my birthday, and she assured me she would celebrate with me. She even promised a surprise. The mention of Wang Yuan brought a blissful smile to He Yuan's face. Cheng Hao's expression darkened. This fool still did not realize he was merely a small fish in Wang Yuan's vast ocean of suitors. As a seasoned siren, Wang Yuan was not someone who could be compared to a mere girl like Kai Xiaoya. Having entered society after graduating from middle school, she had honed her skills over 5 arduous years, being 2 years older than He Yuan. She had initially sought to ensnare He Yuan merely as a bet with a friend, confident she could effortlessly manipulate him. Yet, upon discovering He Yuan's modest family background, she decided to pursue him earnestly. Tomorrow would be the pivotal day when she would reel He Yuan in. On that day, Wang Yuan would exploit He Yuan's birthday, intoxicating him and taking him to a hotel, creating the illusion of an incident that would compel him to take responsibility. The naive He Yuan unwittingly became the perfect scapegoat. Did Wang Yuan think that associating with a wealthy heir would lead her to a life of contentment? Not at all. As the saying goes, one's nature is difficult to change. Entangled with He Yuan gave her a false sense of entitlement to something better. Thus, she mingled in high society, engaging in numerous flirtations, oblivious to how many green hats she had placed upon He Yuan's head. Ultimately, when He Yuan discovered the truth, it brought about his own undoing. It's your birthday tomorrow. Are you not inviting me to celebrate? Cheng Hao teased. How could I? However, I promised Yuan that after 9 o'clock tomorrow, I would be all hers. She has a surprise planned. He Yuan grinned sweetly. A surprise? More likely a shock. Cheng Hao mused coldly to himself, maintaining a facade, prioritizing romance over friendship. He might not even realize he is being sold out. How could that be? I'm a grown man. I can't possibly be taken advantage of. He Yuan dismissed the notion. So foolish. No wonder he was played around in his past life by Wang Yuan, falling for such elementary tactics. Invite a few more friends tomorrow to liven things up. I'll treat everyone. Let us gather at the House and Grand Hotel. The very hotel where Wang Yuan had ensnared He Yuan. All right then, I'll check with Yuan later. If she has no objections, we shall convene at Housen tomorrow. He Yuan beamed like a simpleton. Cheng Hao, disinterested, resumed his focus on his problem set. Although he had once been a top student, years of work had dulled his memory of many concepts, and he needed to refresh his knowledge through practice. He was unwilling to squander time. He must secure the first place in next week's competition. Jiang Yirou had initially not given the upcoming competition much thought, having already secured national firsts several times. However, seeing Cheng Hao's earnest preparation, she too unconsciously pulled out her own exercises to work on. These exercises were ones she had hastily acquired based on Cheng Hao's previous work. She presumed the difficulty would be manageable, considering he was merely a high school senior. To her dismay, she found herself stumped from the very start. She glanced at her problem set, then at Cheng Hao's. Could it be that she had purchased the wrong book? The covers appeared identical. The questions indeed belonged to the same set. Yet, the difficulty made Jiang Yirou want to cry. Stealing a glance at Cheng Hao, she observed him diligently calculating on his scratch paper, filling in answers as if the problems were not challenging at all. Jiang Yirou couldn't help but doubt herself. Was she truly that dim-witted? Cheng Hao, while solving problems, sensed Jiang Yirou's intense gaze, one that was impossible to overlook. He sighed softly. Is there something on your mind? Caught off guard, Jiang Yirou's face flushed with embarrassment. Can't solve this question. Which one? This one. Cheng Hao wasted no time, swiftly scanning the problem before calculating the steps on his scratch paper. Here, you need to set F1T as the amount in Canadian dollars exchanged from X dollars. Thus, F1T, F2T are not mutual inverse functions. Do you understand? As Cheng Hao turned, Jiang Yirou leaned in closer to view the answer. The proximity allowed them to notice the fine hairs on each other's faces. Jiang Yirou's heart raced. Goodness, they are so close. Miss, could you please lean back a bit? Cheng Hao dared not move. To step back would bruise her pride, while leaning forward would bring him uncomfortably close to her. His breath brushed against Jiang Yirou's lips, creating an illusion that he might lean in for a kiss. Panicking, she hastily retreated, snatching her problem set back. I understand now. You truly do? Cheng Hao found her incredulous. He had just witnessed her daydreaming moments ago. Perhaps his explanation had been too dry. I've got it. Oh, please let me disappear. Cheng Hao raised an eyebrow, conceding that if she claimed to understand, then so be it. With half an hour remaining until school ended, he aimed to maximize his study time. That evening, a captivating spectacle awaited him. Observing Cheng Hao's focused demeanor, Jiang Yirou wrestled with her thoughts before extending a small note. Shall we head home together tonight? Cheng Hao glanced at the note, quickly writing a reply. Sorry, I have plans tonight. Jiang Yirou's eyes dimmed. Plans? What could they possibly be? Both of them skipped evening self-study sessions, their schedules aligned, and their social circles intertwined. What could he be up to that she was unaware of? Shall I accompany you? Cheng Hao's face flickered with discomfort as he responded. No need. I can manage on my own. Taking He Yuan to catch someone cheating was not a scenario he could envision with Jiang Yirou. The thought was too vivid for him to bear. Jiang Yirou clutched the note, the words no need stinging her eyes, causing them to swell with unshed tears. Large droplets of tears cascaded onto the notebook, splashing like tiny fountains, startling Cheng Hao. What was happening? Had he done something? Why did she cry without warning? It had been 800 years since Jiang Yirou had shed even a single tear. Hey, are you alright? Cheng Hao quickly rummaged for a tissue and handed it to her. Jiang Yirou gazed at him in confusion, only now realizing that she was indeed crying. In a flurry, she wiped her tears with the back of her hand, a sight of disarray that Cheng Hao had never witnessed before. He let out a soft sigh, rising to shield her from the curious stares of others, gently using the tissue to dab at the moisture on her face. Observing the once poised young lady now reduced to tears, Cheng Hao felt it imperative to have a serious conversation with her. My lady, let me take you outside to wash your face. Cheng Hao maneuvered to protect Jiang Yirou under his arm and led her toward the restroom. Since it was still class time, the restroom was unoccupied. Go wash your face, he instructed, turning to leave. Jiang Yirou seized his hand. Where are you going? You can't leave. I'm just going to wash my hands. You can't expect me to enter the ladies' restroom, can you? Then promise you 1T leave. I promise. Can you let go of me now? With a reluctant release, Jiang Yirou entered the restroom, glancing back 3 times as she went. When she emerged after quickly washing her face, Cheng Hao was indeed waiting outside, a sigh of relief escaping him. I'm done. In truth, she herself was unsure why she had reacted so strongly just moments ago. Reflecting on it now, she felt an undeniable sense of shame. How could a mere comment make her feel as if the sky were collapsing, leading to uncontrolled tears? My lady, can we talk? Huh? About what? Why were you crying? Jiang Yirou bit her lower lip. Why didn't you come home with me? Do you no longer wish to be by my side? What if I said yes? What would you do? Cheng Hao had pondered many things. Her changes were undoubtedly influenced by his own sudden transformation. After all, they had spent considerable time together, nurturing a bond akin to caring for a pet. His abrupt departure must have left her feeling unsettled. You promised me you wouldn't leave. Jiang Yirou's nose began to tingle with impending tears once more. I haven't left you. It's merely that we will both have our own lives in the future. You must learn to adapt. Why should I adapt? Can't we always be together? Facing Jiang Yirou's inquiries, Cheng Hao found himself at a loss for words. Should he tell her that the person she chose in the future might not be him, that she would go abroad and lead her own life, thus pushing him out of her existence? Would she believe him? My lady, I cannot always look after you. Eventually, you will find someone you like, who will take on the responsibilities I once held. Like Xiao Xiao, he would be a suitable match for you. Jiang Yirou's face twisted in disdain. Xiao Jikai? What does he have to do with anything? I don't like him. If you're worried about my closeness with him, I can ignore him from now on. Cheng Hao was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, just don't end up in a husband-chasing funeral. Clearing his throat, he remarked, life is unpredictable. Perhaps you're not even aware of your feelings for him yet. Just take your time to get to know him. Cheng Hao, are you pushing me towards someone else? Jiang Yirou felt an inexplicable anger bubbling within her. Cheng Hao found her words peculiar. What did she mean by him pushing her towards someone else? Wasn't he anything to her? Rubbing his temples, he said, all right, my lady, let us not discuss this matter for now. Our studies should take precedence. It was essential to focus on Jiang Yirou's education first. Future matters could wait. At this moment, even if he were to speak until he was hoarse, Jiang Yirou would not believe that she would end up with Xiao Jikai. Moreover, teenagers often exhibit rebellious tendencies. The more he urged her to do something, the less she would want to comply, and vice versa. It was better for him to say less and act more. Then tell me, what are you doing tonight? I want to go too. She was determined to uncover what significant events he was sneaking off to. His furtive demeanor suggested something untoward. Could it be that he had secretly started dating someone? The mere thought ignited a flame of jealousy within Jiang Yirou. Are we not discussing our studies? Why are we suddenly talking about tonight's activities? My lady, it's truly not convenient for you to join me tonight. Not convenient? Jiang Yirou narrowed her eyes. What could possibly make it inconvenient for me to accompany you? Is it because there is a woman involved? Cheng Hao considered this. Indeed, catching him with another woman would complicate matters. Yes, it's just not suitable for you to see. It would set a bad example for a young lady. To Jiang Yirou's ears, this translated to, tonight, I have a date, and having you around would be a nuisance. What if I insist on going? Cheng Hao was taken aback by her determination. That really wouldn't be appropriate. What if there are some inappropriate scenes? You're just a girl. Inappropriate. Jiang Yirou nearly ground her teeth to dust. I've seen my fair share of inappropriate content. If you're worried about me seeing it, then don't engage in it. Cheng Hao was left speechless, unable to close his mouth in shock. What had Jiang Yirou just said? Was this something a refined young lady would say? Chapter 12. Hi. Truly hi. Jiang Yirou paid no mind to the impact of her earlier bold declarations on Cheng Hao. Her singular focus was now on one thought. She must follow him to discover which little enchantress had captured his attention. Cheng Hao, while you may not bear the Jiang surname, you were raised in the Jiang household, and your actions, to some extent, reflect on us. Thus, I have both the right and the duty to oversee your conduct. Jiang Yirou spoke with righteous conviction. Cheng Hao was momentarily taken aback by her words. Jiang Yirou had invoked the Jiang family's name to ensure she could accompany him. It seemed she was resolute in her intent to stick to him. To avoid hindering the evening's plans, Cheng Hao had no choice but to relent. Very well, but you must promise me, no matter what occurs, do not meddle. Understood. Jiang Yirou replied eagerly, though internally she mused. Oh, you think I won't meddle? If you dare engage in any improper behavior with a woman, just wait and see what I'll do. Cheng Hao felt an uneasy sensation at how readily Jiang Yirou had agreed. Fine, we've agreed. And we'll deal with whatever comes our way. However, since my rebirth, why does it seem like Jiang Yirou's curiosity has intensified so dramatically, and her clinginess is simply unshakable? Back in the classroom, Cheng Hao nudged He Yuan. Do you have plans after class? Nothing in particular. Why? Are you inviting me to play games? Cheng Hao rolled his eyes. Your girlfriend just put you in the friend zone, and you're still thinking about games. Sure, let us play. If I recall correctly, Wang Yuan is meeting a guy at the internet CAF today. I'll take this idiot with me to see what the true face of my goddess really looks like. Of course, let us go. Tomorrow is Saturday. We can stay up all night. Ha ha ha. Cheng Hao, you're quite generous. However, He Yuan's excitement waned instantly when he saw Jiang Yirou was also joining. He pulled Cheng Hao aside to whisper, Cheng, what is going on with her? Didn't you see? She is coming too. Are you crazy? We're going to the internet CAF. She was a delicate young lady, observing us, a group of burly men, as we indulged in foot-picking and unleashed a torrent of profanities. How could one refrain from such behavior? What purpose would my visit to the internet CAF serve if I could not engage in these trivialities? Surely, I could simply stay home. With that, Cheng Hao pretended to leave, only to be pulled back by He Yuan. Don't go, my dear brother. My living father. I won't curse. No foot-picking allowed. Fine. No flirting either. All right. If you can't win, you mustn't smash the keyboard. Understood, my living father. He Yuan's face bore a look of distress. How many friends like him? Humble and devoted, could one possibly find? Jiang Yirou, standing aside, wore a perplexed expression. An internet CAF? He Yuan is joining as well? What exactly is transpiring? Do they all know Cheng Hao's girlfriend? Regardless, she resolved to follow them and see for herself. Feigning innocence, Jiang Yirou accompanied them to the Wangba Esports internet CAF. Shall we book a private room? He Yuan eagerly approached the front desk to reserve some computers. No need. We'll stay outside. If we go inside, we'll miss the spectacle. He Yuan's eyes inquired. Are you certain? You want your delicate young lady to remain outside? If she refrains from foot picking, the others might not. It was only after receiving Cheng Hao's affirmative response that He Yuan proceeded to set up 3 machines. After all, she wasn't his delicate young lady to worry about. If Jiang Yirou ended up frightened to tears, it would merely be Cheng Hao's duty to console her. Oh, frightened to tears? He Yuan smiled knowingly, giving Cheng Hao a thumbs up. Clever. To terrify the delicate girl into your embrace, assuring her not to fear, for her elder brother is present. How delightful. Cheng Hao, perplexed, guided Jiang Yirou to their designated computers. You sit inside. He intentionally shielded her within. As they walked, the group of homebodies had their eyes glued to Jiang Yirou's face. Mesmerized, he sighed silently, uncertain whether it was right or wrong to have brought her out. Jiang Yirou settled into the innermost seat, feeling elated as Cheng Hao protected her. The air in the internet CF was far from pleasant, a mixture of smoke, food, and the odor of unwashed feet, an olfactory assault Jiang Yirou had never encountered. Yet, she maintained her composure, knowing that with Cheng Hao by her side, she had nothing to fear. When Cheng Hao powered up the computer, he noticed Jiang Yirou merely resting her chin on her hand, showing no intention of playing. Aren't you going to play? Jiang Yirou shook her head, appearing every bit the obedient girl. I don't know what you all are playing. Is it a game? Yes. Cheng Hao realized that games likely had no place in Jiang Yirou's life, so he helped her open the computer and download the gaming software. Come, I'll teach you. It's quite simple. All right. Jiang Yirou felt warmth in her heart. Do you remember the shortcuts? After a lengthy explanation, Cheng Hao turned to find Jiang Yirou simply gazing at him with a silly smile, leaving him exasperated. Miss, did you understand what I just explained? Jiang Yirou shook her head obediently. She had been too busy admiring Cheng Hao to pay attention to his words. If you keep staring at me, you won't learn anything. He couldn't just leave her to daydream indefinitely, could he? Cheng Hao, Jiang Yirou called out. What is it? Speak. Didn't you say there would be women? Where are they? She had just noticed they had only set up 3 computers. Women? They haven't arrived yet. Then how will you introduce me to her? Cheng Hao was puzzled. Why would he need to introduce Jiang Yirou to Wang Yuanyuan? Before he could voice his confusion, he spotted 2 figures entering through the door. Ignoring Jiang Yirou, he hurriedly yanked He Yuan's headphones off. Shoo, keep quiet. Look. Oh, I was doing so well. I was about to defeat the boss. What are you doing? Shoo, just look. He Yuan followed Cheng Hao's pointing finger. Holy Wang. Cheng Hao swiftly covered He Yuan's mouth. Don't say a word. Keep watching. They then witnessed Wang Yuanyuan, clad in a revealing crop top and a seductive mini skirt, seated in a couple's booth with a flashy blonde sporting a gold chain and watch. If this could still be dismissed as mere friendship, the subsequent intimate interactions, you touch me, I touch you, culminating with Wang Yuanyuan sitting on his lap calling him brother, left no room for doubt. He Yuan, muzzled by Cheng Hao, could only watch in silent fury, his eyes ablaze. Damn it, this is why she couldn't accompany me after work, so she could entertain that blonde? Wang Yuanyuan had always projected an image of purity and independence in front of him, maintaining her dignity. He never imagined this fade was merely for He Yuan's benefit. After establishing their relationship, he had to seek her permission even to hold her hand. Now, to learn that Wang Yuanyuan was a siren? Chapter 13. Bring me 10 cups of violently beaten lemon tea. Cheng Hao restrained him firmly. He Yuan, don't act impulsively. Rushing in now serves no purpose. She can conjure countless excuses, claiming they are just friends. As He Yuan watched Wang Yuanyuan and the blonde growing increasingly intimate, he struggled to maintain his composure. Am I calm? If I were calm, would I release my grip? He Yuan sank into a chair, covering his face, weeping like a child. He feared that Wang Yuanyuan would see him in such a state and find it shameful, stifling his cries. Jiang Yirou stood by, utterly astonished. So, their purpose for coming today was to catch He Yuan in the act? What are the scenarios she had imagined earlier? Cheng Hao led the 2 outside to a nearby milk tea shop. My lady, would you like something to drink? He offered her a menu. Jiang Yirou stared at the unfamiliar names on the list. Do you understand this feeling? Each character is recognizable, yet the combinations are utterly foreign. Brown sugar by Yubiabubiu fresh milk. Lonely Gudu. Your heart's desire is where my sword points. Explosive duo meat. What are these? It's milk tea. Cheng Hao suddenly recalled that the young lady had likely never ordered milk tea for herself. Never mind, I'll order for you. He skillfully selected her favorite fruit tea. And what about mine? He Yuan, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, looked pitifully like a lost puppy. You? Order for yourself. Cheng Hao deftly scanned the payment code. I'm heartbroken. You won't even offer me a word of comfort, nor treat me to a cup of milk tea? Better to endure a brief pain than a long one. If you're not hurting now, you might lose your life later. He Yuan was baffled, pondering how he could possibly lose his life, thinking Cheng Hao was merely exaggerating to make a point. Women only slow my sword-drawing speed. Yet, I can't seem to swallow this anger. Seeking revenge? Of course. Should I not capture evidence and post it online to make them famous? Or perhaps stir trouble at her workplace to ruin her career? He Yuan was eager to act. Stop right there. Cheng Hao made a gesture to halt him. Such petty retaliation is beneath you. The online realm hardly stirs any significant commotion. He Yuan's eyes brightened. Do you have any brilliant ideas? Come, lean in closer. Subsequently, Jiang Yirou witnessed the two young men engaging in hushed whispers, occasionally bursting into fits of suppressed laughter. It was as if He Yuan's earlier sorrow had dissipated into thin air. Before long, the duo was in high spirits once more. Ha! What a splendid plan. I am quite eager to see how that woman reacts. He Yuan felt an immediate lift in his spirits. Boss, bring me 10 cups of smashed lemon tea. 10 cups? Do you think you can drink them all? If I can't finish them, I shall gift them to the sanitation workers. Today my mood is splendid. The boss, preparing the smashed lemon tea, appeared to be working so fervently that sparks seemed to fly. The heartbroken truly are a fearsome lot. He resolved to remove smashed lemon tea from the menu. Cheers to our youth. Cheng Hao, biting on his straw, observed He Yuan, who was still grinning foolishly and carefree, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was still early. If it were like his previous life, where he held such profound feelings for Wang Yuanyuan, it would have been troublesome. Experiencing the bittersweet pangs of love in one's youthful days is, after all, an experience. Hey, have you heard? Our country has waived visa requirements for the South Koreans. The South Korean tourists are arriving tomorrow. He Yuan exclaimed with excitement as he held up his phone. So what? Cheng Hao teased. Are you looking to woo a South Korean girl? Jiang Yirou, too, looked at him with curiosity. What is so appealing about South Koreans? He Yuan scoffed. Haven't you joined the luxury car group? Why would I join that? I don't own a car. Cheng Hao replied nonchalantly, which made He Yuan and Jiang Yirou feel slightly uncomfortable. He Yuan had forgotten that Cheng Hao was merely temporarily residing at the Jiang household. How could they possibly buy him a car? Meanwhile, Jiang Yirou realized that Cheng Hao did not possess a car of his own, not to mention luxury vehicles. He didn't even have a basic means of transportation. Well, it's really nothing much. Just everyone's discussing whether we should cruise around tomorrow. Give the South Koreans a taste of our flair. Cruise how? Hey, we simply drive out our luxury cars to show off. Let the South Koreans see what true heirs look like. What do you say? Are you in? Cheng Hao was actually inclined to decline. It was a rare Saturday, perfect for sleeping in. Jiang Yirou, noticing Cheng Hao's hesitation, assumed he was contemplating the car situation. Cheng Hao, let us go together. We can choose a car from my garage. Indeed, although Jiang Yirou was a girl, for some reason, her relatives and friends often gifted her luxury cars. Eventually, she had no choice but to build a garage specifically to accommodate these vehicles. If the young lady wishes to participate, then let her. It was rare for Jiang Yirou to show interest in such matters, indicating that she, too, possessed a strong sense of collective pride. Hey buddy, I'll let the group know. Arrange a schedule for us. What? We need a schedule? Aren't we free to go whenever we please? Not quite. If we don't schedule, the city center will be completely blocked by our cars. Cheng Hao could easily envision that scene. He thought to himself, whether one more car or one less made no difference. Perhaps it would be best not to go at all. But considering Jiang Yirou seemed eager, he relented. She was a young lady, after all, and who was he to impede her wishes? As a ward of the Jiang family, what right did he have to refuse? Meanwhile, Jiang Yirou was thinking, tomorrow, with so many luxury cars, Cheng Hao must be thrilled, right? Although she didn't understand why everyone was so fond of cars. As long as Cheng Hao was happy, that was sufficient. Tonight, she would check her garage to find the flashiest car to drive. She must support Cheng Hao. The leader of the luxury car group was the eldest daughter of the Xiang family, who was swift and decisive, quickly organizing their schedule. Considering they were still students, she had arranged for them to take the morning shift. This Xiang family young lady is quite accommodating. She scheduled us for the morning shift. I must return home early to find something to wear. What should I don to look impressive tomorrow? Return home early. Get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow morning, we'll head out for some fun. Cheng Hao waved goodbye as he took a taxi home with Jiang Yirou. Young people occasionally indulging in some wild antics is rather delightful. At the very least, this way, the impact of Wang Yuanyuan on him would be minimal. The taxi was a bit cramped, and Jiang Yirou felt somewhat awkward sitting beside Cheng Hao. She casually tossed her hair to alleviate the tension. What are you wearing tomorrow? Clothes? A t-shirt. That's simply one tea-do. When we get back, I'll help you pick something out. Chapter 14. If punishment is necessary, then punish me instead. Cheng Hao assumed Jiang Yirou's offer to help him choose clothes was merely polite banter. Thus, upon arriving at the Jiang villa, he headed straight to his room. He had barely removed half of his clothing when the door swung open. Jiang Yirou quickly covered her eyes, turning her back. She hadn't expected to walk in on Cheng Hao undressing. Cheng Hao was equally startled, hurriedly putting his shirt back on. Why did you come in without knocking? His ears tinged with embarrassment. How was I to know you would be undressing the moment you entered your room? Jiang Yirou felt a flush of shyness. I'm dressed now. You can turn around. Jiang Yirou cautiously turned back, peering through her fingers. Only after confirming he was indeed clothed did she lower her hands. Her face now a rosy hue. What is it? Speak. Didn't I mention I came to help you pick out clothes? After the earlier mishap, Jiang Yirou felt a bit awkward, her hands twisting nervously in front of her. Cheng Hao was taken aback. Jiang Yirou had come to his room to help him choose clothes. Your room is quite small. She assessed the layout with a glance. Apart from the bed, there was merely a desk and a chair, with a simple computer placed on top, the surface impeccably tidy, devoid of any clutter. It was her first time entering Cheng Hao's room, and she hadn't anticipated it would be so modest, even smaller than half of hers. Jiang Yirou felt a pang of guilt for having overlooked him. Small? Not at all. Cheng Hao chuckled. I think it's quite nice. In fact, if you have any requests, feel free to voice them. If you want something, or wish to switch to a larger room, or a new computer. Jiang Yirou recalled that Cheng Hao had never once mentioned his own needs, always quietly giving. The computer on the desk was one she had discarded last year. She remembered wanting to dispose of it after feeling dissatisfied with it after a year, only to have Cheng Hao gently ask if he could take it. Without a second thought, she had agreed. Little did she know that he had been using it all along. She had never considered that Cheng Hao might also need a computer. Reflecting back, she realized that whenever he had assignments requiring a computer, he would go to an internet CAF, and she hadn't noticed at all. Cheng Hao must have felt disheartened time and again. Cheng Hao smiled. I don't really need anything. The Jiang family provides for my food, clothing, and daily needs. I don't have much of a social life. So there is nothing I require. Social life? He must be speaking in irony. I'll instruct the butler to increase your allowance by 100,000 each month. If you fancy cars, you're welcome to choose any from my garage. No need. I seldom find opportunities to spend money. As for transportation, my bicycle suffices. Oftentimes, it is the driver who operates the vehicle, rendering my own usage unnecessary. Is it a constant refusal? Perhaps it is a matter of pride? Jiang Yirou lightly bit her lip, her expression one of vexation. She was far too hasty. Boys possess a strong sense of self-esteem, and she ought not to have spoken in such a manner. She should simply instruct the steward to handle any arrangements directly. For uttering it aloud would only lead to his embarrassment. It was her own thoughtlessness that led to this. Well then, let me assist you in selecting some clothes. With that, Jiang Yirou approached his wardrobe and swiftly flung it open. However, before she could utter a second word, an avalanche of garments cascaded to the floor, with one piece even landing squarely atop her head. Internally, Jiang Yirou pondered, what on earth is happening? Ahem. Perhaps you should refrain from opening it. Cheng Hao's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily stuffed the clothes, pants, and undergarments back inside, promptly shutting the wardrobe. Jiang Yirou found herself questioning whether the earlier scene had been a mere figment of her imagination. Typically, Cheng Hao presented himself impeccably attired, always organized when caring for her. Yet, his wardrobe was a different story. Could someone enlighten her as to whether all boys' wardrobes resemble this? Then where are your clothes? In that wardrobe over there. Noticing Jiang Yirou's hesitance, he decided to open the door himself. This time, the interior was meticulously organized, providing Jiang Yirou with a sense of relief. The earlier incident had been far too awkward. She would certainly refrain from carelessly opening others' wardrobes in the future. She stepped closer to examine the garments hanging within Cheng Hao's wardrobe. Why were there so many school uniforms and only a couple of t-shirts? Reflecting on it now, it seemed Cheng Hao was always in school attire when he appeared before her, donning his personal clothes only during weekends, and even then, it was merely a couple of outfits. Most of the time, he was either at school or in school attire, leaving little opportunity for him to wear his own clothes. I don't need them. Gazing at Cheng Hao's smiling face and recalling her own extensive wardrobe, Jiang Yirou felt a pang of sorrow. How had she overlooked him to such a degree? She could now comprehend why Cheng Hao had been so restrained over the years. They had never truly regarded him as part of the Jiang family. Clothing for the Jiang family was custom designed by professional fashion houses each season, delivered well in advance. Thus, it was no wonder that Cheng Hao felt disheartened seeing no clothes tailored for him throughout the years. A simple, I don't need them conveyed how much he had endured. In their family, purchasing items was never solely about necessity. Even if one did not wear them, one must possess what was deemed appropriate. Tomorrow, I shall inform the steward to arrange for your clothing. No, I shall go say it right now. You need not. I truly do not require it. Cheng Hao was perplexed by Jiang Yirou's sudden surge of emotion and hurriedly followed her out. Steward! Jiang Yirou stormed down the stairs in a huff. Miss, I am here. What has happened? The steward, sensing a significant issue, rushed out, visibly anxious. I ask you, throughout his life, has anyone arranged clothing for Cheng Hao? She had just seen the two sets of clothing, both made of very ordinary fabric. The Jiang family would never order such garments. Well, this matter. Cheng Hao himself stated he did not require our arrangements. Steward will. Jiang Yirou's expression turned serious. You have been with the Jiang family for years. Surely, there are some matters that need not be explicitly pointed out. The steward's face stiffened. Though young, Jiang Yirou possessed keen insight. If Steward Wu truly regarded Cheng Hao as part of the family, he would not dare to exclude him from arrangements, regardless of Cheng Hao's own protestations. It was precisely because he had overlooked Cheng Hao that no reports had been made to them. He had taken it upon himself to make decisions. Miss, I was in the wrong. The steward trembled slightly. He dared not underestimate Jiang Yirou, for as the sole heir of the Jiang family, her presence was undeniably imposing. Today, he feared for his very position. Miss, Cheng Hao interjected, descending the stairs. This matter is not the steward's fault. It is I who instructed him not to inform you. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. Chapter 15. He is my fiancé. Jiang Yirou's expression softened. Cheng Hao, you need not speak on his behalf. Cheng Hao was indeed soft-hearted. Even when wronged, he still sought to defend the steward. Miss, there is no need to make such a fuss over trivial matters. It is merely clothing, and moreover, I had proactively requested the steward not to assist in procuring them, as I deemed those garments unworthy of my wear. The steward has not faltered in any other regard, so I am not favoring him, but genuinely believe it unnecessary. The steward gazed at Cheng Hao with gratitude. He felt profoundly moved. He could not deny that he had harbored a certain bias against Cheng Hao, albeit subtle, but he could not deceive himself. Yet, Cheng Hao had spoken up for him, leaving him genuinely touched. He had devoted the better part of his life to the Jiang family, and could scarcely imagine where he would go if he were to leave. Miss, I voluntarily forfeit 3 months' salary as a form of penance. Steward Wu offered, anxiously awaiting Jiang Yirou's response. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Yirou finally nodded. Very well. Do not let it happen again. Treat Cheng Hao as you would treat me. He is my fiancé, the future son-in-law of the Jiang family. Steward Wu was taken aback, though he dared not show a hint of surprise. Yes, miss. Once Steward Wu had retreated, Cheng Hao, still in shock, regained his voice. Miss, surely you jest? It must be a jest. In this life, he had not even pursued Xiao Jiekai. How could a marriage contract arise? Why would I jest? Jiang Yirou asked, perplexed. Do you not wish to become engaged to me? No. You are the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and I am merely an orphan without parents. In any case, I could never be engaged to someone of your stature. Engagements are decreed by parents, arranged between our families from childhood. If you have any doubts, inquire with grandfather. How could we take our childhood banter so seriously? This is madness. In this life, he clearly did not wish to be engaged. Yet Jiang Yirou was the one proposing it. In the previous life, it had been an arduous task to secure Jiang Yirou's consent for an engagement, yet in this life, she was the one initiating it. Jiang Yirou felt an ache in her heart. Did Cheng Hao's words imply he did not wish to be engaged to her? Cheng Hao turned to find Jiang Yirou gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, her expression brimming with a sense of grievance. What had happened? In the previous life, she had clearly not wished for their engagement. She had even gone abroad to study in defiance. Why did it now seem as though he were the unfaithful one? Plop, plop. Jiang Yirou's tears, like pearls on a broken string, fell to the ground. Hello? Miss, why are you crying? If you do not wish to be engaged to me. Why? Jiang Yirou sobbed as she asked. There is no particular reason. I am merely an orphan. I do not mind. We are still young. I can wait. You will find someone you love. That will not happen. I only love you. Cheng Hao found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly tell her directly that she and Xiao Jiekai were destined to be together, and that her current rebelliousness was merely a passing whim. Yes. As long as you like it. Cheng Hao casually brushed off her sentiments. When it comes to adolescence, the more you try to restrict them, the more determined they become to defy your wishes. In any case, once the college entrance examinations concluded, she and Xiao Jiekai would be heading abroad for their studies. There was little point in maintaining a standoff with her now. Jiang Yirou transformed her tears into laughter. She knew Cheng Hao would never refuse her. Then let us go buy some clothes. Tomorrow we're going to make a statement on the streets, and we need to dress to impress. Let us go. With that, Jiang Yirou grasped Cheng Hao's hand and dashed outside. I don't need to. He was merely a driver. Dressing too well would only overshadow Jiang Yirou. However, she didn't give him a chance to decline and promptly pulled him into the car. Driver, to the mall. Yes, miss. The vehicle halted at the largest luxury goods mall in the city center. Although Cheng Hao longed to voice his critique of the ostentatious and overpriced garments, he had already arrived and had no choice but to disembark. He could always concoct an excuse later to avoid making a purchase. Jiang Yirou led him straight to the men's clothing section. Hello, miss. Is this gentleman in need of some new attire? The sales assistant's eyes practically sparkled as they landed on Cheng Hao, clad in his school uniform. Wow, how stunning is this young man? She planned to sneak a photo of him to flaunt in her friend group later. Indeed, young boys had their charm. Cheng Hao, pick out anything you like and try it on. Jiang Yirou turned to him. No thank you. Nothing seems quite right. Cheng Hao had already discreetly examined the price tags and noted that even a basic t-shirt started at a staggering $5,999. He felt no need to look further. The prices were simply beyond his reach. With his meager monthly allowance of $2,000, it would take an eternity just to afford a sleeve. The sales assistant was positively ecstatic. Not suitable. How can it not be? Let me fetch something for you. You're practically a clothes hanger. That face, those shoulders, those abs. Cheng Hao felt a chill run down his spine under her scrutiny, just as he intended to pull Jiang Yirou out of the store. She preempted him. I also think the clothes here aren't quite right for you. Let us head to the next store. Jiang Yirou wrapped her arm possessively around Cheng Hao's, leaving no room for the sales assistant's gaze to linger on him. Had she never seen a handsome guy before? Cheng Hao belonged to her, who permitted her to gawk. Dragged out of the shop, Cheng Hao wondered why the young lady was upset. He hadn't done anything wrong. He merely commented that the clothes were unsuitable. Ah, truly. Being in the company of a tempestuous young lady was perilous. It was best for him to remain silent. Whatever she decided was final. This shop looks promising. After much deliberation, Jiang Yirou finally spotted a store staffed exclusively by male sales assistants. Men should sell men's clothing. What was the need for a gaggle of infatuated female salespeople? Cheng Hao questioned his hearing. Nothing. Jiang Yirou quickly denied, regretting having let slip her true feelings. Hello, miss. Hello, sir. How may we assist you? The male sales assistant's eyes lit up upon seeing the attractive duo. Do you have anything distinctive that would suit him? Something that won't clash with others? Certainly, miss. Right this way. The male assistant, far more professional than the previous overly enamored female assistant, guided them without lingering too long on their presence. As they turned a corner, they encountered a familiar face. Yirou, Xiao Jiekai, having returned home to find his wardrobe unsatisfactory, had decided to meet Feng Zhou for a shopping trip. He never anticipated running into Jiang Yirou here. Xiao Jiekai? Jiang Yirou stepped back, clearly taken aback. Evidently, Xiao Jiekai was oblivious to the meaning of rejection. Yirou, I messaged you earlier. Why didn't you respond? Oh, I understand. Jiang Yirou waved her phone, sorry. I was out shopping with someone, so I put my phone on silent. To avoid interruptions while accompanying Cheng Hao, she had silenced her phone. Xiao Jiekai's gaze fell on Cheng Hao behind her, and his expression stiffened. Jiang Yirou was out shopping with Cheng Hao. Yirou, I had intended to invite you out for shopping as well. Xiao Jiekai spoke gently to her, masking his jealousy. So what if he couldn't get her to join him? Fate had brought them together here. Invite me for what? I'm busy. Jiang Yirou bluntly dismissed him, delivering a public rebuke to Xiao Jiekai. Cheng Hao watched, feeling pity for Xiao Jiekai, who remained unperturbed, his smile unwavering. Yirou, aren't we all going out tomorrow? I thought you might need clothes. How do you know I'm going out? Hee, it's a small circle, my friends informed me. I even wanted to coordinate a schedule with you. An early shift. Don't worry if you lack experience. I'll guide you. Just follow my car tomorrow, and I'll help you dodge the police. Thank you, but no. Tomorrow I'm accompanying Cheng Hao. He is the star of the show. That's why I'm here to help him find clothes. With that, Jiang Yirou dismissed Xiao Jiekai entirely and turned to Cheng Hao. I see 2 outfits over there that would suit you. Go try them on. Okay. Cheng Hao, feeling the weight of Xiao Jiekai's glare, was innocently pulled along by Jiang Yirou. He wanted to explain that it was truly none of his business, and that he couldn't fathom why Jiang Yirou had adopted such an attitude towards him. These 2 look great. You should try them on. Jiang Yirou handed the garments to Cheng Hao, her enthusiasm evident. In Xiao Jiekai's eyes, Jiang Yirou appeared like a gentle wife, chattering away to her husband. He was consumed by jealousy. Why? Who was Cheng Hao after all? Yirou, could you help me decide how this outfit looks on me? Jiang Yirou regarded him quizzically. Why don't you just look for yourself? How would I know? Xiao Jiekai forced a smile. I can't tell myself. So could you please give me your opinion? Before Jiang Yirou could refuse, Cheng Hao emerged from the fitting room, and her eyes widened in delight. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and loose-fitting jeans, he exuded a refreshing youthful aura that was invigorating to behold. Jiang Yirou stepped forward, rolling the hem of his shirt slightly and tucking one side into his waistband. The whole look carried a hint of rebellious charm that was utterly captivating. You just need a chain to complete the outfit. We'll find a matching one later. Jiang Yirou admired Cheng Hao, her gaze filled with appreciation. Does it look good? Is it any different from the t-shirts in my wardrobe? Cheng Hao, the quintessential oblivious male, genuinely believed it resembled the clothes from the local market. At least there, he could choose from various styles. Here, there were merely a few items to select from. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. Xiao Jiekai, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, this is a design inspired by the longing for freedom, crafted by a world-renowned designer commissioned by the brand this year. Do you see the frog motif on the hem of your garment? It carries a profound significance. After delivering an extensive monologue about the designer's concept, he cast an expectant glance at Jiang Yirou, eagerly awaiting her praise. However, what met his anticipation was the stark reality of the situation. Who wrapped up that outfit that is not a frog? Charge it to my card. Jiang Yirou felt a sense of discomfort at the sight of the toad. The sales associate cast a resentful glance at Xiao Jiekai, lamenting how this foolishness had cost him a sale. What frog? It was clearly a green amphibian. After completing the transaction, Jiang Yirou carried the garments for Cheng Hao as they made their way outside. Miss, let me take the clothes. No need. They're not heavy. You still have to try on more outfits, and it would be inconvenient to carry things. As they strolled past the men's section, Jiang Yirou noticed attire suitable for Cheng Hao and decided to take a closer look. Miss, when can we go back? Cheng Hao's heart trembled at the sight of the numerous bags in Jiang Yirou's hands. Just this little haul had already cost over 100,000. He finally understood the feeling of those women who accompany wealthy benefactors on shopping sprees. Despite his worldly experience, he couldn't suppress the swell of vanity within him. The sensation of being with a woman willing to lavish money on him was, in its own way, exhilarating. Ahem. Of course, I'm not the sort of man easily swayed by temptation. This shopping spree is merely part of my duty to accompany the young lady. How could I refuse her desire to adorn me? Are you tired? Not at all. What I mean is, if the young lady wishes to shop, I can accompany her. However, there are simply too many garments. Oh, I see. You understand? Cheng Hao's heart leapt with joy. That's wonderful. Then let us forego the clothing and explore accessories instead. With that, Jiang Yirou enthusiastically led Cheng Hao into a luxury store. Cheng Hao was left bewildered. Is that what she meant? Jiang Yirou held up various accessories against Cheng Hao, taking her time to choose, even though the chains were quite similar. Cheng Hao, hesitant to disrupt her, allowed her to adorn and remove items from him at her leisure. Yes, these will do. Package them. Certainly, Miss Jiang. The sales associate respectfully accepted the card, beaming as she prepared the bill. Cheng Hao finally let out a sigh of relief. Miss, shall we call it a day? Jiang Yirou, feeling slightly unfulfilled, consented after considering the late hour and the need to rise early for another shopping expedition. Very well, we shall end our day here. We can return to shop again. Only then did Jiang Yirou realize how entertaining it was to dress Cheng Hao. Observing him transform into someone increasingly handsome under her guidance filled her with a sense of pride. When she caught the envious glances from other women in the mall, she felt a surge of satisfaction. He is to be my future husband. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Cheng Hao felt utterly drained from accompanying a woman on a shopping spree, or rather, from a woman accompanying him. After visiting just a few stores, he felt as though his energy had been completely siphoned away. Cheng Hao, you shall wear this tomorrow. I'll have the servants wash and dry it. And you can wear it right away. Okay. In truth, he wanted to say that new clothes didn't require washing. He had no obsession with cleanliness, after all. Wearing them for a day before laundering wouldn't make a difference. Yet, seeing the earnest expression on Jiang Yirou's face, he chose to remain silent. Once in his room, just as he was about to change, he recalled an earlier blunder and hurriedly returned to secure the door, feeling reassured to start undressing. Cheng Hao had a remarkable physique, honed by years of martial arts training. His body was lean yet powerful, boasting a chiseled six-pack. He playfully pinched his abdomen, murmuring, "TSK. Which fortunate woman will be able to touch you in the future?" Chapter 17. Which man would not go mad upon hearing such words? At 5 in the morning, Cheng Hao was awakened by his biological clock. After a swift wash-up, he made his way downstairs. "Good morning, young master." The butler greeted him with a cheerful demeanor, for this was the future son-in-law acknowledged by the young lady herself. "Good morning." Dressed in his training attire, Cheng Hao headed to the villa's garden for his daily practice. He had maintained this routine for over 20 years. Inhale, exhale. Focus your energy and unleash it in an instant. With a single-minded resolve, he became one with his movements. Perhaps due to the excitement of their shopping adventure later that day, Jiang Yirou arose unusually early. In her drowsy state, she heard the sounds of someone practicing martial arts outside. With her hair cascading loosely and clad in a flowing gown, she padded barefoot to the balcony. "Cheng Hao?" Jiang Yirou's sleepiness evaporated. The person downstairs, exuding strength and grace while practicing, was indeed Cheng Hao. She was unaware of how captivating he looked while performing. Jiang Yirou was instantly entranced. Cheng Hao's martial arts were truly mesmerizing. Each move was grounded and authentic, devoid of the flashy techniques often seen on television, yet profoundly satisfying. It was evident that he had devoted countless hours to perfecting his craft. After completing the routine 5 times, Cheng Hao finished his session and began to cool down, only to hear applause from above. He looked up to find Jiang Yirou. The morning sun bathed her in a celestial glow, making her appear angelic. His young lady was indeed stunningly beautiful. Thankfully, he had prepared himself mentally to remain composed in the face of such beauty. "Good morning, miss." He wiped the sweat from his brow and greeted her. "Cheng Hao, that was amazing." Jiang Yirou's eyes sparkled with admiration for him. "Oh, miss, you flatter me. Your bodyguards are far more skilled than I. When did you learn that style of kung fu? I don't recall you attending any classes." Jiang Yirou pondered, realizing Cheng Hao had rarely been away from her side. "I learned from a bodyguard, old Master Kai." "Old Master Kai? Hasn't he retired?" "Indeed. I learned from him before his retirement." Cheng Hao's gaze softened. During his time with the Jiang family, old Master Kai had treated him with great kindness, as if he were his own grandson. "Miss, it's about time. I'll take a quick shower. You may come down for breakfast." Cheng Hao noted that the servants had already laid out breakfast and gently reminded her. "All right." Jiang Yirou turned with a smile, her long hair swirling gracefully in the air, reminiscent of a fairy. For a fleeting moment, Cheng Hao was mesmerized, only to shake himself awake, shaking his head in resignation. Touching his heart, he thought, "Why can't you let go? She doesn't belong to you." Shaking his head as if to dispel unrealistic thoughts, he stepped back inside. After a quick cold shower, he descended to find Jiang Yirou already seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing him, she beamed. "All cleaned up? Come eat." "Yes." Cheng Hao sat 2 seats away from Jiang Yirou, serving himself some porridge. Jiang Yirou, spoon in mouth, stared at him with knitted brows. "What's wrong?" Cheng Hao felt uneasy under her gaze. "Why don't you dry your hair? You might catch a cold." "No need to dry. It'll be dry after breakfast." Cheng Hao seemed indifferent. "That won't do. You've just exercised, and your hair is damp. You'll catch a chill if the wind blows on your scalp." "Butler, bring a hairdryer." "Certainly, miss." In less than 2 minutes, the butler presented a hairdryer. This brief interlude was not spent searching for the appliance, but rather in a hurried dash across the sprawling villa, where traversing from one room to another could easily consume a minute. Cheng Hao assumed that Jiang Yirou had brought the hairdryer for him to dry his hair before sitting down at the table, and was just about to mention that he would take it to the bathroom when Jiang Yirou unexpectedly switched on the device and began directing it towards his hair. "Miss," Cheng Hao exclaimed in astonishment, hastily rising to seize the hairdryer from her. What a preposterous notion. How could he allow the young lady to dry his hair? "Do not move. Sit still." Jiang Yirou firmly pressed him back into his seat, her small hand deftly maneuvering through his hair. This was her inaugural experience helping Cheng Hao with his hair, as well as her first attempt at styling anyone else's hair besides her own. To her surprise, she discovered that his hair was quite coarse. Though it appeared smooth and tame at a glance, its texture was rougher than her own. Is this the nature of male hair? Jiang Yirou became engrossed in the task, while Cheng Hao remained frozen in place. He felt the soft pads of her fingers gliding through his hair, and the intimate proximity rendered him nearly breathless. He never imagined he would be so fortunate as to have Jiang Yirou style his hair in his lifetime. It felt surreal. "All done. Your hair is dry," Jiang Yirou declared, reluctantly switching off the hairdryer. "Thank you, miss." Cheng Hao quickly grabbed a few bites of breakfast after the hairdryer had done its work. "I'm full. I'll go fetch the car now," he announced, having barely eaten. "You've hardly touched your food. Have a little more." Jiang Yirou recalled that Cheng Hao's appetite was typically much larger. "I truly am full." Miss Cheng Hao was taken by surprise as Jiang Yirou shoved a dumpling into his mouth. "Just a bit more. The roads might be congested when we head out, and if we can't return until later, you'll end up hungry. Do you wish to eat breakfast while driving?" Jiang Yirou pondered, considering the possibility. "How about I prepare a few buns for you to eat on the road?" "No, I'd rather eat here." In a bid to prevent Jiang Yirou from conjuring such a terrifying idea, Cheng Hao devoured 8 small dumplings and 2 beef buns in quick succession. "Burp, miss. I'm truly full," he declared, finally unable to consume another bite. "Then I'll get you a cup of soy milk." "No, wait. Drinking soy milk doesn't suit the young master's image. I'll buy you coffee when we go out." Young master?" "No, miss. I'm merely a driver." "What young master image?" Jiang Yirou placed her hands on his shoulders, her expression serious. "No, you're mistaken. Today, you are the protagonist. Come, let us head to the garage and pick a car." With that, Jiang Yirou tugged Cheng Hao towards the garage. Truth be told, Cheng Hao had never ventured into Jiang Yirou's garage. Typically, whenever a vehicle was needed, a driver was summoned, and unlike many other wealthy heirs, Jiang Yirou did not harbor a penchant for driving or racing. Thus, he had never set foot in the garage. Therefore, when the garage door swung open, even a worldly Cheng Hao was momentarily taken aback. He knew Jiang Yirou possessed numerous vehicles, yet he was unaware of the sheer magnitude of her collection. Each car on display was worth millions, some even worth over 100 million. Yet, what did it matter if they were of high value? They merely sat there gathering dust. "So which one do you fancy?" Jiang Yirou inquired. "I had them all washed and maintained yesterday. Any one of them is ready to go." What man would not go wild upon hearing such words? Any of them? Cheng Hao thought incredulously. A car worth 200 million? I wouldn't dare to drive it. Cough, cough. "I'll choose that one," he said, pointing nonchalantly at a sports car parked at the corner. Even at $1 million, it was the least expensive vehicle in the garage, and he feared he might inadvertently scratch it during his drive. Jiang Yirou wrinkled her nose in disdain. "That car is far too low-end. It was a gift from years ago. Let us take that one," she said, indicating a sleek silver coupe inside. Cheng Hao's lips twitched in disbelief. "Miss, a car worth 200 million? I wouldn't dare to drive it even if you offered. Is it really that expensive?" "I simply find it appealing. It's merely 200 million. What is there to fear?" Jiang Yirou replied, her expression one of puzzlement. "Once it's driven, it can be repaired. Safety is what matters." 200 million, not 200 yuan, Cheng Hao exclaimed. "I am aware." Jiang Yirou called to the butler. "Bring me the keys to that vehicle." "Certainly, miss." The butler efficiently retrieved the keys and handed them to Cheng Hao. "Young master, please." The deference was palpable. Previously, Jiang Yirou had maintained a distant demeanor towards Cheng Hao, but her current eagerness to please suggested a significant shift in his standing within her household. Cheng Hao felt the keys were almost scorching in his grasp. As someone who had only recently acquired his driver's license, the prospect of driving such an extravagant vehicle was daunting. However, the moment he settled into the driver's seat, his innate passion for cars surged forth. Pure exhilaration coursed through him as he pressed the accelerator, feeling like a child filled with joy. Suddenly, Jiang Yirou remembered she had yet to present him with a gift from her bag. She opened her bag and produced a pair of sunglasses. "I'm going to put these sunglasses on you," she announced, carefully ensuring she did not obstruct his view as she helped him don the glasses. Cheng Hao caught a glimpse of himself in the rearview mirror. Not bad at all. He had to admit that Jiang Yirou's taste was impeccable. The sunglasses suited him well, concealing his gentle eyes and complementing his attire, giving him a charmingly rogue appearance. Jiang Yirou's face lit up with satisfaction. Not bad. You look quite dashing." It was evident that passers-by concurred with her assessment. As they paused at a red light, they could be seen snapping photos with their phones. So handsome. Oh my, which young master is out causing a stir? Young master, look at me. A car worth 200 million. He.S. driving a building down the street. Some audacious ladies even tossed their contact information into Cheng Hao's lap, causing him to blush with embarrassment. Cheng Hao, who had never before experienced such public attention since the day he was born, felt utterly flustered. However, his bashfulness only endeared him further to the women nearby. Oh, how adorable. The young master can blush. Is he even 18 yet? How innocent. Today, the young master is truly putting himself out there for the country. Jiang Yirou frowned, taken aback by the boldness of the women who, despite seeing her seated beside Cheng Hao, dared to flirt with him right in front of her. Cough, cough. Drive. Jiang Yirou's expression grew stern. Cheng Hao quickly started the car, obediently moving forward. Who is that woman? How dare she command the young master? TSK, TSK, TSK. With such a small mind, what right does she have to sit beside the young master? Cheng Hao furrowed his brows and came to a halt. You've got it all wrong. I'm not a young master. The person beside me is my young lady. I'm merely a driver. After saying this, he promptly resumed driving. What? I thought how ridiculous. I almost fell for it. The rapidly shifting scenery behind him did not perturb Cheng Hao in the slightest. He remained composed as he drove. In truth, there was no need for you to explain anything to them. You are, after all, the scion of the Jiang family. Jiang Yirou bit her lip lightly. Miss, please don't jest. I am merely temporarily residing in the Jiang household. Cheng Hao, the Jiang family, is your home. Jiang Yirou was about to retort when a flashier sports car approached them head-on. Yirou, Xiao Jiekai, clad in ostentatious hip-hop attire, waved from the driver's seat. Quick, let's go. Jiang Yirou averted her gaze, attempting to feign ignorance. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jiekai executed a U-turn, positioning himself directly in front of them. Yirou, your car is quite nice. It complements mine splendidly. Xiao, you jest. My vehicle bears no resemblance to yours. Kindly move your car from our path. Yirou, would you care to ride in my car? It seems your driver lacks adequate driving skills. Xiao Jiekai feigned ignorance, referring to Cheng Hao as merely a driver. Xiao Jiekai, he is not a driver. He is Cheng Hao. As for his driving abilities, it is not for you to judge. Yirou, oh, Xiao is here too? A loud voice broke through, as He Yuan's even more flamboyant sports car collided with Xiao Jiekai's parked vehicle. Oh dear, my apologies, Xiao. I got a bit too excited and couldn't stop in time. He Yuan's words reeked of insincerity, his eyes devoid of any genuine remorse. He pushed his vehicle back slightly, while the front was unscathed. Xiao Jiekai's car bore a significant dent. He Yuan, you will compensate for my car. Xiao Jiekai fumed. This was his brand new car, which he had begged his brother to purchase for him just yesterday. Fresh from the dealership, it hadn't even acquired its license plates, and now it required repairs. I truly apologize. However, your car is rather flimsy. If a collision were to occur at high speed, it could be perilous. You should be grateful to me. Had I not tested your vehicle, you would have had no recourse should something happen later. You. Xiao Jiekai was on the verge of fury, as if he were being cursed to encounter misfortune. Xiao, please do not be angry. I will make my car perform a little dance for you as an apology. With that, He Yuan began to maneuver his sports car, swaying it back and forth like a child's ride found in a marketplace. Each movement and expression seemed to mock Xiao Jiekai. He Yuan, I could strangle you. Xiao Jiekai seethed, his anger palpable. Xiao, I will cover the cost of your car. I will have someone deliver another one to you shortly. Jiang Yirou interrupted, frowning at Xiao Jiekai's coarse language. Was this brash demeanor the true nature of the usually refined Xiao Jiekai? Her feelings toward him soured considerably. Yirou, let us leave. Jiang Yirou commanded Cheng Hao. Without hesitation, he deftly reversed, circumventing the wrecked car of Xiao Jiekai, and drove away, leaving him in a cloud of exhaust fumes. A rather hasty goodbye, Xiao. He Yuan waved mockingly as he departed. Chapter 19, Miss, please let go. Ha ha, what a thrill. I have long disdained Xiao Jiekai's pretentious demeanor. He Yuan. Cheng Hao shot him a warning glance. How would Jiang Yirou perceive it if he disparaged Xiao Jiekai in her presence? Jiang Yirou appeared utterly indifferent. They parked by the roadside, only to be swiftly surrounded by admirers eager to take photographs with the car. Deciding to leave the vehicle to them, Cheng Hao and his companions entered a nearby restaurant. I am starving after wandering about all morning. He Yuan lamented, clutching his empty stomach as he leaned over the table. Did you skip breakfast? Cheng Hao remarked, glancing at the clock. It was barely 10:30. Oh, I overslept. By the time I awoke, I was nearly late, and I didn't even brush my teeth. He Yuan grinned sheepishly. Cheng Hao recoiled in distaste. Is that why you smell so foul? Can you not maintain some semblance of hygiene? Hey, what else with that expression? While I may not have brushed my teeth, I did rinse with mouthwash. Really? Come and take a whiff. He Yuan pouted, leaning in towards Cheng Hao. I refuse. You must. I need to prove my innocence. I refuse. Do not be shy. Jiang Yirou watched the two chase each other, unable to suppress a giggle. As Cheng Hao recoiled in disgust, pressed against the wall, she hastily interjected, He Yuan, everyone is watching you. Had He Yuan lingered for just a moment longer, he might have inadvertently nibbled on Cheng Hao's nose. Huh, what are they looking at? He Yuan blinked in confusion. The gazes directed at them were decidedly strange. He even noticed two girls at a nearby table, their eyes sparkling with interest. Cheng Hao was at a loss for words at He Yuan's obliviousness. Let go, you fool. It was only then that He Yuan belatedly realized their compromising position, which could be deemed scandalous. He quickly released Cheng Hao and took 2 steps back. Oh my, we are nothing of the sort. Cheng Hao sighed, finding his attempts at explanation utterly futile. Ignoring the foolish He Yuan, he settled down to eat, just as the dishes began to arrive. Jiang, may I switch seats with you? He Yuan squirmed uncomfortably under the gaze of the fangirls, feeling as though his innocence was in jeopardy. Jiang Yirou paused mid-bite. That works. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, internally, she was overjoyed. She had just been lamenting that she hadn't sat next to Cheng Hao. And now the opportunity had presented itself. She moved faster than He Yuan, rushing to his side as if fearing he would change his mind. Once He Yuan vacated the seat, she settled down slowly. Cheng Hao, that pork rib is quite tasty. Would you like to try it? Cheng Hao promptly set down his chopsticks and used serving chopsticks to place a rib onto Jiang Yirou's plate. I'm not. Jiang Yirou intended to say that the pork rib was delicious and that he should have more. Would you like anything else to eat? No, thank you. I can manage. Oh, Cheng Hao decisively set down the serving chopsticks and resumed his meal with vigor. Eating is paramount. A full belly ensures one has the energy to enjoy the evening's entertainment. Do you have plans for tonight? Jiang Yirou inquired, nibbling on her chopsticks. None. Cheng Hao and He Yuan replied in unison. Do not deceive me. You are clearly planning to confront that woman tonight. Jiang Yirou regarded them with a skeptical expression. Then you must know that we do not wish to take you along. Cheng Hao stated bluntly. But I want to go. She placed her chopsticks down earnestly. No way. You have class tonight. Moreover, what we are doing is not suitable for a young lady like you. You are only a few months older than me. Why do you look down on me? What is it that you can witness that I cannot? Jiang Yirou insisted, challenging Cheng Hao. Miss, please do not be obstinate. I am not jesting. I will return you home shortly. Do not venture out tonight, understood? I refuse. Jiang Yirou boldly seized Cheng Hao's arm. If you refuse to agree to my request, I shall persistently cling to you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Cheng Hao was taken aback by her sudden action, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Miss, please let go? Not unless you consent. At last, Jiang Yirou had discovered Cheng Hao's Achilles heel. As long as she remained close to him, he would become flustered. Today, she had truly cast aside her inhibitions. He Yuan glanced between Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou, stifling a laugh. Ahem. Cheng Hao, since the young lady wishes to accompany us, let her. She is of age, after all, and we have no restrictions tonight. Cheng Hao shot him a glare. What do you mean by no restrictions? I am about to be undressed and thrown onto the bed by Wang Yuan. Isn't that sufficiently restricted? Look, He Yuan doesn't mind. Just take me along. Jiang Yirou realized that whenever she began to act cute, Cheng Hao's demeanor softened. Could it be that her previous aloof approach had been misguided? To test her hypothesis, she made her gaze even more pitiful, causing Cheng Hao to avert his eyes. A smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Yirou's lips. So that was it. Cheng Hao's ears flushed uncontrollably. What had come over Jiang Yirou? Why was she beseeching him with such a glistening gaze? This was something he had never even dared to dream of in his past life. What to do? What to do? He was in quite the predicament. In the end, fate could not save him, and he reluctantly acquiesced. So, what do you plan to do tonight? What do I need to do? The liberated Jiang Yirou could no longer conceal her mischievous side. He Yuan was invigorated, as if about to unveil a juicy gossip. Jiang, we shall discuss the plan tonight. Jiang Yirou nodded along. I suggest we form a journalist team to snap photos of her. We'll frighten her to death. Excellent idea. Nothing beats collective enjoyment. Leave this to me. I'll call some people over. They can bring professional equipment, and I guarantee it will be authentic. Jiang Yirou had not let loose in ages, and her mischievous spirit could hardly be contained. Hello, Lynching Daily? This is Jiang Yirou. Hello, Evening News? This is Jiang Yirou. Please send some staff to House and Hotel tonight. After making a series of calls, Jiang Yirou finally set down the phone, satisfied. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Ahem. Jiang, why did you summon so many people? We could have just pretended. He Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Huh, pretend? We must make this newsworthy to leave a lasting impression. Jiang Yirou spoke with conviction, already envisioning how to orchestrate the headlines to make them trend. Cheng Hao chuckled at He Yuan. He Yuan, your love life is about to become famous. This was what he got for not only neglecting to help him, but also conspiring with Jiang Yirou to pressure him into compliance. Chapter 20 Not is, at House and Hotel, Cheng Hao, Jiang Yirou, and He Yuan crouched conspiratorially by the entrance. So are they here yet? Jiang Yirou, being petite, was thoroughly concealed behind them. They've arrived. Quick, take your seats. He Yuan gestured to Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou. They hurriedly found adjacent seats. Yuan, you finally made it. We were waiting for you. He Yuan greeted warmly. Wang Yuan intended to link arms with He Yuan as usual, but ended up grasping at air. Confusion washed over her. He Yuan had always been so clingy, yet today, when she approached, he dodged her. Yuan, why aren't you coming to sit? He Yuan continued. I ordered your favorite caviar. Didn't you mention envying those who could indulge in caviar priced at hundreds of thousands per serving? Today is my birthday, Tell me what you want, and I will fulfill it. Wang Yuan felt reassured. It must have been an accident. He Yuan loved her too much to deliberately avoid her. As she approached the table, she finally noticed Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou. Yuan, who are they? Upon seeing their attire, she recognized them as notable figures. Oh, they are my classmates who came to celebrate my birthday. Oh, Wang Yuan's eyes sparkled as she smiled warmly. Hello, I'm He Yuan's girlfriend. Her gaze lingered on Cheng Hao for a moment, her demeanor suggestive, leaving one to wonder if she had an interest in him. This male classmate appeared far more handsome than He Yuan. The clothing he wore was from a magazine and likely cost several tens of thousands. In contrast, He Yuan's t-shirt was merely a few hundred, and Wang Yuan's interest in him waned instantly. However, being a skilled seductress, she would not let any opportunity slip away. Hello. Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou had no intention of introducing themselves, merely nodding indifferently. Wang Yuan observed Cheng Hao, and then Jiang Yirou, probing. Are you two a couple? Not. Is. Cheng Hao stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yirou. What was she saying? Is. This was taking the performance a bit too far. Wang Yuan smiled knowingly. I see. A lady in love, a gentleman indifferent. This simplifies matters. Observing Jiang Yirou's dainty demeanor, it was evident she was clueless about how to attract men. Men. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of fun? Since we are all friends, let us add each other on WeChat. We can plan outings together. No need. If you want to make plans, you can go through He Yuan. Jiang Yirou flatly rejected her. Wang Yuan was unperturbed. She was quite adept at enticing men. Patience was key. She feigned disappointment, sitting down with a pouting expression. Addressing He Yuan. Yuan, it seems your friends do not like me very much. He Yuan suppressed a chuckle, maintaining a facade of indulgent affection. How could that be? My friends are just a bit shy and not adept at making new acquaintances. Only I am willing to befriend them. Cheng Hao made a gesture of disbelief. Truly self-aggrandizing. Wang Yuan feigned understanding. I was just joking. Your friends are very friendly. Dishes began to arrive at the table. Wang Yuan's eyes widened in awe. King crab, giant prawns, caviar, foie gras. The boyfriends she had deceived. No, befriended. Previously were all from working-class backgrounds, and such exquisite meals were far beyond her experience. Initially, she had thought that wealthy heirs would be difficult to seduce, yet He Yuan was so naive, completely under her charm. She directed him like a puppet, and he dared not stray from her wishes. She attributed it all to her immense allure. Yuan, today is your birthday. I baked a cake for you. Wang Yuan revealed a modest 6-inch cake from behind her, her expression shy. However, I didn't know you would have friends, so the cake is a bit small. No worries, Yuan, your sentiment is what matters. Yuan, shall we order a bottle of wine? It's your birthday. Let us indulge a little. Great idea. Waiter, please serve us some white liquor. He Yuan shouted towards the outside. Not a Yuan. The white liquor is too fiery. Shall we opt for red wine instead? Typically, one would order red wine, right? Wang Yuan was taken aback, unable to fathom why He Yuan would choose white liquor. I prefer a sip of the white. The red is rather tart and unpalatable. The corners of Wang Yuan's mouth twitched as she recalled their plan for later, yet she managed a forced smile and acquiesced. Well, if you insist, but I'm not particularly adept at drinking white. I won't have much. You can just sip along with us. Upon hearing He Yuan's words, Wang Yuan sighed in relief. If He Yuan remained sober while she succumbed to inebriation, their subsequent plans would surely falter. The liquor arrived. And it wasn't just a bottle. It was a dozen. A Yuan, there's far too much white liquor for us to finish. Not to worry. I simply enjoy the spectacle of it. Rest assured, there will be plenty left over. Wang Yuan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Come, Yuan. I genuinely appreciate your unwavering support throughout my journey, urging me to persevere in my studies. Today is my birthday. Let us share this toast. This cup was one Wang Yuan could not refuse. Cheers. She pinched her nose and downed the drink, just as she intended to sit down. Cheng Hao raised his glass and stood. He Yuan, today is your birthday. Let us all raise a glass in your honor. Wang Yuan's cup was filled once more. Deep feelings warrant a single gulp. After downing 2 cups, Wang Yuan began to feel a pleasant dizziness. Yet, before she could concoct an excuse, Jiang Yirou lifted her glass again. He Yuan, happy birthday. May you excel in your university entrance exams and gain admission to your dream school. Confronted by Jiang Yirou's challenging gaze, Wang Yuan tilted her head back and drank. Who can outdrink whom? A proud woman from Huagua never backs down. Little did she know, just as she finished her drink, calamity struck. Jiang Yirou's cup was snatched by Jiang Hao, who drank it himself. So, what had been her solitary display of prowess in drinking amounted to nothing. With resolute determination, she refused to drink the next cup. Yuan. He Yuan looked at Wang Yuan with heartfelt sincerity. I am truly grateful to you. You care for me like an elder sister, embracing my flaws. I have spoken to my parents about you, and they said if I genuinely adore you, I should bring you home to meet them. Come, let us toast to a beautiful future. Wang Yuan held her glass, her expression fraught with conflict. This cup, indeed, felt necessary. Her head already spinning, she instinctively drained the glass of white liquor. Now, Her head spun even more. Oh dear, why is my head spinning so? I can't take it. I think I might be drunk. He Yuan's lamentation momentarily jolted Wang Yuan's muddled mind. Her brain processed the command. The target has succumbed to inebriation. Commence the plan. Chapter 21. Today is my birthday, and you want me to go to the library to take exams? Wang Yuan, her mind clouded. Observed Cheng Hao and the others had become inebriated, and she couldn't help but smirk. Huh, their drinking capacity pales in comparison to mine. Humph. Leaning against the table, Cheng Hao sensed Wang Yuan sway unsteadily towards him. Pondering whether she was merely tipsy or genuinely lost, he felt a hand brush against his. What a beautiful hand. The woman, Wang Yuan, was behaving rather brazenly. Is this still appealing? She mumbled, then pushed his arm away, draping herself over his back. Come on. Big sister will take you to your room to rest. Cheng Hao's mind raced with 1,000 chaotic thoughts. Damn, is she really that desperate? He resolutely remained seated. Wang Yuan tugged at him for a while, but to no avail. Why is this so heavy? Never mind, there's always tomorrow, huh? Only then did she wobble her way towards He Yuan. Cheng Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yirou set down the liquor bottle she had been gripping. Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, you might have met with a dire fate. He Yuan stifled laughter for an eternity, nearly losing control. He reluctantly followed Wang Yuan upstairs. Reaching the designated room, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Cheng Hao and the others stealthily trailed behind, and Wang Yuan, believing she had secured the door, was unaware Cheng Hao had reopened it. The pivotal moment arrived. Wang Yuan propped her phone up and began to disrobe. Cheng Hao, recording, was suddenly blinded by a hand covering his eyes. Jiang Yirou whispered in his ear, what you cannot see cannot be a crime. Cheng Hao, caught between amusement and disbelief, replied, if you cover my eyes, how am I to film? Let me do it. That one tea do. Soon He Yuan will be undressing too. I want tea look. He Yuan lay on the bed, a lifeless figure, inwardly cursing. What the hell? Are you two flirting while I'm here, nearly losing my innocence? Am I to be ignored? That madwoman, Wang Yuan, is on the verge of disrobing me. Eventually, Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou experienced a pang of conscience. Let the reporters in. All right. Suddenly, a swarm of reporters poured in, capturing Wang Yuan and He Yuan in a frenzy. Miss, do you intend to take advantage of this inebriated young man? What are your thoughts on seducing a high school student? This lady appears rather open-minded. I doubt she would mind if we shared this video on social media, would she? Wang Yuan's inebriation evaporated instantly. She snatched a bedsheet to shield herself. He Yuan, too, roused appropriately, sorrowfully pointing at Wang Yuan. Yuan, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Witnessing He Yuan's exaggerated performance, Cheng Hao felt goosebumps rise on his arms. Thankfully, Wang Yuan was too preoccupied to notice. Otherwise, she would have easily exposed his theatrics. Jiang Yirou, experiencing the thrill of witnessing such a scandal, excitedly pinched Cheng Hao. Ha! Wang Yuan nearly turned pale with fright. This is how a heartbreaker should be dealt with. At 25, still deceiving an 18-year-old boy. Shameless. What? She's 25? He Yuan said she was merely 20. Jiang Yirou's lips twitched. What? Didn't you all bother to check the information? I sent it to you. Cough, cough. Well, there wasn't tea time. We didn't get the chance. Cheng Hao, relying on memories from a past life, felt he understood Wang Yuan thoroughly, thus neglected to investigate. We should break up, He Yuan declared indignantly, preparing to storm out, nearly forgetting his clothes in the process. Clothes. Cheng Hao reminded him. Only then did He Yuan turn back to don his attire. As the three burst out of the hotel, they erupted into laughter. Ha! Wang Yuan's face was ashen just moments ago. I can't breathe from laughing. Jiang Yirou reveled in the moment. This served as revenge for her earlier encounter with Cheng Hao. Thanks to you too, I would have been completely outsmarted by that woman. He Yuan, reflecting on her 25 years while she claimed to be 20, felt a wave of discomfort. It wasn't that he couldn't accept a woman older than him. It was her innocent facade coupled with deceit that he struggled to bear. Cheng Hao merely chuckled as he playfully punched him. Be cautious in your choice of girlfriends in the future, understood? I cannot dare to slack off. He Yuan Jing, with a humble disposition, resolved to dedicate himself to diligent study, striving for excellence each day to secure admission to a prestigious university. Is that so? As a good brother, I shall lend my support. Cheng Hao pulled him towards the car, suggesting they complete a couple of practice papers at the library before heading home. He Yuan's expression at that moment was one of disbelief. Are you out of your mind? It's my birthday today, and you want me to go to the library to do papers? The notion of heading to the library for practice papers was surely a jest. But a birthday gift of papers was undoubtedly a certainty. Here, this is a compilation of classic questions I've meticulously organized overnight. Master these, and gaining admission to a 985 university will be a breeze. Cheng Hao carelessly stacked a few sheets and tossed them to He Yuan. Jiang Yirou stifled a laugh nearby, knowing full well that Cheng Hao had only spent half an hour typing away on his computer the previous night. Brother, this is rather lackluster, isn't it? One paper for each subject? Is that truly sufficient for me to gain admission to a 985 university? What of the countless papers our teachers assign us daily? Cheng Hao chuckled. If you trust me, then complete these papers and grasp the concepts you struggle with. I assure you, you will be able to enter a 985 university. He Yuan expressed his skepticism. And what if I don't get in? If you don't get in, I will join you in gaming for 3 days and nights. Absolutely no escape. You swear? He Yuan's spirits lifted. It's a promise. The advantage of reincarnation is the foresight it grants regarding numerous matters, such as the content of the college entrance examination. All right, I accept the wager. If I gain admission to a 985 university, my father will surely host a grand banquet. The red envelopes I receive will be split between us. Though it sounded like a mere split, the red envelopes from He Yuan's relatives would be substantial. Starting at a hefty sum, half of those envelopes would amount to a considerable fortune. Cheng Hao smirked and clapped his hands together. Deal. A fool is one who neglects the opportunity to earn money. In this life, I must earn a fortune. Accumulating wealth is the undeniable truth. By then, what woman could I not attract? Cheng Hao cast a furtive glance at Jiang Yirou. Ahem, he certainly would not hang his hopes on a single tree again. Cheng Hao, what are you pondering? Jiang Yirou inquired with curiosity. Ahem, I was contemplating how to utilize the first pot of gold He Yuan is providing to amass wealth. Are you considering starting a business? Indeed, I have that notion. Cheng Hao preferred not to delve into specifics with Jiang Yirou. To her, that sum of money was hardly sufficient for even a month's allowance. Yet in his eyes, it could facilitate numerous ventures. Chapter 22. Sometimes, I truly feel impoverished enough to consider reporting it. So, what kind of business do you intend to pursue? Can you take me along? Jiang Yirou tilted her head, inquiring of Cheng Hao. Yes, Cheng Hao, count me in. I may lack many things, but I never lack funds. If I gain admission to university, my father has promised me a reward of 1 million. Cheng Hao, sometimes, I genuinely feel as though I should report this poverty. Your father must mean that you should aim for a 985 university, right? Yes, he surely expects that. If I manage to get into a 985 university, then the reward of 1 million is not unreasonable. Not at all. My father said that with my current capabilities, merely getting into any university would be commendable. As long as I achieve that, he will grant me 1 million. Then if you gain admission to a 985 university, your father would undoubtedly give you everything he has. He might be reluctant to part with his life, but the reward would certainly double. He Yuan grinned, holding up 2 fingers. I don't wish to converse with you any longer. Cheng Hao turned and walked away. These deranged, wealthy individuals. 3 million, huh? That would be enough for him to start a few ventures. He Yuan and Jiang Yirou exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of why Cheng Hao had suddenly disregarded them. Cheng Hao, what is the matter? Is it the amount that bothers you? I can throw a tantrum. My father might just cough up another 100,000. He Yuan chased after him. Is the money insufficient? I still have some pocket money. If that isn't enough, the car in the garage should be worth something. Cheng Hao, sometimes, I genuinely feel quite helpless. Classmate Jiang, you are truly generous. Hee. Cheng Hao, with Jiang's support, what project could you not undertake? Speak up. Are you looking to buy a factory, or perhaps a street to rent out? Cheng Hao's lips twitched. Neither. Currently, he only had a few thousand in savings, which was still the living allowance provided by the Jiang family. It wasn't that he lacked the ability to earn, but rather that he had been too proud in the past, feeling it inappropriate to use Jiang's funds, so he refrained as much as possible. However, having lived this life anew, he had gained clarity on many matters. One cannot survive without their own capital. High-mindedness does not put food on the table. But to collaborate with Jiang Yirou, he was eager to sever ties with her after high school. Collaboration was out of the question. So, what kind of business are you planning? He Yuan scratched his head. Cheng Hao had a sudden inspiration. He needed to pursue a business venture while also ensuring he did not outright refuse them. Thus, he would let them retreat from the idea. Ahem. Actually, my business is quite small. Not really suited for you two. Small business is fine. We can consider it practice. Yes, Cheng Hao, I can handle it. Cheng Hao chuckled inwardly, maintaining a serious facade. Then it's settled. Whoever backs out shall be deemed a coward. He Yuan scoffed. Why would anyone back out of a business? Even a small venture, I could manage, but a few million? Ahem, that would be unacceptable. My father would have my head. Anything under 1 million should be manageable. Jiang Yirou, with utmost sincerity, stated. As for me, losing 1 billion wouldn't be a major issue. Cheng Hao's lips twitched. 2 beasts. I'll sort out the specific projects and inform you later. Then I'll visit your home tomorrow, and we can brainstorm together. 3 heads are better than 1. Cheng Hao looked at him, speechless, and tried to be diplomatic. You are the only one among us who counts as a head. He Yuan, that struck a chord. After bidding farewell to He Yuan, they each drove home. Cheng Hao did not drive quickly, the wind tousling his hair like waves of golden grain. Reflecting on how he had personally styled this hair, Jiang Yirou felt a swell of pride. What are your plans for tomorrow? Jiang Yirou inquired. Cheng Hao looked at her in confusion. Isn't there a private coaching class for you on Sunday? Jiang Yirou suddenly recalled that she had dance class scheduled for tomorrow. Then, while I attend dance class, what do you typically do outside? Having practiced dance for 15 years, her instructor would come to the Jiang residence each week to teach her in their practice room. She had always known that Cheng Hao would be nearby whenever her class ended, but she had never paid attention to what he did outside. Usually, I practice on my own, read a bit, and then check with the kitchen about lunch preparations, ensuring everything is in order. Once you finish class, I also need to discuss your recent diet and training intensity with the instructor. As Cheng Hao recounted his tasks in detail, Jiang Yirou's mind conjured an image of him busily attending to matters while she was engaged in class. Perhaps that was the only time he could attend to his own affairs. At all other times, it seemed as though everything revolved around her. And yet, she felt that all of it was simply taken for granted. I'm sorry, Jiang Yirou murmured, her voice muffled as she lowered her head. Cheng Hao struggled to grasp her sudden apology. I never noticed how exhausted you were, how you lacked personal time, and even the ability to rest properly. I had assumed that while I was attending class, you would certainly be taking a break. Cheng Hao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. No, you need not apologize. It is I who should express my gratitude to you for making me feel valued. If I were merely to enjoy the Jiang family's support without contributing anything in return, I doubt I would feel so at ease. He continued, I am genuinely pleased to care for the young lady. It falls within my responsibilities. Jiang Yirou's complexion paled as she murmured, is it merely a duty? Not a hint of affection? Her nails dug into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. A heaviness settled in her chest, a dull ache that nearly suffocated her. Cheng Hao noticed her distress. Young lady, what is the matter? He hastily pulled over to the side of the road and began inspecting Jiang Yirou's condition. She clutched her heart, speechless, feeling as though two entities were tearing at her from within, with sorrow crashing over her like a tidal wave. Cheng Hao's voice, muffled as if through a barrier, was barely discernible as Jiang Yirou struggled to breathe deeply. Observing her pallor and the sweat cascading down her face, he could not afford to delay. He pressed the accelerator towards the nearest hospital. Young lady, take deep breaths. We shall reach the hospital shortly. Cheng Hao felt his voice tremble, yet his hands remained steady. The car sped to its maximum velocity, disregarding all traffic signals. Upon arriving at the emergency hall, he swiftly lifted Jiang Yirou into his arms, running while shouting, Doctor! Doctor! Help! Jiang Yirou was placed onto a stretcher, quickly fitted with an oxygen mask, and wheeled into the emergency room. Please wait outside, classmates and family. As Cheng Hao attempted to follow, a nurse barred his entry. The door closed before him, and he sank to the ground, clutching his hair in frustration. Please, let her be all right. She must not suffer any harm. If my rebirth has altered the original course of events, I would willingly depart. Chapter 23. Cheng Hao announced that he would be spending the night with the young lady at the hotel. Cheng Hao maintained his stance as people rushed back and forth in the corridor, beds being wheeled in and out of the emergency room. Yet, Jiang Yirou remained absent. Is Jiang Yirou's family here? I am. Cheng Hao nearly stumbled as he stood up, having crouched for too long. He limped towards the doctor. I am a relative of Jiang Yirou. How is she faring? The patient has stabilized and will soon be transferred to a regular ward. But what exactly is wrong with her? The patient was trapped in her own world for an extended period. We had to summon the hospital's leading psychologist to coax her out of her hallucinations. She must have experienced significant trauma and has chosen to escape from reality. Please pay close attention to her psychological state and ensure she is not subjected to further distress. Understood, doctor. Thank you for your efforts. Cheng Hao was left unaware of the nature of Jiang Yirou's trauma, merely following the medical staff as they transported her to the ward. Once the medical personnel completed their checks and exited, the room was left with only Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou. The machines by her bedside emitted a rhythmic beeping as she lay there, utterly fragile. Cheng Hao gazed intently at Jiang Yirou. Suddenly, his phone rang, an incoming call from home. It reminded him that he had yet to inform his family. Hello? Upon answering, the housekeeper's voice came through. Cheng Hao, is our young lady with you? I have been unable to reach her. Wu Guanjia, the young lady is here beside me. We are attending a birthday dinner with classmates. Ah, that reassures me. When will you be back? I cannot be certain, but it is likely that we will spend the night at the hotel. Cheng Hao glanced at Jiang Yirou, realizing she would not be discharged that day. Oh, very well. With Cheng Hao caring for the young lady, both the master and I can rest easy. Thank you for looking after her. Certainly. Cheng Hao hung up, feeling a twinge of guilt. He was unsure whether concealing the truth was right, but informing them now seemed futile. It would be wiser to wait until Jiang Yirou awoke before making a decision. Unbeknownst to him, his lack of explanation would reach the ears of Old Master Jiang, transforming into Old Master. Cheng Hao just mentioned he would be spending the night with the young lady at the hotel. Upon hearing this, Old Master Jiang was elated. Are you certain you did not miss her? Did Cheng Hao truly say that? Absolutely. Ha! Yirou is certainly swift in her actions. How quickly she has captured Cheng Hao's heart. Truly, she is a worthy descendant of the Jiang family. After an hour of slumber, Jiang Yirou gradually awakened. Upon seeing the stark, white ceiling above her, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Where was she? Why did her entire body feel as though it had been run over by a wheel, heavy and lethargic? What was this scent of disinfectant? Young lady? Young lady? Jiang Yirou turned her head to see Cheng Hao. Young lady, you have finally awakened. We are currently in the hospital. Cheng Hao, sensing her bewilderment, offered an explanation. The hospital? Jiang Yirou's voice was somewhat hoarse. Yes. Cheng Hao retrieved a cup of warm water, approached her bedside, and gently assisted her upright. Here, drink some water. Jiang Yirou, taking hold of Cheng Hao's hand, greedily drank the entire cup. Is that enough? Would you like another cup? Cheng Hao's voice was soothing. Jiang Yirou thought to herself that if Cheng Hao could treat her with such tenderness, being hospitalized wouldn't be so bad after all. She drank another cup, finally shaking her head to indicate she could drink no more. I am full. Cheng Hao placed the cup on the bedside table, still supporting Jiang Yirou. Would you like to lie down or sit for a while? Let's sit. Jiang Yirou wished to express that being held like this was sufficient. Regrettably, Cheng Hao merely retrieved a pillow to support her back as a cushion. What happened to me? After drinking the water, Jiang Yirou felt more alert and naturally recalled the events in the car. However, she would never admit it. After all, she had no idea how to explain it to him. Cheng Hao was also at a loss for words. Remembering the doctor's warning that she should not be subjected to further stimulation, he decided it best not to bring it up, lest it upset her. It is nothing. You may have simply eaten too little for dinner, resulting in low blood sugar. Oh, that explains it. I am quite hungry. Jiang Yirou cooperatively fabricated a lie. Shall I fetch you some congee? No, I want fried chicken. Jiang Yirou was teasing him. It was far too late for him to procure fried chicken. Cheng Hao was indeed taken aback. Young lady, eating fried chicken this late will cause breakouts. KO. Jiang Yirou immediately envisioned herself with a face full of acne. Shivering at the thought. In that case, I shall settle for congee. Cheng Hao chuckled. Good girl. If you still desire fried chicken, I shall make it for you tomorrow during the day. You can fry chicken? Jiang Yirou asked, astonished. Of course. It is not a difficult task. Cheng Hao replied, searching for nearby highly rated congee establishments on his phone. You have never made it for me before. Well, young lady, you never mentioned wanting to eat before. All right then. You win. I wasn't particularly hungry, but the more you talk about it, the hungrier I become. What's the deal with that? Can you manage to stay here alone? Cheng Hao expressed a hint of concern. I'm not a child. Jiang Yirou relished his tender care. You go ahead and bring me some fruit while you're at it. What kind of fruit would you like? I want to eat. Jiang Yirou pondered for a long while, unable to decide. Cheng Hao found her deep in thought amusing. Choosing what to eat takes longer than solving a problem. How odd. Ugh. Solving problems is quite simple, but deciding on food is a challenge. It seems like I want to eat everything. How about I bring you a platter with a mix of sweet and sour? Would that suffice? Yes. That sounds perfect. Jiang Yirou appeared to have finally solved a significant dilemma, her eyes sparkling with delight. This version of the young lady was unlike any he had encountered in his previous life. Cheng Hao couldn't help but wonder if this rebirth could truly alter Jiang Yirou's character. If he couldn't make sense of it, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, once they entered university, their paths would likely diverge, and everything would return to normal, wouldn't it? By the time they exited the hospital, it was already 11 at night. The streets were eerily quiet, with only a few night shift workers occasionally passing by. However, the absence of pedestrians didn't imply that everyone was asleep. The city's inhabitants were simply accustomed to ordering takeout for their meals. Thus, when Cheng Hao arrived at the porridge shop, it was relatively empty, though the owner was far from idle. The frequent chimes indicating new orders showcased the thriving business. Boss, I would like a bowl of shredded chicken porridge. Certainly. Just a moment. The owner was too busy to even lift his head. I'll handle this. A woman emerged from the shop, limping slightly. Dear, why are you out here? I can manage on my own. I was just idling inside. It wouldn't wear me out to pack a few things. The woman smiled gently at Cheng Hao as she took a spoon. Student, 1 bowl of shredded chicken porridge. Is it? Indeed. Do you have any other recommendations? My husband's beef buns are delicious. Would you care to try some? Sure. I'll take 2. I noticed you have rice cakes as well. What fillings do they have? There's one with scallions and another with meat. Then I'll take one of each. All right. The woman efficiently packed the items. As she turned, she accidentally bumped into a man, spilling the porridge he was holding. Oh dear. Are you all right? Did you get burned? The woman looked anxious as she grasped his hand. I'm fine. How could I be so fragile? You should sit down and rest. Your leg isn't fully healed. So just stay put. The man playfully pretended to be stern as he helped the woman to a nearby seat. The shop's order alerts continued to ring. But in that moment, the man's gaze was solely on his wife. Apologies for the wait. His booming voice was a stark contrast to the gentleness he displayed towards his spouse. No problem. Cheng Hao smiled, indicating he was not bothered. It was evident that the owner and his wife shared a deep bond. Indeed, in my youth, I went to great lengths to win her over. I must cherish her. The owner handed the items to Cheng Hao. Here, I even added a sweet rice dumpling for you. Thank you. Cheng Hao envied such a love, simple yet enduring. Upon returning to the hospital room, Cheng Hao noticed Jiang Yirou hurriedly stuffing something beneath the blanket. He pretended not to see it. I bought you your favorite shredded chicken porridge. I thought the buns and rice cakes from that shop looked good, so I brought some back. The owner was very kind and even gifted me a sweet rice dumpling. Cheng Hao set up the small table by the bed, carefully unpacking the items. Wow. Everything looks so appetizing. Jiang Yirou, unable to contain her excitement, reached for a bun. What filling is this? Potato and beef. I snuck a taste on my way back. It's quite delicious. Really? Jiang Yirou inquired, taking a delicate bite. The filling burst forth, and she eagerly caught it with her mouth, resembling a little squirrel. How is it? Is it tasty? Cheng Hao offered her a napkin. Yes, it's really good. Perhaps having completely let her guard down. She was no longer the person who chewed each bite meticulously. In just a few bites, she had devoured the bun, her cheeks puffing out, prompting Cheng Hao to reach out and poke her playfully. He thought it, and his hand moved with equal honesty, just as his finger touched Jiang Yirou's cheek. Both of them froze. Jiang Yirou halted her chewing, her face flushing crimson. Cheng Hao, as if burned, quickly withdrew his hand. Ahem, you have something on your face. Let me help you get it off. Cheng Hao never anticipated he would resort to such a clumsy excuse in his lifetime. Is it gone? Jiang Yirou touched her mouth. Is there any left? All gone. Cheng Hao picked up a rice cake. Which one do you prefer? One with meat or one with scallions? He deftly shifted the topic. I'll take the one with scallions. It smells so good. Here you go. Cheng Hao carefully wrapped it in oil paper for her, ensuring her hands remained clean. Thank you. Jiang Yirou dared not take too large a bite, noticing the juices seeping from the rice skin, indicating a succulent filling. Taking a cautious bite, the flavors burst forth. This is delicious. You should try some too. Jiang Yirou had never tasted such exquisite rice cakes before. Really? I'll sample the meat one. Cheng Hao boldly stuffed a piece into his mouth. Slow down. Won't you choke? Glutinous rice is quite sticky, Jiang Yirou fretted, quickly offering her water cup to him. Cheng Hao naturally accepted the cup and gulped it down, only to realize it was the very cup Jiang Yirou had just used. Jiang Yirou too noticed this and immediately felt her cheeks flush, unsure where to direct her gaze. I didn't mean to, she hurried to clarify, fearing Cheng Hao might think it was intentional. Cheng Hao was taken aback. Why are you apologizing? I should be the one apologizing. The atmosphere between them grew subtly charged. Eventually, Cheng Hao broke the silence. Let us eat the porridge. It will turn cold if we wait too long. This was merely a beautiful accident, one that shouldn't warrant excessive concern. Such a large portion, I can't finish it all. How about we split it in half? Jiang Yirou gazed at the sizable bowl of porridge, feeling a bit troubled. Cheng Hao had gone out late at night to buy it. It would be a shame to waste it. Cheng Hao patted his stomach, feeling he could still manage half a bowl. All right, I'll ask the nurse for a disposable bowl. Not long after, Jiang Yirou saw Cheng Hao return with a bucket in hand. Huh, where's the bowl? Why do you have a stainless steel bucket? Don't even get me started. This hospital doesn't have a single disposable bowl. Fortunately, a kind nurse took pity on me and lent me this bucket for instruments, telling me to line it with a plastic bag to use as a bowl. But where's the plastic bag? Only the plastic bag from the fruit purchase could be borrowed. The bag, so neatly arranged, certainly resembled something of substance. He scooped half of the porridge into the bucket. Would this be enough to eat? It would suffice. Jiang Yirou watched him, unable to suppress a smile at the sight of him eating. Go ahead and laugh. Cheng Hao, appearing nonchalant, took a seat and began to spoon the porridge. I must eat quickly. I need to return it soon. The nurse had remarked, if it weren't for your good looks, I wouldn't have lent it to you. Who would have thought that I would one day rely on my looks to get by? Cheng Hao shook his head in resignation while eating, which only made Jiang Yirou laugh aloud. This side of Cheng Hao was unfamiliar to her. Previously, he had always followed her around like a caretaker, meticulously managing everything, yet it often left her feeling a bit stifled, regardless of her commands. He never seemed to take offense, handling every task with calm perfection. Now, this version of Cheng Hao endeared him to her even more. By the end, both had eaten enough to feel quite full. Despite the porridge's modest appearance, it was surprisingly filling. Jiang Yirou decided to throw off the covers and get out of bed. I can't take it anymore. I need to walk a bit, or I won't be able to sleep. Perhaps I should ask the doctor if I can be discharged? Cheng Hao pondered. Jiang Yirou had never been hospitalized before and must be feeling quite uncomfortable. No need. Only the on-call doctor is here, and they won't grant us discharge. It's late. Let's rest here for the night, and we can return tomorrow. Jiang Yirou was reluctant to go back. After all, this was a rare opportunity to spend the night with Cheng Hao. What a splendid chance. Chapter 25. At 2 in the morning, Cheng Hao was puzzled. If Jiang Yirou wanted to be discharged, wouldn't it be a simple matter? Seeing that Jiang Yirou had nestled under the covers, he decided against pressing the issue further. Perhaps this was just a peculiar whim of the wealthy. Having never stayed in a hospital, she was likely eager to experience it. Jiang Yirou's hospital room was a VIP suite, complete with an adjacent bed for a companion. As the hour grew late, Cheng Hao quickly washed up, turned off the lights, and lay down on the companion bed. The room fell into silence. Before long, Cheng Hao was fast asleep, his even breathing filling the space. Once Jiang Yirou confirmed he was truly asleep, she cautiously poked her head out from under the covers. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon Cheng Hao's face and creating gentle shadows. In the sanctuary of darkness, Jiang Yirou allowed herself to gaze at him with unrestrained longing. From his eyelashes to the tip of his nose, her gaze lingered on his alluring lips, causing her cheeks to flush a vivid red. How enticing. I wonder what it would feel like to kiss him. Jiang Yirou licked her parched lips, once the desire was unleashed under the cover of night. It galloped forth like a wild stallion, impossible to contain. She gently lifted the covers, her bare feet meeting the cool floor. To avoid making any noise, she slipped off her shoes and tiptoed toward Cheng Hao's bed. With each step, Her heart raced more fervently. She strove to control her breathing, terrified of waking him. Jiang Yirou leaned over the edge of the bed, her fingertips tracing the contours of his face. They danced along the bridge of his nose, which was strong and straight, perfectly complementing his enticing lips, a combination that was utterly irresistible. How I wished to taste that sweetness. Jiang Yirou bit her lip softly. Now that he was asleep, a secret kiss should pose no danger, right? After a moment of mental preparation, she finally mustered the courage to lean in closer. Her breath grew lighter. Almost there. Their noses were a mere centimeter apart. Jiang Yirou's heart felt as though it were about to leap from her throat. Suddenly, Cheng Hao seemed to sense something. Abruptly opening his eyes. Jiang Yirou, already on edge, stumbled backward in fright, just as she thought she was destined to fall. Cheng Hao instinctively braced himself with one hand and wrapped the other around her. The closeness allowed them to hear each other's heartbeats. Thud. Ultimately, they both fell to the floor. Ouch. Jiang Yirou rubbed her sore waist. Her earlier romantic thoughts dissipated. I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you? Cheng Hao pushed himself up, rolling off the bed. He dared not move her recklessly. Shall I call the doctor? No need. Jiang Yirou protested, her face flushed. If the doctor arrived, how would she explain how they ended up on the floor? She still had some dignity left. Yet, after the fall, moving around carelessly was ill-advised. If she had sustained any injuries, it could worsen her condition. Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao exchanged glances. Finally, she began to shift her body, attempting to rise from the floor. Seeing her determination not to call for a doctor, Cheng Hao bent down and swept her up in his arms. It was better to carry Jiang Yirou to bed than to let her move around clumsily. The moment he lifted her, he felt how light she was. In his haste, he hadn't noticed before. Now, holding Jiang Yirou, she felt as delicate as a feather, as though a gust of wind could whisk her away. When Cheng Hao set her down, Jiang Yirou longed to call out to him to stop, wishing he wouldn't let go. Being in his arms felt so comforting, like a small boat safely docked in a tranquil harbor. Where does it hurt? Cheng Hao's voice, just awakened, was deep and slightly hoarse, adding a layer of tenderness. Just my waist, because when you fell on me earlier, my waist hit the ground first, so my pelvis is a bit sore. Let me take a look. Cheng Hao intended to examine her injury, but suddenly realized the implications of their genders and quickly amended his statement. I'll call the doctor to check on you. Ignoring Jiang Yirou's protests, he dashed to the doctor's office, pulling the doctor along back to the ward. The poor doctor had just come off the operating table. Seeing Cheng Hao in such a frenzy, he feared something dire had happened to Miss Jiang. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed Cheng Hao, anxious to ensure that nothing had gone awry in their hospital. What's wrong? What happened to Miss Jiang? The doctor panted as he reached the bedside. My waist hurts a bit from the fall, Jiang Yirou explained, only to see the doctor look at her with a mix of disbelief and relief. Wiping his brow, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's nothing serious. Miss, please lie on your side. I'll examine you. Cheng Hao, wanting to avoid any misunderstanding, had already turned his back. The doctor, upon seeing that Jiang Yirou had no bruises at all, did not dare to be negligent. He inquired thoroughly and pressed gently. Does it hurt here? Not at all. What about here? A little. Where did you fall from? The edge of the bed. Jiang Yirou stole a glance at Cheng Hao's back, finding it hard to articulate. How could she explain how she ended up by his bedside? Oh, perhaps you're still a bit weak, Mississippi. Be careful when getting out of bed next time. I've checked. There's no significant issue. If it hurts, you can use some ointment to massage it. All right. Thank you, doctor. Jiang Yirou urged in a hushed tone. Hurry up. Hurry up. Why are you so verbose? At last, the doctor departed, and Jiang Yirou exhaled a sigh of relief. I'm truly sorry for disturbing your rest, she said, her expression tinged with guilt as she glanced at the clock. 2 a.m. Had it not been for her own carnal desires, conjuring illicit thoughts about Cheng Hao in the dead of night, none of this awkwardness would have transpired. Cheng Hao let out a soft sigh, tucking her blanket in gently. Miss, in the future, simply call for me when you need something. There's no need to come over to my side to summon me. Jiang Yirou concealed her flushed face beneath the covers. As long as she remained silent, no one would ever know what she had been contemplating just moments ago. It was still early. Let us sleep. Cheng Hao pressed the bedside switch, plunging the room into darkness. His eyes struggled to adjust to the sudden gloom, and as he made his way to his own bed, he inadvertently bumped against the bed's edge. Are you all right? Be careful, Jiang Yirou cautioned. I'm fine. Just bumped a bit. Cheng Hao grimaced, rubbing his sore knee as he limped towards his bed. A wave of remorse washed over Jiang Yirou. It was all her fault for being so troublesome, depriving Cheng Hao of his sleep. Cheng Hao, you don't need to wake up too early tomorrow. You should rest a little longer. Chapter 26. You sleep yours, I sleep mine. I have grown accustomed to early mornings. Cheng Hao replied as he settled onto his bed. Furthermore, the next morning, He Yuan would arrive at the villa. If they didn't return promptly, they would undoubtedly be exposed. There was no way they could tell He Yuan, with his loose lips, about the events at the hospital. Jiang Yirou pondered this, realizing the gravity of the situation. If He Yuan arrived at the Jiang household and found them missing, confronting the butler, it would be disastrous. Then let us hurry to sleep, she said, though she felt the statement held ambiguity, quickly adding, I mean, you sleep yours, and I'll sleep mine. Cheng Hao looked perplexed. Well, it's always been like that. What else could it be? Good night, miss, he said, closing his eyes, swiftly slipping into slumber. Jiang Yirou dared not entertain any more errant thoughts and shut her eyes as well, perhaps due to the exhausting events of the previous night. She soon drifted off to sleep. Upon waking the next morning, Jiang Yirou felt as if her body had risen while her mind remained entangled in the haze of the hospital bed, leaving her in a daze. You should catch a bit more sleep in the car. I'll wake you when we arrive. Cheng Hao adjusted her into a comfortable position, noticing her sluggish response, and chuckled as he fastened her seatbelt. It had been ages since he had seen her in such a drowsy state. It was rather endearing. Ding. He Yuan sent a message. Dear Hao Hao, I'm en route to the Jiang residence. Wait for me, so we can have breakfast together. Cheng Hao calculated the time and realized he had little to spare. He pressed down on the accelerator, speeding towards the Jiang household. As for any speeding infractions, that was a matter for the Jiang family's professionals to handle. He barely returned home just before He Yuan's arrival. When they reached the Jiang residence, Jiang Yirou was still fast asleep, and Cheng Hao had no time to wake her. He simply scooped her up and headed upstairs. As Butler Wu was about to greet them, he felt a gust of wind rush past, and then Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou were gone. Make a note of this. Inform the old master. The young lady and Master Cheng's relationship is deepening. Cheng Hao, I'm here. Come greet your young master, He Yuan announced even before he arrived. Good morning, young master He. Butler Wu responded cheerfully. But where are your young lady and Cheng Hao? Butler Wu beamed with pride. Our young lady has been carried upstairs by Master Cheng. Has young master He not had breakfast yet? Would you like to head to the dining room first? What? Cheng Hao is carrying your young lady? Indeed. What is so surprising about that? Young master He, you'll need to get used to it. After all, Master Cheng is the future son-in-law of the Jiang family. Son-in-law? He Yuan exclaimed, nearly hitting a high note. He had only been away for a night. How had Cheng Hao become Jiang Yirou's fiancé? What about Xiao Jikai? Xiao Xiao? Butler Wu looked perplexed. What does that have to do with him? Isn't he Jiang's fiancé? Butler Wu replied solemnly. Young master He, one can eat whatever they wish, but one must not speak carelessly. Such words could tarnish our young lady's reputation. The Xiao family is merely a partner of the Jiang family. There has never been an engagement. He Yuan, stroking his chin thoughtfully, chuckled to himself. Ah, so it seems Xiao Jikai is simply harboring one-sided feelings. Just wait until I arrive at school on Monday. I shall expose his hypocritical facade. Young master He, breakfast, eat. Butler, please take me to eat. I'm starving. Unbeknownst to Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou, the butler and He Yuan, both gossips, were engaging in fervent conversation downstairs. Once back in her room, Jiang Yirou slowly stirred awake. Upon seeing her familiar surroundings, a moment of confusion washed over her. You're awake? Cheng Hao's voice startled her. What are you doing in my room? Cheng Hao feigned innocence. You fell asleep in the car, so I brought you up. Jiang Yirou recalled the events of the previous day. The thought of her foolish demeanor from earlier made her wish for a hole to hide in. Heavens, was that simpleton really me? Then freshen up. I'll head downstairs to greet He Yuan. As soon as Cheng Hao exited and closed the door, Jiang Yirou resembled a larva, writhing in embarrassment on her bed. How utterly mortifying. Cheng Hao descended the stairs and encountered Butler Wu. Young Master Cheng, your classmate has arrived. He is currently in the dining room. Thank you, Butler. Cheng Hao entered the dining room to find He Yuan devouring his meal with gusto. You truly don't consider yourself an outsider, Cheng Hao remarked, approaching the table and casually snatching a piece of bread. Hey, you're down so quickly? You really didn't need to rush. I have all the time in the world. Cheng Hao regarded him with a puzzled expression. Are you ill? Do you enjoy waiting for others? Hey, isn't it about thinking of my brother's happiness? Cheng Hao, bewildered by how waiting related to happiness, chose to ignore He Yuan's eccentricities and sat down to eat breakfast. Cheng Hao, the Jiang family's breakfast is truly delectable. You're quite fortunate. What? Is the He family lacking breakfast for you? He Yuan wore a pained expression. Don't even mention it. My mother has recently been on some kind of kick, insisting on personally preparing meals to express her maternal love. I'm about to lose my mind. How fortunate. Breakfast made by your mother's own hands. He Yuan rolled his eyes. If you had to eat those hard-as rock buns that could crush walnuts, you wouldn't think so. Oh my heavens. Who taught her to make dough? Is that truly a bun that a human can create? I could use them to smash walnuts. They would break. My mother insists I eat them. She claims they are zero additives and good for health. Why doesn't she eat them herself? What health benefits? I know that I can survive on pre-packaged meals. But her cooking? I'd starve to death. Cheng Hao struggled to suppress his laughter. Is it really that bad? What about your family as chef? Don't get me started on that. Only I have to endure my mother's so-called loving meals while everyone else enjoys the chef's creations. Why is it that they don't want to experience the magical power of my mother's love? What are you so happy about? Jiang Yirou entered the restaurant, having changed into a new outfit. We were discussing the heartwarming meals that He Yuan's mother has been preparing for him lately. Cheng Hao replied with a smile. Heartwarming meals? Is she doing this to help him prepare for the college entrance exams? Help? I suspect my mother is trying to poison me. Poison? Jiang Yirou gasped. Indeed. The big dish was ruined, so she simply decided to silence me, and then have another child. As Jiang Yirou listened to He Yuan lamenting the bizarre culinary creations of his mother, she nearly burst into laughter. Haha, did she really serve you stir-fried caterpillars? Yes. She claimed it was high in protein, to help boost my brain power. If I can't improve my intellect, at least it might help me grow taller. When intelligence is lacking, height must compensate. Chapter 27. What is mine, is yours. After finishing their meal, the three of them hurried to the leisure and entertainment area on the top floor. It was He Yuan's first visit, and he was utterly astonished. Wow, we are all wealthy, yet why is there such a vast difference? He Yuan caressed the latest model desktop computer, gaming console, competitive gaming chair, and mechanical keyboard with fascination. Each item was something he wished his father would purchase for him, but each would likely result in a severe reprimand. He envied not just Jiang Yirou's ability to afford these luxuries, but also the fact that her parents had crafted such a perfect gaming space for her. And it wasn't just one. There were 6 machines lined up. What enlightened parents she had. Jiang Yirou, do your parents need another son? He Yuan asked jokingly. Jiang Yirou shook her head earnestly. No, they don't need another. Ouch. That stings. He Yuan mused. No wonder Cheng Hao is reluctant to go to the internet CAF with me. Given these conditions, I wouldn't want to either. I'd rather play at home every day. As long as I don't starve, I can play to my heart's content. Cheng Hao had never played games here. He had no idea whether he could even play. Jiang Yirou had always thought she understood Cheng Hao well. They spent nearly every moment together outside of sleeping. She believed they were the most familiar with each other in the world. However, when she truly sought to know him, she realized there were countless facets of Cheng Hao that she had never known. Had she known he enjoyed gaming, she would certainly have offered him her equipment. What a waste. What a travesty. Don't you elite students ever play games? How do you relax after studying? I suppose we read books or practice martial arts. Cheng Hao pondered before responding. He Yuan was drenched in sweat. Your ways of unwinding are reading and exercising? There must be other ways to relax, such as practicing calligraphy. Bang. He Yuan's head slammed against the wall. What a disgraceful waste. Truly shameful. He rose from the wall and grasped Cheng Hao's hand. Rest assured from now on, I will help you make good use of it. Cheng Hao shook his head. The computer isn't mine. It's the young lady's. Isn't what belongs to the young lady also yours? You've practically become her son-in-law. It's just a small computer. Cheng Hao wore an expression that suggested He Yuan had lost his mind. What belongs to the young lady is the young lady's. If you want to use it, you must ask her directly. She's right in front of you. What do you mean by asking me? He Yuan is right. Suddenly, Jiang Yirou, who had remained silent, interjected. What is mine is yours. Everything I own, you have the right to use or lend to others. Cheng Hao's mouth twitched as he thought. It's one thing for He Yuan to be crazy, but Jiang Yirou, the young lady, is also going off the deep end? He Yuan wore a smug expression as he eagerly powered on the computer. You two take a break. I'll play a game to relax for a bit. We'll discuss the project later. He was simply itching to play. Cheng Hao truly wanted to throw him out. What are you even doing here if we aren't discussing the project? How about we discuss first? Afterward, we can inform him? Jiang Yirou's suggestion received He Yuan's enthusiastic support. That's a splendid idea. I don't have much brain power anyway. You two academic elites can figure it out, and then just tell me what to do. Cheng Hao, who had planned tasks involving He Yuan, smiled with ambiguous intent. All right, that's fine. However, He Yuan, you must comply with the organization's arrangements. Don't waste our time after we've put in so much effort discussing. Don't worry, I'm the most obedient. What could I possibly refuse to do? He Yuan's entire focus was on the game. As long as he could play, he would agree to anything they said. Jiang Yirou felt that Cheng Hao, looking at He Yuan with a smile, resembled a cunning old fox. Not only was he scheming against He Yuan, but if one day Cheng Hao suggested something nefarious, she might even hand him the knife, cautioning him not to hurt himself. Given the tacit understanding between Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao, she could already guess how he intended to handle He Yuan as he opened the product plan. I wholeheartedly agree with your proposal. Jiang Yirou smiled at the oblivious He Yuan. I fear these stockings won't even be enough to sell. Cheng Hao was slightly surprised by how quickly Jiang Yirou accepted his dubious idea, but understanding her original nature, it made sense. Perhaps after so many years of being the obedient girl, she was beginning to embrace a darker side. Such a sin. It seemed everything had changed because of his rebirth. Have you two finalized your plans? He Yuan, having successfully distracted himself with the game, arrived at the scene. Yes, we have. The young lady and I have already placed the order. We can implement the plan this afternoon. What? This afternoon? So soon? Of course. One must seize opportunities for profit early. Besides, once school starts, when will we have time to set up a stall? That's true. All right then, this afternoon it is. Hey, this is my first time setting up a stall. I'm so excited. You'll be even more excited in a bit. Cheng Hao grinned mischievously, though He Yuan was oblivious to it. On the busiest street in Hengyuan CBD, a limited edition sports car, of which only 2 existed globally, was parked. Most notably, a stunning woman in black stockings was selling stockings beside the car. This news spread like wildfire through various groups. Coincidentally, it was lunchtime, and a throng of people, driven by the virtue of not wanting to miss the excitement, rushed over. Naturally, The men were primarily there to buy stockings for their girlfriends. At this moment, the crowd around the sports car was growing ever larger. Cheng Hao, Cheng Hao. The beautiful woman in black stockings called out to Cheng Hao with a stiff expression. What's wrong? How much longer do I need to stay like this in this outfit? Isn't it enough? We already have so many potential customers. No, they aren't our customers yet. They are merely potential ones. Since we have advertised that a black stockings beauty is selling stockings, we cannot let our guests down. Otherwise, they might accuse us of false advertising and leave. In that moment, He Yuan, clad in an adorable Lolita-style short skirt, with his long, delicate legs accentuated by exquisite fishnet stockings, was perched on the car's hood like a pitiful mermaid. Meanwhile, Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao were bundled up tightly, wearing sun hats and wrapped in cloth, looking every bit like street vendors. He Yuan had protested, but Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou had not given him the chance. Prior to formulating the plan that morning, he had stated that he would follow the organization's arrangements. The crowd was becoming increasingly agitated, with the eyes of the elite fixated on He Yuan's long legs. In the presence of such legs, no limited edition sports car could compete. Which internet celebrity is this little beauty? She's so beautiful. I have never seen her before. Perhaps she is a newcomer. Look at her cherry-like lips and her robust arms. Why does she possess such a diminutive face paired with a sturdy physique? It defies the laws of nature. Just tell me whether her lower half is beautiful or not. Beautiful. I have never encountered legs so exquisite. Chapter 28. It is not merely a simple fishnet stocking. He Yuan felt tears welling up. Smile? Cheng Hao whispered in his ear. Jiang Yirou could hardly contain her laughter. Fortunately, her mask concealed her mirth, or she would not have dared to laugh so freely. Cheng Hao glanced at the crowd. It was nearing the point of causing a traffic jam. Thankfully, he had already informed the traffic police, or they would have been apprehended. Everyone pass by, don't miss out. High-quality black stockings, flesh-colored tights, fishnet stockings, and knee-highs. There's nothing we can't do. Exceptional quality at affordable prices, that's us. Have you seen the fishnet stockings on that lovely lady's legs? Have you seen them? Yes. The gentlemen present were invigorated, and they were very cooperative. Do you think this is an ordinary fishnet stocking? It is not. Indeed, it is not merely a simple fishnet stocking. It can truly catch fish. Oh. The crowd responded in unison. Initially, they thought Cheng Hao was merely jesting, but to their astonishment, he actually had someone roll out a fish tank filled with water. Now, let us invite our mermaid to dive in. Then everyone witnessed He Yuan's expression of reluctant determination as he clumsily crawled into the tank. What do you think? Are the stockings stunning? Absolutely. I want a pair. I want 10 pairs. I'll take care of all the stockings today. Upon hearing that someone had claimed all the stockings, the rest of the crowd grew displeased. Hey, my friend, leave some room for others. We might meet again in the future. If you buy them all, what will we have left? Boss, don't sell to him. Sell to me. I want them all. I want those on the mermaid's legs too. Wow. The beads from my abacus have splattered all over my face. Cheng Hao's mouth, hidden beneath his mask, was barely containing his amusement. The effect was astonishingly good. Everyone, please calm down. Don't rush. We have ample stock. Just report how many you need. And if we can't supply it, consider it our loss. Wow, what a bold claim. Today, I will ensure you lose. I want 1,000 pairs. I want 500. I'll contribute a modest 500 boxes. You folks are far too generous to the boss. Just look at how relaxed he is. He can easily provide this amount of stock. Come on, I want a container. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone simultaneously gave him a thumbs up. I salute you, sir. If the boss actually delivers that much, what will you do with it? Hey, I can gift them to my girlfriend, my wife, my lover, or use them as perks for my employees. What business is it of yours? So, boss, can you actually provide that much? If not, you might as well concede. Cheng Hao grinned. Had I known everyone would be so enthusiastic, I would have prepared more stock. Jiang Yirou felt a twinge of anxiety. If they demanded so much, could Cheng Hao truly meet the demand? She began to contemplate which factory she could contact for assistance. However, upon hearing this, everyone was eager for more. But thankfully, I still have enough stock. If you had been even more enthusiastic, I might have run out. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a large container truck slowly rolled in and parked beside the sports car. In a restricted area for large vehicles during the day, how could there be a container truck? Who on earth has such a solid backing? Who asked for a truckload just now? Step forward to claim it. The earlier gentleman who had jokingly requested a truckload approached, bewildered, and swiped his card to pay. Esteemed VIP customer, your goods have been signed for. Considering the volume, we can offer free delivery. Please provide your address. Thus, this gentleman inexplicably purchased an entire container of stockings. It seemed that for the next few years, their company's perks would consist solely of black stockings. As the crowd watched an entire container being purchased, they began to grow anxious. Boss, you promised we would have stock if we reported it. Yes, boss. You hardly have a few hundred boxes on that truck. Once the container man left, still in a daze, Cheng Hao smiled at the crowd and gestured for silence. Everyone, don't worry. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge my stock? If so, now is the time to sign up. If anyone can make me unable to supply the stockings, I'll give them away for free. Wow. What a generous offer from the boss. What are we waiting for? Aim higher. 1 container is not enough? Let us go for 2. Are you certain he can't provide 2 containers? If he can, will you buy them? Ah. The crowd exchanged glances. Ultimately, a brave soul stepped forward. I'll take 3 containers. Wow. Big brother, you're impressive. Look, the boss's expression has changed. But it's not overt. Perhaps if we add a few hundred more boxes, the boss might just go bankrupt. That makes sense. Who will be the final straw? With such a gambling mentality, Cheng Hao successfully sold 10 containers of stock that day, leaving everyone astounded. Who prepares stock in containers? The crowd found him astonishing. I'm doomed. How will I explain this at home? If my wife asks why I bought so many black stockings, what will I say? Even if she were a centipede. She couldn't wear them all. Cheng Hao chuckled. Thank you all for your patronage. Until next time, if anyone wishes to challenge my capabilities, do stay tuned for the next announcement. He then pressed the accelerator and left the CBD. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, the 3 erupted into laughter. Wow. In just 1 hour, 10 million. Who would believe it? I could rob a bank and not achieve such speed. He Yuan felt that his earlier role as a mermaid was not so hard to accept after all. Although 10 million was not an extraordinary sum for Jiang Yirou, such an experience could not be replaced by cold, hard numbers. At that moment, she gazed at Cheng Hao with admiration. This man had yet to reveal how many surprises he could bring her. Even with capital, achieving a net profit of 10 million in an hour was no small feat. No wonder her grandfather held Cheng Hao in such high regard. Indeed, experience trumps youth. Her grandfather had mentioned more than once that Cheng Hao was exceptionally skilled, but she had not taken it to heart. Not because she didn't value Cheng Hao, but because she felt that no matter who he was, it wouldn't deter her affection for him. Cheng Hao, however, remained relatively calm. After all, in his previous life, he had handled billions in mere moments. Although that wealth had all been for the Jiang family, he was still someone who had seen the world. Thus, this modest 10 million was not something he could take lightly. After all, in this life, he was quite impoverished. He needed capital to make a comeback. Let us split this 10 million evenly. I don't want it. I didn't do anything. Jiang Yirou was hardly interested in money. Although she did not understand why Cheng Hao was so fixated on making money, since it brought him joy, she supported him. Chapter 29. Well, then I don't want it either. He Yuan joined in the banter. Cheng Hao was amused by their antics. What is this? Is the money too hot to handle? None of you want it. Am I supposed to take it back? I merely donned the guise of a mermaid and earned so much. I feel guilty. Cheng Hao, you have exerted the most effort. You should take the money. For He Yuan, this sum is neither insignificant nor substantial. He could easily gather it through a few additional red envelopes during the new year. However, for Cheng Hao, the significance is altogether different. He perceives that Cheng Hao genuinely desires to embark on an entrepreneurial venture, unlike them, who merely treat it as a whimsical endeavor. We had agreed to collaborate as 3. If you proceed in this manner, I shall not partner with you again. Cheng Hao feigned anger. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yirou maintained a serious demeanor. Cheng Hao, today we truly accomplished nothing. The sourcing of goods, liaising with the traffic police, and formulating the plan were all undertaken by you alone. I believe we cannot accept this remuneration. But, Cheng Hao felt an ominous premonition. However, I propose that the money belonging to He Yuan and me be allocated as startup capital for the next project. Next time, Cheng Hao was taken aback. His intention was to instill a sense of guilt in them, to make them realize their dispensability in this collaboration, thereby prompting them to withdraw voluntarily. This way, everyone would retain their dignity, right? Now what is this? There is a next time? Indeed, He Yuan and I both feel remorseful about accepting this money. So if you insist on giving it to us, let it be transferred to the next project. Next time, we will have gained experience and can better distribute the tasks. Cheng Hao gazed into Jiang Yirou's sincere eyes, uncertain if she was attempting to manipulate him. Wow, classmate Jiang, how could you conceive such an excellent idea? Why didn't I think of that? He Yuan, who was struggling to find a way for Cheng Hao to accept the money, found Jiang Yirou's suggestion to resonate deeply with him. Jiang Yirou smiled shyly. Where there is a will, there is a way. It is only a matter of imagination, not capability. With this, Cheng Hao would no longer feel embarrassed to accept the funds. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. He Yuan admired. Wait a moment. Cheng Hao attempted to resist. Yet Jiang Yirou, smiling, turned to He Yuan. He Yuan, we still have time today. Shall we brainstorm how to launch the next project? Excellent. Now my old man will surely stop criticizing me for being unproductive. The two eagerly engaged in discussion, completely disregarding Cheng Hao's input. No. Can you at least let me speak? Cheng Hao tried to interject. I believe that live streaming is a good approach. It attracts a larger audience. Jiang Yirou raised her voice to converse with He Yuan. With the college entrance examination approaching, shouldn't we refrain from engaging in such frivolous activities? Cheng Hao pressed on, attempting to interrupt them again. How can this be deemed frivolous? Look how passionately classmate Jiang is involved. This is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for personal development. My old man will surely be moved to tears. Initially, he had no expectations of me taking over his company, planning to support me for life. If he knew how diligently I was pursuing business, he would undoubtedly bring me to you himself. Cheng Hao's lips twitched. What a bizarre family dynamic. Young miss. Discussing the sale of stockings is not a reputable pursuit. If word got out that you were selling stockings alongside me. Jiang Yirou cast him a sidelong glance. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. If it generates income, there is no shame in it. Cheng Hao, where has that high-minded young lady gone, who just moments ago insisted on refusing money? Classmate Jiang, I believe your earlier suggestion was excellent. By establishing our account, we can gather more followers and subsequently sell other products in the live stream. Yes, this way we can also strive to control costs. For instance, today, while we officially earned 10 million, we must deduct public relations expenses, transportation costs, stock risks, and so forth. Jiang Yirou meticulously outlined each factor. Initially, Cheng Hao pondered how to thwart their unified effort, but as he listened, he became engrossed. Jiang Yirou seemed to possess a remarkable charm, capturing everyone's attention. She was not merely beautiful, her intellect was equally commendable. In his previous life, due to Jiang Yirou's insistence on studying abroad, he had scarcely interacted with her after graduating high school. Thus, in his memory, Jiang Yirou was merely an excellent student, wanting her to remain a joyful young girl. Cheng Hao took it upon himself to handle matters, leaving Jiang Yirou with no opportunity to engage with the company's affairs. This had led him to overlook Jiang Yirou's innate business acumen. Truly, she was the epitome of a young lady, even casually listening to a few remarks. She could accurately analyze the pros and cons of business and propose effective solutions. At that moment, Cheng Hao couldn't help but question whether he had protected Jiang Yirou in his past life, or if it were she who had safeguarded him. If Jiang Yirou had not gone abroad, insisting on remaining in the country to take over company affairs, would he have had any role to play? Cheng Hao shook his head. How could he entertain such thoughts? Jiang Yirou, how could she? Cheng Hao, do you think the idea of hiring internet celebrities is unwise? Jiang Yirou, noticing Cheng Hao's shake of the head, assumed he was dissatisfied with her previous suggestion. Cheng Hao snapped back to attention. Earlier, I suggested that we invite beautiful internet celebrities for advertising in the live stream. Your head shake indicates you find this suggestion lacking merit? In truth, I too believe the idea is somewhat flawed. Jiang Yirou pondered for a moment, chewing on her pen. Perhaps we should heed your advice and omit the internet celebrities. Cheng Hao's inner thought. When did I propose anything? The preliminary plan for launching the live stream account was thus amicably confirmed. During dinner, Cheng Hao politely ushered He Yuan out of Jiang's residence. Traitor. He would never again expect his assistance in charming the ladies. Damn you, Cheng Hao. With our relationship, does it truly matter if we miss one meal? Hey. The villa's entrance closed mercilessly before He Yuan. Why didn't you invite He Yuan to dine with us? There are so many dishes. It wouldn't hurt to have one more. Jiang Yirou inquired, biting her chopsticks. It would hurt. Of course it would. If he were here, he would incessantly engage you in conversation. It's maddening. He is always talkative, but today he is particularly verbose. Cheng Hao himself was unsure why he felt so suffocated inside, so he simply expelled the source of his discomfort, He Yuan. Now he felt considerably relieved. Jiang Yirou's eyes sparkled. So you were unhappy because he was speaking with me? Yes, no? Cheng Hao realized what he had said and quickly corrected himself. I just find him tiresome. He lacks any independent thought. Whatever you say, he just responds with aha. The corners of Jiang Yirou's mouth slowly curved upward, the smile growing wider. He is indeed rather indecisive. I prefer someone like you, who possesses their own thoughts. I prefer someone like you. I prefer someone like you. Cheng Hao's mind erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, echoing that one phrase. Chapter 30. Could I not even place it on the table for you? Ahem. Time to eat. Cheng Hao feigned great hunger, continuously eating to mask his embarrassment. Jiang Yirou stifled a laugh. She deliberately placed a helping of vegetables into Cheng Hao's bowl. Don't just eat plain rice. Have some vegetables too. Cheng Hao's face turned increasingly crimson. He hastily shoved a few bites into his mouth before rising. I'm full. You eat at your leisure. I'll go do my homework first. He fled in disarray. In truth, there was no homework at all. He had completed the scan assignments from school long ago. Once back in his room, Cheng Hao leaned against the door, one hand clutching his chest. Stop jumping around. If you continue to jump so loudly, Jiang Yirou will surely hear you. He pressed his hand against his rebellious heart, taking a considerable moment to compose himself, followed by a few deep breaths to regain his tranquility. Approaching the water dispenser, he poured himself a glass of cool water, consuming it with a sense of refreshment. He placed the glass on the table and took a seat at his desk, illuminating the area with the desk lamp. A glance at the clock revealed it was merely 6:30. Feeling rather bored, he decided to reward himself with a set of practice papers. Cheng Hao opened his computer and casually searched for a competition paper to print. He pressed the timer and commenced the examination. Jiang Yirou, noticing that Cheng Hao had only eaten a minimal amount, yet claimed to be full, felt a pang of concern that he might not have had enough to eat. Perhaps she could whip up a sweet soup as a late-night snack. Even if he wasn't particularly hungry, he would surely not refuse such a treat. Jiang Yirou was rather pleased with her idea and promptly set down her chopsticks, darting into the kitchen to gather ingredients. The kitchen staff had just completed cleaning when they saw Jiang Yirou enter, immediately standing by in a state of nervous anticipation. Miss, is there something you need? The butler inquired, rushing into the room. I wish to make a dessert. Can anyone teach me? The staff exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the young lady's intentions. Did she desire to eat dessert, or to prepare it for herself? The butler, being astute, quickly grasped Jiang Yirou's intention. Miss, do you wish to prepare a dessert to enjoy with young Master Cheng? Jiang Yirou nodded yes. Is there a dessert that doesn't require much time, yet appears quite impressive? The staff understood her request, and promptly recommended the family's pastry chef. Miss, I am the pastry chef of the Jiang family. I can make any dessert you wish to learn. If I am unfamiliar with it, I shall attend a culinary class. Jiang Yirou mused. Is it truly so casual to hire chefs in your household? Recommend me an easy dessert. I highly recommend peach gum coconut milk sago. It's light yet satisfying, and most importantly, young Master Cheng loves it. Jiang Yirou quipped. Is the chef's language skills taught by a physical education teacher? Then let us go with that. Very well, miss. The peach gum has already been soaked. You need only follow these steps. Jiang Yirou listened intently to the pastry chef's advice, meticulously following each instruction. It's boiling. Turn it to low heat. The pastry chef gestured frantically from the side. Oh, Jiang Yirou inadvertently increased the heat when she turned the knob clockwise. Counterclockwise. Counterclockwise. Oh, she hastily corrected her direction. Let the peach gum simmer here while we prepare the sago. With confidence, Jiang Yirou grasped the perfectly round sago pearls, declaring, I know. We need to boil them in water. In fact, miss, that is not entirely accurate. While cooking sago is similar to other grains, there are distinct differences. The pastry chef endeavored to explain the nuances of cooking sago in the simplest terms. Why can't we just boil them directly? Jiang Yirou found the process of letting the water boil, then changing it to reboil rather cumbersome. Miss, just follow my instructions. Alright, the process of cooking the sago did not proceed smoothly. As she poured the sago out to rinse with cool water, she accidentally brushed against the scalding pot. Her delicate skin immediately bore a red mark. This sight terrified the butler, who was standing by anxiously. Ice. Quickly bring ice. And burn ointment. Jiang Yirou, while calling out, maintained a steady grip on the pot. Only after pouring out all the sago did she allow the butler to tend to her injury. Don't overreact. It's just a minor injury. Miss, this is your first injury. The butler felt as though the sky was collapsing. Had he known, he would never have allowed Jiang Yirou to make the dessert. Is it really that dramatic? People do get injured. After tending to her wound, Jiang Yirou resumed her dessert making, seemingly prioritizing that over her own injury. Done. She gazed at the coconut milk sago with peach gum, elegantly presented in a delicate bowl. A surge of accomplishment swelling within her. She served herself half a bowl, relishing the delightful taste. Feeling rather talented, she pondered whether Cheng Hao would enjoy it. Perhaps she should refrain from mentioning that she had made it herself. Miss, may I serve it to you? The butler, fearful of any further mishaps, felt his heart racing. Butler, you're being overly dramatic. Jiang Yirou cast him a nonchalant glance. She was the heir of the Jiang family, not a naive girl who couldn't do anything. Indeed, the butler, drenched in cold sweat, quickly stepped aside. Jiang Yirou also sliced some fruits, creating a vibrant fruit platter to accompany the sago, a feast for the eyes. Satisfied, she picked up the tray and headed towards Cheng Hao's room. At that moment, Cheng Hao halted his pen, stopping the timer. 28 minutes is a bit slow. It seems I've indeed regressed. Taking a deep breath, he stretched his limbs. Just as someone knocked at the door. Who is it? It's me. Jiang Yirou's voice chimed in. Jiang Yirou, what brings you here so late? Upon opening the door, Cheng Hao was met with the sight of Jiang Yirou holding an exquisite tray. What is this? Jiang Yirou tilted her head, wearing an innocent smile. Cheng Hao, you didn't eat much for dinner. You might be hungry soon. I brought some fruits and dessert for you to enjoy. Thank you. I am indeed a bit hungry after finishing the problems. Cheng Hao naturally reached out to accept the tray. However, when he gently tugged at it, it didn't budge. Applying a bit more strength, Jiang Yirou still showed no inclination to relinquish the tray. Miss, let me carry the tray myself. Jiang Yirou wore a look of feigned grievance. Can I just place it on the table for you? You're not even in your pajamas. Thinking of his previous awkward encounter regarding attire, Cheng Hao felt his ears flush with warmth. If he resisted, it would only betray his own discomfort. Reluctantly, he stepped aside, allowing Jiang Yirou to enter. A triumphant smile played on Jiang Yirou's lips, relishing her little victory. This fool was simply too soft-hearted. Therefore, she must keep a close watch on him, ensuring he wasn't easily swayed by other women's charms. Chapter 31. That is something I have tasted before. You are indeed doing your homework. Jiang Yirou placed the tray on the table and turned to see the exam paper Cheng Hao was working on, her eyes lighting up. Is this test paper one you just completed? What of it? Did you really finish this within half an hour? Even I wouldn't be confident in completing it within an hour. Yes, indeed. Cheng Hao was acutely aware of Jiang Yirou's astonishment. For this paper was authored by the renowned Wei Shun. It had circulated online for quite some time, yet no one had managed to complete it in full. While Jiang Yirou hadn't claimed it was impossible, she recognized that it required extensive research. Yet Cheng Hao's desk was immaculately tidy, with even the computer left unopened. Furthermore, even if he had conducted research, 30 minutes was hardly sufficient. Thus, For this mathematics competition, he was resolutely aiming for victory, whether it be for a recommendation or a prize. Miss. Cheng Hao noticed Jiang Yirou gazing intently at his paper, frozen in place, feeling somewhat awkward. She had delivered the dessert and personally placed it on the table, yet she showed no signs of leaving. Jiang Yirou regained her composure and turned to Cheng Hao, querying, What is it? Shouldn't he be the one asking her? Would you like to sit down and eat together? The moment Jiang Yirou nodded, Cheng Hao regretted his words, wishing to slap himself. Why did I say that? I was merely being polite. How could she take it seriously? Clearing his throat, he added, Well then, I'll fetch a bowl. No need. I brought one. Jiang Yirou magically produced another bowl from beneath her own. Very clever. This was evidently premeditated. Observing her mischievous demeanor, Cheng Hao realized that even if he remained silent, she would still find an excuse to linger. He took a spoon, dividing the dessert in two, and fetched a stool. Let us eat while seated. Thank you. Jiang Yirou unceremoniously sat down and looked up at him. Aren't you going to sit? It dawned on Cheng Hao, after moving the stool, that he had underestimated the situation. Typically, he occupied the table alone, which did not seem cramped. However, with Jiang Yirou now present, they inevitably brushed elbows. I'll eat later. You go ahead. If you're not eating, then neither will I. Jiang Yirou pretended to rise. Wait. I'll eat. Reluctantly, Cheng Hao had no choice but to sit down, his towering frame of 185 centimeters awkwardly pressed against the wall. Jiang Yirou found this quite amusing. What are you doing? Just eat. If you keep dodging, I'll simply move over closer. Let us see where you can hide. At that moment, Jiang Yirou's voice was sweet and soft, not threatening in the least, but rather flirtatious. Cheng Hao hastily dismissed such a terrifying notion from his mind. What a joke. Miss Jiang flirting with him? How absurd. Do take a bite. I made this myself. It was her first time cooking, and she felt a flutter of anxiety over whether Cheng Hao would enjoy it. If he did, she could seize the opportunity to reveal that it was her handiwork. If he didn't, well, the chef could take the blame. Yes, just like that. As Cheng Hao was about to eat, he hesitated. Jiang Yirou's eager gaze was so intense that he couldn't help but suspect she might have slipped something into it. His spoon hovered, uncertain. Ahem, you see. I'm not really that hungry right now. He intended to wait for Jiang Yirou to take the first bite, before he could finish his sentence. Jiang Yirou impatiently stuffed a spoonful of sago pudding into his mouth. How is it? Is it good? Her eyes sparkled as they locked onto Cheng Hao. He found himself caught in a dilemma. Swallowing was difficult, yet refusing to do so was equally challenging. After much internal struggle, he finally swallowed. Well. If she truly meant to tease him, he would be defenseless. It's quite delicious. Did you hire a new chef at home? The flavor seems different. Could it be due to some illicit ingredient? Cheng Hao silently prayed for Miss Jiang's mercy, fearing that something sinister was afoot. Indeed, when things take an unusual turn, there must be something amiss. He had never seen her so attentive before, personally delivering dessert to him. Really? Jiang Yirou's smile widened. It seems my first culinary endeavor was rather successful. What do you think of my skills? Cheng Hao's heart sank. This is it. Jiang Yirou went through the trouble of preparing dessert to concoct a scheme against him. What kind of poison must she have used? Why are you staring at me? Why aren't you eating? Jiang Yirou nervously took a sip of her sago pudding. What was with that fervent gaze? Did he discover her domestic prowess? Indeed. Men are often drawn to gentle women. That spoon. The spoon? What about it? That's the one I've already used. Cheng Hao struggled to utter the words, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Was he being overly explicit? As Jiang Yirou grasped the implication, she resembled a boiled shrimp, caught in a dilemma with the spoon still in her mouth. No worries, as long as you enjoy it. Cheng Hao quickly sought to alleviate the tension, gulping down the sago pudding in one go. I'm done. He then moved to sit by the bed, finally exhaling with relief. At 18, even harboring a mere flicker of affection for Jiang Yirou felt like a transgression. Jiang Yirou quietly sipped her sweet soup. The room filled only with the sound of spoons clinking against the bowl. Watching the diminishing sago pudding, she struggled to find a reason to remain, her pace of drinking slowing. Glancing at the exercises nearby, inspiration struck her. Cheng Hao, I have a math competition next week, and I'm struggling with some problems. I think your problem-solving approach is quite impressive. Could you teach me? Teach problems? Certainly. In fact, I've compiled some problem types that I can share with you. In his previous life, he hadn't considered the possibility of being recommended, so he hadn't paid much attention to the competition questions. However, through osmosis, he had overheard classmates discussing them and had a general understanding. Thus, he had already organized the types of problems he remembered for focused practice. In truth, with his capabilities, such preparation was unnecessary. The opportunity of rebirth was too rare, and he simply wanted to ensure everything went flawlessly. Really? Jiang Yirou hadn't anticipated he had prepared material. Initially indifferent, she now felt intrigued. Yes. Shall we move to your study to discuss? He finally had an excuse to usher the young lady out of his room. Initially, he hadn't given it much thought, but the longer Jiang Yirou lingered, the more pronounced her unique fragrance became, mingling with the scent of his room and creating an atmosphere that made his cheeks flush. Chapter 32. The heart that was suspended finally found peace. Why? Jiang Yirou looked puzzled. Why? Did Cheng Hao think it inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone together? But they had been inseparable since childhood. His words seemed somewhat hypocritical. There's no specific reason. Discussing problems is simply more convenient in the study for accessing materials. Jiang Yirou appeared perplexed. But I see you working on problems. You don't need to retrieve anything. It's a hassle to keep moving. All right. If the young lady insisted on staying, further resistance would make him seem lecherous. Jiang Yirou was only 18, still at a tender age, and it was he who was reading too much into things. Why was he becoming increasingly self-restrained? Setting aside his inappropriate thoughts, Cheng Hao resumed his seat, retrieving his organized problem set. These are the problems I've compiled. Take a look and see if there's anything you don't understand, and I'll explain. Upon receiving the materials, Jiang Yirou was surprised to see Cheng Hao's handwritten exercises. Did you write these yourself? Yes. What's wrong? Can't you read it? Cheng Hao wasn't concerned about the appearance of his handwriting, but rather worried Jiang Yirou might struggle to decipher it due to his cursive style. I can read it. Jiang Yirou was quite familiar with Cheng Hao's handwriting and had even secretly practiced mimicking it without him knowing. She possessed a particular fondness for Cheng Hao's elegant and fluid handwriting, which mirrored his very essence, clean, poised, and imbued with a distinctive character. She discovered that many of the topics Cheng Hao enumerated coincided remarkably with her own conjectures, while the remaining subjects adeptly filled the gaps she had overlooked. The two engaged in a fervent discussion surrounding a few of these topics. So engrossed were they in their discourse that they failed to notice a steward lurking at the entrance, discreetly capturing their studious silhouettes. After photographing the duo absorbed in their learning, the steward stealthily descended the stairs to share the images with the old master. Master. Young Master Cheng and Miss Jiang are studying with great diligence. Their relationship is visibly blossoming. The elderly gentleman, engrossed in a game of chess with an old friend, could not help but chuckle heartily. Old Jiang, are you losing at chess yet you remain so cheerful? Humph, what does it matter if I lose? My granddaughter has found a suitor. I shall surely be a grandfather before you. By heavens, you old Jiang, how can you be so swift? You truly know how to pierce my heart. The friend clutched his chest, feigning agony, as he lamented his own 25-year-old grandson, who stubbornly refused to marry, insisting on the freedom to love without interference. Witnessing that Jiang's 18-year-old granddaughter had already found a partner only intensified his frustration. A good man is to be snatched up. If you hesitate, it will be too late to regret. Humph, which fortunate lad has captured her heart? I recall when I proposed to betroth my grandson to your granddaughter, you refused. I now wish to see what manner of man could earn your trust in entrusting your delicate granddaughter. You old rogue, are you questioning my honesty? Very well. Let me ensure you concede gracefully. The elderly gentleman, his face aglow with joy, rose and declared, Come, let us have tea at my home. The steward, surprised that a mere photograph could summon the old master, hurriedly relayed the news. Good day, master. How are Cheng Hao and the others? The old gentleman was eager to boast about his future grandson-in-law. They are still upstairs. Would you like me to summon them? Yes, please do. Inform them that Grandpa's son has come to visit. Certainly, master. The steward hastened back upstairs. What? Are they still residing together? It wouldn't be that student's child. Would it? Grandpa's son inquired. Haha, indeed it is him. Just then, Cheng Hao descended the staircase, standing at an impressive 185 meters, with a robust physique. He undoubtedly resembled a handsome young man. Most significantly, his gaze was solely fixed upon Jiang Yirou, radiating warmth and affection. How can you discern such depth of feeling? He gently admonished Jiang Yirou to slow down. The sight of the handsome young man and the beautiful young woman together was undeniably captivating, and Grandpa's son was no exception. Observing them, he thought they resembled a prince and princess from a fairy tale, and his previously anxious heart finally found peace. His grandson had no chance. Old son, what do you think? The old gentleman's tone was unmistakably boastful. Humph, it's just adequate, old son retorted, mercilessly exposing the other's bravado. Grandpa's son. Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou greeted politely. Please, take a seat, Grandpa's son said with a warm smile. In the blink of an eye, Yirou has grown up. She is quite the young lady now. Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa's son, Jiang Yirou responded, embodying the very essence of grace and decorum. Cheng Hao felt a shiver as Grandpa's son scrutinized him with piercing eyes, as if seeking to find fault. This lad has taken Jiang Yirou from me, leaving my grandson to remain single. Height. He was barely 5 centimeters taller than his grandson, which was hardly significant. For men, what truly mattered was inner substance. Appearance? How superficial to prioritize such trivialities. Cheng Hao, is it? I have heard that you were placed in the lowest class during the recent class distribution exam. Is that true? Yes, Grandpa's son, Cheng Hao admitted candidly. This isn't Cheng Hao's fault. There were circumstances. Jiang Yirou interjected anxiously. Yirou, regardless of the reasons, the fact remains that he has been assigned to the last class. In a family like ours, any mistake could lead to severe consequences. Grandpa's son's expression turned grave. He believed Jiang Yirou understood the gravity of his words. Indeed, She comprehended this principle, yet when it came to Cheng Hao, she could not suppress her urge to defend him. Cheng Hao, however, was no fool. He understood the implications of Grandpa's son's words. Whether he had earned his place in the lowest class or had been wrongfully assigned there, the outcome was the same. He was in the lowest class. Yet, what did this have to do with them? In this lifetime, he had no need to manage the Jiang family's business. He had long resolved to liberate himself, seeking only a peaceful and joyful existence, pursuing small ventures to achieve financial independence. Indeed, what you say is true, Grandpa. Cheng Hao respectfully concurred. There was no need to oppose the elders. Whatever they declared was the truth, for he would not suffer any loss. Suddenly, Grandpa's son burst into laughter. Huh? Old Jiang. This child is quite impressive. He possesses a steady temperament, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years, neither arrogant nor impatient. Humph, you old man, always trying to intimidate others. How could I possibly choose someone unworthy? Cheng Hao pondered how they had extracted such depth from a mere utterance. Chapter 33. Becoming your grandson? So when do these two intend to get engaged? Be sure to invite me to the wedding. Upon hearing Grandpa's son's words, Cheng Hao's wandering thoughts were abruptly anchored. What? An engagement? Surely, he had not misheard. Was it possible he had become distracted? Well, Grandpa's son continued. Assuming Cheng Hao's lack of astonishment meant Jiang Yirou had already informed him, I believe it would be fitting to hold it after the college entrance examinations, coinciding with the graduation banquet. That sounds splendid. A double celebration. Cheng Hao was now thoroughly alert, turning to glance at Jiang Yirou, only to find her blushing with a shy gaze directed at him. No, Miss Jiang, why are you blushing now? Shouldn't you be stopping this? Cheng Hao desperately signaled to Jiang Yirou with his eyes. Her face reddened further. The two children are blissfully innocent. How lovely. Grandpa's son chuckled at their synchronized interaction, reminiscent of his own youthful days with his beloved wife. Oh dear, we are not such rigid elders. The children are free to love as they wish. I hold Cheng Hao in high regard, but if they were to find themselves at odds, there would be no point in our matchmaking. Grandpa's son's tone was tinged with pride. No, I didn't. I know you don't see anything wrong with Yirou. The old gentleman's expression conveyed a knowing air, indicating that no further explanation was necessary. No, you know nothing. Cheng Hao retorted. Will these two be attending the same university? Grandpa's son inquired. That is a question for them to answer. Old Master Jiang turned to Jiang Yirou and inquired. Yirou, what are your plans? Grandfather, I initially intended to study abroad, and I have already identified a suitable school. Cheng Hao's eyes dimmed. Indeed, even in this new life, one cannot alter the trajectory of fate. Once she ventures abroad, Xiao Jiekai will surely accompany her, and they will inevitably be together. However, at this moment, I believe it is unnecessary. I do not wish to gamble on tomorrow. Some matters can be approached gradually, while others, once missed, are irrevocably lost. Jiang Yirou discreetly stole a glance at Cheng Hao, who seemed lost in thought. His mind struggled to comprehend her cryptic musings on not wanting to gamble on tomorrow and the finality of missed opportunities. Such profundities are difficult to grasp. Yet, upon witnessing the approving nods from both Old Master Jiang and Old Master Sun, he began to reconsider his own thoughts. Perhaps he was the only one perplexed. Nevertheless, one thing became clear. Jiang Yirou had no intention of going abroad. But why? Cheng Hao, what are your plans? Old Master Jiang directed his gaze towards him. Me? I plan to pursue a degree in business management. Cheng Hao refrained from directly stating his desire for a guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University, instead opting to articulate his chosen field of study. Business management sounds excellent. Quite commendable. Old Master Jiang, who shared this sentiment, nonetheless wished to respect Cheng Hao's own aspirations. Since their thoughts aligned, it could not be more fortuitous. Whether it be Cheng Hao managing or Jiang Yirou overseeing, he felt assured. Old Jiang, I truly envy you. If my own son had such awareness, I could have entrusted the company to him long ago. The thought of his own rebellious grandson filled Old Master Sun with exasperation. Not only did he linger in the company of frivolous companions, but he also refused to work at the family business, insisting instead on establishing an entertainment club. Spending day after day with dubious associates, he feared his wayward grandson might succumb to undesirable influences. Your grandson is merely 25, the age when one is brimming with ideas. Unlike our two, who are consumed solely by their studies. Next week, they are to participate in a mathematics competition, yes? Indeed, grandfather. Both Cheng Hao and I will compete next week. I hear Cheng Hao secured his spot by outmaneuvering that lad from the Xiao family. Old Master Jiang, brimming with pride, inadvertently let slip this detail, much to Old Master Sun's surprise. Yes, grandfather son. Jiang Yirou beamed with pride. The examination was personally overseen by the principal, and Cheng Hao achieved the highest score. Is that so remarkable? Old Master Sun regarded Cheng Hao with newfound respect. He was aware of Jiang Yirou's consistent excellence, often boasted about by Old Master Jiang, who proclaimed her as a perennial top student. Could Cheng Hao truly surpass her? Surely, Jiang Yirou must have gone easy on him. Perceptive as ever, Jiang Yirou discerned Old Master Sun's thoughts. Not only did Cheng Hao score first, but he was also the first among the three of us to complete the exam. Moreover, What else? His problem-solving approach was exceptionally innovative. The principal stated he was the most impressive among the trio. Oh, to earn such praise from the principal, he must indeed possess remarkable talent. Either Cheng Hao has suddenly found his stride, or he has been masquerading as an underachiever all along. Cheng Hao dared not interject, fearing any misstep might lead to misunderstandings. He could only maintain a smile, yearning to conclude this conversation swiftly and inquire about the circumstances surrounding this unexpected attention on him, especially concerning the topic of engagement. He suspected they were jesting. The more he desired to change the subject, the more fervently they continued. Cheng Hao, I've heard that your tea brewing skills are quite commendable. Would you prepare us some high mountain white tea? Old Master Sun smiled amiably at Cheng Hao, finding his calm demeanor increasingly endearing. Certainly, grandfather Sun. Cheng Hao settled cross-legged in the designated tea brewing seat. The process of boiling water, rinsing the leaves, and warming the cups was devoid of flamboyance, yet each motion exuded an inherent elegance that captivated the onlookers. Old Master Jiang observed his granddaughter, who was entirely focused on Cheng Hao, and chuckled to himself. It appeared that his little princess had truly developed feelings. Previously, he sensed Cheng Hao's affection for Jiang Yirou, but her demeanor had always been indifferent, leaving him uncertain whether she cherished Cheng Hao's company out of habit or genuine affection. Now he felt reassured. Old son, there exists a mutually beneficial approach that could allow you to partake in my joy. Old Master Jiang's eyes glimmered with mischief. Oh, do elaborate. Old Master Sun leaned forward eagerly. Consider this. What do you think of that lad Cheng Hao? Old Master Jiang whispered conspiratorially to Old Master Sunday. Old Master Sun cast a glance at Cheng Hao, who was quietly pouring tea, and nodded in agreement. That goes without saying. Cheng Hao is indeed a fine young man. Honestly, Cheng Hao surpasses any of my own descendants in merit. Would you entertain the notion of him becoming your grandson? Old Master Sun's eyes brightened. What a splendid idea. Why had I not thought of this before? See, I told you I was the cleverer one. You have always been reluctant to admit it. Begone, you old rascal. Always scheming to take advantage of me. Chapter 34. A million tossed aside? Simply state whether my suggestion holds merit. Indeed. Quite splendid. Ha! It aligns perfectly with my desires. Cheng Hao. Old Master Jiang called out cheerfully. Grandfather. Cheng Hao moved a little closer. Cheng Hao. I just had a discussion with your grandfather's son regarding a matter that requires your input. Cheng Hao was momentarily taken aback. What matter? Please, go ahead. It is this. Your grandfather's son has taken quite a liking to you and wishes to adopt you as his god-grandson. What do you think? Cheng Hao did not anticipate such a proposal and was momentarily speechless. In his previous life, his interactions with Old Master Sun had been minimal, limited to occasional nods during reports to Old Master Jiang. Why, in this life, was he suddenly being offered such a familial bond? Old Master Sun, undeterred by Cheng Hao's surprise, chuckled heartily. Child, there is no rush. Take your time to consider it, and let me know when you have made up your mind. Cheng Hao gathered his thoughts and decided to voice his curiosity. Grandfather, may I ask why? Haha, do not overthink it. Although this decision was made rather spontaneously, it is indeed something I genuinely wish to propose. It is simply that I like you and wish to embrace you as family. The preceding words had been somewhat anticipated by Cheng Hao, yet the notion of becoming family struck a chord within him. A smile slowly graced his lips, his eyes shimmering with delight. I am truly pleased that you wish to become my family. This declaration clearly conveyed Cheng Hao's sentiments. Congratulations, old son, a late-in-life grandson. Old Master Jiang chimed in, offering his congratulations to Old Master Sunday Ha. Likewise. In the future, when our Hao marries Yirou, we shall be one family. Cheng Hao, how did the conversation shift back to this topic? Off you two lovebirds go. Leave us two old men to chat in peace. Old Master Jiang began to shoo them away. Indeed. Off you go. Youngsters should venture out to watch a movie or take a stroll. Old Master Sun pulled a bank card from his pocket. Here, Hawa, take this and buy some things that girls like for Yirou. Don't be reluctant to spend. Grandfather, I don't want it. Cheng Hao attempted to return the card to Old Master Sun, but the latter pushed it back toward him. If you refuse to take the bank card, I shall transfer the money to your account. You will have to accept it. This is a welcoming gift from your grandfather. A mere 10 million, you wouldn't just throw it away. Cheng Hao couldn't help but chuckle at Old Master Sun's domineering and unreasonable demeanor. 10 million, just throw it away? All right. I'll accept it, Grandpa. He tucked the card into his pocket. Though he had no intention of using this money, it was evident that Old Master Sun would not rest easy unless he accepted it. Good. Everyone's happy then. Ha! It's still early. You two should go out for a stroll. Staying at home is so dull. With that, Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou were unceremoniously ushered out of the house by their commanding elder. Standing at the door, they exchanged glances. So where should we go? Cheng Hao broke the silence. Anywhere is fine. How about we take a walk in the nearby small park? Sure. Jiang Yirou nodded in agreement. Cheng Hao scanned for a shared bicycle with his phone. Why don't you scan for a bike with your phone? We can ride there. The small park was adjacent to the villa area, a 20-minute walk away. Huh. Scan a bike? How do I do that? Jiang Yirou imitated Cheng Hao, swiping at the bicycle with her phone. Is this how you do it? Cheng Hao facepalmed, suppressing a laugh. I forgot you've never scanned a shared bike before. Let me teach you. Open your payment app. Jiang Yirou opened her phone, and Cheng Hao guided her through the steps. When the phone finally beeped after scanning the QR code, Jiang Yirou's excitement was palpable, akin to that of a child. Ah, I did it. I did it. Yes. You did. Cheng Hao swung his leg over the bike. Let us go. Go. Wait, Cheng Hao, I think I don't know how to ride a bike. Screech. Cheng Hao abruptly halted the bike he had already started riding. What? You don't know how? Yeah. When have you seen me ride? You were clearly abroad. Cheng Hao suddenly fell silent. In this lifetime, she was still a high school student, and indeed, he had never seen her ride a bike. What do you mean abroad? I never rode a bike there. Jiang Yirou looked puzzled. Never mind. I must have misremembered. So what do we do now? Cheng Hao glanced at the remaining shared bikes, spotting one designated for parent-child use. An idea struck him. Ahem. How about I give you a ride? Give me a ride? How would that work? This bike doesn't have a second seat. This one doesn't. But that one does. Jiang Yirou was slender enough to fit on the child seat. As she looked over and saw the seat so close, her mind began to wander. Such proximity. Was Cheng Hao hinting at a deeper relationship? Young miss, is that all right? That's fine. Under the cover of night, Jiang Yirou's cheeks subtly flushed. After returning both of their bikes, Cheng Hao scanned the parent-child bike again. With a long stride, he patted the seat in front of him. Come sit. Jiang Yirou awkwardly approached the bike, attempting to perch on the seat sideways, but the height was insufficient. What to do? Jumping up seemed rather ungraceful. What's wrong? Can't get on? Cheng Hao, without overthinking, wrapped one arm around Jiang Yirou's waist and effortlessly lifted her onto the seat. Jiang Yirou instinctively grasped Cheng Hao's arm. Her first reaction, such a strong and sturdy arm. Her second reaction, it was burning hot, hotter than her own face. All set. We're off. Cheng Hao intended to suggest that she hold on to the front handlebars, but since her arm was already resting there, he let it be. The villa area was sparsely populated with vehicles, especially at this late hour, and they occasionally encountered a few dog walkers. The evening breeze carried a hint of coolness amidst the warmth, providing a delightful sensation. After considerable mental preparation, Cheng Hao finally broached a question. Ahem. I have something I wish to ask you. What is it? Go ahead. It's about the marriage contract you mentioned earlier. Oh, the marriage contract was something we agreed upon since childhood. Didn't you know? Jiang Yirou feigned calmness, unwilling to divulge that it was she who had proposed to her grandfather to fulfill the contract. Such matters were whimsically decided by the elders and were, in truth, unnecessary. I see. Cheng Hao winced as he sensed Jiang Yirou's grip on his arm tighten. Chapter 35. This is bad, a life-threatening question. Do you not wish to be engaged to me? Jiang Yirou lowered her head, her voice carried by the wind, sounding fragile as if it might shatter. This is a dangerous question. Cheng Hao felt a chill run down his spine. If he affirmed, wouldn't that be a slap in Jiang Yirou's face? Yet if he denied it, wouldn't that imply he was tacitly accepting their engagement? I believe discussing this now may be premature. What I mean is, you haven't met many people yet. Isn't it a bit hasty to decide so early? What if you encounter true love later on? That won't happen. Jiang Yirou turned to face Cheng Hao earnestly. I know exactly what I want. Cheng Hao pondered how to explain to a child that her current convictions might not hold true in the future. This was urgent. Young miss, nothing is absolute. We are still in high school, and deciding on future matters now is too soon. Think about it. There are things you loved as a child that you may not enjoy now that you're older. Not true. What I loved as a child, I still love now, and even more. Cheng Hao thought to himself. This conversation is going nowhere. Perhaps it was his outright rejection that stirred Jiang Yirou's desire to conquer. There's an old saying. The more one resists, the more it awakens the beast within. The more he contemplated, the more he believed it to be true. If he hadn't expressed a desire to leave from the start, perhaps Jiang Yirou wouldn't have reacted so strongly. This damned possessiveness from the young lady. Thus, he resolved to change his strategy. Instead of continually pushing her away, he would acquiesce. By rendering the situation tasteless, devoid of the thrill of conquest, she would eventually let go. With this in mind, Cheng Hao shifted from his initial resistance to a smiling demeanor. Young miss speaks wisely. The things and people we love will only grow in affection. It would be my honor if you wish to be engaged to me. Seeing that he no longer resisted the idea of their engagement, Jiang Yirou visibly relaxed. Cheng Hao, I don't need anyone else. Life is too short. I don't wish to waste time on inconsequential people and matters. Since we have already gained the approval of our elders, and our feelings are quite good, why seek others? Indeed, young miss. You are absolutely right. You are certainly more insightful than I. Fine, he would just indulge her. At 18, could he really expect her to live as he did, bound by worldly concerns? Youth ought to embody the tenacity and dreams characteristic of its age. Cheng Hao pedaled away from the villa district, veering left onto the verdant pathway of the park. Gradually, individuals clad in athletic attire and sporting headbands jogged past along the trail. Shall we dismount and take a stroll? Jiang Yirou suggested, slightly abashed. As they were the only ones cycling on the path, the curious gazes of passers-by invariably fell upon them. Sensing Jiang Yirou's discomfort, Cheng Hao offered his understanding. They resembled a young couple sneaking out to rendezvous, eliciting inquisitive looks from onlookers. Jiang Yirou alighted from her bike, walking alongside Cheng Hao, who was now pushing the shared bicycle. Why not return the bike? Jiang Yirou inquired, puzzled. Take a look at the shared bikes by the roadside. Notice anything? Cheng Hao prompted. Upon glancing over, Jiang Yirou was astonished to find that none of the shared bicycles had child seats. Why are there no child seats? She exclaimed. Ah, now you understand why I didn't return it? Child seats and shared bikes are a rare find. Cheng Hao proclaimed with an air of expertise, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Wow, you're impressive. Jiang Yirou gazed at him with admiration, acknowledging her own knowledge gaps. Cheng Hao, however, felt a tinge of bashfulness under her praise. It's nothing remarkable. It's merely that you don't often use shared bikes. He dismissed the compliment. Jiang Yirou turned to face him earnestly, blocking his path. I genuinely find you remarkable. Cheng Hao, perhaps I haven't expressed this before, but I've always believed you are an exceptionally talented individual. How could one feign such depth of feeling? Cheng Hao's heart raced, contemplating whether Jiang Yirou might genuinely be enamored with him. Ice pops for sale? Ice pops for sale? Brother, would you like to buy one for the lovely lady beside you? A small boy pushing a cart filled with ice pops interrupted Cheng Hao's flustered thoughts. What flavors do you have? Cheng Hao asked, attempting to regain his composure. We have chocolate, Northeast big boards, snow lotus, 3-color cups, and many more. Miss, which flavor would you like? I'll buy it for you. The boy grinned, displaying a row of gleaming white teeth. Jiang Yirou, amused by the boy's playful spirit, pointed to the 3-color cup. I'll have that one. I used to eat it all the time when I was a child, but it's been ages since I last had it. All right, here you go. 3 yuan, please. The boy swiftly produced a QR code. Cheng Hao, seizing the opportunity, added a large ice pop to the order. And this one, 4 yuan, making a total of 7. He paid without hesitation. Thank you for your patronage. Take care. The boy continued his sales pitch to other passers-by. Surprisingly, the little park proved to be a lucrative spot for selling ice pops and beverages, given the abundance of young couples and eager children. Noticing Jiang Yirou's gaze lingering on the boy, Cheng Hao realized that she hadn't yet opened her 3-color cup. Still holding onto it. Aren't you cold? Let me help you open it. He gently took it from her and lifted the lid, inserting a small spoon. Thank you. Jiang Yirou replied, noticing that her own ice pop remained untouched. You should eat yours too. It'll melt soon. I'll hold the bike for you. No need. Cheng Hao declared, balancing the bike with one hand while deftly retrieving his ice pop. With a quick bite, the pop slid out of its wrapper. The taste is just as I remember. Delicious. He exclaimed. Hee. I still recall when you first came to our home, pretending to be a little adult, yet sneaking under the covers to cry at night. I always brought you snacks to cheer you up. Jiang Yirou reminisced, laughter bubbling forth. You loved the big ice pop. Once, you were so tempted that you snuck one into bed, only to make a sticky mess. You were too scared to tell anyone and ended up washing the sheets alone in the bathroom. I caught you red-handed, haha. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Cheng Hao's face. That was ages ago. How can you still remember? Of course I remember. I recall everything about us growing up together. You were so much more fun as a child. You've become increasingly dull as you've grown. Jiang Yirou playfully scooped a spoonful of cream into her mouth, her eyes squinting in satisfaction. Chapter 36. You can hold my waist. Perhaps sensing Jiang Yirou's relaxed demeanor, Cheng Hao too felt himself unwinding. Spotting a nearby bench, he parked the bike and took out a tissue to wipe the seat. Come, let us sit for a while. We can continue our walk after we finish. Jiang Yirou settled onto the spot he had cleaned, expressing her gratitude. Her hands had grown chilly from holding the 3-color cup for too long, so she set it down and used her hands to scoop instead. Are you cold? Cheng Hao had already finished his ice pop and tossed the stick into the trash. A bit, but it's all right if I eat it here. Feeling awkward sitting while eating, she opted to squat down comfortably. This is much better. She dug into the box, blissfully squinting her eyes as she savored her treat. Her demeanor reminiscent of a playful cat. Cheng Hao leaned against the bike, his head tilted as he observed Jiang Yirou's childlike antics. The long skirt trailing on the ground didn't seem to bother her, her focus entirely on the 3-color cup. Don't eat too much ice. It's not good for you, he cautioned, aware that it was not advisable for girls to consume excessively cold treats. No way. I want to finish it. You bought it for me. Cheng Hao chuckled, bemused by her insistence. It's not about the money. Jiang Yirou focused intently on savoring the ice cream, scooping from the white to the pink and finally to the brown, relishing each bite. They hadn't enjoyed such leisurely moments together in quite some time, not because she was the young lady of the Jiang family and he her attendant, but rather due to their engagement. The thought of their betrothal made the 3-color cup taste even sweeter. Cheng Hao remained patient, quietly accompanying her. At last, Jiang Yirou scraped the bottom of her cup, satisfied. Now can we go? Cheng Hao was taken aback by the unexpected sight of Jiang Yirou extending her tongue to lick the inside of the empty cup. He nearly lost his grip on the bike, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was difficult to reconcile the image of Jiang Yirou, squatting on the ground licking an ice cream cup, with that of the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family. Passers-by glanced curiously at the scene. A little girl asked her mother, Mom, why is that big sister licking the lid? Is it because she thinks the ice cream is delicious like I do? Yes. Her mother replied, flustered. Then why isn't that big brother buying her another one? The mother, feeling the pressure of her child's questions, hastily retreated. Because too much ice cream isn't good for you. Unfazed, Jiang Yirou stood up, discarding the licked cup into the trash. I'm done, let us go? Oh, Cheng Hao pushed the bike, following Jiang Yirou. The night view of this little park is quite lovely, Jiang Yirou mused, having only ever passed by in her car. Never taking the time to stroll and explore. Do you come here often? I see you are quite familiar with this place. Cheng Hao was questioned by Jiang Yirou. Well, one doesn't need to frequent a place to become familiar with it. I've merely passed by occasionally and collaborated here with classmates on projects. Jiang Yirou halted her steps and turned around. Collaborated on projects with classmates? How come I was unaware? Male classmates or female classmates? Both. We just came to collect some biological samples for the laboratory. You happened to be participating in a competition and couldn't join. Next time, you must inform me. If I'm free, I will definitely accompany you. Cheng Hao sensed something peculiar in Jiang Yirou's demeanor, her tone resembling that of a jealous little wife. All right, I understand. The two continued walking forward as the crowd thinned and darkness enveloped them. What is going on? Is the lighting here malfunctioning? Jiang Yirou furrowed her brow. It seems so. They haven't had the chance to repair it yet. I will notify the relevant department shortly to have it fixed. Indeed, it's too dim. The lush greenery appears rather ominous at night. Jiang Yirou lost her enthusiasm, declaring there was nothing left to explore. Let us head back. Suddenly, Jiang Yirou misstepped and began to fall backward. Cheng Hao, abandoning his bicycle, swiftly caught her. Just a mere inch away, and Jiang Yirou's head would have met the ground with a rather intimate thud. In that moment, Jiang Yirou clung to Cheng Hao like an octopus, her entire form draping over him. Ahem. Young lady, please release your grip. I'll help you regain your balance. Cheng Hao felt quite embarrassed. Even in their previous life, he had never been this close to Jiang Yirou. It was far too ambiguous. The beauty of the night could easily lead one astray. As Jiang Yirou hurriedly disentangled herself from Cheng Hao, her face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp, her eyes darting about in confusion. Young lady, it's dark and the path is treacherous. Allow me to ride you home. This time, Jiang Yirou did not refuse and obediently took her seat on the baby seat. The park's path was gravelly, making for an uncomfortable ride. The occasional bumps only served to bring them closer together. Young lady, the terrain here is a bit challenging. You may steady yourself by holding onto my waist. Noticing her grasping the handlebars unsteadily, Cheng Hao proposed she hold onto his waist for stability. Naturally, he harbored no ulterior motives. Jiang Yirou did not decline, wrapping her arms around Cheng Hao's slim waist. The initial sensation was one of lean strength. Cheng Hao exuded an air of refined elegance, yet possessed considerable physical prowess. Nestled in his embrace, Jiang Yirou felt an overwhelming sense of security. Upon exiting the park and entering the residential area, the road became much smoother. However, Jiang Yirou either forgot or was too lazy to change her hold, continuing to cling to Cheng Hao without releasing him. Given that the neighborhood was nearly deserted at night, Cheng Hao allowed her to maintain her grip, preferring to avoid any potential mishaps. Young lady, we have arrived. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, Cheng Hao prompted Jiang Yirou to let go of him. After calling her name with no response, he raised his voice. Surely she hasn't fallen asleep? Fortunately, Jiang Yirou finally reacted, releasing her hold and dismounting the bicycle. Cheng Hao turned to return the bike, expecting Jiang Yirou to enter the house, but upon turning back, he found her still standing there. Why aren't you going in? I'm waiting for you. It's dark, and I'm scared. While it was indeed dark, the courtyard was illuminated by streetlights, hardly warranting fear. One should never presume to understand a girl's sentiments. If she claims to be scared, then she is indeed frightened. He might as well accompany her inside. Oh, Cheng Hao and Yirou are back? Where did you go for a stroll? Old Master Jiang cast a knowing glance between the two. TSK. One can't help but wonder what transpired in such a brief time, as an unspoken tension seemed to linger between them. Chapter 37. Did they think Qingdao and Jingdao were as common as cabbages? Just a little walk in the nearby park. Cheng Hao responded earnestly. A small park? That sounds delightful. Ha. In my youth, your grandmother and I often visited the small park. She would prepare lunchboxes at home and sneak them out to me. Cheng Hao could only force a smile, contemplating a way to slip upstairs. Cheng Hao, come here, let us have a chat. Though I've only ever been with your grandmother, my experience in romance is far from lacking. Allow me to share with you. Old Master Jiang recounted how he met Jiang's grandmother, detailing his instant infatuation and relentless pursuit until she devoted herself entirely to him. Therefore, my boy, a man must have a thick skin. Women can sometimes be contradictory. When they say no, they often mean yes, and when they say yes, they desire it fervently. In life, one must learn to let things go in one ear and out the other. If ever questioned about who is at fault, we men should bear the burden. All grievances can be reconciled in the bedroom. Cheng Hao, old master, you are rather verbose. Cheng Hao, my Yirou has a rather peculiar temperament. Cheng Hao, indeed. She can be quite difficult. She's the one who withdrew, yet insists on pursuing him. However, I can see her feelings for you are distinctly different from those she has for others. Cheng Hao, of course. She has relied on me since childhood, treating me like a male nanny. I hope you both gain admission to the same university. Whatever school you have in mind, let me know in advance, and I'll make a few arrangements. It's merely a matter of donating a few buildings. Old Master Jiang was aware of Cheng Hao's prowess in mathematics, but wished to alleviate any potential pressure he might feel in case of an unexpected outcome. Cheng Hao, the old master, is quite extravagant. He believes one can attend any university they desire. Old Master Jiang, that won't be necessary. I will manage my own studies. Cheng Hao politely declined. Haha, quite right. Your grades are commendable. Gaining admission to Qingda will be a breeze. Once you and Yirou are at Qingda, I will personally provide you both with perhaps too many vehicles. Instead, I will purchase a villa adjacent to the school for you too, so you need not reside in the noisy dormitories. Cheng Hao awkwardly chuckled. Old master, you're thinking too far ahead. At that point, Jiang Yirou will likely be studying abroad. She won't have the chance to attend the same school. Grandfather, it's already quite late. Don't keep Cheng Hao from sleeping if you refuse to rest yourself. Tomorrow, we still have school. Jiang Yirou called from the second floor. You little rascal, are you already concerned for Cheng Hao? Aren't you worried? Jiang Yirou playfully retorted. By the way, grandfather, just buy us an apartment near Qingda. A villa is too grand and ostentatious. Haha, if that is what you both prefer. Cheng Hao's eyes widened. No, please don't buy an apartment near Qingda. He had already mapped out his path for independence. Not near Qingda? How about Qingda? I thought your participation in the mathematics competition was to secure a spot at Qingda. If you're not fond of Qingda, Qingda will suffice. Jiang Yirou blinked earnestly. Indeed, Qingda is quite comparable to Qingda. If you prefer Qingda, we shall purchase there. Cheng Hao. He gazed at the eager expressions of the grandfather and granddaughter, unsure of what expression to wear. Did they think Qingda and Qingda were as common as cabbages? They could simply choose whichever they wanted? Ha ha ha. My point is, we need not rush. The future is full of uncertainties. Let us discuss it once you've been accepted into a university. That is also true. Perhaps the apartment I have taken a liking to may not meet your approval. How about this? You can go and view it for yourselves when the time comes. Old Master Jiang decisively declared that since the house is for the children, it is only fitting that they choose it themselves. All right, enough of this. It's getting late, so you should all hurry off to rest. I must return to the old residence as well. Upon hearing that Old Master Jiang was finally leaving, Cheng Hao let out a quiet sigh of relief. This old gentleman certainly possesses remarkable vitality. With the grandfather gone, you should also take some rest. Jiang Yirou gazed at Cheng Hao with gentle eyes. Then you two should retire early. Cheng Hao yawned, feeling quite sleepy. Had he not consumed a cup of tea, he likely would have succumbed to slumber long ago. He rubbed his neck and ascended the stairs, lost in his own thoughts. After a considerable time, Jiang Yirou murmured to herself. Then let us purchase one apartment each at Qing University and Jing University. Following this, she too made her way upstairs. Meanwhile, at the Xiao residence, Xiao Jiekai had already attempted to call Jiang Yirou countless times. Each attempt met with the response that the other party was busy and to please call back later. This is impossible. How could Yirou have possibly blocked me? She must simply be too occupied today. Earlier, when I called, the housekeeper mentioned she had not yet returned. She must not have seen my call. I shall bring breakfast for Yirou tomorrow. A breakfast made by my own hands. She will surely be touched. Xiao Jiekai wrapped himself snugly in his blanket, shyly snuggling in. Ever since childhood, he harbored affections for Jiang Yirou, and as a boy, feeling inadequate in appearance, he had secretly undergone cosmetic surgery to match her standards. His academic performance had been lackluster, yet he worked tirelessly, opting for supplementary lessons rather than indulging in games, striving to appear effortlessly accomplished. But so what? He only cared about the results. He was certain that with perseverance, he and Jiang Yirou would inevitably wed. Just like his grades, with effort, success was guaranteed. He had already persuaded his family that he would propose to the Jiang family. His parents had stated that as long as he secured a spot at a prestigious foreign university, they would approach the Jiang family for a marriage proposal. The union of families, considering the advantages of such a powerful alliance, Jiang Yirou would undoubtedly not refuse. While Xiao Jiekai was lost in his dreams, Jiang Yirou had long since blocked him from her phone. In another lifetime, she would never choose him, setting aside his abysmal character. She could never fathom developing feelings for someone like Xiao Jiekai. Early the next morning, the first thing Jiang Yirou did upon waking was rush to the balcony. Gazing down from the upper floor, she indeed spotted Cheng Hao practicing martial arts in the garden. How captivating he looked. A sight she could never tire of. Jiang Yirou leaned over the balcony railing, her hands covering her flushed face. Oh no, she felt like a voyeur, a shameless woman. Although Cheng Hao was clad in a tightly fitted training outfit, she couldn't help but begin to imagine him without clothing. She had truly fallen from grace. Yesterday, the short video platform seemed to have sensed her thoughts, inundating her with videos of muscular men. Yet, when she saw those men twisting and flaunting their abs, her heart remained as still as a placid lake, completely unfazed. After dismissing all the irrelevant videos, they finally ceased their incessant recommendations. Cheng Hao was still the most appealing. The strength and gentleness he embodied were in perfect harmony. Should she perhaps cling to Cheng Hao and request him to teach her martial arts? As Jiang Yirou observed Cheng Hao's physique, her cheeks flushed shyly. Chapter 38. If you do not agree, I will not let go. Cheng Hao had long sensed the searing gaze from above. He was indeed correct in his suspicions. Girls often possessed a more subtle form of desire than boys. While men were overt in their intentions, women tended to express theirs more discreetly. Jiang Yirou admiring her own figure was something he could comprehend. No wonder Jiang Yirou had been so forward with him lately. It was likely a manifestation of the curiosity that adolescent girls held towards boys. This infatuation would surely fade with time. Cheng Hao paid it no mind and, after finishing his practice, proceeded to take a shower. Seeing that he had completed his training, Jiang Yirou hurriedly crouched down to hide. In the instant he turned around, she thought he might catch sight of her. Jiang Yirou patted her chest. That was a close call. Once she confirmed he had entered the house, she slowly stood up and, like a little rabbit, bounced off to freshen up. On the way to school, Jiang Yirou tugged at Cheng Hao, who was seated in the passenger seat. Huh, what's the matter? Cheng Hao turned to look at her. Cheng Hao, I've been feeling rather lethargic lately and wish to learn martial arts. Would you teach me? Cheng Hao regarded her with admiration. There was a reason for her excellence. Even with her schedule already crammed, she still wished to carve out time for another course. Young lady, given that the college entrance examinations are approaching, there is truly no need to overburden yourself. Jiang Yirou frowned. Was he rejecting her? I have time from 6 to 7. It won't interfere with my exams. Moreover, if Cheng Hao opts for a guaranteed admission to Qing University, I won't even need to sit for the exams. My skills are rather limited, young lady. Perhaps you should seek a professional instructor? I am merely a rugged man, and you are so delicate. If anything were to go awry, would I continue or stop to comfort you? I want you to teach me. Jiang Yirou's gaze was resolute. Young lady, let go of me. If you do not agree, I shall not release you. Jiang Yirou not only refused to relent, but further tugged him towards herself, effectively trapping him in the middle of the seat. Cheng Hao could see the driver's struggle to suppress a smile. This was quite the ordeal. Fine. I will teach. Is that satisfactory? Jiang Yirou flashed a cunning smile. It's a deal. She then happily released him. Cheng Hao let out a resigned sigh. What has happened to Jiang Yirou? She has become increasingly mischievous. He began to suspect he had encountered a counterfeit Jiang Yirou. To reach class 15, they had to pass by the experimental class. From a distance, Cheng Hao spotted Xiao Jikai peering around the classroom door. Understanding the situation, Cheng Hao tactfully said to Jiang Yirou, I shall head to the classroom first. You two continue your conversation. He then jogged away. Before Jiang Yirou could even react, Cheng Hao had vanished from sight. Yirou, Xiao Jikai, holding a beautifully crafted thermos, intercepted Jiang Yirou. Jiang Yirou felt exasperated. What is it that you want? She had already blocked him. How could he still be haunting her? Fortunately, she had instructed the housekeeper yesterday to refuse Xiao Jiekai's calls and visits. As for school, there were only a few days left. She intended to remain vigilant to ensure they did not end up at the same university. Of course, she would not remain passive. Given the uncertainties, it was best to eliminate them at the outset. Yesterday, she had a discussion with Aunt Xiao, expressing her willingness to collaborate on an upcoming government project. Contingent upon sending Xiao Jiekai abroad, the Xiao family had readily agreed, elated at the prospect. After all, this collaborative project promised substantial profits and the opportunity to become a recognized partner, a distinction of great significance. Should it proceed, it would represent a monumental leap for the entire Xiao family. Yirou, I woke up early today to prepare soybean milk for you, and even made a cake myself. Sorry, but I've already had breakfast. You can keep it for yourself. Without even glancing at the items in his hands, Jiang Yirou sidestepped Xiao Jiekai and made her way towards class 15. Given her demeanor, it was clear to all the surrounding classmates what was unfolding. It is evident to all that Jiang Yirou harbors no interest in Xiao Jiekai whatsoever. Observing the dismal expression on Xiao Jiekai's face, the onlookers quietly retreated to the classroom. Eager to avoid any bad luck, Cheng Hao, He Huan had been trailing behind Jiang Yirou, and after witnessing the spectacle, he hastily took a shortcut to catch up. Cheng Hao placed his backpack on the desk and turned to find He Huan's eyes sparkling with curiosity. Why such enthusiasm? I am not interested in you. He Huan's lips twitched. Rest assured, even if my girlfriend were to betray me, I would never entertain any improper thoughts towards men. I thought you had developed feelings for someone else. If I were to transfer my affections to you, Miss Jiang would surely see me as a thorn in her side. He Huan glanced out the window, not spotting Jiang Yirou, and leaned in closer to Cheng Hao. Guess what? Just now, I saw Jiang Yirou and Xiao Jiekai engaging in some intimate exchanges. Engaging in what? Cheng Hao casually pulled a book from his backpack. Nothing more than sweet nothings and mutual declarations of affection. What else could they possibly do? He certainly wouldn't feel envious. Hey, let me tell you. Just moments ago, Xiao Jiekai's face was utterly humiliated. He publicly presented Jiang Yirou with a heartfelt breakfast and was rejected. Ha! It was hilarious. Cheng Hao raised an eyebrow. So, Jiang Yirou is still not angry with Xiao Jiekai? But that is of no concern to him. He is currently oblivious to the affairs outside his window. Upon seeing Jiang Yirou's arrival, Huan quickly returned to his seat. Why did you leave me behind? Jiang Yirou pouted her rosy lips, her voice laced with a playful tone. Wasn't it Xiao Jiekai who called for you? I decided to return first. I detest him. The next time you encounter him, you cannot evade. You must stand in front of me. Cheng Hao was taken aback. Was she intending to use him to provoke Xiao Jiekai? Very well, my lady. But I need to discern what boundaries I should maintain. Boundaries? Jiang Yirou flashed a moment of confusion. What boundaries? Just drive him away. And what if he persists? Then you should confront him. Rest assured, any consequences will be solely borne by the Jiang family. Cheng Hao sighed in resignation. Very well. In the previous life, indeed, it was the Jiang family that bore the burden, but it only entwined their fates further. Hopefully, Xiao Jiekai will not overstep his bounds. Otherwise, he might find himself unable to resist delivering a slap, thus solidifying the engagement between him and Jiang Yirou. Cheng Hao, may I borrow your eraser? I seem to have forgotten mine. Jiang Yirou looked at him with an innocent expression. Oh. Cheng Hao retrieved an entire box of erasers from his bag and handed her one. Jiang Yirou's face darkened. Why do you possess an entire box of erasers? How could she engage in banter with him now? Oh, it seems a girl from last time slipped it into my bag. Initially, I thought it was a love letter. But she said her family manufactures erasers, so she gifted me a box. Which girl? Jiang Yirou's tone turned sour. I believe it was the class monitor from class 5. Jiang Yirou noted this down. Very well, the class monitor from class 5. She will remember her. Chapter 39. It's impossible to communicate with you wealthy individuals. Jiang Yirou reached for the box in his hand, but Cheng Hao instinctively pulled it away. What are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yirou lost her balance and toppled towards him. However, as you know, Jiang Yirou was seated in a chair when she lunged forward without time to rise. What were the consequences? Cheng Hao felt a tightness around his waist as Jiang Yirou wrapped her arms around him. Reflexively, he caught her to help her regain her balance. Jiang Yirou was mortified, her legs awkwardly perched on her chair, her hands clutching Cheng Hao's waist. If Cheng Hao had not supported her, she would have surely fallen. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. How embarrassing it was before the person she liked. Yet, it was all right. There were even more awkward moments to come. Classmates who had previously been spectators began to trickle back in, witnessing the peculiar sight of Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao. I feel like I'm going to burst from embarrassment. I saw nothing. Is our first class not a lab session? Come on, we must have entered the wrong classroom. Ha. The students jostled each other, giggling as they exited. Jiang Yirou thought, although the students of class 15 may struggle academically, they certainly possess a sense of camaraderie. If this had occurred in the experimental class, they would have eagerly captured the moment on camera to share among their peers. Huan finally came to his senses, closing his astonished mouth, seizing a book, and rushing out of the classroom. Class is about to start. I won't wait for you. In the classroom, only the two of them remained. Cheng Hao gazed at the seemingly lifeless Jiang Yirou, chuckling helplessly as he reached out to help her up. My lady, are you all right? Did you hurt anywhere? My face hurts. She muttered. Your face? How could your face hurt? Cheng Hao reflexively inspected Jiang Yirou's face, aside from feeling hot to the touch. He saw no bruises. It's nothing. Let us go. Class is starting. Jiang Yirou shielded herself with a book, and as she stepped over the scattered erasers on the floor, she paused to pick each one up and toss them into the trash bin by the classroom door. Humph. She would act as a gatekeeper, resolutely denying any other woman the opportunity to get close to Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao found her childlike behavior amusing. Did the erasers provoke you? Would you have fallen if you hadn't lunged to snatch them? Cheng Hao glanced at the erasers in the trash bin, but dared not speak. The erasers indeed provoked me. Jiang Yirou even discarded half-used erasers from his desk, declaring she would have someone deliver new ones shortly. Fine. Whatever my lady wishes. By the time the two arrived at the experimental classroom one after the other, the class had been in session for quite some time. However, the teacher of class 15 had long since grown accustomed to students arriving late or leaving early. Just observe the lively scene in the laboratory, and one can tell that as long as the students do not blow up the classroom, anything goes. Cheng Hao found an empty desk, and naturally, Jiang Yirou trailed behind him. I don't know how to conduct the experiment. I will partner with you, Jiang Yirou stated, her tone resolute despite lacking justification. Cheng Hao remarked, if you're lazy, just admit it instead of claiming ignorance. All right, class. I have clearly explained the key points of today's experiment. Anyone who has questions may raise their hand to ask me. Please use the experimental equipment for its intended purpose. Some individuals should refrain from excessive curiosity and avoid inserting them into inappropriate places. Accompanying you to the hospital, I also have my dignity to maintain. The students erupted in laughter, while Jiang Yirou remained perplexed, quietly inquiring of Cheng Hao. What is the teacher talking about? What inappropriate places? Why go to the hospital? Cheng Hao. Damn that chemistry teacher. What a colossal mess he has created. It's nothing. Last time during an experiment, someone got a beaker stuck in their mouth. Jiang Yirou glanced at the beakers of various sizes, pointing to the smallest one. This one isn't large. How could it get stuck? Cheng Hao broke into a sweat. You just said this one is small. What about the larger ones next to it? Jiang Yirou's face turned pale with fear. So big? Wouldn't the mouth be torn apart? Indeed, they even had to sew it up afterward. Jiang Yirou gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Today, the atmosphere in the laboratory was particularly exhilarating as the theme of the day's experiment was the extraction of gold. Although everyone is financially well off, the inherent admiration for gold among the Chinese people has sparked a fervent enthusiasm. Teacher, is it truly possible to extract gold from this worthless stone? I find it hard to believe, one student questioned, skepticism evident in their tone. The teacher, maintaining an air of calm, replied, do you see the golden chain around my neck? It was refined from this very stone. It's no wonder that private schools are affluent. Even the experimental materials they procure for students are extravagant. I want to refine a grand gold chain for myself. Hurry up. Enough with the idle chatter. Cheng Hao eagerly began his task, his expression intensely focused. In his mind, gold. All of it is gold. He deliberately selected the largest stone, patiently melting it down. Why not choose a smaller piece? This one is too big. Jiang Yirou questioned, puzzled. The larger the stone, the more gold it yields. Cheng Hao explained. While other students engaged in experiments for mere amusement, he was driven by the prospect of profit, naturally opting for the larger chunk. You like gold? I can buy some for you. Jiang Yirou responded nonchalantly. It's far more meaningful to do it myself. Cheng Hao retorted. It's impossible to convey this to you wealthy folks. The materials in the laboratory are free. Free. With this sizable piece, I could extract at least 300 grams of gold. 300 grams. At the current price of 800 per gram, that amounts to 240,000. Would you do a simple experiment for such a windfall? Thus, Cheng Hao worked with utmost seriousness, even guiding his classmates through the extraction process. Jiang Yirou felt a pang of jealousy as she observed from the side. Deciding to join in, she donned gloves and took a piece for herself. Cheng Hao, why isn't mine melting? She called out, seeking assistance. Cheng Hao hurried back. Just keep it heating for a while longer. Soon after, another student summoned him. Jiang Yirou gritted her teeth and pretended to accidentally topple her crucible. Oh no, Cheng Hao. It's spilled. Cheng Hao turned, his heart sinking at the sight of so much gold wasted. He rushed back to salvage the situation. I'm so sorry, Cheng Hao. I'm just so clumsy. Jiang Yirou stole a glance at his expression and felt a twinge of guilt when she saw his look of distress. It's fine, it's fine. We can still salvage it. If the aqua regia spills later, I won't have time to even suck it up. Remarkably, he still had the composure to joke. Perhaps it wasn't as dire as it seemed. Is that green, repulsive liquid aqua regia? Jiang Yirou feigned disgust. Yes, the purity is still insufficient. After a few more refinements, it will transform into a captivating golden hue. What if I accidentally spill it? You mustn't spill it. Cheng Hao's heart quivered at the thought. You call a mine spanning tens of thousands of square meters small? Jiang Yirou mischievously observed Cheng Hao's conflicted expression. Cheng Hao, I can't manage this. Could you assist me? A female classmate called out. Sorry, I don't have time. Jiang Yirou interjected, speaking on behalf of Cheng Hao to deter the unwanted attention. Cheng Hao was entirely focused on the extraction and paid no mind to the girl. Jiang Yirou felt justified, watching Cheng Hao work diligently while she played the role of a bystander. She realized she had previously strayed from the right path. She shouldn't strive to be a top student. It's the underachievers who have the right to pester Cheng Hao with questions. If everything could be resolved, what place would Cheng Hao have? Jiang Yirou sighed, lamenting the time she had wasted. Wow, it really has turned yellow, she exclaimed, beaming like a child. Indeed. Once we filter out the gold, we can even make a gold bracelet. Can you do that? Jiang Yirou gazed at him with anticipation. With the right tools. It's possible, but the laboratory lacks them. Tools? I'll have someone buy them. Without hesitation, Jiang Yirou commanded her assistant to procure the finest jewelry-making tools available. Cheng Hao thought to himself, why do I even bother mentioning this? I'm just inviting more trouble. Meanwhile, a female classmate, holding her own gold nuggets, was about to seek Cheng Hao's praise when she overheard their conversation about crafting jewelry. Cheng Hao, can you make jewelry too? That is amazing. Jiang Yirou felt a shiver of annoyance at the girl's enthusiasm. Wow, so impressive. How can you not find that disgusting? Jiang Yirou muttered quietly, just loud enough for the girl to hear. The girl's eyes reddened at Jiang Yirou's comment, tears brimming as she looked at her with a pitiful expression. Jiang, my voice is just how I was born. I also want to speak like you, but I can't help it. I only admire Cheng Hao for his ability to make jewelry. Please don't misunderstand. Before Jiang Yirou could respond, Cheng Hao interjected, frowning as he stepped in front of her. This classmate, your voice is of no concern to us. Would you kindly step aside? We are still conducting an experiment. Typically, a girl with less confidence would find an excuse to leave, but this one appeared prepared for a confrontation. Cheng Hao, I followed your method and extracted gold. Could you help me make a piece of jewelry? Jiang Yirou thought to herself, how shameless. Cheng Hao is supposed to make jewelry for me. Why are you butting in? She bit her lip, casting a challenging glance at Cheng Hao. If he dared to agree, she would demand he embellish her bracelet as a condition for forgiveness. Cheng Hao looked at the girl as if she were a lunatic. Why would I make jewelry for you? You could easily find a shop outside for that. My time is very precious. The girl, taken aback by Cheng Hao's unexpected rejection in front of everyone, had intended to exploit his polite nature. Her strategy was to create a situation where he would feel compelled to comply. Relationships, after all, are born from entanglements. By creating a nuisance for him, she would have the opportunity to reciprocate. Jiang Yirou smirked. Did you hear that? Cheng Hao has no time to help you. She then playfully tugged at Cheng Hao's arm. Cheng Hao, will you make a bracelet for me? Cheng Hao was momentarily stunned by Jiang Yirou's sudden display of affection. She had never needed to plead with anyone. Usually, her commands were followed without question. Cheng Hao? Jiang Yirou narrowed her eyes, a hint of danger glimmering in them as she discreetly pinched his arm. Cheng Hao nearly burst into laughter, realizing the domineering young lady had changed a bit. All right, what style do you want? I'll make it when I have time. Cheng Hao, oblivious to the affectionate tone that had crept into his voice, was met with Jiang Yirou's provocative glare directed at the girl. What are you staring at? Hurry up and leave. Though the girl was reluctant, she let out a huff and walked away. Humph, just attracting unwanted attention. Jiang Yirou released Cheng Hao and resumed her experiment. Cheng Hao stood there, bewildered. Attracting attention? Him? The once adoring young lady had shifted her affections with the speed of a turning page. Cheng Hao couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he had become a pawn in their girl-on-girl rivalry. Women, indeed, were a complex enigma, unlike gold, which was so pure and straightforward. The enchanting golden hue exuded an aroma reminiscent of wealth. Cheng Hao polished the refined gold with great delight before stowing it away. Behold, Jiang Yirou presented him with a piece of gold of comparable quality. Oh, are we crafting bracelets? Count me in. Cheng Hao eagerly reached out to receive it. I only desire a slender one. You may have the rest. All for me. Cheng Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, with so much gold, carrying it all would be an unbearable burden, wouldn't it? I only require a more exquisite piece. The remainder is of no use to me. Cheng Hao mused. He adores the affluent. To dismiss several 100,000 worth of gold so nonchalantly. Very well. Later, I shall present you with a few designs. Let me know which one you wish to create. Could you engrave your name on it? My name? Cheng Hao looked utterly bewildered. Why would she want his name inscribed on her bracelet? It's akin to an artist signing their masterpiece. Oh, now I understand. That makes sense. I must surely design a unique bracelet for you. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of the term artwork. As long as you like it. Even if he merely fashioned a simple circle, she would wear it with pride. After the experimental class, He Yuan rushed over to accompany them back to the classroom. Allow me to showcase my refined gold beads. I truly am a genius. If my father knew of my talents, he would undoubtedly bequeath his entire mind to me. He Yuan displayed a bead barely larger than a soybean, flaunting it before Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao silently returned the gold bar to his pocket. A mine. He harbors a disdain for the wealthy. Cheng Hao, I see you have a fondness for ores. I happen to possess a small mine gifted by someone. If you fancy it, feel free to take it for enjoyment. It's of no use to me lying idle. Jiang Yirou's tone in offering Cheng Hao the mine was akin to that of a child presenting a mere toy. A mine? You're gifting it to me for amusement? Cheng Hao expressed disbelief. What's wrong? Is it not permissible? Such stones are abundant in my mine. You may collect them at your leisure. The small mine you mentioned isn't the one in Country F, is it? Precisely. That is the only mine I possess. The person who gifted me the mine had little else to offer, so a mine it was. Cheng Hao's lips twitched. You refer to a several thousand square meter mine as small. Not small. Jiang Yirou appeared perplexed. Even the small island my father casually gifted me is larger than that. Cheng Hao sighed. Sometimes, it truly feels as if one is impoverished to the point of needing to report it. The assets he managed for the Jiang family in his previous life seem trivial in comparison to what they possess. Chapter 41. Not a pyramid scheme, but a woman. Woohoo, brother, you've struck it rich. Take me along for the ride. He Yuan gazed at Cheng Hao with envy. Being supported by another is truly delightful. Unlike me, who only supports others. Oh please, best not to indulge in daydreams. One must remain grounded. Cheng Hao shot him a disdainful glance. Is he truly the type to rely on the generosity of others? So, when shall we commence our live stream? The last batch of customers was quite dissatisfied and clamored for a repeat. Surely, they would buy us out. Considering sustainable development, the previous customers have been registered and added to a group. Any updates will be announced there. The group has been rather lively lately, with daily shouts from eager buyers wanting to clear us out. Let them wait. It will be just a few more days. Cheng Hao appeared relaxed. Do we have enough stock? Should we urge the factory to work overnight? He Yuan rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Jiang Yirou concurred. I have a factory at my disposal and can expedite our production. Cheng Hao, however, smiled and shook his head. No need. Our inventory is sufficient. But our stock is even less than last time. Jiang Yirou expressed confusion. Fear not, we don't need more. Cheng Hao had certainly observed the daily clamoring in the group, but would he allow himself to be led by the nose? If that were the case, his previous life would have been in vain. He Yuan and Jiang Yirou exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to trust Cheng Hao's judgment. For some inexplicable reason, Cheng Hao exuded an air of mastery over everything, leading them to trust him instinctively. Would delaying be detrimental? Wouldn't it dampen their enthusiasm? He Yuan worried that prolonged anticipation might cause the eager customers to disperse. He Yuan. Cheng Hao squinted at him. Why the sudden urgency? Is money urgently needed? Just yesterday, you treated wealth with disdain, yet now you seem so eager to earn? Nonsense. How could I possibly be in need of money? My father provides me with a monthly allowance of 100,000. He Yuan's eyes averted Cheng Hao's gaze, revealing his discomfort. And your watch? Cheng Hao's keen eyes noticed the absence of He Yuan's treasured green ghost watch. I was afraid of damaging it, so I left it at home. Cheng Hao scrutinized him for several moments, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He Yuan, you'd better come clean. Have you fallen victim to a pyramid scheme? Nonsense. He Yuan exclaimed, springing up. I'm far too clever for any scammer to deceive me. If it isn't a pyramid scheme, then it must be a woman. Jiang Yirou, astute as ever, swiftly deduced the truth. He Yuan's expression betrayed him. Cheng Hao lamented. He Yuan, having just rescued you from one pit, you've jumped into another? What are you talking about? A childhood friend, a lovely girl, came to seek refuge with me. I couldn't possibly let her, a young girl, roam the streets. Cheng Hao facepalmed. Could it be that He Yuan attracts the wrong kind of attention? Jiang Yirou, intrigued by the gossip, watched with bright eyes. Perhaps we should find a place to discuss this? After all, it's merely reviewing papers, skipping at wouldn't matter. He Yuan, the academic over here is actually encouraging me to skip class? Well, we must strive for academic excellence. Still, he was reluctant to face Cheng Hao's probing questions. Unexpectedly, Cheng Hao didn't allow him the chance to find an excuse. Swiftly dragging both of them out before the class bell rang, Jiang Yirou calmly strolled past the bewildered language teacher who had just entered the classroom. Teacher, we won't be attending this class. Leaving behind a perplexed teacher, she followed Cheng Hao without a second thought. Cheng Hao led them through the corridor and directly into an empty conference room, pushing them into a chair. With a resounding slam, he shut the door. Do you want me to resort to torture, or will you confess willingly? Cheng Hao placed a foot on the chair. He Yuan, terrified, shrank back like a quail. Why you? Don't come any closer. I am a straight man. It seems you've chosen the path of torture. Cheng Hao produced a stick from somewhere, twirling it in his hand before slamming it down on the table. He Yuan jumped in fright. I'll confess to everything. As it turned out, after He Yuan returned home yesterday, a flower-like young girl was waiting at his door, eyes brimming with tears, lamenting that her family had betrothed her to a corpulent factory owner, old enough to be her father. Outraged, He Yuan felt compelled to offer her shelter. So, you ran away to sleep on the streets, leaving the house for her? But I can't live with her. People will misunderstand. Do you still have quite a bit of pocket money? Is it so difficult to rent a room and catch some sleep? He Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Speak. Chu Shui interjected, claiming she was without a single coin and wished to purchase some clothing and bags, stating she was going to seek employment today. And you gave her all your money? Not a single penny for yourself? Jiang Yirou voiced what Cheng Hao was thinking. He Yuan, it's highly probable that you've been made a fool of. What? A fool? That can't be. I willingly gave her the money. She didn't coerce me. She promised she would leave as soon as she found a job. He Yuan maintained his innocence, oblivious to the reality. Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao exchanged glances, questioning if this foolish child could be salvaged. Cheng Hao felt a sense of helplessness. Let us try to rescue him, at least. Jiang Yirou sighed, perplexed by how He Yuan could fail to see through such blatant deception. What are you two mumbling about? He Yuan asked, his eyes sparkling with naivete, reminiscent of a college student. Listen, He Yuan, what if I told you she has no intention of finding a job and is comfortably enjoying herself at your place? Would you believe me? Cheng Hao queried, casting a glance at He Yuan. Impossible. Chu Shui said she was going to look for a job this morning. He Yuan was resolute. Shall we go? Jiang Yirou inquired. Let us go, Cheng Hao replied, suspecting that this so-called Chu Shui had perhaps administered a form of intelligence-dulling potion to He Yuan. He pressed the accelerator, driving straight to He Yuan's apartment. This residence was purchased by He Yuan's family to ensure he could rest closer to school, a coveted property in a high-end community where every inch was precious. Chu Shui is not that sort of person. She must have already, He Yuan remarked, as he unlocked the door with his fingerprint. Upon pushing it open, a loud bang startled him. Who are you people? The person who opened the door appeared bewildered to see Cheng Hao and the others. He Yuan was equally taken aback by the disarray within his home. Dongzi, is that Xiangzi who has come over? Chu Shui emerged from within, clad in a revealing short dress, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Upon spotting He Yuan, she dropped the bottle of liquor in her other hand, shattering it to pieces. What, He Yuan? What are you doing here? Chu Shui hastily extinguished her cigarette and tossed it into the ashtray. He Yuan gazed at Chu Shui, adorned in her provocative attire, exposing a generous portion of her midriff, and found himself at a loss for words. This was not the same Chu Shui who had appeared so humble and pitiable yesterday. Shouldn't you explain yourself? He Yuan managed to squeeze out, his voice strained. The living room, which had previously been filled with raucous laughter and garish outfits, fell silent. Shui, who is this person? Is he the wealthy brother you mentioned? A girl sporting a nose ring and chewing gum eyed He Yuan with undisguised desire. Shui, it seems you've been dining well since coming here. These two are quite the catch compared to your previous suitors. Shut up, Chu Shui, flushed with embarrassment, loudly silenced her. She regretted flaunting her new lifestyle yesterday, now finding herself invaded by a group of unexpected guests. Let me explain. I didn't invite them. They came of their own accord. And I felt too embarrassed to kick them out. Chu Shui feigned a couple of tears, genuinely or not, causing He Yuan's heart to tremble. Please, don't cry. He Yuan panicked, while Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou looked on in disbelief. Chu Shui, is it? Are you all of age? This apartment belongs to my good brother He Yuan. If you continue this way, I can easily call Uncle Mao to come and escort you all away, Cheng Hao declared, a hint of authority in his voice. Upon hearing Uncle Mao's name, the others frantically discarded their cigarettes and alcohol. Shui, I have something at home. I must take my leave. My friends are calling me out for a meal. I'm off. Quickly, the room emptied, leaving Chu Shui's facade of grandeur in tatters. Her expression soured. He Yuan invited me to stay here, so I'm effectively the owner of this place. I merely invited some friends over. What right do you have to expel us? He Yuan has no objections, right? He Yuan glanced between Chu Shui and Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, maybe we should just let it go. It's not like anything serious happened. Let them leave in peace. Cheng Hao rolled his eyes, exasperated. As long as you're happy, since you don't need our help, we'll take our leave. Hey, Cheng Hao. Despite He Yuan's calls, Cheng Hao dragged Jiang Yirou away, not looking back. It was only once they were in the car that Jiang Yirou spoke up. Cheng Hao, you know He Yuan is easy to manipulate. Why did you leave him to fend for himself against that woman? Cheng Hao's expression remained calm, devoid of the earlier indignation. How much effort do you think it would take to convince him? Probably an immense amount, and then a few tears from that woman would have him soft again. Jiang Yirou assessed He Yuan's character. Do you know what the most effective method of educating a child is? Cheng Hao inquired. What is it? Let them experience pain. Only through suffering will they learn. It's better for them to learn through hardship than through mere words. Jiang Yirou nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. How do you know so much about parenting? Impressive. She felt as though Cheng Hao was a fountain of knowledge, seemingly aware of everything. While she merely existed to meet others' expectations, Cheng Hao would never divulge that in his previous life, he had prepared himself to be a husband, diligently studying parenting knowledge with the intention of taking full responsibility for their future children, ensuring Jiang Yirou would never have to bear any burden. Just casual reading. Oh, Jiang Yirou sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared, but since he had said it, she refrained from probing further. As it was time for lunch, she suggested, shall we return home for a meal, rest, and then head back to school? We'll still have time. Sure. Cheng Hao had no objections. Whether they attended class or not was inconsequential, as he already understood the material. With a deft turn of the steering wheel, he directed the car towards the villa. What do you want for lunch? I'll have the kitchen prepare it. Jiang Yirou called home. Anything will do. Just keep it simple. 5 minutes until we're home. How about noodles? Sounds good. By the time they entered the house, 2 bowls of aromatic seafood noodles were already waiting for them on the table. Miss, you're back. Today's time was quite tight, so I prepared a simpler noodle dish. If you need anything else, the kitchen will whip it up immediately. Jiang Yirou glanced at the noodles on the table. Looks good. She turned to Cheng Hao. What do you think? Anything else you'd like? Cheng Hao shook his head. It's perfect. I don't need anything more. He felt the chef was being overly modest. The bowl of noodles was nothing short of luxurious, as if an entire king crab had been included. The rich, creamy broth was undeniably appetizing. All right then, you all may leave. Jiang Yirou waved her hand, and the staff retreated. In the expansive dining room, only Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou remained. Their styles of eating noodles were markedly different, each taking their own approach to the meal. She delights in using a fork to delicately place noodles onto a large spoon, then meticulously twirls them up with her fork before elegantly bringing them to her lips, all without spilling a single drop of broth. When it comes to shrimp, she skillfully employs her knife and fork to completely peel the shells, savoring the succulent meat with grace. Cheng Hao has always enjoyed watching Jiang Yirou eat. He has observed that no matter how challenging the ingredients may be, Jiang Yirou consumes them with elegance and an undeniable appetite. When she eats, it is evident that she genuinely relishes the flavors, unlike other women who might declare themselves full after just a couple of bites. Whenever Cheng Hao finds himself lacking appetite, he secretly watches Jiang Yirou. Observing her leisurely enjoyment of food is a true pleasure, making everything appear incredibly delicious, an infallible remedy. On one occasion, while sneaking another glance at Jiang Yirou, he was caught in the act. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Cough. No. Cheng Hao replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Yirou glanced at the large shrimp in her spoon, mistakenly assuming he wished to partake. Here, have some. She promptly placed the peeled shrimp meat into Cheng Hao's bowl. Thank you. Under Jiang Yirou's expectant gaze, Cheng Hao picked up the shrimp meat and popped it into his mouth. Is it delicious? Delightful. It's so cute and bouncy. The main joy stemmed from the fact that it was prepared by Jiang Yirou herself, filling him with a profound sense of happiness, though it was a beautiful misunderstanding. As a gesture of gratitude, Cheng Hao wiped his hands and personally helped Jiang Yirou extract some crab meat. He pushed the small dish filled with the crab meat towards her. I've removed the meat for you. There are 2 types of sauce, one spicy and one mild. Thank you. Jiang Yirou's eyes sparkled as she looked at Cheng Hao. She had noticed him peeling crab earlier and had been wishing he would help her with one too. Little did she expect that the meat he had extracted was meant for her. Chapter 43. I can't stand it any longer. This sweet and sour sauce is absolutely delicious. How did you make it? Jiang Yirou exclaimed, dipping a piece and being utterly amazed. It's simple. I made a jar of sweet and sour sauce using garlic, chili, and lemon. The lemon shredded chicken you love is also prepared with this sauce. It pairs wonderfully with seafood. Jiang Yirou found herself unable to stop eating. If you like it, I can prepare more next time. It won't spoil in the fridge. You can take some to school when you go to university, so you don't have to eat unfamiliar food outside. Jiang Yirou looked puzzled. Why would I take it with me? Can't you just make it for me again? Of course I can make it for you whenever you want. But sending it to you will take some time. You might as well take a few jars with you. Especially since it's not as easy to send packages abroad as it is domestically. Jiang Yirou was confused about why it needed to be sent. But Cheng Hao had already stood up. I'm full. I'll head upstairs to rest. Oh, all right. Jiang Yirou also felt a loss of appetite and decided to return to her room. Yet, as she lay in bed, the more she thought about it, the more something felt off. She felt she would be tormented if she didn't clarify things immediately. I can't stand it any longer. With that, she turned and dashed towards Cheng Hao's room. At that moment, Cheng Hao lay in bed, his expression anguished, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, as if he were struggling to awaken from a nightmare. Mom, Dad, no, don't go. Cheng Hao watched helplessly as his parents boarded a small plane. Clutching a box, he desperately tried to intervene, but they were oblivious to him, unable to see or hear his pleas. The plane has been tampered with. You can't board. Dad, Mom, come back down. Hurry. If you don't come down now, it will be too late. The aircraft took off on its original trajectory, unaffected by Cheng Hao's presence. Dejected, he sat beside his parents, utterly powerless. Less than half an hour into the flight, the aircraft began to shake violently. Panic erupted among the passengers, yet Cheng Hao's parents, after their initial fright, placed the box between them and held each other tightly. This was the hope they intended to bring to their country, a hope they vowed to protect at all costs. Before Cheng Hao's eyes, the plane plummeted rapidly, exploding in a fiery blaze. He witnessed his parents embracing each other amidst the flames, their eyes filled with deep affection for one another. No, Cheng Hao, Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. The door was unlocked, so she entered. As soon as she stepped inside, she was taken aback. Cheng Hao was curled up on the bed, tears streaming down his face, a picture of anguish, resembling a wounded creature. Dad, Mom. Hearing Cheng Hao's heart-wrenching cries, Jiang Yirou froze, her heart aching for him. She couldn't help but reach out and embrace his head. Cheng Hao, wake up. You're having a nightmare. As she spoke, her voice became choked with emotion. She had always perceived Cheng Hao as strong. Although he initially needed her to comfort him with lollipops when he first arrived, he gradually became more mature, no longer retreating to a corner to cry. She believed he was beginning to heal from the pain of losing his parents. In her memory, Cheng Hao always faced her teasing with a bright smile, as if nothing could ever sadden him, always standing like a giant, protecting her. Little did she know, in the corners she couldn't see, Cheng Hao had been silently mending his wounds. She should have known better. How could anyone not miss their parents? Thus, all these years, he had remained gentle and polite in the Jiang household, maintaining a certain distance. In truth, he must have felt no sense of belonging at all. Jiang Yirou tightened her embrace. Feeling the profound sorrow emanating from him, she would give anything to bring Cheng Hao's parents back. In his dream, Cheng Hao was consumed by grief, the flames searing his very soul, as he felt himself on the brink of following his parents into the abyss. At that moment, he heard a gentle voice calling out to him. Cheng Hao, Cheng Hao. Suddenly, warmth enveloped him, shielding him from the scorching flames. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a fragrant scent and a soft touch. Just as he was trying to comprehend his surroundings, his head was released, and he heard Jiang Yirou's joyful voice. Cheng Hao, you're finally awake. I was so worried. Jiang Yirou's lips quivered, on the verge of tears once more. What's wrong? Don't cry. Cheng Hao rasped, reaching out to catch her tears. Was she worried for him? The voice that called out to him just now, it was Jiang Yirou's. Cheng Hao's heart softened. Jiang Yirou, though she often feigned toughness, truly cared for him when it mattered most. After all these years of companionship, devoid of romantic love, but filled with familial affection, he reassured her, it's all right. I'm fine. Yet, the more he insisted he was fine, the more uncontrollable her tears became. Silly. There's clearly something wrong. Why deny it? Why must you bear everything alone? It's going to break my heart. You had a nightmare just now. Jiang Yirou managed to say through her sobs. It's nothing. Just a dream. But I heard you calling for Uncle Cheng and Aunt Cheng. Cheng Hao's body stiffened, forcing a smile. It's nothing. I just dreamed about them. Perhaps they miss me and want me to visit them when I have the chance. Then let me accompany you. Now, we have classes in the afternoon. You can take a leave of absence. Jiang Yirou displayed a stubborn demeanor, asserting, since Uncle and Aunt have appeared in dreams, they must be eager to see you. Let us depart at once. With that, she promptly dialed her homeroom teacher. Hello, teacher. This afternoon, Cheng Hao and I have matters to attend to and wish to request leave. After speaking, she hung up the phone, leaving the teacher bewildered and speechless. Oh, Jiang Yirou from your class is taking leave again? No problem. After all, your teacher has little to impart to her. A teacher from the neighboring class jested. How cutting. Having secured their leave, Jiang Yirou took Cheng Hao to the cemetery. Cheng's parents, both orphans, had no relatives to claim their ashes after their untimely demise. It was Jiang's grandfather who intervened, ensuring their remains were laid to rest at the Jiang family cemetery in the outskirts. Miss, young Master Cheng. The attendants at the grave bowed respectfully to them. Jiang Yirou nodded, guiding Cheng Hao toward the gravestone of Cheng's parents. Feeling the warmth of her hand, Cheng Hao found solace in her caring nature. Her concern was profoundly comforting, making it increasingly difficult for him to let go. Upon arrival, Jiang Yirou placed the flowers she had brought before the gravestone. Uncle Cheng, Aunt Cheng, it's Yirou. You must miss Cheng Hao dearly, right? I brought him to see you. She exclaimed, gently pulling Cheng Hao forward. Go on, speak with uncle and aunt. Cheng Hao anticipated feeling awkward, but as he gazed upon the faces of his parents on the gravestone, which mirrored those from his dreams, his heart ached. Mom and Dad, I've come to visit you. He sniffled. I just saw you at noon, and now I'm here again. I hope I'm not being a bother. I miss you both. Please come visit me in my dreams more often. We should chat like a family. Cheng Hao rambled on for quite some time, and Jiang Yirou quietly stood by, lending her presence. When he finally realized how much time had passed, it had been an hour and a half. Why didn't you remind me? You stood here with me for over an hour. Initially, he had tried to hold back his emotions, but as he spoke, tears flowed freely, leaving him feeling exposed before Jiang Yirou. However, she merely took out a tissue from her bag and gently wiped away the traces of his tears. Do not feel embarrassed. You can express whatever you wish. I am simply here to stand with you. How she longed to mend the void left by Cheng Hao's loss. Yet, Jiang Yirou understood that she could never fully achieve that. All she could do was offer him some comfort and accompany him in his visits. Her trusting gaze allowed Cheng Hao to lower his defenses. What if I told you my parents' deaths were not an accident? Would you believe me? He ventured cautiously. Yes. She replied without hesitation. Aren't you curious why? Why should I ask? Your doubts must have merit. Not only do I believe you, but I can also assist you in your investigation. We need not pursue an investigation. The situation may be quite intricate. He wished to shield Jiang Yirou from this matter. But have you considered that if your suspicions hold true, then there may be those who have already taken notice of you? And with me being so close, I am inevitably involved? Her words sent a chill down Cheng Hao's spine. Upon reflection, many events from his past life seemed illogical, as though an unseen hand were guiding him towards his demise. The accident preceding his rebirth appeared far from simple. If he could not unearth the truth about those individuals in this life. Thank you for awakening me. Initially, I sought only a peaceful existence, to engage in modest business endeavors and witness the sunrise and sunset. Yet it seems that as long as those behind this remain unaccounted for, my life will never be tranquil. Perhaps my parents wished to warn me in my dreams to be wary of retribution from my enemies. Rest assured, I will always stand by your side. Jiang Yirou's small hand clasped Cheng Hao's, as if to transfer her strength to him. She made him feel less isolated and vulnerable. On their return journey, Jiang Yirou remained silent, simply accompanying him in solitude. It was only after watching Cheng Hao ascend the stairs to his room that she departed. Ensure Cheng Hao is safeguarded. Should anything happen to him, I shall hold you accountable. She instructed her subordinates before leaving. Yes, miss, they affirmed. Jiang Yirou returned to the ancestral home with a serious expression. Grandfather, Yirou, what brings you back so urgently? Her grandfather noted the unusual nature of her visit. She was typically methodical and well-organized, and such unannounced visits were unprecedented. Grandfather, how much do you know about the truth behind Cheng uncle and aunt's deaths? Why the sudden inquiry? Cheng uncle and aunt perished in a plane crash during a mission. I have already mentioned this. Grandfather, I have matured. Cheng Hao has grown as well. We deserve to understand the truth. Did Cheng Hao send you to ask me? No. He is unaware. However, he has begun to question the events of that year, and it is only a matter of time before he seeks you out. After a lengthy silence, Zhang's grandfather exhaled deeply. The circumstances of that time were far too complex for you to comprehend. I do not wish for Cheng Hao to become entangled in those events. The reason I brought him here was that only our Jiang family can protect him. Yirou, it is not too late for you to reconsider the engagement. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Yirou replied, why should I reconsider? I care for Cheng Hao as a person. Even if it entails danger? Grandfather, let me be clear. Even if danger lurks, I will not abandon Cheng Hao. So what exactly is this danger? In her eyes shone a maturity beyond her years. She would no longer allow anyone the opportunity to harm him. Very well. I shall disclose everything to you. Prepare yourself mentally. Eventually, Zhang's grandfather acquiesced. On the journey back to the villa, Jiang Yirou gazed expressionlessly out the window, even with a mental preparation. The revelation of the truth left her unsettled for quite some time. She felt a deep admiration for Cheng uncle and aunt, and her heart ached for Cheng Hao even more. What could she do to provide Cheng Hao with a sense of familial warmth? Ding! Her phone chimed with a notification. If you love him, cook him a grand meal. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Jiang Yirou clicked on it. Inside were several recipes, detailing not only the preparation methods and required ingredients, but also their nutritional benefits. She downloaded the app and began studying the recipes. Before arriving at the villa, she had chosen 3 dishes she intended to prepare. Concerned she might fail, yet equally worried about the outcome if she succeeded, she settled on 3 dishes. Confident that at least one would turn out edible. With determination, she sent the necessary ingredients to the kitchen for preparation. "Miss, are you certain you can cook?" The butler hesitated to dissuade Jiang Yirou, recalling her previous attempt at making desserts, which had not gone well. If she were to injure herself while cooking or spill hot oil, would his career not be at stake? "Butler, are you questioning my abilities?" Jiang Yirou replied with an annoyed expression. When did the butler become so pedantic? After all, if they could cook, why could she not? The mere thought of Cheng Hao's astonished expression upon tasting the meal she had prepared filled Jiang Yirou with an exhilarating sense of anticipation. She was resolutely determined to win the heart of this man through her culinary skills. "What dish is this?" "Miss, this is chive." "Why does it look different from the chives in the app?" "Miss, these are chopped." "And what is this?" "Scallions." "That can't be right. Aren't scallions supposed to be thin and delicate? These are so thick." "Miss, these are green onions, perfect for stir-frying." Jiang Yirou resembled a toddler taking its first steps, meticulously identifying the ingredients. As Cheng Hao descended the stairs for a drink, he was perplexed to find Jiang Yirou bustling about in the kitchen. "Miss, what are you doing in the kitchen?" Startled, Jiang Yirou quickly waved her hand. "Oh, nothing. I was just a bit hungry and looking for something to eat." This was supposed to be a surprise. How could she let Cheng Hao know in advance? "Oh, what would you like to eat? I can make it for you." No, it's fine. I've already eaten." Jiang Yirou, fearing further inquiries, hurriedly pulled him upstairs. "Aren't you going to rest? It's still early for dinner." "I didn't rest. I was just doing some exercises." "Oh, then you must be tired from studying. Why not play some games upstairs for a while?" With that, Jiang Yirou dragged him to the gaming chair upstairs, patting his shoulder. "Play well. You're not allowed downstairs until dinner." Cheng Hao was utterly bewildered. He had witnessed pressure to study, but never pressure to play games. Chapter 45. No surprise, but plenty of fright. Click. The door was locked behind him. Cheng Hao couldn't help but wonder if Miss Jiang had concocted yet another whimsical game. He approached the terrace and gazed downwards. The 4th floor wasn't particularly high. He had undergone private training. Such heights were manageable for him. With bare hands and no protective gear, he decided to investigate what Jiang Yirou was up to. He pinpointed a safe landing spot and, like a spider, leaped down with agility, successfully reaching the ground in under half a minute. This was a mere trifle for someone who practiced daily. However, a minor mishap awaited him upon entry. He collided with the butler. "Young master? Aren't you supposed to?" "Shoo." Cheng Hao dragged the butler into a corner, ensuring Jiang Yirou remained oblivious. The butler blinked in surprise, nodding rapidly. Okay. Only then did Cheng Hao release him. "Now confess honestly, what is the young lady up to?" "Young master, you don't know?" "If I knew, why would I ask you?" The butler, understanding, surmised that Jiang Yirou was planning something romantic, a surprise for Cheng Hao. "You'll find out tonight, young master. The young lady has her reasons for keeping it a secret." Cheng Hao wore an expression of incredulity. "She locks me upstairs. How am I to know if she intends to do something to me?" The butler gasped in horror. "Is the young lady really that daring?" "Indeed. I just climbed down from upstairs. If you don't tell me, I might as well escape. When the young lady inquires, you'll take the blame." The butler's face contorted with despair. "Young master, you can't be so ungrateful. I did nothing wrong. Then you'd better spill the beans. If not, I'll venture in myself." Wait. I'll tell you. But you must promise to act as if you know nothing. Deal. Follow me, young master." The butler led Cheng Hao to a hidden corner, revealing a stash of chairs, snacks, and 8 treasure porridge. "Butler, this isn't your secret hideout, is it? Don't tell a soul. No one knows about this place. I observe the servants here. I know if they're slacking off." All right. A secret among men. I want to reveal it." Cheng Hao clapped the butler on the shoulder. "Here, the view is excellent and discreet. You can see the kitchen." Cheng Hao peered in. And indeed, he could see at least half the kitchen. He watched Jiang Yirou busily moving about, occasionally consulting the chef. Then, under the chef's guidance, Jiang Yirou heated the pan and poured in oil. "She, cooking?" "Yes. The young lady is preparing dinner for you. But she has never cooked before. This could be disastrous. Last time, didn't you enjoy the peach gum coconut milk? Sweets and cooking are not the same. One is boiled, while the other requires frying. If mishandled, it can splatter." Before he could finish his thought, a shriek echoed from the kitchen. Cheng Hao's instincts kicked in, and he rushed out. "Miss, what happened?" He grasped Jiang Yirou's hand, which bore a small red mark from an oil burn. Jiang Yirou, startled by Cheng Hao's sudden appearance, was momentarily dumbfounded. "Ice. Give me some ice." Cheng Hao shouted at the frozen chef. "Quick, bring me a clean ice pack." Immediately, someone fetched a clean piece of ice. "Do you have a clean handkerchief?" Yes. The butler is prepared." The butler swiftly handed over a pristine handkerchief. Cheng Hao quickly wrapped the ice in the cloth, testing it against his own skin to ensure it wasn't too cold, then gently pressed it against her burn. It's crucial to apply cold compresses immediately, otherwise, blisters will form by morning, and scars will remain. Jiang Yirou watched Cheng Hao's focused expression as he tended to her injury, biting her lower lip. Did I scare you? I just wanted to prepare a surprise for you. No surprise, but plenty of fright. Cheng Hao glanced at the ingredients on the counter, exasperated. Just tell me what dish you want. Relay it to the kitchen, or to me. This isn't suitable for you. I simply wanted to cook for you. It was just an accident. I've done well before. Jiang Yirou was determined to prove she wasn't just a sheltered young lady who knew nothing but study. Seeing her downcast expression, Cheng Hao couldn't help but gently ruffle her hair. If you ever wish to cook again, you can call on me. I'll teach you. It would be more reassuring to oversee her efforts. Really? You're willing to teach me? You want to bar me from the kitchen? Exactly. Look how frightened the others are. If you do this a couple more times, they might need emergency resuscitation. The moment Jiang Yirou lifted her face, any sign of distress had vanished. Cheng Hao felt something was amiss, yet he lacked proof. Then teach me now. Jiang Yirou tugged Cheng Hao back to the stove. Today, I want to make scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried clams, and a dish called Grandma's Vegetables. Is that all right? Of course. Cheng Hao found it impossible to refuse her. If she learned to cook now, when she traveled abroad, she could prepare her own meals if others didn't suit her taste. The butler had already signaled for the others to leave, leaving only Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou in the kitchen. Is the water drained? Cheng Hao observed her about to pour the vegetables into the oil with the colander and quickly stopped her. There's still some water. Let me do it. You might get splattered. Hey. Jiang Yirou watched as Cheng Hao deftly intercepted her colander, pouring the contents into the hot oil with practiced precision. With you doing this, I hardly have a chance to help. Then you shall be in charge of stir-frying. Cheng Hao said begrudgingly as he passed the spatula to Jiang Yirou. After more than 20 years of familiarity, he had become accustomed to caring for her. It was a muscle memory. He could change. Surely he could change. Jiang Yirou, feeling quite satisfied, confidently took the spatula. With a swift motion, half of the food flew out of the pan. Oh, it's fine. Practice makes perfect. Cheng Hao reassured her. On her second attempt, the pan tipped over. Whether it was due to the slippery bottom or the angle at which Jiang Yirou wielded the spatula, the pan indeed flipped. The oil inside splashed directly into the fire, sending sparks flying. Fortunately, Cheng Hao reacted swiftly, enveloping Jiang Yirou in his embrace. The housekeeper, who had been leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds, sensed something amiss upon hearing the commotion and hurriedly called for assistance. Upon entering the kitchen, his soul nearly left his body. He quickly organized the staff to extinguish the flames. Thankfully, the household staff were professionally trained, and within 5 minutes, the kitchen was restored to order. Still shaken, Jiang Yirou was led away by Cheng Hao to the living room, where she sat on the sofa, gripping his collar tightly. It's all right now, it's all right. Cheng Hao gently patted her back. Cheng Xiao, you should tend to your back first, the housekeeper softly reminded, holding a first aid kit. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yirou, her face filled with concern, rose from his embrace. Cheng Hao, are you injured? Why didn't you tell me? She turned him around and gasped upon seeing the hole burned into his shirt, revealing skin that had been scalded. Tears welled up in her eyes. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have insisted on learning to cook. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt. Just a minor injury. He insisted. Nothing. Look at that gaping wound. Jiang Yirou dared not even touch it. Miss, we can cut the hole in the shirt larger for disinfection and treatment, the housekeeper kindly suggested. Yes, let's treat your wound. Jiang Yirou took the scissors, declaring, I'll help you with the treatment. Just lie down. No, I'll do it myself in my room. Absolutely not. Lie down. Jiang Yirou insisted, her expression resolute. Cheng Xiao, the housekeeper chimed in, feeling anxious. If the young lady wants to apply the medicine, let her do it. Who else has the honor of having the young lady administer the treatment? Even old Master Jiang never received such treatment. Cheng Hao, noticing the guilt in Jiang Yirou's eyes, felt his heart soften. Oh, fine, it's just applying some medicine. He relented, placing his hands on the sofa and lying down. As he did so, the muscles in his back formed an elegant curve, nearly causing Jiang Yirou to forget her purpose. What a rascal. Even injured, you can't sit still. Time passed, and seeing that Jiang Yirou had yet to move, Cheng Hao turned to look at her. Miss. His eyes seemed to plead. Hurry up. The sight of the handsome man injured exuded a beauty interwoven with strength and fragility, making Jiang Yirou question whether she might turn into a beast at any moment. Cough. Cough, you lie still. I'll just cut your shirt a little. With that, Jiang Yirou clumsily enlarged the hole in the shirt with the scissors. As she disinfected with iodine, she would dab and blow gently, causing Cheng Hao's muscles to twitch involuntarily. Let me bandage it for you. Otherwise, the medicine will easily rub off. Isn't that unnecessary? Cheng Xiao, it is necessary. She insisted. Otherwise, what's the point of the medicine? The housekeeper encouraged her from the side. I'll be careful. Rip. All done. Before she could finish her sentence, Cheng Hao's shirt was utterly ruined. Jiang Yirou was indeed decisive, without a trace of hesitation. The sound of tearing fabric echoed, akin to the sudden rupture of Cheng Hao's nerves. He lay trembling on the sofa, feeling weak and helpless. Get up, or I won't be able to manage. Jiang Yirou glared at him, holding a roll of gauze. How could she secure it if he remained lying down? How can I get up? If I do, everything will be exposed. Naturally, the housekeeper did not give him a chance to hesitate, directly helping him to sit up. Cheng Hao, if you're unable, let me assist you. After supporting him, he thoughtfully gathered the shredded pieces of Cheng Hao's shirt and tossed them into the trash bin. A cool breeze wafted through the room, and Cheng Hao thought the air conditioning felt unusually cold today. Jiang Yirou wrapped the gauze around Cheng Hao's chest, though it was somewhat haphazard. It at least secured the wound. Finally, she tied a lovely bow in the center. All done. This should be foolproof. Jiang Yirou beamed with pride at her handiwork. Cheng Hao quickly stood up. I'll go change clothes, and then come down to cook. There's no need to cook. Let the kitchen handle it. Jiang Yirou realized that professional matters should indeed be left to the professionals. That's fair. Just as Cheng Hao was about to ascend the stairs, he turned back with concern. You won't sneak back into the kitchen, will you? Of course not. Jiang Yirou replied, embarrassed. Who would have thought that the astute Jiang Yirou would be completely inept in the kitchen? She no longer wished to embarrass herself. Cheng Hao signaled the housekeeper to keep an eye on her before he felt at ease to go upstairs to change. The calm demeanor he had maintained vanished as soon as he entered his room. Cheng Hao flopped onto the bed, burying his face in the blanket, groaning. I was completely exposed. Is my body acceptable? He glanced down to count his abs. 1, 2, 8. Not bad at all. As for his chest muscles? Quite full. His biceps were strong. It's all good, it's all good. It's just a little exposure and touching. It's not like it's anything serious. Cheng Hao reassured himself as he got dressed. When he descended the stairs, he was unexpectedly tackled by He Yuan, who wailed dramatically. Cheng Hao, hurry, brother. I'm in dire straits. I can't even afford a meal. What on earth is happening? Cheng Hao struggled to push He Yuan away slightly, lest his tears and snot stain his new clothes. My dad found out I took in Chuxue and froze my card. How can I explain to him that Chuxue is just temporarily staying? He won't believe me. Good brother, you're the only one on my side, right? Where did you get the idea that I would be on your side? Cheng Hao, why not charm Chuxue instead? See if she's willing to return part of the money you gave her. You helped her when she was in trouble, so she should help you now that you're in a bind, right? He Yuan's limited capacity for reasoning found some merit in Cheng Hao's words. True. I gave quite a bit. If she could return me a few thousand, I'd have money to eat. Thank you for the reminder. Now go. Cheng Hao urged. If you hurry, you might still have a chance to eat with her. Right. I'm off. He Yuan, having arrived in a flash, left just as quickly. Jiang Yirou watched him seriously persuade He Yuan and couldn't he help but chuckle, shaking her head. Is this child a bit dim? How could he so earnestly believe in that woman? We must correct his misconceptions while he's still young. Otherwise, it will be too late to change him later. He should face some hardship, lest he remain so naive. Cheng Hao cast a vote in favor of He Yuan's father. Let He Yuan witness the treachery of human nature. I shall not show any mercy, but if one day I find myself blinded by the wicked, would you treat me the same way? Jiang Yirou's expression was solemn. Cheng Hao felt a pang of distress. Why did this young lady pose such life-threatening questions? Surely, with her intelligence, she would not be easily deceived. But what if she were deceived? Would you cast me aside, allowing me to endure suffering before teaching me a lesson? Cheng Hao broke into a cold sweat. How could he dare? Watching the young lady plunge into danger? It would be his own life at stake. In a moment of folly, Cheng Hao blurted out. Then I shall bind the young lady's hands and feet and confine her at home. The butler nearly dropped the dishes in his hands. What had he just heard? Such words should not have reached his ears. Chapter 47. A brain with 95 water content. Jiang Yirou's eyes widened in disbelief. What had she just heard Cheng Hao say? Cheng Hao snapped back to reality, drenched in cold sweat. What in the world was he saying? Ahem. What I meant was, should the young lady fall prey to malevolence, I would do my utmost to intervene and prevent any opportunity for the wrongdoers. Yes, that is precisely what I meant. The expressions of the butler and the others were rather peculiar. Do you think we would believe that? Jiang Yirou's face flushed crimson. Having studied psychology, she understood that a person's initial reaction is the most genuine. Therefore, Cheng Hao's earlier thoughts were his truest sentiments. The realization that he harbored such thoughts about her did not repel Jiang Yirou. Rather, it stirred within her a subtle anticipation. Oh, I see. There are certain things you can speak to me about privately. Cheng Hao, no, please let me explain. I truly did not mean anything so outrageous. But what on earth did that expectant look on Jiang Yirou's face signify? Surely she did not wish to reciprocate such sentiments? It was quite possible. Although Jiang Yirou wore a smile, inwardly, she had taken note of him. After all, he had dared to suggest binding her hands and feet in front of so many people. Cheng Hao could already envision a scenario where he would be kneeling on the ground, bound by Jiang Yirou, repeatedly admitting his errors. Young lady, I was wrong. But when he regained his senses, he found that Jiang Yirou had already left the living room. Cheng Hao, the young lady has gone to the dining hall. The butler kindly reminded him. His respect for Cheng Hao had only deepened. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have been lucky to leave the Jiang household in one piece. Yet, not only had Cheng Hao survived, but the young lady's attitude towards him was also intriguingly favorable. The butler chuckled mischievously as he followed Cheng Hao. The next day at school, when Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou encountered He Yuan, they were taken aback. Was that haggard figure with dark circles truly He Yuan? Hey, did you work as a gigolo last night? You look utterly worn out. Get lost. You're the gigolo. He Yuan swatted Cheng Hao's hand away. Then what else with that hollow look on your face? Have you been drained by a vixen? What vixen? I merely didn't sleep last night. And I haven't eaten since noon yesterday. I'm starving. Weren't you supposed to have dinner with your dear sister? Cheng Hao did not need to guess what had transpired. However, he was not one to miss an opportunity to kick someone when they were down. He Yuan's eyes darted nervously. Yesterday, Chu Shue couldn't invite me for dinner because her mother was present. Oh, then I'm puzzled. Whose house is that? Yours or hers? Of course it's mine. Then why do you look so sheepish returning to your own home? You didn't end up sleeping on the streets last night, did you? Cheng Hao remarked, noting He Yuan's unchanged attire. What a fool. As a grown man, I couldn't possibly share a room with them. So I chose to leave. Chu Shue even offered me the master bedroom while they took the guest room. How could I accept that? So you didn't ask her for your money back? At least to book a room for yourself? I did ask her. But she said her mother came and that her expenses were insufficient. She mentioned she would return the money if I was really in need. How could I demand it? As a man, I should manage on my own. Indeed. As a man, just tough it out. Good luck with that, Cheng Hao said as he began to walk away. Hey, where are you going? Aren't you going to treat me to breakfast? You're a grown man. What does it matter if you skip a few meals? Take care of yourself. I'm heading to the math teacher now. We're about to participate in a math competition, and the teacher is giving us some extra lessons. I might not even attend class today. Huh, what about lunch? He Yuan looked bewildered. Lunch. You can go to the cafeteria. Oh right, you have no money. Cheng Hao seemed to recall something. He Yuan's face lit up with hope. Not having money is not my concern. I'm not your father. Oh right. Your dad doesn't want you anymore. Ouch. A painful jab. Whether from hunger or anger, He Yuan trembled, pointing at Cheng Hao's retreating figure. Scoundrel. He Yuan. Jiang Yirou's voice called from behind. He Yuan turned, filled with hope. Jiang classmate, I know you're beautiful and kind-hearted. You wouldn't just abandon me, right? He Yuan. You are blocking the way. Please move aside. Thank you. Jiang Yirou politely sidestepped him and followed the direction of Cheng Hao without looking back. He Yuan buried his face in his hands, weeping. A pack of wolves. Just a pack of wolves. Jiang Yirou finally caught up with Cheng Hao before entering the office. You really have the heart to ignore him? Indeed. One must not coddle children. If they do not learn a proper lesson, their minds will only fill with nonsense. With his 95 water content brain, if he doesn't drain some out, it will be of no use. Jiang Yirou couldn't help but cover her mouth, chuckling. She hadn't expected Cheng Hao to be so sharp-tongued when being cunning. Just moments ago, she had thought He Yuan looked pitiful. She hadn't realized Cheng Hao intended to let him suffer further. Teacher Zhang. Cheng Hao approached the math teacher's desk. The teacher looked up from a pile of papers. You're here? Just give me a moment to finish grading this paper, and we'll head to the next classroom. All right, teacher, we'll wait for you outside. Cheng Hao responded, stepping out with Jiang Yirou into the corridor. Their classroom building was square, with a towering ancient sycamore tree in the center, lush and verdant. A branch conveniently stretched into the corridor, easily reachable with a gentle touch. With nothing to do, Jiang Yirou plucked a leaf to toy with. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a beautiful play of light and shadow on her face. Cheng Hao's reflexes outpaced his thoughts as he opened his phone, aimed the camera at Jiang Yirou, and captured the moment. Snap! Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Yirou turned around, catching him in the act. You're taking candid photos of me, she declared, her tone assertive. Cheng Hao, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose, about to apologize. Send me the photo. I want to see whether you captured me beautifully or poorly. Cheng Hao was taken aback, then smiled. Beautiful. I guarantee you'll look stunning. He fiddled with his phone and sent the photo. With such a beautiful young lady before him, it would be hard to take an unflattering picture. Jiang Yirou opened the photo upon receiving it. Under the radiant sun, a vivacious girl playfully lifted a leaf, and everything exuded a sense of harmony. It was evident that Cheng Hao, the photographer, lacked technical skill but was brimming with emotion. Jiang Yirou tilted her chin slightly, a proud expression adorning her face. You certainly know how to articulate your thoughts. Yet, why have you never been generous with compliments for me before? It made me momentarily doubt my own beauty. If a boy were to continually praise your looks, what would you think? Cheng Hao shot her a sidelong glance. A lecher? A rogue? A dandy? Huh, is that the reason? Chapter 48. Was she confessing her feelings to him? Jiang Yirou's laughter curved her eyes, her little head tilting slightly to one side. Cheng Hao plucked another leaf, casually biting on its stem. Indeed, should I fawn over you like Xiao Xiao does? That would be utterly insipid. You are unlike him. Jiang Yirou grimaced at the thought of Xiao Jiekai. His very silence was suffocatingly greasy. But no matter how much you say, I am still quite pleased. What is Miss Jiang implying? Is she confessing to him? Xiao Jiekai, pretending to pass by, was struck straight through the heart. Greasy? He is indeed greasy. Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou. Come on, let us move to the adjacent classroom. The mathematics teacher, brimming with confidence, brandished a stack of printed papers. These were meticulously crafted exercises he had compiled over the past few days, certain to stump the duo, or so he believed, while imparting wisdom to them. He could not fathom that, as a mathematics teacher, he could not enlighten two high school students. With unwavering confidence, he distributed the exercises and thought to himself, this should keep them occupied for the day. Thus, with a cheery remark of take your time, leave any questions blank, and I shall return to explain later, he exited the classroom. Little did he know that barely half an hour after his departure, Cheng Hao had begun to drift into a stupor. Propping his head with one hand, he gazed out at the leaves swaying in the wind, his eyelids growing heavy. How dreadfully dull. The problems are far too simplistic. Though Jiang Yirou was not as swift as Cheng Hao, she too completed the exercises after a mere half hour. Sitting behind him, she looked up and saw Cheng Hao straining to keep his head upright, his nodding indicating he was on the brink of slumber. A mischievous glint flickered in Jiang Yirou's eyes as she pursed her lips to suppress any sound. She tore off a piece of scrap paper, crumpled it into a ball, and gently tossed it. Thwack! Right on the back of his head. Who hit me? Cheng Hao jolted awake, glancing around. Aside from Jiang Yirou, who was diligently working on her problems, there was no one else. He scratched his head in confusion. A hallucination? A dream? Surely it couldn't have been Jiang Yirou. Stealing a glance at her, he found her gazing up at him with an expression of bewilderment. Is something the matter? Nothing. Cheng Hao turned away only to immediately turn back. Jiang Yirou nearly got caught in the act. She blinked her large eyes earnestly. Is there something else? Were there others in the classroom just now? No, not at all. Heavens above. She could hardly contain her laughter. Oh, Cheng Hao finally turned back. Jiang Yirou hastily shielded her face with the exercise booklet, stifling her giggles. Ha! Cheng Hao's expression is simply too amusing. Silently, she kicked the paper ball that had bounced back behind her. Just as she was caught in her fit of laughter, Cheng Hao turned back once more. Did the teacher just walk by the window? I felt someone hit me. Jiang Yirou struggled to keep her voice steady. I wouldn't know. I was busy working on the problems. Cheng Hao pondered. Perhaps the mathematics teacher had passed by, observed him dozing, and thought him lazy, caught between sleeping and submitting assignments. He decided to prioritize sleep, intending to address the teacher's arrival later. He simply lay his head down on the desk, embracing slumber. The air conditioning in the classroom was blissfully soothing. Cheng Hao, having stayed up late preparing for a live stream the previous night, soon fell into a deeper sleep. This time, Jiang Yirou refrained from disturbing him, instead subtly shifting her seat to admire his sleeping visage from the right rear. How could his eyelashes be so long? Jiang Yirou poked at the air, unable to fathom the ticklish sensation that would ensue if she placed her palm over his eyes. Feeling those delicate lashes brush against her skin. With his thick brows and prominent nose, her gaze finally settled on a place she rarely lingered, his lips. Cheng Hao's lips were beautifully shaped, thin and diamond-like. While many a thin-lipped man was often thought to be emotionally aloof, Jiang Yirou believed it was a matter of individual character. If someone were to capture Cheng Hao's heart, he would undoubtedly dedicate his life to safeguarding that person. A flicker of shyness washed over Jiang Yirou as she buried half of her face in her arm on the desk. Who might that person be? No, it must be her. She would not allow him the chance to fall for another girl. As for his previous life declaration to annul their engagement, she would not grant him that opportunity again. Jiang Yirou noticed the mathematics teacher sauntering out from the adjacent office, clutching the exercise booklet, and she swiftly stood up. Before he could enter the classroom, she intercepted him back to the office. Let Cheng Hao enjoy a bit more of his rare slumber. Jiang Yirou, you settled in quite promptly. Yes, teacher. I have a few problems I'm uncertain about. Could you explain them to me? The mathematics teacher's bruised pride began to mend. Certainly. This set of exercises is rather challenging. Once we reach the classroom, I shall explain them to you both. That is unnecessary, teacher. Cheng Hao is still working on them. If you explain now, he will miss out on the joy of the challenge. That is true. Let us head to the office. Then, the mathematics teacher and Jiang Yirou gradually walked away. Cheng Hao quietly enjoyed an additional 2 hours of sleep. Upon awakening, he found himself alone in the classroom. After washing his face in the back, he glanced at the time. It was nearly lunchtime, before gathering the completed exercises and making his way to the office. Upon reaching the door, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Jiang Yirou calmly asking the mathematics teacher questions, while the teacher, drenched in sweat, stammered and struggled to respond. Seeing Cheng Hao, the teacher appeared to have found his savior. Ah, Cheng Hao, you're finally done. We were waiting for you to tackle the problems together. Oh, what problems? Just the ones you both tend to struggle with. I wanted to focus on guiding you. Jiang Yirou has already grasped them well and can even apply her knowledge. Cheng Hao, do you have any questions? Questions? I shouldn't have any. Come now, Cheng Hao. Don't be shy. After working for so long, how could you possibly have no questions? Jiang Yirou finished in just an hour and asked me numerous questions, even if I couldn't answer them all. Though the teacher's responses were lacking, that was inconsequential. After all, her inquiries were far beyond the scope of the competition. Observing the teacher's eager expression, how could someone as kind-hearted as Cheng Hao bear to refuse? He promptly jotted down a few notes. Teacher, please make sure to cover this. Jiang Yirou and I will head for lunch now. We'll return afterward to check. Teacher, best of luck. You may request outside assistance. The mathematics teacher stared at the exercises in his hand, on the verge of tears. What was I thinking? Am I seeking self-inflicted torment? This problem cannot be resolved without a supercomputer. Forget it. Let's just shake someone down. Hey, senior brother, I have an intriguing question for you, and I shall send it to you right away. Chapter 49. Ancestor, please refrain from speaking recklessly. When you see He Yuan later, will you treat him to a meal? On their way to the cafeteria, Jiang Yirou inquired with curiosity. Cheng Hao twirled his campus card in one hand, a smile playing on his lips, as if, do you believe he hasn't already scavenged a plethora of snacks from other classmates? Are you suggesting that he will come running to you, pretending to be pitiful? What else could it be? Do you truly think he would starve while waiting for my meal card? This lad, aside from acting foolishly in front of women, is quite astute at all other times. As he spoke, he pointed discreetly at He Yuan, who was covertly indulging in snacks in a nearby corner, signaling Jiang Yirou to remain silent. He Yuan. Cheng Hao called out loudly, startling He Yuan, causing the shrimp chips in his hand to scatter all over the floor. With the other hand, he nearly smacked the cake into his own face. Cheng Hao, what brings you here? He Yuan stammered. He Yuan. Your guilty demeanor resembles that of a scoundrel caught in the act of infidelity. Surely, you aren't hiding here to gorge yourself all morning? I am simply starving. I wish to eat. Brother Cheng Hao, please treat me to a meal. Cheng Hao trembled at the desperate plea. If he is resorting to calling me brother, he must be exceedingly hungry. He Yuan gazed up with sincere, wide eyes. Then hurry and reclaim your money. No one here will pity you. Cheng Hao turned and walked away, like a heartless rogue. Do not forget, you have yet to secure a place to sleep tonight. Just a friendly reminder. You already reek. Cheng Hao's words struck He Yuan like a hammer, driving him further into despair. Could it be that I have truly erred? I merely sought to be helpful. Is that truly a fault? Indeed. It's simply that others are using the money you provided to assist themselves. You wouldn't find fault in that, would you? Assist themselves? See, look here. Jiang Yirou gleefully sent a video she had just received to his phone. No need to thank me. She patted He Yuan on the shoulder before turning to leave. Upon opening the video, He Yuan's fury surged as he tossed his snacks aside and bolted out of the school like a small cannonball. Cheng Hao was left dumbfounded. What did you show him? Ahem. Nothing much. Just that his apartment has now become a den of debauchery for that Chu Shui and her man. TSK. I'm rather eager to witness the live broadcast. Let us refrain. Allow him a shred of dignity. After all, we can observe discreetly. Jiang Yirou took out her phone, tapping the screen until He Yuan's first-person perspective appeared. When did you install a camera on him? Cheng Hao was astonished by Jiang Yirou's cunning. Oh, it is said to be unspeakable. Speaking of it would spoil the magic. Come. Before he arrives, let us hasten to purchase our meal. Huh, why? Jiang Yirou stumbled as he pulled her along. Fool, it will soon become inappropriate. Do you wish to become famous in front of an audience? Jiang Yirou shook her head. I do not wish for that. Then let us hurry to buy food. The two quickly cut in line at the cafeteria, purchased their meals, and raced to an empty classroom. Why do we feel like we are engaging in a covert affair? Cheng Hao swiftly covered Jiang Yirou's mouth. Oh, little ancestor. Do refrain from reckless speech. What affair? They share no romance to steal. MMM. Let me go? I am not speaking recklessly. If you cease your reckless remarks, I shall release you. Cheng Hao feared her tongue might once again spill something shocking. All right. Jiang Yirou nodded. Only then did Cheng Hao release her. In the heat of the moment, he had thought little of it. Now, he felt the lingering softness of her touch in his palm. He unconsciously rubbed his hand. Jiang Yirou's face appeared not only delicate and smooth, but felt akin to creamy jelly, brimming with collagen, utterly irresistible. Ahem. Let us check our phones. Cheng Hao used the act of retrieving his phone to mask his discomfort. Oh, the two positioned their phones on the table, squeezing together as they ate. Look, he has arrived home. Jiang Yirou's eyes widened, eager to open the door for He Yuan. The sight that greeted them upon the door opening certainly did not disappoint. The room was a chaotic mess. Chu Shui, clad only in a silk bathrobe, lay languidly in a man's embrace, appearing to be suffering from a hangover. And her mother was even more scandalous. With one arm around one man and the other around another, she looked utterly indulgent. Is that auntie? Please assist us in cleaning the place inside and out. Charging it all to He Yuan. He Yuan? The moment Chu Shui spotted He Yuan entering, she shrieked, scrambling off the man and hurriedly reaching for her clothing. Chu Shui's mother was stirred awake by the commotion, her tone irritable. You wretched girl, why the ruckus? Do you not know I am still asleep? Asleep? He Yuan has arrived. Chu Shui hastily adjusted her expression. He Yuan, please allow me to explain. These individuals appeared out of nowhere last night, and upon entering, they pounced upon us. We fought valiantly, resulting in a draw. Woe is me, He Yuan. You claim this place had excellent security. Why did such an incident occur? He Yuan, incredulous, chuckled with anger. Chu Shui, do you truly think me a fool? Even at this juncture, you seek to bite back? I considered you a sister, yet you borrowed my apartment only to sleep on the street? I defended you even at the cost of being cut off from my allowance by my father, only for you to create chaos in my apartment? He Yuan, I assure you, it is not as it seems. He Yuan immediately called for security. You all, throw them out, as far as possible. Understood. The community security. adhering strictly to the owner's commands, swiftly expelled everyone. He Yuan surveyed the wreckage, disgusted by the thought of what the mother and daughter had done in his room, and promptly decided to sell the place. Out of sight, out of mind. After everything was settled, He Yuan crouched down, covering his face. After a long while, a wail escaped him. Oh, how can I face Cheng Hao again? He will surely laugh me to death. Uffed. Cheng Hao, having just sipped his juice, nearly spat it out at He Yuan's exclamation. Is this person cursed? Shouldn't he be lamenting his poor judgment in trusting the wrong people, learning from his mistakes, and never being so gullible again? Why does he care that I might mock him? Is he unwell? Jiang Yirou stifled her laughter nearby. In his heart, your status is higher. Should you not feel honored? Cheng Hao's lips twitched. I thank him. No need. I would never fall for him. He should abandon all hope. Unaware that he had been thoroughly scrutinized, He Yuan prepared himself psychologically. Yes, I must resolutely ensure Cheng Hao remains oblivious. I shall merely say that Chu Shui returned to her hometown. Exactly. That shall be the tale. Chapter 50. Not only must I pluck, but I must do so with flair. He Yuan. Cheng Hao called out as he passed by class 15. Chu Shui has gone back to her hometown. He Yuan shouted loudly. Silence enveloped the room. Cheng Hao replied leisurely. I merely reminded you that the teacher is calling for you. And then, he drifted away. He Yuan. Stand in line behind me. The teacher remarked, if I don't assert my authority today, shall I be regarded as Hello Kitty? Cheng Hao concealed his prowess and reputation. Upon returning to the classroom, he noticed the mathematics teacher still in a state of perplexity, scratching his head. Leaning down, he inquired of Jiang Yirou, what is the matter? Has he not solved it yet? Not yet. He has only completed the second step. Teacher, this won't do. How can you continue to teach us like this? You didn't cheat on the previous problem, did you? The mathematics teacher, flustered, scratched his head and said, just wait a moment. I have an idea. Stop teasing the teacher. No one here can teach you. With the caliber of Cheng Hao and her, only a university professor could impart any knowledge. Cheng Hao chuckled and picked up the chalk. Teacher, spare yourself the struggle. Allow me to reveal the answer. Your initial approach is flawed. With swift strokes, Cheng Hao laid out the solution steps on the blackboard. Clear and concise. No need for my explanation, right? No. Ha. So that is how it is. Ha. The mathematics teacher seemed enchanted. Cheng Hao shrugged at Jiang Yirou. I think we should give the teacher some personal space. All right. Shall we head to the library? Sounds good. There is nothing to do now. After school, let us take He Yuan home for a live stream. The two strolled leisurely to the school library, passing alongside the playground. Through the glass windows, they could see a few scattered individuals engaged in reading or homework. After all, it was class time. Those in the library were likely the diligent scholars. The high school management system was notably both strict and lenient, emphasizing tailored education. Those disinterested in academics were encouraged to pursue their interests, while the studious were not confined to the classroom. After all, they were not short of resources. There was no need for everyone to crowd onto a narrow path. Jiang Yirou playfully stepped on Cheng Hao's shadow from behind. As he shifted left, she dashed to the left, and when he moved right, she sprang to the right, delighting in the game. Looking up, she saw the peach tree beside them laden with plump, round peaches, a truly delightful sight. Those peaches are enormous. I wonder if they're sweet. Cheng Hao, however, did not turn around. Jiang Yirou recalled the last time he assisted someone in picking pomelos and felt a surge of indignation. If you won't help me pick, I'll do it myself. She had a peach, though it was a tad too high. She leaped to grasp it, but missed by a hair's breadth. Resolutely, she decided to wrench the branch down with all her might. Cheng Hao, puzzled by the sudden silence behind him, turned around and exclaimed, What the? Is that a dog stealing peaches? Miss Jiang picking peaches. Miss, there is a bug on the tree, ah? Before he could finish, Jiang Yirou let out a shrill scream that pierced Cheng Hao's eardrums. A bug. A bug. Terrified, Jiang Yirou couldn't bear to look at the furry creature on her. Feeling utterly overwhelmed, Cheng Hao rushed forward, swiftly grabbing the bug. It's all right. It's just a little bug. It won't bite you. Look. The bug gazed innocently at Jiang Yirou. Ah, throw it away. Get rid of it. Terrified, Cheng Hao tossed the bug aside, flustered as he attempted to comfort her. It's gone. It's already gone. You scared me. You did that on purpose. I didn't. I just wanted to show you that the bug isn't big, it's a bug. Jiang Yirou retorted. Are we debating its size now? Is that the issue? Cheng Hao, observing Jiang Yirou's breakdown, felt utterly helpless. It was clear she genuinely despised bugs. Curious gazes from the library patrons turned towards them. Cheng Hao wished he could simply scoop Jiang Yirou up and flee. Why was the esteemed Miss Jiang crying? He had never seen her so heartbroken. Did Cheng Hao upset her? It seemed misfortune was looming for him. Everyone watched with a sense of schadenfreude as Cheng Hao hurriedly tried to console her. Miss, please don't cry. Do you want me to pick some peaches for you? Just point, and I'll get it. This one. Is this one all right? The biggest. Jiang Yirou had already lost her fear, but a lingering frustration simmered within her, making her uneasy. Last time, he had rushed to help someone else, and now, he had the audacity to scare her with a bug. No, that one has a bug. What about this one? The reddest. No, it's too red. I don't like it. What about this green one? So unripe. Am I supposed to use it as a weapon? Then which one do you want? I want the one at the very top one, is it? I'll go pick it. The one to its left. The left one? That one is a bit tricky to pick, he would have to climb up and contort himself to reach it. Forget it. I don't want it. Jiang Yirou wiped away her tears and immediately lowered her head, making it so that from Cheng Hao's perspective, he could only see her tightly pressed lips. She's not crying again, is she? Wait. I'll pick it. This level of difficulty is still manageable for me. Just wait. Cheng Hao seized the opportunity before Jiang Yirou could regret it, swiftly climbing up. Climbing trees was simple. Yet Cheng Hao noticed the curious stares from those in the library and the passers-by, making it impossible to adopt a posture that might seem unseemly. If you don't want to pick it, then forget it. I'm not Kai Xiaoya. At the mention of Kai Xiaoya, Cheng Hao's heart sank. He realized where the problem lay. Jiang Yirou's resentment was quite subtle. Now, he had no choice but to pick it. Not only that, but he had to do it with flair. Otherwise, this knot would remain untied. An idea struck him as he reached for the peach with great effort. Miss, just wait a moment. I'm almost there. At the moment he grasped the peach, Cheng Hao lost his balance and slipped straight down from the branch. The sudden turn of events caught Jiang Yirou off guard, and she instinctively threw her computer aside, attempting to catch Cheng Hao with her bare hands. Of course, Cheng Hao wouldn't let Jiang Yirou catch him. With a slight shift of weight, he landed safely on the ground. Ouch! Regardless of how hard he fell. He held the peach tightly in his hand. Cheng Hao, are you alright? Jiang Yirou exclaimed in a panic, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm fine. Cheng Hao forced a smile, displaying the undamaged peach. Look, the peach is fine too. What is the point of that? Where did you hurt yourself? I'll carry you to the infirmary. Jiang Yirou swatted the peach from Cheng Hao's hands, determined to lift him onto her back. In Chapter 51, using disinfectant inappropriately would be an issue. Cheng Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Yirou was genuinely trying to carry him. Despite her petite frame, she struggled to lift even one of his arms. She crouched down, making a valiant effort to hoist him onto her back. Oh no! Jiang Yirou exerted herself, but her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground. Cheng Hao, momentarily forgetting his active injury, quickly rose and swept Jiang Yirou up in his arms. To his dismay, he noticed her knees had scraped against the rough concrete floor. Jiang Yirou wanted to say that Cheng Hao was the one who got hurt. Don't speak. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Cheng Hao immediately scooped Jiang Yirou into his arms and sprinted towards the infirmary. No need. I just need to apply some medicine. She protested. Blood is gushing out, and you still insist it's unnecessary? Absolutely not. We must go to the infirmary. Cheng Hao's tone was uncharacteristically firm, his expression serious, his jawline taut. He regretted the light-hearted jest he had made earlier at Jiang Yirou's expense. Doctor! Doctor! He kicked open the infirmary door, only to find it deserted. You sit down on the bed for a moment. I will find a doctor. He carefully placed Jiang Yirou on the bed. Don't worry, the bleeding has stopped. Jiang Yirou desired Cheng Hao's attention but did not wish to cause him anxiety. Why so much blood? Upon closer inspection after their hurried journey, Cheng Hao was alarmed to see blood trickling down from her knee to her ankle. Absorbed by Jiang Yirou's white socks. How much force had she exerted to sustain such an injury? Cheng Hao rummaged through the shelves in the infirmary. I need to find some iodine. Let me disinfect the wound first. The school nurse ought to be reported for abandoning their post during working hours. Please don't file a complaint. I'm here. I'm here. The math teacher, donning a white lab coat, rushed into the infirmary, panting heavily. I just finished a problem and dashed over. What's going on with you two? The math teacher's breathlessness evaporated as he straightened up. You're the school nurse? The Jiang family had their own family physician, so they hardly ever visited the infirmary. Consequently, they were completely unaware that the infirmary's doctor also moonlighted as a math teacher. No wonder he couldn't teach them math. Ahem. What? Doesn't T seem credible? I graduated from a medical college. My professional skills are absolutely top-notch. Cheng Hao regarded him with skepticism. Is there only you in the infirmary? Of course. I am the pillar of this infirmary. Oh dear. Jiang, you've injured your foot? I'll take care of it immediately. The math teacher retrieved a bottle of disinfectant from a locked cabinet. Why is the disinfectant hidden so well? Are you afraid someone will steal it? Cheng Hao wondered, realizing why he had been unable to find it. Who would have thought that disinfectant would be locked away? Hey, you wouldn't believe it. Last semester, a male student stole a bottle to use on his boyfriend, and it ended up sending him to the hospital. Ever since, we've locked it up. The math teacher swiftly tended to Jiang Yirou's wound, wrapping it up with care. Jiang Yirou, curious, asked, a male student's boyfriend? How could disinfectant lead to a hospital visit? The math teacher had been itching to share this story for a long time. Using disinfectant inappropriately, of course Wang Laosher. You talk too much. Cheng Hao interjected with a threatening glare. Ahem. Well then, I have other matters to attend to. You two take care. The wound has been treated. With that, the math teacher made a hasty exit. Let's go? Cheng Hao motioned to carry Jiang Yirou. What are you both whispering about? Why can't I know? Jiang Yirou frowned, shifting slightly to resist his embrace. It's nothing. Just that the disinfectant was overused and the wound hurts. We might need to go to the hospital. Cheng Hao replied vaguely. Is that all? Then why the secrecy ahem? Well, school will be out soon. I'll carry you to the car for a rest. I'll call He Yuan shortly. Okay. Jiang Yirou instinctively reached to wrap her arms around Cheng Hao's neck. To her surprise, he turned away, bending slightly. Miss Jiang, hop on my back. Jiang Yirou felt a flush of embarrassment, relieved that Cheng Hao hadn't seen her moment of vulnerability. Oh. She obediently wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned against him. With a firm motion, Cheng Hao lifted her onto his back. Jiang Yirou's perspective shifted dramatically. Cheng Hao's view was indeed expansive. Usually, she had to lower her head to meet his gaze, which must have offered him an unfiltered view. She buried her flushed face in Cheng Hao's back. Should she wear those tops with larger collars from her wardrobe? Previously, she thought they looked slightly mature. But now she realized she had been overly conservative. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. She wore her school uniform daily, which concealed everything. Surely, Cheng Hao wouldn't develop any improper thoughts? Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Yirou stealthily loosened 2 buttons on her uniform. However, Cheng Hao placed her into the car backward, rendering the 2 unbuttoned buttons moot. This was something Jiang Yirou hadn't anticipated. Once he had settled her comfortably, Cheng Hao returned to class 15 just in time. He Yuan, he called out. He Yuan, not even having packed his bag, dashed out eagerly. Bro, you're a real pal. I thought you had left me behind. Wait, where's Jiang? She got injured and is waiting for us in the car. What? Injured? What happened? He Yuan suddenly recalled a notification he had received on his phone earlier and opened it. Whoa, you've made the school trending topic. Indeed. On the campus forum, bold headlines proclaimed, "Why did Miss Jiang kneel? Cheng Hao boldly carries Miss Jiang." Shockingly, Cheng Hao dared to. Cheng Hao glanced at a couple of posts and scoffed. These schoolmates have way too much time on their hands. Don't they fear that if Miss Jiang sees this, she might track them down and make them regret it? He Yuan instinctively rubbed his neck. It can't be that brutal, right? Just to clarify, I'm merely being curious. I didn't even comment. I'll post 4 comments. I'll post 5. Let us go, you lot are so idle. Cheng Hao playfully pressed He Yuan forward by the neck. Hey, I'm not some spring festival gala robot. Don't choke me. When they reached the car, He Yuan eagerly claimed the front passenger seat, leaving Cheng Hao to sit beside Jiang Yirou. Hello, Jiang. Jiang Yirou smiled, acknowledging him. Jiang, is your foot that serious? It's wrapped so tightly. He Yuan assumed she had merely scraped her knee. It's not severe. The school nurse just exaggerated the wrapping. Jiang Yirou felt somewhat helpless. Earlier, she had been so focused on the gossip that she hadn't noticed how exaggeratedly the math teacher had wrapped her leg. She wondered if she would be carried around by Cheng Hao for the next few days until her injury healed. Chapter 52, You bunch of rascals. Let us have the family doctor check it out when we get back. I don't trust that math teacher. He is so unprofessional. Cheng Hao frowned at the sight of Jiang Yirou's injured knee, feeling that the math teacher's bandaging skills were rather dubious. Such amateurish wrapping techniques suggested he was no better than a third-rate barefoot doctor. The math teacher sneezed several times. Just because the bandaging looked poor doesn't mean he lacks medical skills. Right. Last time I had a finger cut. That barefoot doctor wrapped it like it was broken and even tied a bow on top. I was the laughingstock among the girls. They said I had a girlish heart. I'm a grown man, for heaven's sake. He Yuan chimed in. Just wait. Soon you'll be the one turning girlish. Cheng Hao teased, a wicked grin on his face. Today's outfit is specially tailored to accentuate your highlights while concealing your protrusions. He Yuan rubbed his arms, feeling an ominous premonition. Why do I have this unsettling feeling? You're not even a girl. What premonition could you have? Come on, we're home. Let us eat first. Eat up a bit. We'll be working shortly. Jiang Yirou was privy to the underlying circumstances, stifling a chuckle at the side. He Yuan was the star of their live broadcast tonight. Upon entering the villa, He Yuan's eyes sparkled at the sight of a lavish spread on the table. As he hadn't eaten all day, I'm absolutely famished. I could devour this entire table, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together eagerly. One table? That one tea do. Your stomach will stick out when you put on your clothes later. Cheng Hao interjected. He Yuan, in a fluster, leapt up in agitation. Cheng Hao, even Joe Poppy wouldn't be this stingy, would he? With all this food, you only give me 2 plates of greens? I'm not a rabbit. I'm doing this for your own good. Cheng Hao retorted. What do you mean, for my own good? If we're brothers. Let me eat to my heart's content. I'm so hungry my eyes are glowing green. How can I work later with just this little rabbit food? He Yuan shoved Cheng Hao aside, declaring, get away. All of this is mine. He proceeded to lick every dish he could reach. All mine. No one dare snatch it from me. Cheng Hao's lips twitched in disbelief. You're really desperate for food. You're so disgusting. Cheng Hao was genuinely appalled by He Yuan's antics. What is it to you? Come at me. Take your time eating. We'll head next door. Cheng Hao feigned indignation as he pulled Jiang Yirou away from the dining room to a smaller dining area. Miss, young Master Cheng, please let me know if there's anything else you'd like. I'll have the kitchen prepare it. The butler had been waiting nearby, and the table before them was laden with even more sumptuous dishes than those outside. That's enough. You should join us too, butler. Cheng Hao called out. No. Young Master Cheng, I've saved a portion for myself, the butler replied, pointing to a smaller table filled with petite dishes that were far more extravagant than what He Yuan had. Jiang Yirou chuckled. Butler, you should eat quickly. If He Yuan sees this later, he might just weep. Certainly, miss. I eat quickly, the butler assured, I guarantee He Shao will see me finished before he arrives. Cheng Hao gave him a thumbs up. The butler was quite cunning. Thus, when He Yuan sauntered in, burping contentedly, and beheld the butler feasting on better fare than he had, the previous meal suddenly lost its allure. What the hell? You lot are hiding away here for a feast. Cheng Hao, having eaten his fill, set down his chopsticks and leisurely dabbed his mouth with a napkin. What do you mean hiding? We're dining here, quite openly. Seeing how much you enjoyed the food outside, we had no choice but to indulge ourselves here. The butler replied innocently. He Yuan felt tears welling up. Why not have some more, He Shao? I can't eat anymore. I'm too full of anger to fit in another bite. All right then. Let us head upstairs for the live broadcast. Hey. You don't treat livestock like this, do you? We just finished eating. A throng of people rushed out, hoisting He Yuan away. Cheng Hao gleefully reminded, make sure he looks good. If no one can tell he is a man in the live stream, I'll reward you with a red envelope. Rest assured, young Master Cheng, we're professionals. The stylists cheerfully declared as they whisked He Yuan away for his makeover. Jiang Yirou set down her chopsticks, rinsed her mouth with water. I'll take care of the behind-the-scenes work. I'll assist with customer service. I've hired professional customer service. You can just lend a hand. Cheng Hao was determined not to let Jiang Yirou tire herself out. Having arranged for specialists to manage the event from the start, aren't you worried we'll mess up since we haven't rehearsed? She inquired. If everything were perfectly orderly, it would be dull. Life should have a bit of unpredictability to be exciting, and so should live broadcasts. Nowadays, people crave something different. Cheng Hao had an acute understanding of contemporary psychology. If you merely sell products in a straightforward manner, demonstrating their quality, people will haggle over a few bucks. But once you introduce a novel approach to the product, they're willing to spend whatever it takes with joy. In his previous life, internet technology had flourished, and live commerce had proliferated like mushrooms after rain. He had even established his own media studio, initially for fun, but it had grown wildly successful, with monthly profits exceeding the annual total of the Jiang Company's branch. Thus, while the internet was still in its nascent stage, he aimed to lay the groundwork for the future. Live streaming was the industry with the lowest investment cost and the highest return rate. If he wished to build his own enterprise in the future, live streaming was undoubtedly the best avenue. Yet, he hadn't yet decided how to initiate his branding in this new era, as audience preferences had shifted. This live broadcast was, in essence, his first foray into market exploration. Dear viewers, thank you for joining us promptly at 8 o'clock in our live stream. Cheng Hao appeared on camera, donned in a sharp suit. Wow, the host is so handsome. I can forgive him for tricking my dad into buying a container of socks last time. I'd buy 2 containers just for this face. Don't all rush. I'm determined to buy him out today. Blossoms of wealth. Handsome. Do you have a partner? I'm 165 centimeters tall, fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. I can support you. Blossoms of Wealth was promptly removed from the live stream. Jiang Yirou, ever the strategist, thought to herself that anyone who dared compete with her for a man would be swiftly dealt with. The live chat was buzzing with excitement. He Yuan may not have much to offer, but his hunger marketing was on point. By 8:05, the live stream boasted an impressive 10,000 viewers. I can feel everyone's enthusiasm. However, is there still a portion of that enthusiasm waiting for our Miss Lulu? Let us get those screens lit up. Once we hit 10,000 likes, we'll unveil our queen of black stockings, Miss Lulu. Indeed, Cheng Hao had even given He Yuan a stage name, Lulu. Chapter 53, You Cannot Like Him. Cheng Hao was grateful for the current diversity and inclusiveness of the internet regarding live streams. If not now, when? He glanced at He Yuan, who sat off camera, looking pitiful, and smirked. Before we hit 10,000 likes, let us discuss today's broadcast rules. They're quite similar to the last offline rules. The product remains our black stockings. Has anyone bought a pair to try on? Let us hear some feedback. A flurry of negative comments flooded in. I've worn them. They're trash. They rip the moment you put them on. Exactly. The stockings I bought from the local market don't snag as easily. They're no better than my dad's old man socks, which cost $5 for 20 pairs. They crackle and pop when I take them off. Cheng Hao couldn't help but chuckle. So why are you all here in my live stream? Are you forming a group to criticize me? I'm here to thank you. One viewer chimed in. Thank you? For what? Cheng Hao and the others were equally intrigued. You don't know? The breakup fee was too high, so I couldn't afford to part ways. Watching my girlfriend count increase was making me anxious. The day I sent her those socks, they all ran away. She even transferred 100,000 yuan to me. From a complete loss to a net profit. Can you fathom the joy I feel? Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. I've taken note of this. I, too, shall engage with 17 or 18 girlfriends. Gift them with black stockings. Cheng Hao stealthily glanced at Jiang Yirou. Noticing her rapt attention, he felt a twinge of unease. How can these lecherous old men speak so indiscreetly? Ahem. Nonsense. Our black stockings serve only legitimate purposes. Allow me to reiterate the rules. For this live stream, I've prepared a batch of socks, which are now available on the little yellow cart. We will conduct 3 rounds in total, each round. The individual who is the last to purchase before stocks run out shall be crowned the best of that round and will enjoy complimentary benefits. If everyone understands, please type 1. The screen filled with ones. Why can't we purchase yet? I want to buy immediately. Isn't it on the card already? Why the hold up? Cheng Hao, have you forgotten about Lulu by the shores of Daming Lake? Our Lulu has meticulously adorned herself and eagerly anticipates meeting you today. After a moment of silence on the screen, the comments exploded. Ah yes, Lulu. 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 With the likes surpassing 10,000, Lulu, please make your entrance. Cheng Hao gauged their enthusiasm and discreetly signaled to the professional staff behind the scenes. Jiang Yirou, puzzled, inquired softly, what does he mean? The staff explained. This means I'm to list 1,000 orders first. 1,000. Our stock is still plentiful. Why only list 1,000? Hee, you'll find out shortly. The staff feigned mystery. The number of viewers in the live stream surged rapidly. Cheng Hao. Seeing it was about time, dear viewers, let us welcome the most charming, most alluring, and most popular Miss Lulu to the stage. What followed was He Yuan stepping into the frame with a provocative stance, only to be pulled back by the stylist, who reminded him to be cautious. Then, the entire live stream witnessed He Yuan, clad in a figure-hugging OL dress, taking small, careful steps into the camera view. Everyone was in disbelief at the sight of such a stunning queen of black stockings and the way she walked. Lulu, are your hands and feet borrowed from someone else? Confirming without a doubt, Lulu's limbs seemed to possess a mind of their own. Lulu, have you just come of age, still unsure how to use your hands and feet? Haha, Lulu is simply too adorable. Who knew she walked in such a comical manner? He Yuan's face darkened, resentment almost spilling from the screen. Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou watched the spectacle unfold, especially Cheng Hao, the epitome of cunning. Lulu, do show everyone your black stockings. He Yuan shot an annoyed glance at Cheng Hao, suddenly struck by mischief. With a sly smile directed at Cheng Hao, she swayed her hips and moved closer. Draping an arm over his shoulder, lifting one leg in front of him, bending her knee and arching her back. Noticing Cheng Hao stiffen, He Yuan became emboldened. Brother, how do you like my display of black stockings? Cheng Hao felt goosebumps rise instantly. Were it not for the camera, he would have kicked her as far away as possible. Gorgeous. Cheng Hao gritted his teeth. If you come any closer, this live stream might just end abruptly. Oh dear brother. Don't be so hasty. There are so many people watching. Just hold on a bit longer. Cheng Hao's clenched fist, veins bulging, indicated he was nearing his limit. If she didn't get off him soon, he might just lose it. He Yuan, with a cheerful smile, decided to withdraw, blowing a flirtatious kiss to the camera. It was as if she had suddenly liberated herself, twisting and turning like a lively serpent. She gently tapped her leg clad in black stockings. Quality stockings speak for themselves. For those eager to purchase, hurry up. The first customer to secure the last pair in this round gets it for free. Truth be told, when men become flamboyant, women have nothing on them. He Yuan, tall and slender, spoke with a sultry voice tinged with a smoky allure. Bye. Hurry, Lulu. Watch how I snag that freebie. If I do, will you call me good brother too? Cheng Hao quietly stepped away from the camera, leaving the floor to He Yuan. Surprisingly, he had a knack for being a captivating host. Young lady, would you like to step outside for some fresh air? Cheng Hao approached Jiang Yirou, suggesting softly. Huh? Why? Jiang Yirou was giggling joyfully, clutching her stomach. This cough, isn't quite suitable for your viewing. Cheng Hao had miscalculated. He hadn't anticipated He Yuan being so unabashed. As the saying goes, men understand men better. By donning a feminine guise and employing a few tricks, she had those lecherous old men completely at her mercy. The atmosphere in the live stream began to shift towards the risku. How is it unsuitable for me? He Yuan looks quite appealing. Even as a woman, I find her appearance captivating. Pure yet seductive. Those long legs on camera. TSK. Jiang Yirou expressed her enthusiasm, leaving Cheng Hao anxiously watching from the sidelines. Humph. Who told him not to accompany her abroad back then? Does he know how difficult it was for her to face a pack of wolves alone? Especially that Xiao Jiekai? A flicker of disdain flashed in Jiang Yirou's eyes. Had it not been for his lingering utility, she would have kicked him as far away as possible, initially intending to use him to provoke Cheng Hao. She hadn't anticipated that this fool would directly propose to annul their engagement. Coward. Since he wouldn't dare take that step, she would have to take the initiative. You cannot like him. Cheng Hao shouted vehemently. Chapter 54. Is it true that sales can be unrelated to product quality? Haha. The viewers in the live stream thought it was all part of the show. Lulu, your man is jealous. Lulu, don't mind him. I'm sending you rockets. Will you be my girlfriend? With Cheng Hao's jealousy igniting the atmosphere, the live stream became even more fervent. Then, a melodious voice resonated in the live stream, seemingly inquiring on behalf of everyone. Why can't I like him? He Yuan chimed in. Exactly, why not? Because he sits down and picks his toes, then eats while picking his nose. He snores while sleeping, goes a month without a bath. He Yuan, oh my, what are you doing in front of so many people? Do I have no shame left? Jiang Yirou. Has Cheng Hao lost his mind? Are we still selling products? Wouldn't everyone flee upon discovering He Yuan's true nature? Everyone instinctively glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream. Oh my, 100,000 viewers? They want to see Lulu pick her toes? Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou exchanged glances. What peculiar tastes people have these days. Jiang Yirou shook her head, indicating she didn't know. As long as Lulu picks her toes, I'll buy all the socks from the first round. No freebies. Goodness, big brother. You're such a benefactor for everyone. What a good person. Pick, pick, pick. The cries from the live stream grew louder. Hee-Yuan shot a sultry glance, commanding, get lost. The little yellow card is open. The game begins. Hurry and buy. Keep talking, and I'll come through the internet to smack you. As soon as the words left her mouth, the screen filled with comments. Hurry up. Why can't we purchase? Which scoundrel bought everything? Damn it. Haha. Sorry. I bought it. All's fair in love and war. It's not fair. I suggest limiting purchases. In the blink of an eye, just as the vehicle had barely come to a halt, a prominent buyer swiftly secured the purchase. Cheng Hao reviewed the orders and, addressing the camera, announced, the socks have been bought and paid for. The promotion is genuine and effective. The gentleman who just placed the order, please contact our customer service with your order screenshot for a refund. However, I understand your concerns. To prevent affluent buyers from monopolizing the stock, we have implemented a purchase limit. Each individual may only secure a maximum of 1,000 items per transaction. Once that limit is reached, the sale concludes. Are you all prepared? Ready. Cheng Hao gestured for the staff to board the vehicle. Hee-Yuan proclaimed, the link is live. Feel free to start bidding. Darn it, we can only bid for one item at a time. How long will this take? Those with deep pockets can go first. I'll hold back. Jiang Yirou observed the dwindling data in the background, astonished by the purchasing power on display. It appeared that sales could indeed be independent of product quality, even with the limitations in place. The fervent purchasing drive and relentless competitive spirit of the crowd compelled them to repeatedly withdraw and re-enter the fray. Why is it still not sold out? It was gone in a second last time, yet this round seems to drag on forever. Did you see Lulu's expression? It's becoming increasingly nuanced. I venture to guess the stock is nearly depleted. Come on, brothers, let us push through. Victory is within reach. This was undoubtedly one of the little tricks Cheng Hao had imparted to Hee-Yuan. When everyone seemed to falter, a glimmer of hope was all it took. Wow. I was the last to bid. I secured 1,000 pairs. Darn it. I missed the final bid. Hee-Yuan cheerfully announced. Congratulations to the young man who snagged the last pair. Please provide your order screenshot to our customer service for a refund. Lulu, could you please console our wounded spirits? In this final round, I will surely triumph. Observing Hee-Yuan's proficient hosting, Cheng Hao gestured for Jiang Yirou to step outside with him. As they exited the live studio, a welcome silence enveloped them. Jiang Yirou sighed in relief. She was still somewhat unaccustomed to the cacophony of the environment. Tired, are you? I told you to come out earlier. The vibrant background music was meant to elevate the atmosphere of the live broadcast, but after a prolonged exposure, it became rather exhausting. I didn't do much, just sat there. I thought it wouldn't be too tiring. It seems that being a host is not a role for just anyone. Cheng Hao couldn't help but praise. Hee-Yuan has quite the talent. With just a bit of guidance, he excels. Yet you constantly belittle him. Jiang Yirou shot him a look. Are you defending him? Cheng Hao felt a pang of jealousy. Indeed, Hee-Yuan was one who could hardly handle flattery. Once praised, his tail would be up in the clouds. I'm merely looking out for him. And you still exposed him picking his nose and scratching his feet on live broadcast? That is looking out for him too? Jiang Yirou chuckled, covering her mouth. That was to enhance the topic engagement. As long as his resolve is strong enough. Jiang Yirou wouldn't realize I was intentionally targeting Hee-Yuan. Just because Jiang Yirou expressed admiration for Hee-Yuan's attire, Cheng Hao began to find fault with him. Tired? Are you? I've arranged for some sweet treats in the kitchen. The broadcast still has half an hour to go. Shall we grab a bite? Jiang Yirou suggested. Sounds good. Consequently, the two left behind the still broadcasting Hee-Yuan, heading off to enjoy afternoon tea. Hee-Yuan, aware of the truth, felt a tear welling up. Those two beasts. They sipped tea while watching Hee-Yuan jump around in the live studio. It seems he is looking for us. Jiang Yirou noticed Hee-Yuan glancing off camera intermittently. The studio was teasing him about whether he was searching for a romantic partner. No worries. Ignore him. He's 18 now. It's time for him to be independent. He's not a child anymore. Can his parents oversee him for life? As long as he knows how to fend for himself. He won't be scolded by a partner for lacking capabilities. To be honest, Hee-Yuan looks far more appealing in that outfit than in his male attire. What do you think would happen if the audience discovered he was a man? What reaction? Just a hearty laugh. Who knows? Hee-Yuan might become a pioneer in this realm. In the future, male-to-female impersonation bloggers can garner quite a following of female fans. Presently, he caters to male fans. And eventually, he'll attract female fans too. Perfect. Is there anyone as strategically minded as him? Are you suggesting we hand over this account to Hee-Yuan? I'll invest. He can manage the account. He is far more suited for hosting than I am. Cheng Hao's intention was to assume the role of a behind-the-scenes benefactor. Merely overseeing expenses and quality control. That works. You'll have plenty on your plate in the future and can't be in front of the camera all the time. Huh, what will I be busy with? Cheng Hao appeared bewildered. Aside from hosting, he had not contemplated what else to pursue. While Jiang Yirou seemed to possess insight into his future endeavors. With the Jiang family's numerous enterprises, aren't you going to take part in their management? Jiang Yirou countered, her gaze fixed on Cheng Hao with utmost seriousness. The Jiang family's enterprises? Why should I manage them? Once you marry me, won't you help me oversee them? Cheng Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had completely forgotten about that detail. The matter of their betrothal had not weighed heavily on his mind. Do you think the engagement is a mere formality? Jiang Yirou narrowed her eyes dangerously. As though with a single word from Cheng Hao, she would immediately drag him to the registry office. Chapter 55. Grandson. My dear grandson. Just as Cheng Hao was about to speak, an urgent voice from outside interrupted him. Young Master Cheng. This is bad. The Kai family has arrived. Cheng Hao exchanged a bewildered glance with Jiang Yirou. The Kai family? They both perceived the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Cheng Hao rose to investigate the situation, followed closely by Jiang Yirou. Grandson. My dear grandson. An elderly gentleman with graying hair and leaning on a cane trembled into the room. Just as Cheng Hao stepped out, he was enveloped in the old man's embrace. Grandson. Old Master Kai, have you made a mistake? Your grandson is at home. He has merely been reborn, not transmigrated into someone else's body. I haven't made a mistake. Cheng Hao, oh no, you should now be called Kai Hao. I am your grandfather. If you don't believe me, we can go to the hospital for a paternity test. Cheng Hao rubbed his forehead. Old Master Kai, please wait. Let me gather my thoughts. I remember your son only had one son and one daughter. How could you have a grandson my age? Old Master Kai's face lit up with excitement. Yes, my son only had one son and one daughter, but I have two sons. Cheng Hao appeared utterly bewildered. The Kai family had traditionally maintained a single line of descent for 3 generations, and with Kai Xiaoya's generation, they thought there was only the eldest grandson, Kai Mingrui. However, unexpectedly, they also had Kai Xiaoya, a granddaughter, who was cherished dearly by the family. This was not a secret, so where had old Master Kai found another son? Jiang Yirou, watching intently, quickly messaged old Master Jiang to brief him on the unfolding situation. Old Master Kai, why don't we sit down and discuss this calmly? Jiang Yirou stepped forward with a polite smile. Regardless of the circumstances, if the Kai family had come knocking, they must be quite certain. After all, if they were lying, a simple genetic test would reveal everything. Very well. How? Listen to your grandfather and let me explain everything to you. The group proceeded to the reception room downstairs. After the servants had served the tea, they discreetly withdrew, leaving only the butler to provide a live commentary for old Master Jiang. Old Master Kai. Jiang Yirou's countenance was cold, her demeanor transformed as if she were an entirely different person. You claim Cheng Hao is your grandson. Do you possess any evidence? Of course I do. Old Master Kai replied calmly, retrieving a photograph from his pocket. This is a picture of Cheng Hao's father when he was a child. His mother gave birth to him in secret, unbeknownst to me. Before she passed away, she sought me out, claiming she had borne me a son. But in her desire for revenge, she lost him. For years, I have been searching for my son, yet to no avail. Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao exchanged glances as they examined the photograph. Cheng Hao nodded to Jiang Yirou, affirming, it is indeed my father. Although Cheng's father appeared youthful in the photograph, the features were unmistakable. But how did you suddenly find me? Cheng Hao inquired, puzzled. As there had been no such recognition in his previous life, old Master Kai seemed to have passed away within 2 years. Live broadcast. I saw your stream. The resemblance is uncanny. It's as if you were sculpted from the same mold. You and your grandmother bear an extraordinary likeness. Old Master Kai coughed excitedly. Old Master, please calm down. Take your medicine first. The butler of the Kai family, who had been supporting old Master Kai, skillfully retrieved a bottle of medicine from his pocket and urged him to take it. You believe I am your grandson based solely on a live broadcast? Cheng Hao sought clarification, feeling a slight sense of relief. It is merely a hypothesis. It may not be true. Indeed, but I would never mistake you. I have conducted my investigations. Both your parents were orphans, and your background aligns perfectly. Old Master Kai exclaimed. How? Let us undergo a paternity test. Then everything will be elucidated. Cheng Hao felt a surge of resistance. If this were indeed true, it would mean he must go to the Kai family. The relationship between the Jiang and Kai families could not be described as amicable. It was more akin to a state of enmity. While he wished to leave the Jiang household, he could not accept such a manner of departure. Old Master Kai, to poach someone from my Jiang family's territory. Your audacity has certainly grown. Old Master Jiang's sudden appearance in the reception room was marked by his casual attire, indicating he had arrived in haste without even changing his clothes. Old Master Jiang, I have yet to settle accounts with you. Yet here you are. Old Master Kai rose, his cane nearly piercing the ground in his agitation. For all these years, you have stolen my precious grandson and kept it from the Kai family. What are your intentions? How laughable. Your precious grandson, Kai Mingrui, is entangled with a celebrity. When did my Cheng Hao become your grandson? You. I shall not argue with you. In any case, Hao and I will undergo a paternity test, and then all will be revealed. You think we will comply simply because you demand it? How brazen can you be? What is it? Is your family facing extinction? Or are you unable to produce a worthy heir, thus coming to our Jiang family to claim one? Hao has always belonged to the Kai family. Old Master Kai, have you awakened from your slumber? Or has your profligate son driven you to madness? Begone. You come to our Jiang family to create a ruckus. Truly, you have grown more unreasonable with age. Guards, throw them out. Yes. The butler promptly called for assistance. Old Master Kai, my apologies. The Jiang family is rather busy and cannot accommodate you. Please leave our premises. If you refuse, we may have to carry you out. The butler threatened with a smile. Old Master Kai trembled with indignation, his cane pointing fiercely. Humph. Old Master Jiang. I came hastily today and did not bring enough people. I shall return. Begone. Old Master Jiang snatched a vase from the side, brandishing it as a weapon, causing Old Master Kai to flee in panic. Bah! You wretched creature. Always scheming for good fortune. Butler, from now on, any Kai family members who come to our door shall be denied entry. Yes, sir. When Old Master Jiang turned to face Cheng Hao, his demeanor instantly softened into that of a benevolent grandfather. How? Do not heed the ramblings of that old fool. How could the Kai family possibly produce a child as exceptional as you? Just look at their family, such an assortment of misfits. Their son nearly met his end at the hands of his mistress. Their grandson is entangled with every starlet in the entertainment industry. And who knows what ailments he may carry. The only remotely normal one is that granddaughter. What is her name? Kai Xiaoya? I believe she is in the same class as you. TSK. She is surely no paragon of virtue. Keep your distance from them. You must not be tainted by their unsavory reputation. Cheng Hao witnessed Old Master Jiang's formidable skill in verbal sparring for the first time. Grandfather Jiang, you are truly remarkable. He gave Old Master Jiang a thumbs up. Without regard for right or wrong, you unite against a common foe. First, drive the enemy away. Chapter 56. Then let it be destroyed. Hee. Indeed. Who am I? 10 old masters Kai cannot contend with me. Cheng Hao rushed over and seated Old Master Jiang in a chair. Grandfather Jiang, let me massage your shoulders. You have worked hard. Ha, you rascal. Old Master Jiang and Cheng Hao shared a moment of joviality, yet Jiang Yirou's expression remained troubled. She sensed that this matter was far from resolved. Jiang Yirou called Old Master Jiang into the study for a private conversation. Grandfather, the Kai family. I know what you are about to say. We shall acquire a hair sample from the Kai family for a paternity test. If Cheng Hao truly belongs to the Kai family, it may jeopardize your engagement. Even if he is of the Kai family, I shall not alter my resolve. Silly child, it is not that I oppose your union. Rather, if he is indeed of the Kai family, an alliance with the Jiang family would be impossible. The situation is still uncertain. Perhaps they have made a mistake. Jiang Yirou held on to a sliver of hope. Let us conduct the test first. After all, Cheng Hao's parents were orphans. I truly did not anticipate that Cheng Hao's father could potentially be Old Master Kai's illegitimate child. Grandfather, this is not Cheng Hao's fault. Sometimes, one's lineage is an original sin. Prepare yourself for what may come. Old Master Jiang sighed and exited the study, returning home to contemplate the matter. Jiang Yirou remained in the study for a long while. Why was it that in my previous life, there was no involvement from the Kai family? If the Kai family were to obstruct my path to Cheng Hao, then it must be thwarted. Knock, knock, knock. The study door was rapped upon. Miss, it is quite late. You should rest. It was Cheng Hao's voice. Jiang Yirou immediately adopted the facade of the innocent and harmless young lady as she approached the door. Oh, why are you still awake? Where is He Yuan? The live stream just concluded. He Yuan is in the process of removing her makeup. Why is the live stream so late? Wasn't it supposed to end at 9? Well, the audience was too enthusiastic. It was He Yuan's first live stream. And she got carried away, Cheng Hao replied with exasperation. He had not kept a close watch, and He Yuan had engaged with the viewers until now. As they spoke, He Yuan emerged, having removed her makeup and changed into her own clothes. The way she swayed her hips was quite comical, prompting Cheng Hao to feel a mischievous urge. What? Is your hemorrhoids acting up, rendering you unable to walk properly? You're the one with hemorrhoids. Your entire family has them. I am merely showcasing my snake-like steps. The viewers in the stream praised my graceful walk. How blind must they be? It's an eyesore. If you keep swaying like that, I'll give you a beating. Cheng Hao threatened, raising his fist. Hey, you're burning bridges. Do you not realize that I am now a big streamer with a fan club? Oh, indeed. If everyone finds out you're a faux girl, let us see how they continue to fawn over you. Alas, you treacherous scoundrel. It was you who compelled me to don women's attire. I was forced into this predicament. And what do you have to say to your loyal fan club? He Yuan's previously erect posture collapsed in an instant. All right, I confess, I was reluctant at first. However, I must admit, there was indeed a certain exhilaration that followed. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say I have been continuously thrilled, right? You rogue, how dare you speak such blatant truths? Have you not fallen in love with this sensation? Do you not wish to bask in it perpetually? He Yuan nodded earnestly. Very well, from now on. You shall be the foremost anchor of our Hao Yuan media. You shall handle the broadcasting, and I shall take care of the rest. Just sit back and await your dividends. Cheng Hao painted a grand and enticing vision for He Yuan, igniting a fervor within him. Absolutely. I shall become the preeminent figure in the broadcasting realm. Excellent. Keep it up. We shall forever support your endeavors. Brothers for life, I stand by you. After showering He Yuan with praise that left him feeling euphoric, Cheng Hao erupted into laughter. He finally comprehended how easily deceived He Yuan had been by women in his past life. This old chap is truly gullible. Since he is so easily swayed, it would be better for him to be tricked by his good brother rather than by other women. At least he would share the profits and not betray him. Jiang Yirou gazed at Cheng Hao, who appeared rather money-minded, with a look of affectionate indulgence. Cheng Hao was quite adorable back in high school. Miss, it's getting late. We should retire early. Indeed, she hoped that in the near future, he would be lying in her bed saying those very words. After watching Cheng Hao enter his room, Jiang Yirou turned back to her own bedroom. The following day, an unexpected figure appeared in class 15. Brother, you've come. Kai Xiaoya beamed at Cheng Hao. He Yuan interjected, Hey, Kai Xiaoya. It's one thing to show up in our class early in the morning, but calling him brother? Who do you think you are? How shameless. Upon seeing Kai Xiaoya in the classroom, his previously soaring spirits plummeted. What could this siren possibly want in their class? Kai Xiaoya raised an eyebrow, casually admiring her freshly done nails. What? Did I make you angry by not calling you brother? Uft. Who wants to be your brother? Why are you clucking like an old hen so early in the morning? You're the old hen. Your whole family are old hens. Both of you. Take your quarrel outside. Cheng Hao interrupted their bickering as he placed his backpack on the desk. Humph. A man does not quarrel with a woman. I can't be bothered with you. Kai Xiaoya turned to lounge on Cheng Hao's desk, akin to a languid cat, her chest almost spilling forth. Brother, from now on, I am a part of class 15. Surprised, are we? Cheng Hao's brow furrowed even deeper. Please refrain from calling me that. I am not your brother, and where you sit in class has nothing to do with me. He pushed Kai Xiaoya away with his backpack and shifted the desk closer to Jiang Yirou. Jiang Yirou provocatively glanced at Kai Xiaoya. See that? Cheng Hao is mine. To her surprise, Kai Xiaoya was unfazed, merely adjusting her position, crossing her legs, and resting her chin on her hand, embodying a spoiled rich kid's demeanor. Brother, regardless of your denial, our blood relation is unbreakable. Grandfather has declared that you are indeed my brother. Kai Xiaoya shot a glare at Jiang Yirou. He is my brother. You and he have no future together. Although she felt a twinge of regret upon realizing Cheng Hao was her brother, she quickly reasoned that he must protect his sister just as he would Jiang Yirou. As for Jiang Yirou, given the relationship between the Kai and Jiang families, it was quite improbable for them to become an item. Thus, she willingly sought to join class 15 under the guise of supporting Cheng Hao, but with the hidden agenda of aggravating Jiang Yirou and driving a wedge between her and Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou was so incensed by Kai Xiaoya that her eyes turned red with indignation as she looked at Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao. Her voice was melodic, laden with unspoken words, reduced to just 2 syllables. Chapter 57. Isn't this the cup she usually drinks from? Jiang Yirou's pristine and icy expression held an undeniable lethal charm. Cheng Hao averted his gaze from Jiang Yirou. Kai Xiaoya, I am not your brother. If you continue to call me that, I will leave class 15 immediately. Where there are women, there exists a tumultuous world, and indeed, this proved to be true. All he wanted was to lay low until college. Was that too much to ask? At this, Kai Xiaoya grew anxious. This was not due to any special feelings for Cheng Hao, but rather because her grandfather had promised her that if she successfully persuaded Cheng Hao, he would grant her 10% of the shares as her dowry. No, brother, no. Cheng Hao, I won't call you that anymore, all right? Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou smiled. Shall we swap places? It feels a bit stuffy by the window. Cheng Hao nodded without hesitation. Sure, let's switch. He stood up and willingly rearranged their desks. Kai Xiaoya could only watch in disbelief, having worked hard to secure that spot to be closer to Cheng Hao, only to find Jiang Yirou so cunning. Hey, Jiang Yirou, feeling stuffy by the window? Could you not find a better excuse? Whose intelligence are you insulting? Jiang Yirou leisurely flipped open a book, not lifting her head. Whoever minds can feel insulted. Ha ha. He Yuan, witnessing Kai Xiaoya's ashen face, clapped in delight, mercilessly mocking her. You truly brought this humiliation upon yourself, Kai Xiaoya. He Yuan. I will give you 10,000 if you let me take your spot. Kai Xiaoya, oblivious to the concept of shame, was determined to sit by Cheng Hao's side, no matter the cost. 10,000. You think that's enough to bribe a beggar? 20,000. Kai Xiaoya continued to raise her bid. Huh. The bond of brotherhood I share with Cheng Hao is worth far more than 20,000. 30,000. I can't go any higher. Kai Xiaoya gritted her teeth as she raised her offer. This detestable He Yuan was demanding an outrageous price. 30,000, huh? As Kai Xiaoya saw that He Yuan was still unwilling to yield, she threatened. He Yuan, that's enough. 3,000 for a mere desk? I advise you to take the offer while it's still good. All right. He Yuan slammed the desk. Kai Xiaoya stood up. Help me move the desk, and once done, I'll transfer the money. Move the desk? Why? He Yuan remained seated, unmoving. Did you not agree to sell me your spot? He Yuan feigned innocence. Huh. When did I say I would sell? Who heard that? I didn't hear it. Jiang Yirou shrugged. Neither did I. Cheng Hao added. You all. Didn't you say it was a done deal? I hadn't finished my sentence. I said it was a deal, no swap. Kai Xiaoya was nearly beside herself with rage, ready to flip the table and storm out. In her mind, she chanted, 10% of the shares. 10% of the shares. After mentally preparing herself, she walked straight to the desk in front of Cheng Hao and nudged the slumbering Lu Yuanming. Hey, classmate. Lu Yuanming, having just settled down to sleep, was jolted awake. His mood instantly sour. What is it? Classmate, here's the thing. I'd like to swap seats with you. No swap. Without any further ado, Lu Yuanming flopped back down. Classmate, you didn't even hear my conditions. Kai Xiaoya was met with the barrel of a gun pressed to her head, held by none other than the still drowsy Lu Yuanming. At that moment, his eyes were filled with impatience, as if he would draw his gun the instant she uttered another trivial word. How tiresome. Clear off. Caught in a whirlwind of hesitation, Kai Xiaoya dared not linger and trembled back to her seat. The other classmates stifled their laughter. How audacious to provoke Lu Yuanming. Did she have a death wish? Little did she know that Lu Yuanming was the son of a mafia don. Judging by her terrified expression, I can confidently assert that she was entirely unaware of this before confronting him. But now, she certainly is enlightened. Indeed, Kai Xiaoya had no inkling. She had always looked down upon the students of Class 15, so how could she possibly gather information about them? She never anticipated that the person she randomly approached would turn out to be affiliated with the Assassin's Guild. Glancing at Jiang Yirou, who sat between her and Cheng Hao, Kai Xiaoya could only gnash her teeth in frustration. Jiang Yirou was in high spirits, diligently working on her assignments and occasionally asking Cheng Hao questions. As if to deliberately irritate her, Jiang Yirou's inquiries became increasingly frequent. Teacher, someone is neglecting their reading during self-study to solve math problems. Kai Xiaoya swiftly reported her. She assumed the homeroom teacher would at least reprimand Jiang Yirou, but to her surprise, the teacher merely looked at Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao with a benevolent expression. Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao, would you like me to prepare a separate classroom for you? I fear the other students might distract you. No need, teacher. Studying alongside my classmates brings us joy. Jiang Yirou politely declined. What a jest. If she were to leave, how could she continue to vex Kai Xiaoya? Ah, indeed. Our class should learn more from Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao had little interest in their petty squabbles, whether it was Jiang Yirou or Kai Xiaoya. He preferred to be left undisturbed. As for the sudden emergence of the Kai family, he paid it no mind. In his previous life, he had no dealings with them. And in this life, he intended to maintain that distance. Yet, Jiang Yirou, so fervently dedicated to the competition, surely did not intend to attend the same university as him. Did she? Women are such peculiar creatures, always restless over what they cannot have. He thought that if he remained passive, once Jiang Yirou's novelty wore off and her desire to conquer faded, this matter would simply pass. A betrothal? He had never taken it to heart. Just a fleeting whim of a young girl. Never mind, he thought. The math competition is the day after tomorrow. He would see Jiang Yirou's intentions once the results were out. If his memory served him right, the special admission was not exclusive to Qing University. If all else fails, he would simply transfer schools. Kyoto University? Jiang Yirou was engrossed in her problems, her gaze irresistibly drifting towards Cheng Hao. His focused demeanor stirred something within her. Unknown to Cheng Hao, she often found herself stealing glances at him while he worked. Be it in the office handling official matters or taking a nap on the sofa during lunch breaks, she had filled an entire computer with images of him. Whenever she felt weary from work or study, she would indulge in those photos and videos, gazing at him with longing. Not even death could sever their bond. She and Cheng Hao were destined to be together forever. Cheng Hao, no matter where you go, I will follow you at any cost. Achoo! Cheng Hao suddenly sneezed. Why did his back feel chilly? Was the air conditioning too low? Cheng Hao, have you caught a cold? Let me make you a cup of warm brown sugar water. Jiang Yirou then pulled a thermos from her bag. She added brown sugar and poured in boiling water, swiftly preparing a cup of sweet concoction. Here. Cheng Hao hesitated, staring at the familiar pink cup. Should he accept it or decline? Wasn't this the cup Jiang Yirou used to drink from herself? I really don't need it. I'm perfectly healthy. Cheng Hao firmly refused. If it had been a disposable cup, he might have accepted it. This was far too intimate. Jiang Yirou merely inched the cup closer, her expression resolute. Ha! Jiang Yirou, if he doesn't want to drink, you can't force him. Brown sugar water? Isn't that what old folks drink? We usually enjoy cold beverages. She retorted, pulling a bottle of milk from her portable mini-fridge, deliberately sashaying past Jiang Yirou to Cheng Hao's desk. Cheng Hao, when abroad, if you catch a cold, just drink something cold and you'll be fine. Here. I want tea, drink it, thank you. Cheng Hao replied without looking up. Is it that you don't like milk? I still have sparkling water and zero-calorie cola in my fridge. I said I don't want it. Do you not understand human language? I need to study now. Please move aside. Jiang Yirou, on the other hand, cheerfully sipped her brown sugar water. Heh, someone's skin is indeed impervious. They're so blatant in their rejection, yet still insist on being met with disdain. Humph. Kai Xiaoya snorted coldly and haughtily returned to her seat with her drink. He Yuan looked enviously at Cheng Hao, poking him in the back. Bro, how come you're so popular? Any secrets? If you like Kai Xiaoya, I can play matchmaker for you. He Yuan shivered. Like her? What a joke. Even if we ended up on a deserted island together, I'd rather remain single for life than look at her. Kai Xiaoya, from a distance, rolled her eyes. What's wrong, Kai Xiaoya? Did too many men catch your eye? What's wrong with you, He Yuan? Are you out of your mind? Kai Xiaoya flung a book from her desk in his direction. I'm just saying I find your narcissism revolting. Even if you danced naked in front of me, I wouldn't spare you a glance. You Ding ding ding, the class bell successfully interrupted the impending conflict. During the lesson, Jiang Yirou noticed Kai Xiaoya was sneaking glances at Cheng Hao using a makeup mirror, causing her to halt her note-taking. She swiftly grabbed the largest English book nearby and held it upright to block Kai Xiaoya's line of sight. Hey, Jiang Yirou, what are you doing? What am I doing? Reading. Reading an English book in geography class? Jiang Yirou smirked. So what? You're allowed to look at a man, but I can't read English? He Yuan poked Cheng Hao's back and whispered, hey, Cheng Hao, those two are at it again. And then, Cheng Hao typed the final line of code on his phone, completing a minigame. In his spare time, he often enjoyed coding. However, due to his sense of responsibility towards the Jiang family, he hadn't dedicated much time to games. He had merely created a small program on a whim, which unexpectedly became a sensation. Yet, he had kept the fact that he was the creator hidden from the Jiang family. Thus, to the outside world, he, Cheng Hao, was merely a freeloader. Without the backing of the Jiang family, he would be nothing. Throughout these years, he had never defended himself. Now, free of such concerns, he intended to utilize every available resource to empower himself swiftly. And then, you dare ask me, and then? Just curious about your feelings. Two beauties are squabbling over you. It must be delightful. Cheng Hao posted screenshots of the game on social media, indicating his intention to sell the game as copyright. After posting, he paid it no further mind. For him, such a trivial game could be created in a single class, so he didn't take it seriously. If you think it's delightful, I can splurge and hire two beauties to declare their love for you every day. Is it really the same? He Yuan replied, feeling a twinge of envy. It is not the same. The hired beauties provide exceptionally attentive service. You may articulate your desires to them, and should their service fall short, you retain the right to lodge a complaint. I shan't waste any more words with you. Truly, the full cannot fathom the hunger of the famished. He Yuan's romantic prospects are not entirely dire, though they are often of poor quality. He envies Cheng Hao for having a refined lady like Jiang Yirou, who is unreservedly devoted to him. He Yuan stepped forward and addressed this question. Such an arrogant student must be called upon to set an example for everyone. With a grimace, He Yuan trudged to the teacher's side, casting a pleading glance towards Cheng Hao. Please, save me. Quick, save me. Cheng Hao replied, Mother hen. I didn't hear either. He Yuan was left to ponder why, despite others not hearing, the teacher only summoned him to suffer embarrassment. As one might expect, He Yuan was thoroughly reprimanded by the teacher. When he descended, thoroughly chastised, the class came to a perfect conclusion. Cheng Hao glanced at the schedule, noting that the next class was a self-study session, most likely an exam. He approached the class monitor. Class monitor, I'm taking a leave for the next class. Off to the library. I'm going too. Jiang Yirou hastily gathered her belongings. Kai Xiaoya, unwilling to be outdone, declared, I'm taking a leave as well. Off to the library to study. A burst of laughter erupted from He Yuan. Ha! You're going to study, Kai Xiaoya? I suggest you reconsider. Even if you squeeze in, you won't understand the problems they tackle. Kai Xiaoya retorted defiantly. I was in class 14. Cheng Hao is in class 15. What problem could class 15 solve that class 14 cannot? He Yuan shrugged. As long as you're happy. Undeterred, Kai Xiaoya trailed behind. Thus, two shadows followed Cheng Hao. Since he couldn't shake them off, he opted to pretend they didn't exist. Cheng Hao shook his head in resignation. He was aware of the immaturity of high school students, but he hadn't anticipated that Jiang Yirou would exhibit the same childishness. Upon arriving at the library, he selected a solitary seat by the window. After plugging in his notebook, Cheng Hao entered a state of focused study. He was engrossed in researching the implementation of quantum states to enhance the security of communication. As the adage goes, one should not place all their eggs in a single basket. He was no protagonist from a novel endowed with fortuitous advantages. What he possessed was merely an additional fragment of memories from a past life and a few years of academic and professional experience. Therefore, he resolved to submit this research report as a self-recommendation directly to the quantum mechanics professors at Kyoto University. He had initially intended to use game programming as a stepping stone, but this year was different. Both Kyoto University and Tsinghua University were fervently competing for physics students. Should he succeed in capturing the attention of those professors with his research report, gaining admission to Kyoto University would be within reach. However, this was his first attempt at such a topic, and he was still in the research phase. Kai Xiaoya, lacking decorum, unceremoniously shoved Jiang Yirou aside as she attempted to take a seat in front. Kai Xiaoya, have you no shame? What are you going to do about it? Bite me? Jiang Yirou ground her teeth, then suddenly flashed a triumphant smile, settling comfortably into the seat behind Cheng Hao. Kai Xiaoya, thank you for relinquishing this spot to me. Chapter 59 Every day. Kai Xiaoya wore a bewildered expression. What was up with Jiang Yirou? Had she fallen for a ruse? Yet, what could be done from a seat in the back? It was only from the front that Cheng Hao would be able to see her at a glance. She was certain Jiang Yirou was trying to deceive her. Jiang Yirou, I won't fall for your tricks. You think saying that will persuade me to swap seats? Not a chance. Jiang Yirou leisurely extracted her book and elegantly sat down, just as Kai Xiaoya believed she was about to begin studying. Her gaze was not upon her own textbook, but rather Cheng Hao's computer. Oh my! How did I not consider that sitting behind would allow me to observe Cheng Hao's work? The sight of Jiang Yirou unabashedly watching Cheng Hao's computer screen filled Kai Xiaoya with envy and resentment. She felt her back teeth grinding in frustration. Initially, Jiang Yirou aimed to irritate Kai Xiaoya, but as she scrutinized Cheng Hao's research report, her demeanor shifted from casual to serious, and then to genuinely intrigued. The more she read, the more she admired him. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, "Cheng Hao, are you researching quantum mechanics? Is that what you plan to study at university?" Cheng Hao paused momentarily before resuming his typing speed. "No, I just find it interesting, so I'm looking into it." "Then do you need a laboratory? I can help you secure a professional lab." "No, thank you. I've already arranged one." He was a man of action. Once he made a decision, he would promptly plan its execution. While gathering research materials for this topic, he had already contacted a laboratory and was merely awaiting the opportunity to commence the project, which would provide data support for his research report. If someone assists you, the experimental progress will surely accelerate, right? I'll be your assistant and help record the experimental data. I want to help too. Kai Xiaoya chimed in, eager not to be left behind. Unfamiliar with quantum mechanics, she merely understood the importance of seizing every opportunity. Cheng Hao couldn't help but grimace. While Jiang Yirou had the confidence to keep pace with the experimental progress, Kai Xiaoya, she was simply being reckless. Kai Xiaoya, if you don't comprehend something, you should read more. Once you do, you'll grasp the difficulty of the topic Cheng Hao is tackling and realize the folly of your overconfidence. Jiang Yirou scoffed from the side. Jiang Yirou, don't assume that just because you perform well academically, you can look down on others. Although I may not understand quantum mechanics, I can still learn. Learn? Jiang Yirou laughed. Do you want to see what Cheng Hao has written before making such statements? Of course. What is the big deal? Kai Xiaoya approached Cheng Hao's computer. BB84 protocol? E91 protocol? What are these things? I recognize each word, yet I cannot comprehend their combined meaning. Kai Xiaoya appeared utterly perplexed. So, how do you plan to be Cheng Hao's assistant? Well, I can cheer him on from the sidelines. Cheering from the sidelines in the lab? Huh, Kai Xiaoya, surely you're joking. In the lab? Any distraction could lead to experimental failure. I don't know. Do you have all the answers? Kai Xiaoya snapped back. What are you trying to prove? I'm sorry to say, but I actually do know. If you had been paying attention to the school's bulletin board, you would have discovered that I conducted related research last year. Unlike Kai Xiaoya, who was fuming, Cheng Hao was taken aback to learn that Jiang Yirou had conducted related research. She has actually undertaken relevant studies? Perhaps perceiving Cheng Hao's confusion, Jiang Yirou patiently elaborated. Are you familiar with exchange? Of course. That is a major player in the realm of quantum secure communications. That is a subsidiary of the Jiang family overseas. Cheng Hao was utterly astonished. He had no idea. Our company boasts the world's foremost technical research personnel and the most advanced laboratories. Therefore, if you wish to conduct research in this area, I may be able to assist. Kai Xiaoya was left in a fog, but she grasped the significance of Jiang Yirou's connection to a subsidiary of the Jiang family. Jiang Yirou, what are you boasting about? It's just a mediocre company. The Kai family possesses numerous lucrative mines. Cheng Hao, as long as you return to the Kai family, my grandfather will surely allocate you a substantial share. At this point, Kai Xiaoya felt a twinge of jealousy. She had to work tirelessly as a negotiator to secure a mere 10%, while her brother and Cheng Hao enjoyed a carefree lifestyle, reaping more shares than she did. Jiang Yirou regarded her with an expression akin to that of a fool. Are you suggesting that you only understood the company belongs to the Jiang family? Are you implying that I am foolish? As long as you are aware. Cheng Hao, what is it with these two again? However, since Jiang Yirou has superior resources, he certainly would not hesitate to utilize them. If it is Company X, he would have access to top-tier talent in the industry, truly a walk in the park for him. Miss, could you assist me in introducing me to relevant professors? I am quite intrigued by this subject. Learning from countless books is no substitute for the guidance of a distinguished teacher. What is wrong with asking Jiang Yirou for help? Acquiring knowledge is never shameful. Certainly. When would you like to meet? As soon as possible. Would tonight work? Jiang Yirou pondered for a moment, considering that she could catch a flight and would likely arrive by evening. A flight? Hearing Jiang Yirou speak so casually, he assumed that researchers were all based domestically. Indeed, Professor Xiao Si from the United States has resided abroad for an extended period. If you wish to meet him, I can notify him to come right away. Professor Xiao Si? You mean the luminary in quantum mechanics, Xiao Si? Cheng Hao was overjoyed. Exactly. Jiang Yirou chuckled at Cheng Hao's incredulous expression. He has always been providing technical guidance for our company. Oh my. Cheng Hao was ecstatic, but isn't Professor Xiao Si already over 50? It might be too much hassle for him. Perhaps we should opt for a video call instead? I could pose my questions to him online. That would indeed be more convenient. Jiang Yirou contemplated for a moment and suggested, how about this? Once we graduate, I will take you to the U.S. For now, you can schedule a regular online appointment with him, and you can ask him questions daily, every day. Cheng Hao thought it would be limited to a few video calls, only to discover from Jiang Yirou that he could consult Professor Xiao Si every single day. Absolutely. Grandpa Xiao is quite amiable. He has very few projects under his direct supervision now, so he has ample time. Having him teach you daily poses no issue at all. If that is the case, that would be splendid. This way, he wouldn't need to conduct any research himself. Learning directly from an expert would save him years of detours. Even Kai Xiaoya, despite her lack of intelligence, recognized the impressive caliber of the teacher Jiang Yirou found for Cheng Hao. What sort of teacher could our Kai family not secure? Brother, as long as you return to the Kai family, Grandpa will undoubtedly find you a teacher far superior to that Xiu. She refused to admit her jealousy. Chapter 60. Is it just coincidence? Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou chose to ignore Kai Xiaoya. It was indeed impossible to explain to someone like her, who believed that wealth could procure anything, just how rare it was to secure Professor Xiu's mentorship. With the shared topic of quantum mechanics, Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou engaged in lively discussion, while Kai Xiaoya struggled to comprehend, eventually resigning herself to simply staying awake. After 10 minutes of exertion, she succumbed to fatigue, resting her head on the table and falling asleep. Jiang Yirou casually glanced at her. Cheng Hao, Kai Xiaoya is snoring. Shall we move to the study room upstairs? Cheng Hao was aware that Jiang Yirou had her own dedicated study room, which was quieter, so he nodded in agreement. Very well, let us head upstairs. The two quietly packed their computers and bags before departing the study room on the first floor. When Kai Xiaoya awoke, she felt as if the sky had fallen. Not only had she failed to keep an eye on them, but she had also fallen asleep. Jiang Yirou led Cheng Hao to the study room on the top floor. Along the way, Cheng Hao received various envious and jealous glances. Look, Cheng Hao. It seems that he is the only one ever invited into the young lady's exclusive study room. It is said that the study room is even more luxurious than a 5-star hotel suite. A cleaner once managed to take a brief video, but it was swiftly deleted. Though it was only a few seconds long, it was still evident how opulent it was. Even the piano is a Steinway. Do you think Jiang Yirou often practices there? We have yet to hear Miss Jiang play the piano. I have heard that during graduation, the seniors showcase their talents. I wonder if we can anticipate Jiang Yirou playing the piano. Cheng Hao must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Under the envious gazes of many, he stepped into Jiang Yirou's exclusive study room. In truth, the study room was not as mysterious as others imagined. It was simply clean and tidy, and indeed well-equipped. Cheng Hao was not unfamiliar with this room. Throughout his 3 years of high school, as Jiang Yirou's attendant, he frequented this place. But how long had it been since he last visited? He gazed at the study room with nostalgia, instinctively gravitating toward his designated seat. Jiang Yirou favored the position by the window, so he would sit opposite her to be readily available to observe her needs. Why aren't you sitting down? Jiang Yirou placed her belongings down and noticed Cheng Hao staring blankly at her seat, puzzled. I merely wanted to change seats. The light here is too bright. He no longer needed to constantly watch over Jiang Yirou, so there was no need for him to occupy that position. He sought a spot slightly farther from Jiang Yirou, took out his laptop, and connected it to the power source. Just as he completed these tasks, Jiang Yirou also set her computer up across from him. Cheng Hao looked at Jiang Yirou in bewilderment. Miss, don't you prefer the window seat? Isn't it more convenient for discussion here? Jiang Yirou wore an expression that suggested she was doing it for his benefit. Cheng Hao thought that her sitting by the window wouldn't hinder their communication at all. Sigh, why are women so clingy? Now that he was changing seats, it was too obvious, and he would surely be questioned about why he didn't wish to sit beside her. How could he respond? Forget it, better to avoid trouble. If she enjoys sitting here, so be it. A sly glint flickered in Jiang Yirou's eyes. She was, of course, deliberate in her actions. But as long as she did not confess, no one would know. It was 11 o'clock. Shall we skip the cafeteria and order in? I can arrange for delivery. Jiang Yirou gently inquired about Cheng Hao's preference. Cheng Hao glanced at the time, realizing it had unconsciously become lunchtime. The library was somewhat distant from the cafeteria, taking 20 minutes to walk, though riding a bike would be faster. However, considering the scorching sun outside compared to the comfortable air conditioning indoors, Jiang Yirou's suggestion was quite tempting. Very well. What would you like to eat, young lady? I will place the order. Cheng Hao used to handle these matters. Whenever Jiang Yirou did not wish to eat out, he would select a restaurant and arrange for delivery. Allow me. Jiang Yirou had already picked up her phone. Dialing a number, she had just seen a food vlogger video and suddenly craved barbecue. She delightedly noticed Cheng Hao swallow. Clearly the decision to eat barbecue resonated with him. Oh, that sounds good. It has been a while. In truth, Jiang Yirou rarely indulged in barbecue, but Cheng Hao particularly enjoyed it, having a strong preference for it. Yet, in the past, to cater to Jiang Yirou's tastes, he would avoid choosing barbecue. Thank goodness for that food vlogger. Yes, indeed, I want this much. Please pack your dipping sauces, both spicy and non-spicy, separately, and the scallion, garlic, and cilantro in another container. After Jiang Yirou hung up the phone, she noticed Cheng Hao gazing at her intently. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? She inquired. No, Cheng Hao clarified. I just remember that you used to dislike strong flavors. You hardly ever ate garlic or even chili. It's not that I dislike them. I simply avoid strong tastes because they leave an odor on me. Regardless, we'll likely be in the study room today. If you don't mind, shall we indulge together? Let us savor the experience to the fullest. Cheng Hao swallowed involuntarily at the enticing suggestion. In that case, I shall accompany you wholeheartedly. The restaurant's service was remarkably swift. Within 15 minutes, their order arrived as requested. Miss Jiang, Mr. Cheng, enjoy your meal. Cheng Hao was pleasantly surprised to discover that the barbecue place Jiang Yirou had chosen was the very establishment he often frequented in secret. However, it was quite a distance from their location. How did Jiang Yirou come to select this restaurant? Was it merely a coincidence? Seemingly sensing Cheng Hao's confusion, Jiang Yirou smiled and explained, I heard from a friend that this place serves the best barbecue she has ever tasted. I was so tempted that I decided to order it and give it a try. What is the matter? Don't you like it? She feigned ignorance. Fully aware of his answer. No, not at all. I love it. Very much. Cheng Hao was already contemplating how he would seize the opportunity to dine there again after the math competition. Each visit to indulge in barbecue left him feeling guilty. For he relished the heavy oil and spice, often taking late-night walks just to avoid the scent being detected by Jiang Yirou. He never expected her to share his fondness. How splendid. Miss, allow me to grill. Cheng Hao was confident in his ability to master the cooking process. It would be a waste to let Jiang Yirou handle it. Jiang Yirou did not contest him. Instead, she picked up her chopsticks and methodically counted peanuts. Chapter 61. My sleeping posture after drinking is quite awkward. Observing the glimmer in Cheng Hao's eyes as he grilled, Jiang Yirou felt a joy surpassing her own enjoyment of the meal. Miss, this meat is tender. Would you prefer to pair it with lettuce or perilla leaves? Perilla leaves. Please. With some spicy sauce and a clove of garlic. Cheng Hao regarded her curiously. Didn't you used to avoid whole cloves of garlic? I want to try it and see what it tastes like. She had long desired to experience the enjoyment Cheng Hao derived from his food. Since Jiang Yirou was eager to try, Cheng Hao naturally didn't hold her back. He promptly wrapped a clove of garlic and handed it to her. Stealing herself, Jiang Yirou took a delicate bite of the assembled ingredients. The first bite is quite delicious. The sweet and sour sauce envelopes the pork belly, leaving a delightful flavor. After not biting into the garlic in her first attempt, she pressed on. With the second bite, she finally tasted the garlic, and the harmonious blend of the meat's umami and the pungent garlic created a marvelous flavor. How is it? Cheng Hao took a bite for himself. Enhanced version. The taste is spot on. Not bad. Initially, it felt a bit unfamiliar. The flavor profile is different from chili, milder and dissipating quickly on the tongue. The aroma of the grilled meat and sauce becomes increasingly intoxicating. Shall I wrap another one for you? Yes, please. How about some beer? Barbecue and a cold beer are the perfect match. Is it wise for me to drink? Jiang Yirou hesitated. What is wrong with that? This is your private study room. If you get drunk, you can just lie down and sleep without anyone seeing. I tend to have an awkward sleeping posture when intoxicated. Jiang Yirou replied delicately. Cheng Hao paused, realizing he had yet to witness Jiang Yirou drinking. No worries. If you fall asleep, I want tea look. You can simply retire to the inner room. This suite contained not only the study, but also a lounge. He fetched a cup and poured her a glass of beer. The beer has a low alcohol content. You want tea, get drunk. Even if you did, what could I possibly do? Cheng Hao teased. Jiang Yirou murmured. Who is afraid of what you might do? I'm more concerned about what I might do to you. Huh. Cheng Hao caught her muttering, but couldn't discern her words. No matter. Let us drink. Who's afraid of whom? If it comes to it, we can solidify our engagement. All right. The one who backs down is a coward. Jiang Yirou raised her glass and downed it in one go. Refreshing. With each sip of beer and bite of meat, her eyes sparkled brighter. Bang. She placed her glass on the table with gusto. Another round. Cheng Hao felt a twinge of unease. Jiang Yirou seemed to be growing increasingly spirited with each drink. Miss, how about we finish this glass and call it a night? Jiang Yirou snatched the beer bottle from his grasp. What's wrong? Can't handle it? If you're only drinking halfway, do you look down on me or yourself? She turned to see that Cheng Hao hadn't even finished his first glass, which displeased her. She seized the cup and, with one arm draped over his shoulder, poured beer into his mouth. Aren't we good brothers? If you are, drink up. When Jiang Yirou noticed he wasn't opening his mouth, she forcefully pressed the cup to his lips. Cheng Hao sputtered as the beer splashed into his mouth. Nearly choking. Haha, isn't it good? Another round. Jiang Yirou, her arms still around his neck, struggled to pour more beer due to her shorter stature. In a moment of urgency, she pulled him in closer, successfully managing to fill the cup. Cheng Hao had never realized Jiang Yirou possessed such strength. She held him tightly. The moment he attempted to pull away, she tightened her grip. Though he could easily push her away, doing so would surely leave her with bruises. With a resigned sigh, Cheng Hao opted to remain still. He discerned that although Jiang Yirou appeared coherent, she had long since succumbed to drunkenness. This was beyond merely a poor sleeping posture. She was quite intoxicated. Regardless, beer was unlikely to get anyone truly drunk, so he decided to let her be. Why are you only thinking of yourself? I want to drink too. Jiang Yirou's face was nearly pressed against Cheng Hao's. He had no choice but to retreat within the confines of his limited arm space. He was not foolish enough to risk offending her. If Jiang Yirou were to sober up and recall this moment, the consequences were unfathomable. Would he be torn to shreds or simply vanish? Miss, could you please let me go? If you want a drink, I can pour it for you. You? Pour for me. Jiang Yirou waved her finger in front of his face. No. You're just trying to trick me into releasing you so you can toss the beer as far away as possible. Cheng Hao thought. How could she be so sharp, even while intoxicated? I can do it myself. Then let go of me, and pour it yourself. No need. I can manage like this. Jiang Yirou tightened her grip and poured beer into Cheng Hao's glass. He stumbled slightly, catching himself by instinctively grasping her waist to steady himself. Yet, he only touched her briefly before releasing his hold. Less than a second. Just as he regained his balance, he saw Jiang Yirou forcefully pushing his glass toward her mouth. Miss. That's my cup. As Jiang Yirou sipped her drink, her gaze became hazy as she cast a sidelong glance at him. What? Am I not allowed to drink? Why is it that you can drink while I cannot? She questioned, leaning in closer. Cheng Hao stumbled backward. The distance between them now reduced to a mere centimeter. Of course. He stammered, desperate to avert any further closeness. Jiang Yirou's face lingered right before him. Their eyes locked in a fierce stare. Cheng Hao's breath quickened, nearly suspended. The intoxicating scent of her breath wafted over him. And he couldn't tell if it was the wine's allure or his own intoxication that made his cheeks flush and his mind swirl. The sound of his swallowing echoed loudly in the still room. Who are you? Jiang Yirou's slender finger pressed lightly against Cheng Hao, her eyes clouded with confusion. I am Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao? Jiang Yirou appeared to ponder for a moment. Oh, I remember now. You're that big fool. The one who only knows how to treat me while silently. The big fool who never takes the initiative. Cheng Hao's heart sank. So in her eyes, he was merely a fool. Indeed, he had been a fool for over 20 years, quietly cherishing her. From a young girl to a blossoming woman, he had always believed they would be together for a lifetime, pouring his heart into her happiness, terrified of the slightest hint of her displeasure. In the end, the one she desired was not him. Wasn't he just a big fool after all? Chapter 62. To go or not to go? Big fool, hee. Jiang Yirou clung to Cheng Hao, giggling stupidly. Miss, let me assist you to the side. To the side for what? What do you intend to do with me? Jiang Yirou instinctively covered her chest. I have no intentions. I simply want to help you sit down and enjoy some food. Shouldn't you have something delicious to accompany your drink? Cheng Hao coaxed gently. Jiang Yirou tilted her head, contemplating for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. Let us eat. Cheng Hao sighed in relief, guiding Jiang Yirou to a seat. This time, she did not protest, obediently following him. Sit tight. I'll grill some meat for you. The sudden compliance of Jiang Yirou caught Cheng Hao off guard. As he grilled the meat, his attention drifted to her. He noticed she simply stared intently at the sizzling meat in his hands, assuming she was eager to eat. Just a little longer, and you can enjoy it. However, Jiang Yirou remained silent, and Cheng Hao did not dwell on it. Once the meat was ready, he prepared a dish according to her tastes, ready to hand it over. When suddenly, with a loud thud, Jiang Yirou collapsed onto the sofa. Startled, Cheng Hao dropped the dish in his hands. Hastily wiping his hands, he rushed to check on her. Miss, go away. Jiang Yirou flailed her arms as if swatting away an annoying fly. Nearly striking Cheng Hao in the face, he swiftly captured both her hands, pinning them against her chest, though not his own chest. Jiang Yirou struggled for a moment, but, finding no escape, soon grew still, her breathing softening as she drifted into slumber. Cheng Hao, holding her hands, knelt beside the sofa, staring in astonishment at her sleeping face before shaking his head in resignation. No wonder she was reluctant to drink. This was the outcome of indulging in alcohol. The sofa was hardly a suitable place for slumber, especially with the grill nearby. Thus, he effortlessly scooped her up in his arms and made his way to the lounge. The room's decor was minimalistic, featuring a single bed adorned with pure white linens, immaculate and clearly maintained by regular cleaning, like cradling a child. Cheng Hao lifted Jiang Yirou onto his shoulder, using one hand to pull back the covers, then carefully supporting her head and back as he laid her down. Completing the task left him drenched in sweat, not due to her weight, but because being so close to her made him exceedingly nervous. It was only upon relaxing that he realized he was soaked. Truly, I must have owed you something in a past life, he muttered, wiping his brow as he exited the lounge, gently closing the door behind him. Now, it was his time to relish the delicacies. He leisurely finished grilling the remaining meat, patting his belly in satisfaction. Ah, delightful. After tidying up, he activated the air circulation and spritzed some air freshener before brewing himself a cup of tea. Settling at his desk, he aimed to outline his preliminary research direction and plan, ensuring he could maximize the efficiency of his video call with Professor Xiao's to swiftly refine his proposal. In the quiet study room, the only sound was the rhythmic clatter of Cheng Hao's fingers against the keyboard. Time flowed steadily by. When Jiang Yirou awoke, she felt disoriented. What has happened to me? Supporting her throbbing head, she sat up. Upon realizing she was in the lounge, her mind was a blank slate. Wasn't I just enjoying grilled meat? Why am I still hungry? She shook her head. Hey, was it good? Let us have another drink. Why are you hogging it all for yourself? I want to drink too. Oh, it dawned on her. That big fool. Memories of her drunken state flickered in her mind, including pressing against Cheng Hao and forcing him to drink, making her want to find a hole to hide in. Oh my, how could I have done that? I'll never dare to drink again. Now what? How could she face Cheng Hao, almost forcing herself on him? Jiang Yirou buried her face in her knees. How could she have made such a grave mistake? But wait, what was wrong with her being a little mischievous? He was her fiancé. What was wrong with a little playful mischief? No matter what happened yesterday, she would take responsibility. With that thought, Jiang Yirou straightened her back. After washing her face, she felt her confidence waver as she stepped toward the door. Peeking through a crack, she cautiously glanced outside. Cheng Hao was right there. She slumped against the doorframe in despair. What should she do? Go out? Or not? Of course, she had to go out. But should she pretend to have amnesia afterward? Didn't they say that alcohol could cause memory lapses? It was only natural that she wouldn't remember what had just transpired, right? With that thought, Jiang Yirou flung the door open, exclaiming loudly, "How did I fall asleep while eating? What time is it?" Cheng Hao's expression momentarily froze, but quickly returned to normal. "It's 3 o'clock. What? That fast? Where's my phone? I can't find my phone. I placed it on that table over there. Oh, I forgot to call Grandpa Xios. I need to check if he is free for a video call tonight. No worries. I'm not in a rush. I'll contact him now." Jiang Yirou turned to make the call, and it wasn't long before it connected. "Grandpa Xios, did you miss me? Haha. You always know how to make me smile. What are you up to?" "Grandfather Hughes, my friend has recently been delving into the intricacies of quantum mechanics. You are an expert in this field, so I wish to consult you." "Hee. Grandfather Hughes, you understand me best. What boyfriend?" "He is my fiancé." At the mere mention of fiancé, Jiang Yirou's ears flushed with warmth. "Well then, thank you, Grandfather Hughes." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yirou took a moment to collect herself, waiting for the heat in her cheeks to dissipate before approaching Cheng Hao. "Cheng Hao, I have arranged a video call with Grandfather Hughes for you. He has time this evening. If you have any questions, you can prepare them for discussion." "All right, thank you, miss." Cheng Hao appeared unfazed by the mention of fiancé, maintaining his composure. "Why are you still being so courteous to me?" Jiang Yirou felt that given their relationship, referring to her as miss seemed excessively formal. In any case, it made her uncomfortable, as if it created a distance between her and Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao looked momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Courteous? Why call me miss? I have a name." "Well, it's just a habit. I've been calling you that for over 20 years. It has become second nature. Moreover," Cheng Hao's eyes dimmed. Chapter 63. Speak up, and I shall have them amend it. Once, under the guise of inebriation, he had called her by her name. Yet, the disdain etched on Jiang Yirou's face lingered in his memory. "Cheng Hao, do you know who I am?" "Jiang Yirou. Please do not address me by my full name." Jiang Yirou frowned. "You can call me wife or Yirou. Why must it be so distant? Isn't miss just another way of saying Jiang Yirou?" However, Cheng Hao was oblivious to the fact that it was not her name that Jiang Yirou disliked, but rather the formal usage of her full name. Throughout their previous life, she had never heard him utter a term of endearment, which remained an unfulfilled yearning. Indeed, children must be educated from a young age. "Call me Yirou." Since he was not awakening to the cue, she would have to take the initiative. Yirou?" Cheng Hao was taken aback. In their past life, calling her Jiang Yirou had never pleased her. Now she was asking him to call her Yirou? That sounds delightful. From now on, that shall be your designation. If I hear you call me miss again, I regret to inform you that I shall have to impose a punishment. Punishment? Cheng Hao's eyes widened in surprise. Not calling Yirou would lead to punishment? How would that work? Cheng Hao's mind was spinning. A little whip? He quickly shook his head. That was impossible. Jiang Yirou was the daughter of the Jiang family. She could never engage in such behavior. Jiang Yirou smirked, raising an eyebrow. "If you refuse to call me by my name, it implies that you are eagerly inviting your punishment." Cheng Hao, no, he did not wish to know. "To prevent errors on your part, I believe you ought to begin practicing now. There is no one around. Feel free to call my name multiple times." Cheng Hao. Mississippi. Jiang Yirou narrowed her eyes dangerously. Yirou. Yes. Continue. I am listening. "Well, it feels somewhat inappropriate to call you by your name directly. What is inappropriate about it? Speak up, and I shall have them revise it." Cheng Hao. "It's not inappropriate. Since you have no objections, then it is settled. Do not miscall it. One mistake incurs a penalty. Accumulate 3 mistakes, and the penalty shall be severe." Cheng Hao trembled nervously. "I saw you still working on the report earlier. Have you finished it?" "Almost. Then I shall wait for you to conclude. After that, we can return. Let us finish the video call with Grandfather Hughes early, so we can rest. We have a math competition tomorrow." "All right, just 10 more minutes." Cheng Hao hastily wrapped up the last bits. This was material he needed for his consultation with Professor Hughes later in the evening. Better to be thoroughly prepared. As for the math competition tomorrow, there was not much to prepare for. Just show up and take the exam. "I am ready." Cheng Hao closed his notebook and packed it away in his computer bag. "Shall we go?" The two descended in the elevator straight to the underground parking lot. The driver was already waiting below. "Young master and young lady, please get in." Cheng Hao waited for Jiang Yirou to enter before bending down to get in himself. "Why are you so quiet?" Jiang Yirou noticed that Cheng Hao was deliberately avoiding conversation with her. Cheng Hao thought to himself. He could hardly admit that calling her Yirou directly made him feel embarrassed. To avoid slipping up and calling her miss, he deemed it safer to remain silent. "No, I was merely tired from working on the report. I remember you are not someone who tires easily, are you?" Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, interrupting Jiang Yirou's words. "Young lady, It is Miss Kai, the driver reported. Kai Xiaoya? Jiang Yirou looked forward, wondering what she wanted by stopping my car. All right, Yirou, let me check it out. Almost made a mistake there. Without waiting for Jiang Yirou to respond, Cheng Hao exited the vehicle. Brother, why did you leave without calling me? Kai Xiaoya's brother sent shivers down Cheng Hao's spine. First, I am not your brother. Second, why should I call you when I leave? Third, if you ever obstruct our vehicle again, we will have the driver run over you. You know the Jiang family can afford it. After all, you are merely a daughter of the Kai family with no inheritance rights. Kai Xiaoya waved the document in her hand with an air of triumph. Brother, just give up. The DNA test results are out. You are indeed my brother. You should stand with our Kai family, not with her, an outsider. What DNA test results? Here, take a look. Kai Xiaoya directly handed the document to Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao frowned as he read it, and then calmly returned it to her. I do not acknowledge it. Huh. Kai Xiaoya was stunned by Cheng Hao's words. Not acknowledge it. This is a confirmed matter. What good is it if you refuse to acknowledge it? You are my brother. I haven't even been to the hospital. How did you obtain this report? She certainly could not say she had secretly picked it up from his desk. You see, you cannot even tell me whose DNA has been tested. Just picking up a random document and claiming it is mine. Why should I believe you? It is your hair. I picked it up from your desk. Cheng Hao scoffed. Is this how the Kai family operates, resorting to such lowly tactics? Picking up hair for testing? Huh. You've been hovering around me all day for this purpose, haven't you? Kai Xiaoya's gaze shifted uneasily. Indeed, she was not being forthright about this matter. However, she was eager to prove that Cheng Hao was truly a member of the Kai family. But the test report is genuine. I did not fabricate it. Oh, just because it is hair from my desk, does it necessarily belong to me? Cheng Hao crossed his arms, coldly scrutinizing her. He would not concede. Kai Xiaoya fell silent, unable to prove that the hair belonged to Cheng Hao. However, the only person present who fit the criteria of a Kai family member was Cheng Hao. It could not possibly be He Yuan or the expressionless figure in front of him, could it? Miss Kai, please leave. Otherwise, do not blame us for running you over. Our driver is professional and can ensure you are rendered half-paralyzed while still leaving you breathing. Kai Xiaoya trembled at his chilling tone. What kind of gaze is this? It resembles that of one staring at a corpse. Yet, they are siblings, are they not? By the time Kai Xiaoya regained her composure, she found herself inexplicably yielding the path, standing aside. As the vehicle glided past her, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Yirou, who slowly raised the car window, obscuring the disdain curling at the corners of her mouth. Kai Xiaoya clenched her fists tightly. Jiang Yirou, why is it that all good fortune falls upon you? I shall ensure you possess nothing. Since you care for Cheng Hao, I will snatch him away from your side. If love is unattainable, she would wield the power of the Kai family, leveraging their blood ties to sever their bond. With this thought, Kai Xiaoya inhaled deeply, let out a cold snort, and departed the school in a vehicle. Chapter 64. Young Master Cheng, your meat has fallen. At the Kai family ancestral residence. Grandfather, Cheng Hao belongs to our Kai family. Kai Xiaoya held out the test report directly to Elder Kai. Xiaoya, you are indeed clever. By conducting the test directly, there is no fear of Cheng Hao doubting it. Kai Xiaoya wore a look of grievance. Grandfather, however, the Jiang family will surely not let him go. Smack. Humph. With this test report in hand, the Jiang family has no choice but to comply. Elder Kai slammed his palm on the table. The memory of being rebuffed by Elder Jiang during his last visit still festered within him. He could not swallow that indignation. Now, having finally found an opportunity to vex Elder Jiang, he was elated. Just thinking about how Elder Jiang has painstakingly nurtured a child for over a decade only to find he belongs to our Kai family makes me want to laugh. Do you think Elder Jiang will faint from rage? Then, grandfather, shall we go retrieve Cheng Hao now? Now, Elder Kai let out a cold snort. To bring him back now would be too generous to Elder Jiang. I intend to publicly declare Cheng Hao's true lineage. At that time, I shall express my gratitude to Elder Jiang for his selfless contribution in raising such an exceptional grandson for me. What about my shares, grandfather? Rest assured, once this is accomplished, I will transfer the shares into your name. Thank you, grandfather. Kai Xiaoya exited the study in high spirits, only to be suddenly seized by a strong force and pulled into a nearby vacant room. Hey, who dares to pull me? Why are you back? Kai Xiaoya froze as she saw her stern-faced elder brother standing before her. How could I not return? If I didn't I would miss such a splendid spectacle. Kai Mingrui smirked with derision. My dear sister, assisting outsiders to plot against your own brother? I did no such thing. Oh, my foolish sister. Have you forgotten? We share the same parents. If I am not faring well, how could you? I haven't done anything. Done nothing? You are helping grandfather bring Cheng Hao into our family, and you call that nothing? You're bringing a competitor into my domain? What has he promised you that you assist him so? Instead of helping your brother expel him, you are rushing to bring him back? Kai Xiaoya felt her ears nearly shrink from the scolding. She had always feared her brother. When Kai Mingrui threatened to strike her, he meant it. Never showing mercy simply because she was his sister. I was instructed by grandfather. Weren't you eager to show off in front of grandfather? 10% of the shares is indeed quite tempting. Kai Xiaoya's face turned pale. She had not anticipated Kai Mingrue discovering this so quickly. Kai Xiaoya, I present you with two choices. First, we shall rely on our own abilities henceforth, and whatever we can extract from the old man will depend solely on ourselves. Second, we unite as siblings to seize the Kai family estate. In the future, we shall split it evenly. What do you say? How do we seize it? Right now? Grandfather favors Cheng Hao. Thus, my dear sister, you know what you must do, right? Kai Mingrue sauntered out of the room, fully aware of the choice Kai Xiaoya would make. A pragmatic person like her would understand that knowing how to choose is the greatest avenue to victory. Kai Xiaoya lingered in the room for quite some time before finally rising to leave. Upon returning home, Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao commenced their dinner. Cheng Hao patted his still round belly, declining the housekeeper's enthusiastic invitation. I haven't digested my lunch yet. I want to eat dinner. How can you not eat? Sit down. Eat. Jiang Yirou approached and placed a glass of orange juice at Cheng Hao's seat. Drink some juice to stimulate your appetite. Soon you will be hungry. How could one skip dinner? Truly disobedient. As Cheng Hao reluctantly sat down, Jiang Yirou pulled out a chair beside him and seated herself. Typically, Jiang Yirou occupied the main seat. Why was she beside him today? You lack appetite. It must be because you didn't eat well at lunch. No worries. I will personally serve you your favorite dishes for dinner. Jiang Yirou wiped her hands with a warm towel and pointed to a plate of shrimp. Do you want to eat shrimp? Do you want to dip it in garlic sauce? Yes. How did she know that shrimp was what he yearned for first? Jiang Yirou donned gloves, elegantly peeling the shell. Here, eat. She thoughtfully dipped it in sauce and brought it to his mouth. Cheng Hao gaped in surprise. This scene reminded him of when Jiang Yirou had forced him while intoxicated. Next, let us have some vegetables. Jiang Yirou removed her gloves and picked up a pair of garlic vegetables. This time, Cheng Hao finally snapped back to reality. Just place it in the bowl. I'll do it myself. Jiang Yirou's smile instantly faded. What's wrong? Is my feeding not to your liking? Do you wish for Kai Xiaoya to feed you? Kai Xiaoya? Finally, Cheng Hao understood Jiang Yirou's peculiar behavior. If you enjoy feeding, then go ahead. Rather than engaging in a debate with a woman, it is wiser to first indulge her, affirm her, and then gradually analyze the problem with her. This was advice once imparted by DeepSeek. Thank you, technology. Jiang Yirou's smile returned. Good. Now, eat your vegetables. Cheng Hao attempted to avoid the chopsticks, opening his mouth to take the vegetables directly. Oh. Why must the struggle between two women ensnare the innocent and weak me? I want soup. Rather than resisting fiercely, it was better to learn to yield and enjoy, which reflected Cheng Hao's current mindset. Jiang Yirou was exceedingly pleased with his demeanor. Seeing her expression soften considerably, Cheng Hao picked up his chopsticks. Let me serve you some dishes too. It cannot be just me eating. You must eat as well. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Hao served her a bowl of seafood fried rice. You should eat quickly. I served it to you myself. It will grow cold shortly. Jiang Yirou glanced at the fried rice in the bowl, then at Cheng Hao, whose sincerity prompted her to nod. Fine. Then you eat by yourself. All right. Rest assured, Jiang Yirou, I will ensure I am well fed. Witnessing this scene, the housekeeper had long since been astonished. Our young lady is truly in love. Our young lady is a wonderful wife. Our young lady is getting fed. Our young lady and Cheng Hao are a perfect match. To witness Jiang Yirou in love during his lifetime truly felt like a blessing from his ancestors. Young Master Cheng, your meat has fallen. Allow me to serve you another piece. The housekeeper stepped forward, adding another piece of meat to Cheng Hao's bowl. He intends to assist the young lady, indulging her with his affection. Cheng Hao's lips twitched in irritation. That infernal butler. Could he not discern that the morsel was intentionally dropped? Was he truly incapable of understanding that Cheng Hao could no longer consume anymore? Chapter 65. Is the professor so casual in accepting students? Yirou. Am already full. It must be that I did not feed you, rendering your meal tasteless. No matter, what would you like to eat? I shall serve you immediately. With that, Jiang Yirou picked up a bowl and rose to ladle some soup. Let us enjoy a bowl of this fruit soup. It's quite delightful. I truly am full. Cheng Hao finally comprehended a profound truth. Never provoke a woman. Burp. The pleasant repast concluded with Cheng Hao's resounding belch. Are you satiated? Perfect timing, for our appointment with Grandpa Xiao's is nearly upon us. Let us ascend. Cheng Hao let out a sigh of relief. At long last, he was free from the obligation of eating. He felt as though he could forego breakfast the next day as well. Fortunately, after such an extravagant feeding, Jiang Yirou's spirits had evidently brightened considerably. Cheng Hao, you wouldn't be going to the Kai family, would you? As they reached the second floor, Jiang Yirou abruptly turned to inquire. A facade of determination flickered with a hint of unease. I would not, Cheng Hao affirmed. He had no intention of visiting the Kai family, nor did he intend to remain in the Jiang household. He was simply Cheng Hao. Jiang Yirou exhaled in relief, her smile returning. Let us proceed to converse with Grandpa Xiao's via video. Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao made their way to the study on the top floor. Opening the computer and logging into the video application, they connected shortly thereafter. On the screen appeared a foreign elder with graying hair, yet brimming with vitality. Hello, my darling Yirou. Have you dined yet? Professor Xiao's greeted in fluent Mandarin, even employing a traditional Chinese salutation. Grandpa Xiao's. Have you just awoken? I have been up for a while. The thought of our video chat kept me from sleeping early. Grandpa Shios, have you had breakfast? Yes, yes. I brewed myself a cup of coffee. Professor Shios waved his coffee cup in front of the camera. Grandpa Shios, you really ought to eat properly. I believe coffee serves me well. It keeps me alert. And the lad beside you, he is the fiancé you mentioned? He appears quite commendable. Jiang Yirou shrugged. Relinquishing the topic they had debated countless times. Grandpa Shios, this is Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao stepped forward. Greetings, Professor Shios. I am Cheng Hao. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Haha, you, my boy, possess remarkable manners. No need for such formality. Simply call me Grandpa like Yirou does. Grandpa Shios. Cheng Hao replied in kind. Establishing a good rapport with Professor Shios would render any future inquiries in physics a non-issue. It was akin to having an advantage during his university years. In his previous life, he had solely pursued business management to take over the Jiang family, which he now regretted. Given the chance for a fresh start, he yearned to explore a different path. Young man, Yirou mentioned you are researching quantum key distribution? Indeed. Grandpa Shios, I have compiled a preliminary concept this afternoon and sent it over. Let me take a look. Professor Shios sipped his coffee and casually opened the document. Grandpa Shios, Jiang Yirou interjected. I have reviewed Cheng Hao's research, and it's quite good. You should take a look. If possible, when you have some time. I would like to bring him in to participate in the research work. Professor Shios assumed that Jiang Yirou was merely seeing Cheng Hao through rose-colored glasses, dismissing her remark of it being quite good as an attempt to garner his favor. However, as he began to read the document, his casual demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He scrutinized each word, fearful of missing anything. Cheng Hao felt the tension. He was still a novice in this field. Standing before Professor Shios felt akin to a kindergarten child presenting an assignment to a university professor. Jiang Yirou, with a playful grin, asked Grandpa Shios. How does it look? Quite good, I assented. In truth, Professor Shios' reaction had already answered her. For someone who remained unflappable even amidst adversity, it was rare to witness him so grave. The last time he bore such a countenance was when he was dissatisfied with his own experimental data. Very good. Excellent. Haha. Truly outstanding. Professor Shios was so elated he nearly leapt out of the frame, printing the materials and pacing back and forth with the papers in hand. Cheng Hao exchanged a glance with Jiang Yirou. Is Grandpa Shios. Jiang Yirou chuckled. Don't mind him. He always behaves this way when he has a new insight. This is his way of affirming your work. Oh, I see. After a considerable wait for Professor Shios to settle back in front of the camera, the exuberance on his face still lingered. Cheng Hao, tell me, did you come up with this all by yourself? Well, sort of. I referenced some materials. Since I have little research in this area, some of my insights may be somewhat superficial. Having drawn from later research findings, would this be considered cheating? No. Quite the opposite. You have done exceptionally well. Cheng Hao, are you certain you have never studied quantum mechanics before? Cheng Hao earnestly shook his head. I spent today organizing this. Researching as I went. A genius. Simply a genius. Professor Shios gazed at Cheng Hao with fervor. Cheng Hao, you are still in high school, correct? Would you be interested in studying in M country? I can write you a recommendation letter. I assure you entry into the finest universities, provided you become my student. Cheng Hao, is Professor Shios so casual in accepting students? Jiang Yirou also stared at him, eagerly awaiting his response. Cheng Hao replied candidly, I apologize, Grandpa Shios, but I have no plans to study abroad. However, may I have the opportunity to visit your laboratory? Upon hearing Cheng Hao's lack of plans to go to M country, Professor Shios felt a twinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, he was confident he could persuade Cheng Hao if he showcased his professional prowess. Cheng Hao would undoubtedly be impressed and eager to study under him. Yes, indeed. Ahem. Cheng Hao, while your report is quite innovative. But what? There are still numerous practical deficiencies. Of course, this is not an issue. It simply stems from your limited hands-on experience. Understood, Grandpa Shios. I will certainly seek more practical experience. Relying solely on practice is insufficient. Having a distinguished mentor nearby can help you avoid many mistakes. For instance, regarding your concept here, a slight modification could enhance the consistency and security of the keys. Oh, I see. Chapter 66, Reluctance to Let Go. Noting that Cheng Hao and Professor Shios had delved into a state of academic discussion, Jiang Yirou quietly slipped out of the study. She turned and entered another room, dialing a number. Grandpa Jiang. Yirou, why are you calling me at this hour? Is something the matter? Grandpa, the Kai family has obtained the genetic testing report. Thus, Cheng Hao is indeed a member of the Kai family. The old man's words were definitive. Indeed, Jiang Yirou answered sincerely, for this matter could not be concealed. What are your thoughts? Would you consent if I were to tamper with the results? A silence enveloped the phone call. Naturally, old Master Jiang understood the implications of tampering. Jiang Yirou was resolute in her desire to prevent Cheng Hao from returning to the Kai family. Thus, she contemplated manipulating the test results. Yirou, have you not considered Cheng Hao's opinion? I have consulted him. He expressed no desire to return to the Kai family. Yet, he remains a scion of the Kai family. This marked the second time old Master Jiang articulated his stance. Grandfather, You have watched Cheng Hao grow. Can you truly bear to let him go? Jiang Yirou's grip on her phone tightened. Yirou, you must understand this. The Jiang family and the Kai family can never unite. The Kai family will never relinquish Cheng Hao, especially given his remarkable qualities. There are always those who wish to prevent Cheng Hao from rejoining the Kai family. You mean to say it is impossible? You cannot conspire with a tiger. If Jiang Yirou were to ally with Kai Mingrue to prevent Cheng Hao from leaving, it would be akin to colluding with danger. Grandfather, you know that if I desire something, I will stop at nothing to obtain it. Old Master Jiang hesitated, then stated, Yirou, you have always been a clever child. How can you be so stubborn about this matter? There are many exceptional men in the world. You are still young, and in the future, you will have a plethora of admirable suitors. Grandfather, setting aside the connection to the Kai family, answer me honestly. Is he not the most outstanding young man you have ever encountered, one worthy of your granddaughter's lifelong devotion? Cheng Hao is indeed a product of my nurturing, hence his excellence. However, grandfather, the engagement was your proposal. He is someone you have raised. Can you truly resign yourself to the thought of your well-cultivated gem being taken away? Certainly not. The mere thought of old Kai flaunting his triumph before him incites a deep-seated fury. It is akin to watching a beloved child being appropriated by a sworn enemy. The indignation is unbearable. So, you do not wish to seek retribution? I do. Do you truly believe you could find a son-in-law as exceptional as the one you have nurtured? Impossible. It must not be. Who else has cultivated a child of such merit? It is absolutely unthinkable. He has raised the finest. Just observe Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao. Look at what old Kai has produced, merely inferior fruits. The thought of old Kai snatching the prize from him fills him with despair and rage. If the Kai family were to acknowledge Cheng Hao as their own but lack the evidence to prove it, do you imagine old Master Kai would not be driven to fury? Indeed, old Master Jiang's eyes sparkled with a renewed intensity. Thus, grandfather, do you believe that you will acquiesce to my continued association with Cheng Hao? Old Master Jiang's expression shifted from one of tenderness to sternness. Yirou, although you are but 18, I have never regarded you as a mere child. You are destined to be the heir of the Jiang family, with the weight of the entire clan upon your shoulders. Jiang Yirou's eyes dimmed. What if I were not the Jiang heir? Jiang Yirou. Old Master Jiang interrupted. His tone grave. Do not act recklessly. Jiang Yirou's shoulders slumped. She had bitten her lower lip until it bled, yet remained oblivious to her own distress. Understood, grandfather. Jiang Yirou's voice trembled, almost breaking. With a soft sigh, old Master Jiang continued. Yirou, regardless of his wishes, he is of the Kai bloodline. This matter is beyond his control. In due time, I will find you someone even better. You are still young, and the future holds countless possibilities. Understood, grandfather. Jiang Yirou was acutely aware that resisting old Master Jiang at this juncture was futile. To ask her to abandon Cheng Hao? Impossible. She had pursued him from her past life into this one. How could she change her resolve based on a few words from old Master Jiang? Just wait. Just wait. Until she has the strength to soar. After concluding the call with old Master Jiang, she did not hasten to return to her study. Instead, she opened her computer and began to consolidate her resources. There remained time. She aimed to integrate her assets in the shortest possible duration. As long as her power could overshadow all others, the Kai family would pose no obstacle. In this life, no one would be able to sever their bond. Cheng Hao could pursue his research peacefully, engaging in whatever he loved. She would be there for him. Professor Xiosi found himself increasingly captivated by his conversations with Cheng Hao. The young man was astoundingly intelligent. Not only was he clever, but also remarkably composed. He seemed far beyond his 18 years, with a slight nudge. He could deduce the subsequent steps and incorporate his own understanding. What was even more commendable was his ability to innovate, never confined to conventional thought. For Professor Xiosi, Cheng Hao was akin to a treasure chest. The more he explored, the more astonished he became, and the more reluctant he was to let go. How? Will you truly not consider studying in the United States? I could secure the finest educational resources for you. You know that the U.S. is at the pinnacle of this field. Professor Xiosi, I am immensely grateful for your appreciation. Your selfless guidance today has greatly benefited me. However, I have never contemplated leaving Huagua. Cheng Hao's eyes were filled with determination. Child, you are still young. Perhaps you do not wish to stray too far from home. But I speak from experience. With greater resources and an education from a prestigious institution, you will avoid many detours in life. With my connections here, you could secure a lucrative job immediately upon graduation. You might even be assigned housing from the school and be able to apply for residency in the U.S. Professor Xiosi, I have a clear vision for my future. Physics is merely a hobby for me. I do not intend to pursue a career in research. Cheng Hao smiled, yet his eyes held no trace of jest. What? Professor Xiosi's pupils widened in astonishment. You do not plan to engage in physics research? Indeed. It is simply a personal interest. I am far more inclined towards business. But to waste such an extraordinary talent by not engaging in physics research would be a grievous loss. Professor Xiosi. Just then, the door swung open. Jiang Yirou's voice filled the room. Professor Xiosi, is it proper to poach talent behind my back? She smiled, yet the mirth did not reach her eyes. Yirou. You cannot fathom Cheng Hao's gifts. Professor Xiuxi was nearly at a loss for words. No, I am well aware. Jiang Yirou's icy gaze met the camera. It is precisely because I know that I am acutely aware. His talents extend far beyond physics. Chapter 67. Physics is merely one of his many strengths. Not merely physics? What do you mean? Professor Xiuxi questioned, doubting his understanding. The emergence of a physics prodigy is already rare. Jiang Yirou claims there is more. Professor Xiuxi, if you had witnessed his mathematical prowess, you would understand. He can excel in any subject he chooses. Physics is merely one of his strengths. Cheng Hao smiled bashfully. Yirou is exaggerating. I am simply proficient in the sciences. I plan to take another subject in college as a hobby. Professor Xiuxi was struck as if by lightning, his expression one of deep regret. Such a genius neglecting research is an irreparable loss to the scientific community. Professor Xiuxi, life is fleeting. I merely wish to follow my heart. Moreover, I am not as extraordinary as you perceive. Cheng Hao truly wished to convey. What does the scientific community matter? He cannot shoulder such a monumental responsibility. Yet, upon seeing Professor Xiuxi's genuine sorrow and the sudden dimming of his eyes, Cheng Hao's heart softened. Just a little, perhaps just 10%. He was well aware of Professor Hughes's selfless dedication to the advancement of science, even to the extent that he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion in the laboratory due to his relentless work on research and development. At that time, some remarked that had Professor Hughes not passed away, the progress of technology could have been expedited by at least a decade. If only he could have averted such a tragedy. Contemplating this, Cheng Hao broke into a smile. Professor Hughes, it's not that I'm entirely averse to pursuing research. Upon hearing that there was still a glimmer of hope, Professor Hughes gazed at him eagerly. As long as you promise me one thing, I can still be your student even if I don't go to M country. Really? What is it? Let us not limit it to 1. I'll agree to 10, 100, as long as I'm capable. Actually, it's quite simple. I have faith that you, Professor Hughes, can definitely manage it. Cheng Hao flashed a mischievous grin. You must check in with me at regular intervals for meals and sleep. What? What does that mean? Professor Hughes had anticipated various scenarios, but never expected Cheng Hao to propose such a condition. It's quite straightforward. After you have breakfast, send me a photo of you with your meal. The same goes for lunch and dinner. And before bed, a picture of you lying in bed. If you agree, I will send you a schedule that you must adhere to strictly. Early to bed and early to rise. No overtime. Professor Hughes's mouth fell open in disbelief. What are these conditions? How can we not negotiate on this? Maintaining regular meals and avoiding overtime is exceedingly difficult. He wore a pained expression, finding this condition more daunting than working 3 days and nights straight. That is non-negotiable. I will not accept any alternative conditions. Cheng Hao replied cheerfully yet firmly. Can we at least allow for the occasional late night? The pitiful look on Professor Hughes's face would surely astonish anyone who witnessed it. Was this really the same Professor Hughes, the proud and stoic authority in the field of physics? Outside, who would not eagerly seek him out for a lecture or to acquire a patent? When had anyone seen Professor Hughes so subservient, pleading with a junior? Cheng Hao beamed at him. Professor, what do you think? If Professor Hughes had cat ears, they would have surely perked up in anticipation. Cheng Hao had already addressed him as professor, indicating that there was no room for negotiation. Very well, I agree to your terms. But if you're not going to M country, how do you plan on being my student and conducting research? Just like today? Cheng Hao gestured toward the computer. We can communicate online. That is indeed a feasible plan. However, conducting experiments cannot be done via video, can it? Why not? Just tell me where the issues lie, and I believe I possess enough insight. Moreover, I will visit you in M country whenever I have the chance. Professor Hughes looked at him with a pitiful expression. Are you truly not considering coming to M country? If it's out of a desire to serve your country, you could always return after completing your studies. No, I simply love my home and do not wish to leave. Cheng Hao casually deflected. But Professor Hughes exchanged ambiguous glances between Jiang Yirou and Cheng Hao. He nodded in understanding. Indeed, it is quite understandable for young people to feel attached to their homes. Who would wish to leave when blessed with a fiancée as beautiful as a flower? Cheng Hao, he merely mentioned his attachment to home. How did that lead to thoughts of romance? Yirou, Hao is a person worthy of a lifelong commitment. You must cherish him well. Professor Hughes regarded Cheng Hao with evident satisfaction. Jiang Yirou, blushing, lowered her gaze. Yes, I understand, Professor Hughes. His merits are beyond words. I used to jest with your grandfather, saying that your cold demeanor might prevent you from ever falling for a boy. Who would have thought it would come to pass? Wonderful, wonderful. When you two marry, I expect to partake in the celebration. Cheng Hao, what is happening? When did he become aware of my impending marriage? Why did it feel as though events were spiraling out of control? How? If you encounter any issues in the future, just leave me a message, and I will respond when I can. If you find yourself perplexed and unable to articulate your thoughts, feel free to call me on video. Don't hesitate. From now on, you are under my protection. Teacher, I shall rely on your guidance. Professor Hughes felt elated to have acquired a genius as his student. Teacher, it's time for you to have breakfast. Coffee does not constitute breakfast. Professor Hughes's joy waned within 3 seconds, his expression falling. But I believe coffee is sufficient. I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. You must at least ensure your breakfast includes quality protein and dietary fiber. Professor Hughes grimaced. I don't like vegetables. How do you cook them? Just throw them in water and wait for them to cook. Otherwise, what else is there to do? Cheng Hao sighed quietly at the bewildered expression on Professor Hughes's face. No seasoning at all. Adding some pepper counts, right? Cheng Hao sighed again. Teacher, if you could cook like you conduct research, I assure you, you would easily consume vegetables. Next time I cook, I'll video call you to show you how it's done. You should learn. Without a strong physique, how can you be my teacher? I am in excellent health. Professor Hughes replied, somewhat defensively. Oh, shall we set a time each day to run together? I'm curious to see just how robust my teacher is and whether he can withstand my learning pace. Jiang Yirou, witnessing the expression of despair on Professor Hughes's face, could not help but stifle a laugh. The stubborn old man had encountered someone even more obstinate than himself, igniting a unique spark. Chapter 68. I want you to sleep a little longer. After hanging up the phone with Professor Hughes, Cheng Hao began to gather his belongings in preparation to return to his room. He aimed to capitalize on his active mind to swiftly reorganize and refine the research report they had just discussed. As he turned around, he collided with Jiang Yirou, nearly knocking her off her feet. In a moment of panic, Cheng Hao reached out and caught her, drawing her into his embrace. Jiang Yirou leaned against Cheng Hao's chest, their bodies pressed closely together, and the pleasant scent of fresh grass enveloped her senses. She greedily inhaled several breaths of it. It felt intoxicating, akin to the effects of alcohol, and Jiang Yirou felt lightheaded, as if she were tipsy. Realizing the proximity between them, Cheng Hao quickly released her once she regained her balance. Are you all right? Jiang Yirou tucked a strand of hair behind her ear to mask her flustered state. I'm fine. Why are you in such a hurry? Oh, I want to quickly summarize and organize what my teacher just taught me, so I'm a bit anxious. It's already so late. You can finish it tomorrow. Perhaps I have a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, if I don't organize it. I feel I want to sleep well. Then I'll keep you company while you do it. No need. You should sleep. Jiang Yirou saw his resolute expression and reluctantly acquiesced. All right, tomorrow you can sleep in a bit. After all, the competition starts at 10 in the morning. We can have the driver take us straight to the venue. Cheng Hao certainly wouldn't refuse. Great. Thank you. There's no need for such formality between us. Cheng Hao felt averted under her trusting gaze. I'll head back to my room now. Cheng Hao felt that if he lingered any longer, he would inevitably divulge his entire plan. Under the gaze of the girl he had cherished in his previous life, he feared he might unwittingly surrender. Jiang Yirou stared at Cheng Hao's somewhat awkward retreat for quite some time before she gradually exited the study. Want to escape? She would not grant him that opportunity. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Cheng Hao typed the final word with a sense of satisfaction. Compared to the earlier version, the one refined under Xiao's guidance was evidently more mature, even ready for experimental research. Who should he send it to? Cheng Hao pondered as he searched online for relevant professors at Peking University. There was no need to limit himself to just one. If that person failed to see the research report, wouldn't it be a wasted effort? He examined several professors in the field of physics listed on the website. Although they might not match Xiao's caliber, they were undoubtedly among the top professors in the country. Why not send it to all of them? After all, he had no way of knowing which one would be the most suitable. Submitting to multiple recipients would only increase his chances. He proceeded with this thought and action. However, he was blissfully unaware of the fierce competition that erupted among the professors at Peking University's physics department upon receiving his email, all vying to secure him as their student. After sending the emails, he contentedly shut down his computer and went to bed. There was a mathematics competition the next day, and he needed ample rest to ensure he could utilize the remaining time in the examination hall for sleep. Indeed, he intended to catch up on sleep after the exam to avoid drawing too much attention. Within a minute, his even breathing filled the room. Such was the quality of his slumber. The following day, Jiang Yirou allowed him to sleep until 9:30 before calling him to rise. Cheng Hao, it's time to get up. We need to head to the exam venue. Cheng Hao groggily awoke and, upon glancing at the time, sprang out of bed in alarm. 9:30. I specifically asked the butler to wake me at 8:30. I instructed the butler not to disturb you so you could sleep a little longer. Jiang Yirou explained with a bright smile. Miss, I'm going to be late for the mathematics competition. What did you just call me? You've been warned once. You'll be punished after the competition concludes. Cheng Hao rubbed his forehead, too lazy to engage with Jiang Yirou. If only he had ignored her advice to sleep more yesterday. Now, rushing over, he had no idea if he would make it in time. However, Cheng Hao was not one to easily concede defeat. He spent a minute washing up and dressing before dashing out of the villa. Let us get in the car. I've prepared breakfast for you. Jiang Yirou said cheerfully from the car, shaking the breakfast she held in her hand. Cheng Hao had no time for idle chatter. He hurried into the car, urging the driver to speed toward the exam venue. No need to rush. We still have time. Jiang Yirou reassured him. Yet Cheng Hao checked the time. It was now 9:45, and Jiang Yirou remained remarkably composed. He took a deep breath. Even if we hurry now, we want to make it in time for the competition. Jiang Yirou opened the food box and, using chopsticks, offered a small dumpling to Cheng Hao's lips. Trust me. If I say we'll make it, we will. The competition starts at 10. We won't even make it if we fly. What if the competition is delayed? Delayed? Impossible. I haven't received any notice. Cheng Hao noticed the confident and composed demeanor of Jiang Yirou and had a bold idea. You didn't arrange for a delay, did you? To his surprise, Jiang Yirou nodded. Yes, I wanted you to sleep a bit longer, so I asked them to delay it by half an hour. Can we eat now? Cheng Hao could only instinctively open his mouth and accept the breakfast Jiang Yirou had prepared for him. She would feed him a bite, and he would eat it without any fuss. If he got food on the corner of his mouth, Jiang Yirou would gently wipe it for him. She realized she had developed a penchant for feeding Cheng Hao. It felt incredibly satisfying, akin to nurturing a baby. As they finished the breakfast, the car came to a halt at the exam venue. All the candidates cast complex glances at the two of them. They were, after all, the culprits behind the competition's delay, weren't they? I've heard so. And the reason is ridiculous, claiming the competition started too early, so they couldn't wake up. It's laughable. Is 10 o'clock really that early? Must be some wealthy heiress or young master. That car looked incredibly expensive. Huh. They are students from the best private high school in Haishur. One of them is the prized possession of the Jiang family. Oh, the rich. No wonder they can be so willful, changing the exam schedule as if the competition were hosted by their family. Putting on airs like a wealthy person. I bet they got in through the back door. Unlike us, who can only earn our place through countless competitions, enduring hardship for the final qualification. Cheng Hao heard their murmurs clearly, and Jiang Yirou did too, though she remained unfazed. This society was inherently survival of the fittest. Those with the ability to change the rules did so. So what? If they were dissatisfied, they could choke on it. However, she was slightly concerned that their idle gossip might affect Cheng Hao's performance. Cheng Hao Chapter 69. Don't disturb his sleep. What's wrong? Cheng Hao replied nonchalantly. Don't mind what they say. The competition delay was my doing. Cheng Hao paused, realizing Jiang Yirou was concerned for him. I don't mind. Why should I? Being able to arrange a delay is our privilege. Moreover, we didn't affect the outcome of the competition. If we had manipulated the results, they wouldn't even have the chance to protest. Cheng Hao was no longer the naive teenager who believed in fairness. Life was inherently unfair. Jiang Yirou raised an eyebrow, observing Cheng Hao's calm demeanor as he entered the examination hall, knowing he was not merely trying to comfort her. She admired Cheng Hao's pragmatic mindset. Jiang Yirou shot a cold glance at the classmates gossiping nearby. Some people would do better to think about how to win against us rather than gossiping here. If they find themselves outclassed not only by legacy, but also by scores, their earlier proclamations of righteousness will become mere jokes. With that, Jiang Yirou entered the exam room on her own. Once she was inside, the others couldn't help but voice their discontent. TCH. Such arrogance. Doesn't she fear the wind will twist her back? Does she truly believe that because her family is wealthy, she can pull strings? This is a national mathematics competition. The most prestigious contest. Let us see her get embarrassed. Shoo, are you out of your mind? You dare speak ill of the Jiang family's eldest daughter? The last person who did so was sent off to a desolate place to dig coal. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Xiaoya was about to comment on Jiang Yirou when suddenly the glass window beside her was tapped. Cheng Hao pressed his face against the window, smiling at Wang Xiaoya. I remember you. He mouthed silently. Wang Xiaoya's face turned pale. She hadn't even noticed Cheng Hao was seated by the window. Fortunately, after delivering that message, Cheng Hao turned away, making her feel as if the eerie sensation of being watched was just a figment of her imagination. Xiaoya, the exam is about to start. Let us go. A classmate called out to her. Oh, all right, I'm coming. Wang Xiaoya hurried toward the exam hall. Cheng Hao must have just been scaring her. After all, he didn't know her. What did it matter if he remembered her? With that thought, Wang Xiaoya brushed the incident aside. Upon receiving the examination paper, Cheng Hao immediately perused it from beginning to end. As anticipated, there were no formidable challenges, while others were still meticulously scrutinizing the questions. He had already put pen to paper, eschewing even a rough draft, directly inscribing his steps and answers onto the test sheet. The invigilator cast a disapproving glare at Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou. It was these two individuals who had delayed the examination, causing him to stand up his girlfriend, who was now threatening to break up with him. Jiang Yirou was wholly absorbed in her work, while Cheng Hao found himself distracted, catching the invigilator's resentful glances. He was baffled. Did this person even know him? Cheng Hao, focus on your exam. The teacher's face offers no answers. The invigilator's tone dripped with sarcasm, warning students not to harbor illusions of escaping his watchful eye to copy answers. He was perched at the front, observing everything with clarity. His pointed gaze fell upon Cheng Hao, and Cheng Hao realized he must have inadvertently offended the invigilator at some point. However, with his sharp memory, it was improbable that he had crossed paths with the man without recalling it. Deep in thought, while tackling the exam questions, he remained undeterred. To the invigilator, Cheng Hao appeared to be a student who had given up, scribbling aimlessly. Truly, he was a beneficiary of connections, merely participating in the math competition to embellish his credentials, a display of the vanity of the affluent. From the moment Cheng Hao began writing until he filled the entire paper, merely half an hour elapsed. The invigilator regarded him with palpable disdain. Huh, Do you think filling the paper will earn you sympathy points? What a farce. With arms crossed, the invigilator settled into his chair, awaiting the moment Cheng Hao would submit his paper, ready to mock him. However, what did he witness? Cheng Hao had actually fallen asleep on the exam paper. In the national mathematics finals, he had succumbed to slumber. It was a blatant disregard for the examination. Such a person occupied the place of genuinely diligent students. Teacher, is something the matter? Why do you keep staring at Cheng Hao? Jiang Yirou, having just finished answering, approached the podium with her paper. If there are any questions, feel free to ask me. I can wholly represent him in addressing your concerns. And no issues at all. The invigilator stammered, a forced smile plastered on his face. He refrained from expressing any dissent towards Jiang Yirou, fully aware of her esteemed family background. He was not foolish. Even without intimate knowledge of her lineage, the fact that she had delayed such a pivotal national math competition indicated that she was not an ordinary individual. How could a mere rural teacher dare to offend her? Just as well. Remember your place. You speak too much. Yes, yes. Don't disturb his slumber. With that, Jiang Yirou cast a warning glance at him before exiting the classroom. Silence enveloped the examination hall, and the invigilator, having been chastised, dared not cast another glance at Cheng Hao. He assumed Cheng Hao would awaken at the sound of the bell signaling the end of the exam. To his astonishment, before the bell even rang, Cheng Hao rose as if anticipating it, tossed his paper onto the podium, and departed the classroom without a backward glance. Amidst the stunned silence of his peers, the bell finally rang. Oh no, I haven't finished one question. It's so difficult. I feel like I've flunked. This year's questions are even harder than last year's. I'm doomed. In the midst of this chaotic lamentation, Cheng Hao made his way to the parking lot. Jiang Yirou leaned against the car, her silhouette dappled in the shade of trees. Why didn't you head back first? Cheng Hao asked, bewildered. He had assumed Jiang Yirou would have left after submitting her paper. I was waiting for you, she replied with a smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. You should have woken me. Cheng Hao had thought it was still early and succumbed to sleep, only to awaken and find Jiang Yirou had already left. Well, it's no matter. You stayed up late last night, and since you were comfortable sleeping here, you might as well indulge a bit longer. Why not wait in the car? Cheng Hao opened the door, inviting her inside. It's too stuffy in here. I can't sit still. Jiang Yirou naturally bent to enter the car and settled herself comfortably inside, patting the empty seat beside her. Get in, don't wander around. Oh, Cheng Hao complied, taking his seat. However, he subconsciously began to twirl the pen in his hand. Jiang Yirou recognized this habit of his. When he was anxious, he would unconsciously spin his pen. So, did his nervousness stem from sitting beside her? Why? They had been living together since the age of 8. Yet after all these years, he had not grown accustomed to her presence? Or was he intimidated by her? Contemplating this, Jiang Yirou's eyes darkened. Chapter 70. Help me rent the other room. How did the exam go? Jiang Yirou inquired. I suppose it went all right. Cheng Hao replied modestly. I never asked you before, what prompted your sudden interest in the math competition? You previously showed no inclination towards it. Isn't there a prize for winning? Cheng Hao's pen twirling quickened. Isn't it because of the guaranteed admission to Tsinghua? Cheng Hao hesitated. Jiang Yirou's demeanor suggested that wherever he attended, she would follow. If that's the case, he decided to be forthright. Yes. If I can secure a spot at Tsinghua, I want need to take the college entrance examination. Jiang Yirou observed the pen's rapid twirls, deep in thought. Oh, is that so? Of course. He had no intention of revealing his plans to aim for Kyoto University. He intended to gain admission there and astonish everyone. As for Tsinghua, it seemed they were destined to be apart. He was well aware that Jiang Yirou had secretly purchased a villa near Tsinghua, clearly indicating her determination to attend that institution. Though he was uncertain why Jiang Yirou had chosen not to study abroad this time, he was resolute in not attending the same school as her, even domestically. There was something peculiar about the current Jiang Yirou. She was nothing like the girl he had known. Then how did you begin studying physics? Previously, Cheng Hao had shown great enthusiasm for the math competition, but ever since he delved into physics, his focus on math seemed to wane. Just developed an interest. I think it would be quite interesting to minor in physics in college. The notion of minoring in physics was merely a casual remark. His true intention was to use physics as a stepping stone, gaining admission first and then deciding on his path. Drive faster. It's taking too long to get home. Wait, home? Aren't we going back to school? Jiang Yirou looked at him quizzically. What is the point of going back? Once the competition results are out, you'll be guaranteed admission. No need for classes. I didn't say I'd definitely be guaranteed admission. You will definitely be guaranteed admission. Jiang Yirou's gaze was unwavering. Regardless of his internal plans for which school to attend, she had already charted his course. No, I refuse. You must. The car pulled up in front of the villa, and Jiang Yirou exited first, opening the door for Cheng Hao before he could step out. Let us go. The housekeeper has prepared lunch. Cheng Hao hung his head, silently disembarking. He had been reborn, yet why was the young lady now relentlessly pursuing him? What had gone awry? In a previous life, he sought what eluded him, and in this life, he yearns for escape, yet finds himself thwarted at every turn. Cheng Hao pondered whether he should rent a place outside. Remaining at the Jiang residence daily made him feel that even the slightest movement would be discerned by Jiang Yirou. Indeed, it was precisely so. When Cheng Hao returned to his senses, he discovered his plate brimming with dishes. With chopsticks clenched between his teeth, he ultimately resolved to act. That Jiang Yirou. With merely 4 months until university, he wished to accomplish something and not squander this time. If he moved out, the teachers from Jingdao would not be able to find him, and the Jiang family would be none the wiser. Suddenly, a bowl clattered to the floor, producing a crisp sound. "Miss, are you all right?" came the voice. "Someone, clean up the floor." The servants hurriedly scrambled to replace Jiang Yirou's broken tableware. "You intend to live outside?" she remarked, her tone casual. "So you truly wish to distance yourself from me?" Jiang Yirou elegantly drew a tissue to dab her lips. "Cheng Hao, you had best not push her." I plan to seek an internship," he replied. "What? Which job could possibly be more profitable than live streaming?" "Well, this live streaming isn't demanding. I'm merely preparing some behind-the-scenes work, and He Yuan can handle the rest. In that case, I'll offer you 100,000 a month to be my assistant." "What?" "Grandfather has instructed me to familiarize myself with the company's operations over the summer, and I just happen to need an assistant. Surely, no one could offer a higher salary than I do. This isn't merely about the pay." Cheng Hao racked his brain, trying to devise a way to refuse Jiang Yirou. "If it's not about the salary, then what is the issue?" Cough, cough. "Actually, I have a small dream." "Speak." Cheng Hao gazed skyward. "I wish to set up a modest stall, wandering the streets to sell delectable food, free and unfettered. Internships are merely a ruse to avoid being looked down upon. It's all nonsense. Truthfully, I relish the idea of waking whenever I please to work. A 9-to-5 job? I fear I may change my mind." Jiang Yirou retorted, "Fabricate. Continue your fabrication. If I were to set up a stall and find a place to live outside, it would be far more convenient. Besides, I am now an adult. I cannot continue to live off the Jiang family's hospitality. That is how it is. All right. Huh." Cheng Hao was still racking his brain, pondering how to persuade Jiang Yirou, only for her to casually respond with, "All right? You agreed?" "Yes. Since this is your dream, I shall naturally respect it. Then I do not wish to be dependent on you. I do not want you to witness my struggles in setting up the stall. So I want to disclose where I will rent. Is that acceptable?" "Of course." Seeing Jiang Yirou agree so readily, Cheng Hao felt a twinge of insecurity. "Oh, what does it matter? I shall move out first, and then see. Rest assured, I will certainly return often," he thought. Quite the contrary. Cheng Hao cheerfully finished his dinner and ascended the stairs to pack his belongings. What a jest it would be if Jiang Yirou reconsidered later. Cheng Hao took merely 15 minutes to sort his belongings. Now, he needed to find a place to live. Otherwise, where would he relocate? He opened his computer, logged onto a local rental site, and began his search. Is it truly so expensive to rent a place these days? Cheng Hao grimaced at the prices. Although his current income could easily purchase a property, he had no intention of settling here. Buying would be a waste. This neighborhood is so affordable? A 1-bedroom for only 900? Utilities included? Surely, this must be some charitable act. Amidst a sea of exorbitant rentals, this 900 yuan furnished studio stood out strikingly. He clicked to view it. The listing had just gone live, and the photos displayed various angles of the property. It appeared genuine, however. He had heard tales of landlords who utilized low-priced listings to lure tenants, only to insidiously install cameras in every corner, broadcasting their lives daily. Where there is smoke, there is fire. Perhaps he should opt for a more reasonably priced option. With that thought, Cheng Hao swiftly bypassed that listing and continued his search. Meanwhile, Jiang Yirou was engaged in a conversation with her subordinate. "What? He has chosen a dilapidated old place? Is he sharing it?" "Yes, miss. The listings we provided were overlooked. What should we do now?" Jiang Yirou scrutinized the image of Cheng Hao's choice, a rundown old property, her expression one of dismay. The rent was also 900, but the house was old and in disrepair, with a shared bathroom. Moreover, it lacked the convenience of her own property. "Secure the other unit for me." Chapter 71. Is it inappropriate for us professors to be too proactive? The subordinate was taken aback. "Miss, you can't possibly want to live there to speak less. Do more. Also, make sure the old place gets a simple renovation." Jiang Yirou observed the picture of the ancient doorknob that was on the verge of falling off with evident distaste. "Understood, miss. We'll have it sorted by tonight." After hanging up, Jiang Yirou leisurely exited her study and approached Cheng Hao's door, knocking gently. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" came the flustered response from within. "It's me." "Oh, I'll be right there." A minute later, Cheng Hao finally opened the door. "Yirou, why are you still awake at this hour?" Jiang Yirou glanced inside. "What are you doing at this late hour?" "Oh, nothing much, just looking for a movie to watch." In truth, he had just arranged to visit the landlord tomorrow to view the property and had noticed activity in the emails he sent to the professors at Jingdao yesterday. As he was about to check, Jiang Yirou arrived. "A movie? I'd like to watch one too," she exclaimed, attempting to step inside, only to be blocked by Cheng Hao. The two collided. "What is going on?" she asked, bewildered. How about we watch in the theater? Several new shows have premiered recently, and the experience is much better there." Cheng Hao obstructed her, preventing her from accessing the computer inside. He had merely closed the emails from the professors, neglecting to hide his conversation with the landlord. He could not allow Jiang Yirou to discover where he was renting. Jiang Yirou narrowed her eyes at him, standing close, exuding an air of threat. What? Are you hiding something from me? Is there something sinister afoot? No. I just finished packing my things, and it's a bit chaotic. I'm not afraid of a little mess, she asserted, and rather than retreating, she pressed forward, attempting to nudge Cheng Hao inside. In a moment of panic, Cheng Hao instinctively wrapped his arms around Jiang Yirou's waist, spinning away from the door and shutting it behind them. Weren't we going to watch a movie? Let us go. In his haste to remove Jiang Yirou from the room, he didn't even notice how suggestive their position had become. Jiang Yirou's heart raced as she was pulled along, and before she knew it, she found herself in the theater. Cheng Hao exhaled in relief, retrieving the control panel for the theater. Which movie would you like to watch? Anything is fine. Jiang Yirou turned her face away, diverting her attention to the walls of the theater. Since Jiang Yirou declared indifference, Cheng Hao promptly selected a domestically produced animated film. Given its high occupancy rate, it was likely quite entertaining. He adjusted the volume and dimmed the lights. Would you like some snacks? I'll help myself. Jiang Yirou opened a nearby snack cabinet. Activating the sensor light, she casually grabbed a bag of chips and handed it to Cheng Hao. Here, your favorite, tomato flavor. Thank you. Would you like a drink? How about some candied pear? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yirou handed him a bottle and took one for herself, a fragrant oolong tea. As the film commenced, the flickering light danced upon their faces. Cheng Hao discreetly retrieved his mobile phone and opened his email, only to find 5 unread messages. Are professors nowadays truly this courteous? Each had replied. Noticing Jiang Yirou's focus remained on the film, he opened one of the emails. It contained but a brief note. My number. 13. Respond swiftly. Must he really make a call? It was rather inconvenient at the moment. He opened the second email, which was more verbose. Here's my WeChat, or simply call me. What was the matter with these professors? Why couldn't they convey such information directly in the email? Must they leave a phone number like some sort of advertisement? After perusing several emails, all similarly styled, Cheng Hao resolved to await a more opportune moment after moving tomorrow to make the call. After all, there was no rush. While he was unhurried, the professors awaiting his reply were in a state of agitation. Has he responded? No. What about you? Neither. Yet it shows the email has been read. Should we send him another email? As professors, isn't it rather forward of us? Have you all conspired to bring him in? Who will he be studying under? Naturally, he'll be my student. Did you not notice he sent the email to me first? I must be his favorite instructor. Huh. Does 3 seconds earlier count as being first? It could merely be a network delay. Humph. Is it so difficult to admit my superiority? Let us refrain from infighting for now. First, we must secure him, then we can compete for him. Excellent notion. Did you not mention yesterday that Gu Qinglang is an exceptional talent? Why is no one vying for him today? Indeed, there is a vast difference between being rare and being a genius. This difference is a qualitative leap. Precisely. All right. Let us assign one person to monitor the computer and phone today. I believe I am the most suited for this task. Hey, on what grounds? In terms of seniority. You are the youngest among us. Why should you be the one to keep watch? Being the youngest means I have vigor. I can stay up late and still conduct research the following day. And what of us? What of you? Staying up late is not akin to running a marathon. It's not something to be endured. Exactly. We object. Either we all stay or none of us do. Thus, several professors remained glued to their screens throughout the night. Yet Cheng Hao's response never arrived. Eventually, fatigue overcame them, and they succumbed to slumber. After accompanying Jiang Yirou through the film, Cheng Hao promptly took a shower and retired for the night. The following day, he had arranged to meet the landlord regarding the apartment. This marked his first endeavor to live independently since arriving at the Jiang household, and he felt a twinge of excitement at the prospect. Early the next morning, Cheng Hao declined the driver's offer for a ride, and, pulling his suitcase, left the Jiang villa behind. Here lay the Joy community. Upon first hearing the name of the community, he nearly mistook it for a kindergarten. In this day and age, who would choose such a simple name for a residential complex? However, upon observing the weathered walls of Joy community, Cheng Hao realized the name was, indeed, a relic of the past. This community was likely older than his grandmother. The landlord had been waiting at the entrance, exuding such eagerness that Cheng Hao wondered if he feared the sight of the community would deter him from renting. Are you Mr. Cheng? Hello. I am the landlord you contacted online. My surname is Gu. Hello, Uncle Gu. Thank you for waiting for me so early. Not at all. Oh, you've brought your luggage. Let us quickly go see the apartment. We can finalize the arrangements. The landlord, brimming with enthusiasm, led Cheng Hao into the community. Though our facilities are somewhat antiquated, we boast convenient transportation in a well-established neighborhood. You can find anything you desire here. Although it may seem unremarkable from the outside, the interior is quite decent. They traversed the dilapidated stone path, arriving at a building situated on the eastern side. Our community is an older one, lacking an elevator. You'll have to climb the stairs. However, at your age, consider it a form of exercise. The flickering hallway lights were a clear indication of neglect. Yet, considering the price, Cheng Hao felt he could endure it. Chapter 72. Revenge is best served immediately. After ascending 5 flights, they finally reached the top. Cheng Hao stood before a rusted door, momentarily tempted to turn back. The landlord, quick on his feet, caught him. Come, my friend, let us take a look inside. Do not be deceived by the exterior. The interior is rather pleasant. Cheng Hao remained skeptical. The landlord recalled the insistence of another tenant to secure Cheng Hao, disregarding his hesitation as he opened the door and ushered him inside. After all, who would turn away the god of wealth for a rundown place? Renting it for 900 was already excessive, yet someone was willing to pay him 3,000 a month to rent it, even offering to renovate it. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. He would gladly agree to any arrangement, even if it meant performing in a play. The layout inside was unexpectedly charming, with an overall fresh and airy style. It was clean and tidy. He had anticipated peeling tiles and creaky wooden floors. Instead, the floors and walls appeared as if they had been recently renovated. Uncle, has this place been newly remodeled? Cheng Hao even inspected the bathroom, which was impeccably clean. As your landlord, I must always prioritize the tenant's comfort. Rest assured, all materials are eco-friendly. I can even provide environmental testing to guarantee everything is up to standard. Last night, a group had pulled him from his blanket, brandishing a stack of cash to sign the lease, and they had completed the renovations overnight. The only condition was that he rent to her and perform a little act. Such novet in the world made him feel quite at ease. Uncle, however, I do not intend to stay long. Can I pay monthly? Of course. A short-term lease is perfectly fine. That woman has already paid for a year in advance. If he rented short-term, he could sublet again. He chuckled internally. Cheng Hao found the landlord rather peculiar. Uncle, let me think it over. Think about what? Come, let us sign the contract. I assure you it's a fair deal. Cheng Hao, rather bewildered, half-heartedly signed a contract. Before departing, the landlord bestowed upon him a knowing smile. Young man, you are quite fortunate. Your other roommate is a stunning beauty. A stunning beauty? What did that have to do with him? He was merely here temporarily. Who she was mattered not. The apartment had 2 rooms flanking a central living area. Since the room layouts were identical, Cheng Hao randomly chose one, quickly arranging his belongings. He ran his hand over the table. It was surprisingly clean, indicating the landlord had indeed tidied up. With some idle time on his hands, he suddenly remembered he had yet to contact the professors. Who should he call first? His phone was nearly dead. He decided to respond to one. He randomly selected a contact and dialed. A group of professors, deep in slumber, were abruptly awakened by the ringtone. Whose phone alarm is that? Turn it off. I think it's mine, but I didn't set an alarm. He didn't even glance at it, simply silencing the ringtone with a swift motion. Had he perhaps misjudged? Could it be that it wasn't an alarm, but a phone call? Goodness. A multitude of individuals jolted awake, all huddled before their screens. Indeed, it was a call. A call from the seaside. An ominous premonition washed over them. Upon redialing, the call was met with the cold silence of a powered-off phone. At that moment, Cheng Hao, who had been abruptly disconnected, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. His phone, after emitting a few low battery alerts, had successfully shut down. Perhaps he had been too exhilarated yesterday and forgotten to charge it. Where's my charger? He rummaged through his bag, finding nothing. Deciding instead to sit by the window in a daze, he contemplated that it might have been left on his bedside table. Every day he charged his phone there. And although he had remembered to bring everything else in the morning, he had forgotten the charger. Staring at the lifeless screen of his phone, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Fortunately, he always kept some cash on hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the means to buy a charger. Cheng Hao fished out a red bill from his books, grabbed his keys, and stepped outside. The old neighborhood had a distinctive characteristic. It was home to a significant number of elderly residents. Amidst the sea of silver hair, Cheng Hao stood out conspicuously. Who is this handsome young man? I don't think I've seen him before. I just saw old Good take him upstairs. He must be a tenant of room 501. The young man is rather dashing. He doesn't look too old. Could he possibly be a university student? A group of curious grandparents gazed at Cheng Hao. Hey, young man, are you a new tenant? Cheng Hao surveyed his surroundings and realized he was indeed the only young person present, so he pointed to himself. Are you speaking to me, grandparents? Of course. We're all old folks here. You're the only young man around. They chuckled. Hello, grandparents. I just moved in today. How old are you, dear? My granddaughter would be a perfect match for you. Cheng Hao was taken aback by the unexpected matchmaking and couldn't help but laugh. Grandma, I'm only 18. I'm not looking for a partner yet. Oh my, only 18? That is far too young. So you're still in school? Yes, Grandma. I'm taking the college entrance exam this year. To avoid further inquiries, Cheng Hao quickly added, Grandma, my phone is dead. Where can I find a mobile phone store? I need to buy a charger. A phone store? Just exit the community, turn left, and you'll find one in about 4 or 5 minutes. The grandmother was indeed distracted by his question. Thank you, Grandma. I'll be on my way. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Hao briskly exited the community. It was terrifying how elderly people instinctively thought of matchmaking upon seeing young individuals. As the midday sun grew hotter, he chose to walk under the shade of the trees. One of the advantages of the old neighborhood was its lush greenery. The trees were tall and majestic. Thus, strolling along the street wasn't too sweltering, and a refreshing breeze occasionally wafted by. Boss, do you have a charging cable for an Apple phone? Cheng Hao entered the small mobile phone shop. The store was modest, with only one other customer present. Yes, we do. Just a moment. The boss, with a look of impatience, added, I can only give you 400. If you don't want it, then forget it. Your phone is quite outdated. 400 is generous considering you're a neighbor. The young man felt embarrassed and humiliated. Fine. 400 it is. He tossed his phone to the boss. If it weren't for his financial constraints, he wouldn't have parted with his flashy phone so easily. You should have said that sooner. It's hardly worth anything. The boss grumbled as he handed over the cash. Here, take it. Displeased, the young man hurriedly turned and collided with Cheng Hao. What is your problem bumping into me? Looking to scam me? Before Cheng Hao could respond, the young man erupted in anger. Cheng Hao retorted, you bumped into me. Doesn't that mean you're the one trying to pull a fast one? If you're short on cash, get a legitimate job. You look decent enough. Being a pretty boy should earn you more than selling phones. Cheng Hao was not one to back down, retaliating on the spot. Chapter 73. I'm only in my 3rd year of high school. You, the young man, already irritable, was further incensed by the phone shop owner's attitude, and now even a passerby was confronting him. What's with you? Can't walk steadily or speak clearly. Cheng Hao strode directly to the phone shop owner. Give me a charger. Sure. What model? This one. Cheng Hao presented his phone. Upon seeing that it was the latest model, the young man felt a wave of envy wash over him. Why was he desperate enough to sell his phone? Confronted by this young man who appeared to be of a similar age yet owned the newest device, as no one acknowledged him, the young man scoffed, clutched his 400 yuan, and exited the shop. After purchasing the charging cable, Cheng Hao promptly found a spot in the shop to charge his phone. As soon as it powered on, a flurry of missed calls appeared on the screen. With his remarkable memory, he immediately recognized that these calls were from several professors. Would they be upset that I missed their calls? Cheng Hao mused aloud, but in truth, he felt no urgency. Before he could even return the calls, his phone rang again. Picking up, he was met with a cacophony of voices arguing on the other end. It's all your fault. What were you doing sleeping? The calls went unanswered, and now we can't reach him. This year, we can't recruit anyone. Each of you is responsible. Can we trace his IP? We'll head over immediately. Hello, is anyone there? Cheng Hao interjected, attempting to break through the chaos. Huh? Who is speaking? I hear a voice. It seems to be coming from the phone. Goodness. The call went through. After a flurry of commotion, a dignified voice emerged. Hello, this is Professor Wang. Had Cheng Hao not heard the earlier commotion, he would have assumed this man was exceedingly refined and respectable. Hello, I'm Cheng Hao. I received your letter yesterday, asking me to return your call. Yes. Cheng Hao, we reviewed the research proposal you submitted, and its feasibility appears promising. We would like to know if you are interested in pursuing graduate studies at our esteemed university. If your results are satisfactory, we can support you in a seamless transition from Master's to doctorate. Graduate studies? Cheng Hao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, given your current academic standing, it seems you may not find further advancement at your present institution. Our physics department boasts the nation's most esteemed professors. You should consider it. But sensing Cheng Hao's hesitation, the other professors grew anxious, urgently signaling Professor Wang to sweeten the deal. Cheng Hao, please don't rush to decline. We can request the university to provide you with an independent laboratory. Additionally, we can arrange for independent accommodation. The scholarship will be more than sufficient. You'll receive a monthly salary of 100,000 and accommodation in 5-star hotels during business trips. Oh, and we'll even take care of your girlfriend situation. With such a comprehensive offer, who could resist? It was well known that finding a partner was a major concern for researchers. The other professors nodded approvingly at Professor Wang. Truly, he was a master negotiator. Professor Wang, that is not the issue. Cheng Hao felt the professors had misunderstood him. He was simply aiming to attend university. How had the conversation shifted to graduate studies? If you have any requests, please feel free to express them. We shall certainly make every effort to accommodate what we can. The esteemed professors felt their hearts race with anxiety, fearing that Cheng Hao might decline their offer. They wished they could traverse the internet and sit beside him. Well, I don't have any specific demands. Rather, are you perhaps mistaken about something? Mistaken about what? I am still in my 3rd year of high school and have yet to take the college entrance examination. A profound silence enveloped the phone call. If you do not accept high school students, then we will. The professors were in a flurry. To their astonishment, they had assumed he was an undergraduate from some university, as they had never heard of such a prodigy in their own institution or even at their rival, Tsinghua University. It was conceivable that this child, due to a focus on specific subjects, had been overlooked in an ordinary school. They could hardly fathom that he was still merely a high school junior. A high school junior with such an in-depth understanding of physics was nothing short of extraordinary. They were determined to recruit him, even if it meant exhausting their dean's patience. Oh, must I still take the college entrance examination? What a farce. I shall go directly to the dean. You can start your research with us tomorrow. Cheng Hao, tomorrow? Surely, one does not embark on such endeavors so hastily. Teachers, I think I shall hold off for now. After all, I just participated in a national mathematics competition yesterday and am awaiting the results. Cheng Hao, you cannot possibly be considering Tsinghua, can you? Let me tell you, That group of antiquated scholars will never appreciate your talents. Only at our Peking University can you truly flourish. We shall create every possible condition for you. You can have whatever you desire. I think I shall wait for the examination results first. There is no rush, after all. The college entrance examination has yet to begin. The other parties seemed to murmur among themselves, and finally, Professor Wang spoke up. Cheng Hao, could you send us your personal information? Once the results of the mathematics competition are in, we would love to engage in a more in-depth discussion with you. Consider it a mutual understanding. After all, one must compare options when selecting a university as significant as this. Well, Professor Wang, I believe you make a valid point. I shall send you my basic information shortly. And in 3 days, I will give serious thought to which university to attend. Tsinghua is the ideal in my heart, and Peking University stands on equal footing. Were it not for Jiang Yirou's intention to attend Tsinghua, I would undoubtedly choose that institution. Now, observing the attitude of the Peking University professors, it seems they hold my report in high regard and are eager to win me over. The reason I am not hastening to respond is that I can't allow Tsinghua and Peking University to vie for my favor. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. With both universities competing, I can maximize the advantages I might gain. After all, one must look out for oneself. Every step forward will require my own effort, and as someone without resources, I must tread carefully. Once the call ended, his phone battery was at half charge. He unplugged it and stood up to leave. Boss, I've charged my phone. Thank you. The shop owner, having eavesdropped on Cheng Hao's phone call out of boredom, felt a surge of admiration upon realizing the young man's remarkable potential. What an impressive lad. With so many professors vying for his attention, yet he remains so humble, unlike that Guqing Lang who came in earlier, flaunting his application to Peking University before it had even been finalized. Guqing Lang? That name sounds eerily familiar. Chapter 74, Will It Hurt? Guqing Lang. Is he not the physics student who had garnered much praise from the professors at Peking University in a previous life? Boss, does this Guqing Lang live nearby? Indeed. He resides in the happy community. His family is quite lazy, merely scraping by on a rental and a dilapidated apartment. His parents are avid gamblers. Only their son, Guqing Lang, ranks among the top students at our number 1 high school, often receiving scholarships. However, the owner shook his head. Ordinarily, we treat all diligent students with respect, regardless of their family circumstances, but he truly leaves much to be desired. Oh, what is the matter? Cheng Hao inquired, intrigued. In his previous life, he had not delved deeply into Guqing Lang's character, only occasionally encountering articles about him in journals that hailed him as a prodigy, a gifted talent, the son of physics, and so forth. It appeared he had even published several articles in prestigious journals. As for his character, Cheng Hao had no prior knowledge. This individual, perhaps due to his family background, was rather acerbic, having alienated even the friendly neighbors. Arrogance is not inherently negative, but if one behaves like a hedgehog, perpetually pricking those who come near, there will come a day when all hearts grow cold. Cheng Hao finally comprehended the shop owner's disdain for Guqing Lang. After bidding farewell to the owner, Cheng Hao decided to stroll about, familiarizing himself with the surroundings. As the landlord had mentioned, despite the age of the community, the surrounding area was quite developed, with 2 schools nearby, 1 elementary and 1 high school. There was a crossroads nearby, a thoroughfare for the students. Setting up a stall here could prove advantageous. Cheng Hao stroked his chin, scrutinizing the ebb and flow of pedestrians at the intersection. At lunchtime, when classes ended, students clamored against the iron railings, calling out to the street vendors. Uncle selling pancakes. 1 pancake for me, please. I'd like a serving of fried rice. Add an extra sausage. Spicy turkey noodles. Spicy turkey noodles. We have both spicy and non-spicy turkey noodles. 2 yuan per serving. Boss, I would like a serving of spicy turkey noodles, please. I'm so thirsty. If only there were some icy drinks available. Cheng Hao scanned the array of vendors. There were rice balls, fried rice, noodles, fast food, and various snacks, yet the drinks were rather monotonous. Limited to snow pear juice and orange juice, lacking any allure. It appeared that the trendy desserts popular in later years had yet to make their mark. Since he had free time, if he could only set up a stall during lunch and dinner, it would hardly consume his schedule. You might wonder why he doesn't pursue more lucrative live streaming opportunities. The answer lies in his preference. Operating a stall would allow him to observe a diverse array of people, which he could utilize for game modeling. He had been contemplating a game concept for some time, yet due to previous commitments, he had been unable to bring it to fruition. Now, with no classes to attend, he could seize this opportunity to construct the Eden he envisioned. Without further ado, he ventured to a second-hand market to procure a small cart, then proceeded to the farmer's market to gather various materials and containers. When Jiang Yirou returned to the rental apartment after finishing her tasks, she found Cheng Hao absent. Where could he have gone? It seems Cheng Hao is intent on setting up a stall. He has been busy all day preparing the materials. One of her subordinates reported respectfully, he truly intends to set up a stall. Jiang Yirou assumed he was merely jesting, but to her surprise, he was quite serious. Oh, by the way, miss, it appears Cheng Hao has not even eaten lunch yet. Jiang Yirou frowned. How could he skip a meal? How could he be so audacious after leaving the Jiang family? You go buy some groceries. Yes. Miss, you aren't planning to cook, are you? Her subordinate recalled Jiang Yirou's previous culinary endeavors with vivid clarity. What? Can I learn to cook? Of course. That is permissible, miss. The subordinate silently retreated, realizing that actions spoke louder than words. Only Jiang Yirou remained in the room. She pushed open the door to Cheng Hao's chamber. His clothes were neatly stored in the wardrobe, and the desk held merely a computer and a cup of water, much like the simplicity of his character. After a thorough search, she noted that he had not even brought any skincare products, let alone toiletries, prompting her to retrieve a set from her own things. Fortunately, she had brought an extra set. What a scatterbrain. What will you do without me? Jiang Yirou murmured softly. After inspecting the room once more, she deliberately refrained from leaving any paper behind before exiting Cheng Hao's room. Her attendant had already procured the ingredients, thoughtfully filling the kitchen to the brim. Miss, shall I summon the chef? No need. Jiang Yirou replied, donning an apron and sleeves, her hair casually tied into a bun. He'll be back soon. You may leave. If anything arises, I will call for you. Very well, miss. I shall be in the next room. Jiang Yirou answered lightly, commencing her task of washing and chopping vegetables with remarkable proficiency, entirely devoid of the fluster she had exhibited in the Jiang family villa. Her attendant, unable to conceal their astonishment, quickly regained composure and exited the room. Ding ding. Jiang Yirou glanced at her phone, noticing her attendant's alert that Cheng Hao was nearing the door. With an air of calm, she reached for the sharp kitchen knife beside her. Just as he entered the house and cast his gaze towards the kitchen, before he could even ponder how Jiang Yirou had ended up there, crack. Ouch. The knife clattered to the floor, producing a crisp sound. Jiang Yirou pressed her bleeding finger, an expression of pain etched across her face. Yirou, what happened? Cheng Hao rushed up, shoes still on. Jiang Yirou's fingers, clasped tightly, were stained with blood, clearly indicating a significant injury. I'll take you to the hospital. No need. It's just a minor cut. It looks worse than it is. A quick treatment with the first aid kit will suffice. Jiang Yirou gazed at him with tearful eyes, her expression pleading. Cheng Hao, observing the blood dripping down, felt an overwhelming urge to carry her straight to the hospital. Yet, Jiang Yirou was adamant, refusing to budge. He let out a resigned sigh. Where's the first aid kit? I'll help you with the wound. It's on the living room cabinet. Cheng Hao supported her to the living room, retrieved the first aid kit, and swiftly opened the disinfectant. He dipped a cotton swab into the solution. Let go of your hand. I'll clean it up for you. Jiang Yirou flinched. Will it hurt a lot? Just a little. But if we skip disinfection, the wound could easily become infected. Noticing the fearful expression on her face, he offered a comforting smile. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Then, you must be gentle. Jiang Yirou's eyes shimmered with moisture, making Cheng Hao feel that inflicting any pain upon her would be a grave sin. Chapter 75. My roommate is actually. That hurts. Be gentle. Cheng Hao was already sweating profusely. He had been exceedingly careful. Yet Jiang Yirou's wound was clearly more severe than she had indicated. After administering antiseptic, both of them were drenched in perspiration. Just a bit of medicine and you'll be fine. Hang in there. Cheng Hao took a deep breath, applying the ointment with determination, wrapping her wound with gauze and tying it into a neat bow. Jiang Yirou lightly pressed on the bandaged area, her demeanor reflecting that of a child caught in mischief. Now tell me what happened. I just wanted to cook. Is that all you meant by cooking? I meant, how did you end up here? Cheng Hao felt a headache coming on. He thought that by choosing a dilapidated neighborhood utterly unlike the Jiang family's villa, Jiang Yirou would not follow him. Yet, here she was, unexpectedly cooking for him in his rented apartment. Did she believe she possessed the culinary skills of a gourmet chef? Weren't you the one who said you wanted to live independently? Yes, I wanted to live independently. Why did you come along? I didn't follow you. I merely happened to rent the same place. Jiang Yirou gazed at him with earnest eyes. Cheng Hao retorted, do you think I believe that? Mississippi. Yirou. Why would you leave the Grand Jiang family villa to come here? This is hardly a place suited for someone of your stature. Actually, I was thrown out by my father. Cheng Hao scoffed. You're making that up. Keep on with your story. It's true. If you don't believe me, watch the video. Jiang Yirou opened a short clip, revealing her father's figure on the screen. Yirou, it's time for you to venture out and gain some experience. This is a rite of passage for the heir of the Jiang family. You must earn your first pot of gold through your own efforts. Everything from the Jiang family, except for essential items like clothing, must be left behind. Do you understand? Cheng Hao's mouth twitched. He had never heard of such a rite of passage in the Jiang family. Jiang Yirou switched off her phone and shrugged. So, I am currently homeless. And this apartment is the cheapest available. I never expected to be your roommate. Don't you think that is fate? Cheng Hao chuckled. I've already prepared dinner. Let us eat together. Jiang Yirou stood to retrieve the food, but Cheng Hao pressed her down gently. Allow me. He intended to inspect what she had prepared. If it was inadequate, he would supplement with a couple of dishes. To his surprise, the 2 dishes and soup resting on the kitchen counter appeared quite presentable. Nothing was burnt. Everything was cooked. It even smelled delightful. Reflecting on Jiang Yirou's numerous cuts and scrapes, Cheng Hao no longer found it surprising. She must have practiced in secret. Regardless of how it tasted, he couldn't possibly discourage her. With that thought in mind, Cheng Hao set the dishes on the table and served 2 bowls of rice. Is this enough? If not, I can serve more. It's sufficient. As she spoke, Jiang Yirou lifted her left hand to grab chopsticks. Cheng Hao suddenly recalled that her injury was on her dominant right hand. Watching her awkwardly fumble with chopsticks in her left hand, he sighed and rose to re-enter the kitchen. Jiang Yirou peeked over, noticing him retrieving a spoon, and hurriedly resumed her struggle with the rice. Here, use this spoon. Thank you. Jiang Yirou gleefully accepted the spoon and began to scoop the vegetables from the dish. However, as she scooped and strained, she could only manage to extract 2 pieces of greens. Suddenly, her bowl was graced with an additional pair of chopsticks filled with greens and a piece of pork. Dig in. Oh. Jiang Yirou chuckled as she bit down on the spoon. This man appeared indifferent to her, yet he could not resist helping her when she faced difficulties. How soft-hearted he was, while still wishing to rid himself of her. Let us see how persistence pays off. The moment the food touched his palate, Cheng Hao raised an eyebrow. The rice was soft and sweet, perfectly cooked. The vegetables were seasoned just right, infused with a homey aroma. It was evident she had put considerable effort into the dishes. They were not hastily thrown together. How does it taste? Jiang Yirou inquired cautiously. Though she had sampled it beforehand and found it decent, she was still anxious for his opinion. It's delicious. Cheng Hao praised with a smile. Really? You're not just saying that to placate me, are you? Absolutely not. It truly is delicious. As if to validate his sincerity, Cheng Hao grabbed a hefty portion of greens and stuffed them into his mouth. Jiang Yirou gazed at Cheng Hao with a blissful expression as he savored her culinary creations. The arduous effort she had put into mastering the art of cooking felt justified. How delightful it was to know that the person she adored relished the meal she prepared. Why are you just staring at me? You should eat too. Cheng Hao felt a peculiar shiver at her gaze, as if Jiang Yirou intended to devour him whole. He hastened his pace, and by the time he finished his meal, Jiang Yirou had only consumed a third of hers. I'll take a shower first. Just finish your meal and leave the dishes. I'll take care of them. All right. Jiang Yirou nodded obediently, watching as Cheng Hao retreated into his room to fetch a change of clothes before disappearing into the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of Cheng Hao singing in the shower echoed through the air. Jiang Yirou, enchanted by his melody, continued to eat leisurely. Patience was a virtue she possessed in abundance. The following morning, as Jiang Yirou emerged from her room, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she discovered that Cheng Hao had already prepared an array of exquisite desserts, neatly arranged in charming transparent containers and placed within a thermal bag. You're up? Breakfast is in the pot. Help yourself. I'm heading out to set up my stall, Cheng Hao announced before slinging the bag over his shoulder and stepping outside. You go ahead. Before Jiang Yirou could inquire further, he had closed the door behind him. She was acutely aware that Cheng Hao was off to sell his wares, but she felt compelled to feign ignorance. Oh well, I'll find him later. Lifting the pot lid, a cloud of steam wafted up, revealing steaming sweet potatoes and buns, irresistibly enticing. Undeterred by the heat, Jiang Yirou reached for a bun and took a delicate bite. It was her favorite vegetarian bun, and, most importantly, it was absent of mushrooms. A smile crept across her lips. After years of companionship, her preferences had seamlessly melded into his. They were indeed a perfect match. With her spirits lifted, she finished her breakfast while leaning against the kitchen counter and left the rental unit without taking any buns with her. During the school rush, the intersection was bustling with students hurrying to class. Fruit salad. Sweet and fragrant fruit salad, Cheng Hao called out as he pushed his cart, quickly finding a prime location to set up his stall. Fruit salad? Wow, the packaging is so adorable. How much for a bottle, young man? 5 yuan, little friend. 5 yuan seems a bit steep. The child's eyes lingered longingly on the charming cat-shaped bottle. Finally, after a moment's hesitation, she resolved. All right, I'll buy one. Great. Cash or QR code? Cash. Here's your fruit salad. Enjoy. Come back for more if you like it. His stall was bustling, a promising start. Cheng Hao reveled in the lively atmosphere, watching as cheerful children bounced past his stand, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Gradually, more children approached, but upon hearing the price of 5 yuan, they hesitated, for their pocket money was often limited to 1 or 2 yuan. Cheng Hao remained unperturbed, leisurely observing the ebb and flow of the crowd. At that moment, his imagination sparked. This child would make a perfect little sprite. That elderly gentleman could serve as an NPC. Wow, a hero. How cool. Whenever inspiration struck, Cheng Hao would sketch on paper, and with just a few strokes, characters sprang to life. Your drawings are amazing. A little boy exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration. Thank you, young man, Cheng Hao replied, noticing the child standing beside him, fixated on his sketches. Aren't you supposed to be in class? School is so boring. I don't want to go. The child tossed his backpack aside, shaking his shoulders. I saw you selling for ages without a single buyer. That's just sad. Watch me. Clearing his throat, the boy declared, last chance. Prices are going up soon. Who wants fruit salad? Limited quantities, while supplies last. Passers-by were drawn to his exuberant call. I'll take one. I want one too. A bit pricey, but it'll be even more expensive later. I'll grab one. As a group of elementary students departed, a wave of high schoolers arrived. The little boy nimbly sold his wares while Cheng Hao collected the money. All sold out. You can pack up now. Cheng Hao had been quietly sketching the little boy, thoroughly entertained by his entrepreneurial spirit. How come you're so skilled? Have you done this before? Of course. I help my parents with their stall every day. I've been doing it since I was 3. Impressive. But you should really be in school. Skipping classes is not a good idea. Cheng Hao playfully lifted the boy by the scruff of his neck and walked him to the school entrance. Hey, that is not fair. You're tearing down my bridge after crossing it. I helped you sell, and now you're selling me out. Upon reaching the school gates, he handed the boy over to a teacher. Excuse me, here is a little one who skipped class. I just happened to bring him along. The teacher expressed heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much. No problem. Just doing my part. The boy gave him a thumbs up. I'll remember you. Cheng Hao waved, study hard. As the school bell rang, the children filed into their classrooms. Time to go home. These kids are quite amusing. Cheng Hao, Jiang Yirou's voice called from behind. She dashed up to his stall, her white dress fluttering as she approached. Why didn't you wait for me to set up the stall together? The money in the school rush and lunchtime. You always sleep in too late to get up early. I can wake up. Jiang Yirou replied with determination. All right. You can wake up. But what will you do? Stand by and enjoy the scenery while I work? Cheng Hao was perplexed by her insistence to accompany him. I can help you sell. Don't forget. My main goal in leaving the Jiang family is to gain experience and understand the lives of ordinary people to ground my endeavors. So you'll just shadow me to observe the common folk? What a farcical notion. This is merely a rich kid's escapade. Exactly. You're the only one I know. Who else should I follow? Selling at a stall is as grassroots as it gets. Cheng Hao sighed. Fine, let us head back for now. He pondered deeply, for things seemed to be diverging from his original plan. He had intended to distance himself from Jiang Yirou. Such a modest wish should have been easily attainable. Why did it feel as though he was trapped in a quagmire? A mere illusion. It must be an illusion. She surely only found selling fruit amusing. And once the novelty wore off, she would return home to inherit her family's fortune. Yes, that's it. After packing up, Cheng Hao began preparing beverages for lunch. This time, he planned to concoct lemon fruit tea and coconut sago, chilling them for a refreshing treat. Are you going out for lunch too? Jiang Yirou emerged from her outing, her cheeks flushed and a sheen of sweat gracing her brow. Curiously, she peered into the kitchen as Cheng Hao busied himself. Of course, lunch will sell far better than breakfast. The weather is sweltering, making it an opportune time to prepare a larger batch of lemon fruit tea. He is experimenting with various beverages, ultimately finalizing the final product. If lemon fruit tea proves to be a cost-effective and easily preservable drink, it is undoubtedly his primary consideration. Why not sell fruit salad anymore? I find fruit salad quite delectable. Jiang Yirou expressed her confusion. Cheng Hao, while dissolving rock sugar in hot water, replied. The cost of fruit salad is high. Even if priced at 5 yuan, there's barely any profit, and students generally cannot afford it. Most crucially, fruits are not easy to store. Any unsold produce must be discarded, leading to considerable waste. Oh, I see. Jiang Yirou nodded. Indeed. Following Cheng Hao's lead was the right choice. Firstly, it fosters interaction between the two. Removed from the Jiang family environment, Cheng Hao seems to thrive here, appearing much more relaxed. Secondly, she can learn things from Cheng Hao that she cannot acquire within her own status. She had no idea that selling a beverage involved such intricacies. By observing the small, she could apply this knowledge to her company's product selection. Let me assist you. Jiang Yirou offered, eager to help him slice the lemons. No need. Your hand is injured, making it inconvenient. I'll wear gloves. Without waiting for his refusal, Jiang Yirou produced a pair of disposable rubber gloves and began slicing the lemons. Is this thickness acceptable? Quite good. Your knife skills are commendable. Of course. Jiang Yirou beamed with pride, delighted by the compliment. Is this sago? I'll cook it. After finishing the lemon slicing, Jiang Yirou confidently reached for the sago. You don't need to. You want to cook it properly. Jiang Yirou looked puzzled. I've seen you cook it before. I can do it. Despite Cheng Hao's persistent attempts to dissuade her, Jiang Yirou remained resolute. He finally relented. Then go ahead and cook it. I have a backup. If it doesn't turn out well, I can always prepare another batch. You should rest. I can handle it. Having learned from past experiences, Cheng Hao knew he couldn't leave the kitchen unattended. No, I'm not tired. Jiang Yirou understood his concern, a subtle smile playing on her lips. He truly doesn't trust her. She didn't mind, methodically starting to boil water for the sago. After boiling for a few minutes, she turned off the heat, letting it sit for a while before rinsing it with cold water and cooking it again. After several repetitions, the sago was perfectly cooked, each pearl distinct without a hint of white core. This defies logic, Cheng Hao exclaimed, incredulously examining the sago before turning to Jiang Yirou. How is it? Acceptable? It's quite good. Next, they prepared the coconut milk, simply adding the sago into it, correct? Indeed. Jiang Yirou's hair was loosely pinned to one side, and the sunlight streaming through the window cast a warm glow on her face, making her expression appear exceptionally gentle. Here, would you like to try some? She offered a bowl to Cheng Hao. Within the milky coconut milk, besides the sago, there were also colorful taro balls. Did you make this for me? Cheng Hao glanced at the other bowls of coconut sago she had prepared, noting that his was the only one with additional ingredients. Of course, I would only indulge you with extra ingredients. Cheng Hao accepted the bowl, taking a spoonful. The unique creaminess of the coconut milk enveloped his palate, harmonizing perfectly with the chewy taro balls and sago. It was neither overly sweet nor too bland. How is it? It's delicious. Hee. I'll add some taro next time. It's even better. How did you learn to make these? Am I not clever enough? She teased. So, do I have the qualifications to set up a stall? I suggest you set up a stall beside mine. That way, you can gain more experience. I want tea. I want to be right next to you. That way, others will see us as a family. Setting up beside me makes you my competitor. So, you're openly admitting to relying on me. What S understood need not be spoken. Jiang Yirou realized that Cheng Hao was truly not adept at refusing others. As long as she persisted, he was at a loss. Cheng Hao shook his head, retreating to the kitchen to store the prepared beverages in the refrigerator. It's still early for lunch. You should rest. So, you agree to take me along? Jiang Yirou's eyes sparkled. Cheng Hao began tidying the kitchen without responding. This was a tacit agreement. Rest assured, I won't be a hindrance. More hands mean more strength. Lunch will be quite busy. Just rest for now. I'm not tired. But you, having risen so early, must be exhausted. You should take a break. I'm a man. I'm not that feeble. Besides, I need to go procure materials for tonight. You stay home. I'll return before noon. Procure? Where? I want to go too. I'll take the bus. You definitely won't be used to it. How do you know I want to adjust? You haven't even tried. Cheng Hao felt a headache coming on from Jiang Yirou's clinginess. His fingers aimlessly scrolled across the phone screen. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a phrase that enlightened him. Children are the kind who will do exactly what you tell them not to do. They need to be allowed to make mistakes. That made sense. All right then. But remember, taking the bus is not the same as riding in a private car. If you find it uncomfortable, don't act recklessly. How could I be reckless? It's just the difference between traveling with a group and traveling solo. As long as you're happy. Cheng Hao prepared several bags, neatly folding them before placing them in his small backpack. What do you need the bags for? To carry the items after procurement. Oh, Jiang Yirou never carried bags apart from her backpack, so Cheng Hao was not surprised by her question. What should I bring? Do you have any change? Jiang Yirou shook her head honestly. Is 100 yuan acceptable? Taking the bus only costs 2 yuan. 2 yuan? She was taken aback. But I don't have 2 yuan. Can I give them 100 instead? Of course. That is perfectly fine. Just people will think you're a bit eccentric. Spending 100 to ride the bus? Forget it. I'll cover your fare. Cheng Hao grabbed the bus card, checked to ensure he had everything, and then led Jiang Yirou out the door. While walking through the neighborhood, they encountered familiar elderly neighbors. Oh, young man. Is this beautiful girl beside you your girlfriend? She is stunning. No wonder you didn't ask me to introduce someone. She has a partner. Cheng Hao was truly exasperated with the elderly folk. Dear neighbors, you should watch fewer melodramas. This is my classmate. The neighbors responded with skepticism. TSK. Do you think we can believe that? Young lady, don't be afraid. We're all good people. Come down and chat with us sometime. Jiang Yirou smiled shyly. Hello? One of the aunties playfully pulled Jiang Yirou closer. Tell me, are you two secretly renting a place without your parents' knowledge? Jiang Yirou's cheeks flushed crimson. No. My father asked me to move out. I just happened to rent with him. Please don't misunderstand. Her flustered explanation seemed almost like an attempt to cover up. The elderly couple wore expressions that clearly indicated their understanding of the situation. Cheng Hao, feeling a sense of exasperation, pulled Jiang Yirou away from the gossiping residents of the community. When they ask you anything, just ignore them, he cautioned. Given Jiang Yirou's status as a young lady of privilege, she was likely ill-equipped to handle the fervent enthusiasm of the older generation. Why? I actually find them rather endearing. They possess a keen eye, having discerned our unusual relationship at first glance. Don't say I didn't warn you. Cheng Hao could do no more than this. When she inevitably found herself in the midst of those idle old men and women attempting to play matchmaker, she would have ample reason to lament. Cheng Hao could never quite grasp why they were perpetually so zealous about matchmaking. Upon exiting the community, a right turn brought them to the bus stop, which, much like the aging neighborhood, bore signs of neglect. A large portion of the glass sign was shattered, and the advertising boards were plastered with an array of flyers. Jiang Yirou followed closely behind Cheng Hao, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. The crowd waiting for the bus was predominantly composed of elderly individuals and mothers with children, likely because the younger generation was preoccupied with work or studies, leaving the streets devoid of their presence. Cheng Hao and Jiang Yirou's appearance stood out starkly amidst the throng, as if they hailed from a different realm. They hardly seemed like individuals who would utilize public transportation, especially Jiang Yirou, whose unique and elegant demeanor appeared wholly incompatible with the concept of riding a bus. Suddenly, the bus arrived. In a moment, make sure to stay close to me. Be cautious not to get separated, he warned. Separated? Jiang Yirou echoed, confusion evident on her face. Why would we get separated? Isn't it just a matter of boarding and finding a seat? However, as the bus rolled to a halt, she was nearly crushed into a paper-thin form by an elderly woman shoving her way forward. Fortunately, Cheng Hao, robust and protective, shielded her from harm. Otherwise, she might have met her end right there. With no way to push through the throng and unable to move forward, she found herself struggling for space. Not only was there no seat available, but even standing room was becoming increasingly scarce. She attempted to reach for the overhead handrail but was thwarted by the grasp of 2 or 3 individuals already holding on. Where could she possibly grab onto? She was now entirely reliant on the surrounding crowd for support, with no fixed point to anchor herself. Suddenly, a strong arm encircled her waist. Chapter 78. Let us take a shortcut. Jiang Yirou looked up to see Cheng Hao's resolute chin. His lips were pressed tightly together. His gaze fixed on the world beyond the window. She found herself captivated by his serious demeanor. With Cheng Hao's support, she effortlessly maintained her balance, prompting her to relax against his chest. The bus was a cacophony of scents. In her haste to stabilize herself, she had initially overlooked the olfactory assault. Now that she had relaxed, it felt as though the very air around her was attacking her senses. The stench of feet, bad breath, and even the unmistakable sound of someone releasing a series of unfortunate flatulence. She finally understood what Cheng Hao had meant by "you won't get used to it." Without hesitation, she buried her face into his chest. The faint scent of grass emanating from him overwhelmed the unpleasant odors, allowing her to breathe once more. Cheng Hao's fragrance was intoxicating, drawing her in deeper, as if it were a potent elixir. Coughing slightly, Cheng Hao instinctively shifted to shield them from the prying eyes of others. What was Jiang Yirou doing? Her movements appeared somewhat dubious. After a few stops, a significant number of passengers finally disembarked. Spotting an available seat, Cheng Hao wasted no time in ushering Jiang Yirou into it. He instinctively touched his chest, where her warm breath still lingered, leaving him feeling flushed. "Why don't you sit down too? I can share the seat with you." Jiang Yirou adjusted her position, genuinely offering half of the seat. "No need. I'm not tired." Cheng Hao gripped the overhead rail with one hand while using the other to create a protective barrier around her with the seat's backrest, ensuring she remained undisturbed by others. He had noticed several men casting unfriendly glances in Jiang Yirou's direction. Should they make any advances, Cheng Hao's eyes betrayed a fierce determination. They would soon learn not to tread lightly. "When do we get off?" Jiang Yirou inquired. This bus appeared quite aged, with the air conditioning struggling to cool the crowded interior. A thin sheen of sweat had already formed on her forehead, which she wiped away with her hand. Cheng Hao had insisted she carry nothing, so she had only her phone with her. Suddenly, a tissue was extended towards her. Jiang Yirou looked up to see Cheng Hao's calm gaze. "Wipe your forehead. Thank you." The tissue bore a pleasant scent and intricate patterns, her preferred brand. "Didn't you say you didn't bring anything when you left? How do you have my favorite tissues? This is the last one. I'm out." Cheng Hao thought to himself, realizing he had yet to purchase more tissues and would need to stop by a store on the way back. Jiang Yirou dabbed at her forehead, and once finished, used the tissue to fan herself. The bus was stifling, compounded by the sunlight streaming through the window, making her feel even hotter. Cheng Hao feigned nonchalance as he reached for the handrail on the glass window, strategically blocking the sunlight just enough to provide her with some respite. The coolness enveloped them, drawing them even closer together. Ding dong. The farmer's market has arrived. Passengers disembarking. Please prepare yourselves. We've arrived. Cheng Hao whispered, alerting her. "Oh." As the bus approached the stop, Jiang Yirou hurriedly stood, only to accidentally bump her head against Cheng Hao's chin in her haste. "Oof." He winced, momentarily taken aback. "Are you okay?" Jiang Yirou instinctively reached out to massage his chin. "I'm fine. Let us just get off the bus," Cheng Hao urged, gently pushing her ahead. His eyes caught sight of the men from before, who had indeed followed them off the bus, their expressions rife with ill intent. "Why didn't you take a car from my garage? This bus is far too crowded," Jiang Yirou remarked, not out of a desire to complain, but out of concern for Cheng Hao's discomfort amidst the throng. "No need. I can afford a car. I just find it unnecessary. Parking is too much trouble." In truth, Cheng Hao had been contemplating purchasing an electric vehicle for convenience. Owning a private car would only complicate matters when he needed to go to the capital, necessitating its eventual disposal. "There's no need. I have plenty of cars sitting idle in my garage." Jiang Yirou's words were overheard by the men behind them, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Initially, they had assumed she was merely a pretty girl, but it turned out she was not only beautiful, but also wealthy. Cheng Hao cast a glance back at the increasingly aggressive men lingering behind them, a smirk playing on his lips. "Are you eager to meet your demise? Let us take a shortcut," he suggested, half pushing, half leading Jiang Yirou down a narrow alley. "Cheng Hao, are you certain this is a shortcut? I have a feeling something's amiss." Her unease escalated as she spotted a wall blocking their path ahead. "We should turn back. This way leads to nowhere." "Huh? Turn back? Did you consult us first?" A group of scruffy men obstructed their path. Jiang Yirou, frightened, instinctively sought refuge behind Cheng Hao. "Who are you? What do you want with us?" "Hey there, little lady. No need to hide. Come right into my arms." Cheng Hao shielded Jiang Yirou with his presence, casting a glance at their assailants as if surveying a congregation of the deceased. A cold smirk played upon his lips. "In broad daylight, you can't even control your lower instincts? Aren't you afraid of facing the consequences? Let me enlighten you. There are people inside. If you have any sense, You'd best step aside and mind your own business. Exactly. You look like a student, perhaps a naive boy still wet behind the ears. Stand back and watch how the older brothers charm the ladies. Take notes. The yellow-haired ruffian's arm was twisted behind his back by Cheng Hao, his face contorted in agony. Is this all you've got? With such a feeble physique, even a kindergarten child could overpower you. Move along. Hey, this guy is bullying Mao. Everyone attack him. The leader of the yellow-haired group, his eyes aflame with fury, rallied several accomplices to surround Cheng Hao. Before they could even lay a finger on his clothing, one was swiftly kicked away, crashing into the wall with a sickening crack, a bone breaking under the impact. Quite the brittle constitution. I suppose you've been indulging in carbonated drinks, haven't you? Cheng Hao taunted, his fists and feet a blur as he dispatched each assailant against the wall. With a casual demeanor, he turned away, unperturbed. Let's go? He then pulled Jiang Yirou towards the wall, causing her to collide against it. Hey, that's a wall. I know. Cheng Hao wrapped an arm around Jiang Yirou's waist, and before she could register what was happening, he propelled himself off the adjacent wall and climbed atop it. Jiang Yirou gasped, instinctively clutching his neck in fear. Cheng Hao couldn't help but chuckle at her startled expression, which was in stark contrast to her usual calm demeanor. Look where we are now, he said, urging her to glance around. Why are we on top of the wall? Cheng Hao, what are you doing? Panic tinged her voice, nearly breaking into tears. I'm doing nothing. I promised to take you on a shortcut. Look, once we scale this wall, we'll find ourselves at the agricultural market. Jiang Yirou followed his gaze, spotting the bold letters spelling out Haishi Agricultural Market right before her eyes. Below, a curious crowd had gathered, their eyes drawn to the unusual sight of the two atop the wall. Chapter 79. Did they just seal the deal so effortlessly? Where did these two come from? How did they manage to scale such a high wall? Today's youth really know how to have fun. Jiang Yirou covered her face in embarrassment. Oh heavens, please let me sink into the ground. Cheng Hao found her ostrich-like behavior endearing. Having grown accustomed to Jiang Yirou's composed nature, witnessing her flustered was a delightful contrast. We're about to descend. Brace yourself. Without waiting for her to respond, he swept her into his arms and leaped down from the wall. The gasps of onlookers could hardly overshadow Jiang Yirou's shrill scream. She clung desperately to Cheng Hao's clothing, curling up in fright. All right, we've landed. Can I set you down now? Cheng Hao's arms hung loosely at his sides while Jiang Yirou remained firmly attached to him. At times, he found it hard to suppress a laugh, knowing that if he were to smile, Jiang Yirou would likely flee home in a taxi. As she finally descended from his grasp, her cheeks were flushed crimson. Cheng Hao removed his cap, placing it atop her head, its brim casting a shadow over her face. All right, let's go. With the hat serving as her shield, Jiang Yirou felt a newfound sense of comfort. The bustling crowd around them was filled with shoppers carrying various bags. This was Jiang Yirou's first visit to such a place, and she was taken aback by the sheer abundance of goods. There are so many items here, more than in a mall. But why are there so many identical shops? Doesn't that undermine their competitiveness? There's a saying, compare prices at 3 different stores. This market is inherently a comprehensive budget-friendly venue, offering customers greater choices. Plus, there's room for haggling. Jiang Yirou cautiously eavesdropped on the negotiations between a customer and a shopkeeper nearby. Boss, I'm buying so much. Can you give me a discount? Oh dear, ma'am. It's already quite cheap. This is a small business, and the rent here is exorbitant. We only make 50 cents on each item. Don't joke with me, boss. I've been purchasing for years. I know the costs. How about $5 less? Are you trying to put me out of business? $5. That doesn't even cover my costs. All right. We're old customers now. I've already priced it quite reasonably. I know how much we sell. You're making a profit regardless. Fine. Since you're a regular, take it. But keep this price under wraps. I know. Ha. And as usual, please deliver it to my store. I need it by this afternoon. Cheng Hao observed Jiang Yirou with her ears perked up, intently listening to the haggling without rushing her. Did they just seal the deal so effortlessly? Indeed, Cheng Hao had grown accustomed to such exchanges, yet the experience was evidently a revelation for Jiang Yirou. $10 for a whole box of drinks? Are you sure that's for a full box? 24 bottles? Absolutely. But I usually pay more than $10 for just 1 bottle at a restaurant. Well, if the naive spend their money freely, who else should I profit from? Jiang Yirou felt slightly offended but couldn't deny the truth in it. What do you want to buy? Let's go. We need to negotiate. Hurry, get me a shopkeeper. I'm feeling formidable today. First, fruits. Fruits is it? I saw the fruit section over there. Jiang Yirou made a beeline for the fruit stall. Boss, how much for apples? She picked up a red Fuji apple and took a sniff. The shopkeeper paused his cleaning, flashing a welcoming smile. But upon noticing it was a young girl, he quickly turned away. $15 a pound. Jiang Yirou set the apple down, frowning. Boss, the previous few shops are selling for $5. Why are you charging 15? Are you trying to take advantage of my youth? How much do others buy? We sell by the pound, and this is the price. Jiang Yirou responded nonchalantly. They only sell by the pound here. My dad asked me to buy 1,000 pounds of fruit. It seems your shop won't do. 1,000 pounds? The shopkeeper dropped his broom and rushed to Jiang Yirou. Wait, I can manage 1,000 pounds. But your price? Prices can be negotiated. If it's 1,000 pounds of fruit, the price is definitely negotiable. Didn't you say $5 a pound? Let us stick with that. If others are selling for $5, why would I buy yours for 5? My apples are superior. Just look at the skin, the juiciness. The shopkeeper hastily sliced a piece and offered it to Jiang Yirou. With a look of disdain, she turned to Cheng Hao. Here, try it and see if it's any good. All right, young lady. Cheng Hao complied, taking the apple from the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Young lady? Is this a wealthy heiress personally procuring goods? This could be a lucrative deal. If I secure this sale, my monthly income will be assured. Young lady, it's acceptable. Acceptable? That is hard to judge. Perhaps my father won't enjoy it? Jiang Yirou frowned. The shopkeeper, panicking, offered. Then you can take some samples home for your father to taste. If he approves, you can place an order. Jiang Yirou nodded. That sounds good. Dear boss, you must offer a more reasonable price. With so many milk tea shops under our roof, we require more than 1,000 pounds of fruit daily. More than 1,000 pounds a day, you say? The boss's face lit up with delight. Surely, you need more than just apples? Would you care to explore other fruits? Well, my father also asked me to check for guavas, lemons, and limes. With each item mentioned, the boss promptly prepared a package for her. That should suffice. We can consider other fruits when we delve into new product development later. Very well. Please take care, young lady. Do come back after enjoying your feast. Understood. With the boss bidding her farewell with a warm smile, left the market, dazed, carrying an abundance of fruit. Did I really just acquire all this fruit for free? What do you think? Do I not possess a natural flair for business? Indeed, you exhibit a remarkable talent akin to that of a shrewd merchant. Feigned annoyance. After I procured so much fruit for you, you dare compare me to a miser. While others merely haggle, you practically indulge in a feast. Admired her audacity with profound respect. What is the big deal? In the past, many entrepreneurs operated on sheer audacity, then recounted her previous business dealings. Upon receiving an order, I would utilize the client's full payment to place an order with the factory. With this back and forth, I wouldn't even need to invest any capital myself. My grandfather used to conduct business this way. Truly a remarkable granddaughter. She has laid bare all his secrets, as observed animatedly narrating those tales. A smile crept upon his lips. She possessed an enchanting charisma, capable of rendering the most mundane stories into vivid narratives that effortlessly captivated her audience.